It was 5:20 in the afternoon. Staring at the computer screen, Chen let out a quiet breath of relief. The draft was finally complete. This autumn season collection design had cost him several sleepless nights revising through one late shift after another until he at last arrived at the perfect balance of colors and lines. As long as the review passes, I can be made permanent ahead of schedule. Chen calculated silently in his heart. He was 28 this year and had been struggling in Jiang City for 5 years. His current job was a designer position at Hylon Apparel Group with benefits and treatment far better than any he had held before. During the probation period, his monthly salary was 7,000, rising to 9,000 once he became a full employee. Once he became permanent, he would be able to save an extra 2,000 yuan each month. If he found part-time work in the evenings, delivering food or taking on private design jobs, then in 2 years, 3 at most, he would surely be able to save up that 38,800 yuan. 38,800 in bride price would surely be saved in time. He would be one step closer to bringing his girlfriend Gao Yinyan home as his wife. At the thought of Gao Yinyan, the corners of Chen's mouth lifted of their own accord. They had been together for 3 years. Lately, though, she had often complained about his lack of money, saying one of her friend's boyfriends had recently bought a luxury bag and another friend had received 10,000 yuan worth of gold jewelry and a generous bride price when she got engaged. Yet Chen believed she was willing to wait for him. She had once said that all she required to marry him was a bride price of 38,800 yuan. He only had to work a little harder. Chen, this design looks pretty good. A pleasant voice drifted over. Chen looked up to see a mature woman with long hair down to her waist approaching in a pair of black high heels. Sister Jing. Her name was Zhao Yajing, a senior member of the design department and widely acknowledged as the department's first elegant beauty. Though divorced, she had taken excellent care of herself. In her early 30s, she wore her long hair down to her waist, pairing a crisp white shirt with a black knee-length skirt and opaque dark stockings that outlined her evenly proportioned legs. Her mature charm, tinged with a faint pleasant fragrance, eased some of Chen's exhaustion. Director Pei is in a bit of a bad mood today. Tomorrow I'll help you submit this, it will definitely pass. Don't worry. She patted him lightly on the shoulder. Then I'll owe you one, Sister Jing. Don't be so polite, Zhao Yajing said after glancing at the time. It's almost off work. Aren't you going to the production department to see your girlfriend? Back when Gao Yinyan had been hitting walls everywhere in her job search, it was Chen who had helped her enter this company's production department, another branch of the firm. As a result, everyone knew that Gao Yinyan and Chen were in a relationship. Chen smiled, then took a small velvet box from his drawer. A Swarovski necklace priced at 1,380 yuan. It was something he had bought by saving his dinner money for 3 months. Now that he had finished the design draft, he could hardly wait to share the good news with her and present the gift he had prepared for so long, giving her a pleasant surprise. However, as soon as he stepped into the production department area, Chen sensed that something was wrong. Countless gazes turned toward him at once. In those eyes were a tangle of complex emotions and the sound of whispering all around. Snatches of conversation drifted through the air. People quietly pointing him out, pitying how a manager had stolen the partner he had dated for years, marveling at how unfair it was, yet resigning themselves to the fact that the manager had status and money. Someone wondered aloud whether Chen still did not realize what was happening. Chen's heart sank sharply, a bad premonition forming. He quickened his pace, eyes sweeping anxiously across the office area. The next instant his very blood seemed to freeze. He saw clearly a man of about 35, slightly overweight with thinning hair, holding his girlfriend Gao Yinyan close with familiar intimacy. Chen knew the man, Zheng Ji, the production department manager. Gao Yinyan meanwhile was smiling radiantly, showing not the slightest sign of resistance. If anything, looking as though she was enjoying herself. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. Chen heard a buzzing roar in his ears. His fists clenched in an instant, nails digging so hard into his palms that they felt as though they might pierce the skin. Chen strode forward in a few large steps, his voice trembling with sheer fury as he shouted, "Take your hands off my girlfriend." Startled by his sudden appearance, Gao Yinyan instinctively tried to stand, but Zheng Ji pressed her back down firmly. Zheng Ji lifted his head and looked Chen up and down with condescending contempt. "I'm guiding my subordinate in her work. Do you have a problem with that?" "A subordinate? Since when does guiding work require hugging?" Chen's whole body trembled with anger. Though often worn down by Gao Yinyan's constant criticism, he was still a normal man. Facing such a scene, he fixed his gaze on Gao Yinyan. "Gao Yinyan, tell me what is going on. Give me a reasonable explanation." A flicker of panic crossed Gao Yinyan's face, but it was quickly replaced by a reckless kind of defiance. She shot to her feet, pointing at Chen's nose, her voice shrill. "Chen, what are you shouting for? Who is your girlfriend? From this moment on, we're breaking up. We have nothing to do with each other anymore." "Breaking up?" Chen felt as if struck by lightning, staring at her in disbelief. "Yinyan, just because I can't produce the bride price for now, you..." "Enough." Gao Yinyan cut him off impatiently. "Chen, wake up. By the time you save up that 38,800, I'll be past my prime. Besides a few empty words of comfort, what can you actually give me? I want to pursue my own love. What's wrong with that?" Lu Chen let out a short, incredulous laugh, pointing at Zheng Ji beside her. This older man, 10 years your senior, overweight, and unremarkable. This is the one you're breaking up with me for. This is the love you want to pursue. At this, Zheng Ji's face immediately darkened. No one had ever dared speak of him this way to his face before. Just then a male co-worker with a sharp, narrow-faced Chui Ji jumped in at once. Lu Chen, what are you yelling about? Is this your place to cause a scene? You've barely joined the company, and you dare speak of Manager Zheng like that? Do you not want this job anymore? Chui Ji deliberately raised his voice so the entire office could hear. People ought to know their own worth. Don't you have any idea what your own conditions are? Manager Zheng achieved success at a young age with both a car and an apartment in Jiang City. And you, besides clinging on stubbornly, what else do you have? A smothered ripple of laughter spread around them. Zheng Ji clearly appreciated Chui Ji's performance, casting him a look of approval. Seeing Zheng Ji's reaction, the rest of the production department began to chime in. Exactly. If you can't give a woman a better future, you should leave early and not drag her down. Right. If I were Lu Chen, I'd have no face left to show. At this point, Gao Yanyan tore away any remaining pretense. She stood up and took Zheng Ji's arm. Lu Chen, thank you for bringing me into this company. But we're over. I have the freedom to choose my own love. What brother Zheng can give me you will never be able to provide in your entire life. Zheng Ji smiled in satisfaction, his thick arm tightening around Gao Yanyan's waist. There was no denying that Gao Yanyan had a striking figure. Lu Chen felt as if his heart were being torn apart, even breathing became difficult. Never had he seen Gao Yanyan treat him this way. The sting of betrayal left him in unbearable agony. 3 years of love, his wholehearted devotion, his frugal efforts to give her a better life. None of it could compete with the power and money of a middle-aged man. He wanted to explode in rage, but reality pressed down on him mercilessly, leaving him no outlet. He knew he was only a newly hired employee in no position at all to offend a manager from another department, otherwise he might be dismissed in the very next moment. He was just an ordinary wage earner with no power or influence. How could he possibly contend with a manager? In the current climate, with jobs scarce and good positions hotly contested, employment was already difficult enough. Lu Chen's family circumstances were modest, and he had a younger sister studying at university in Jiang City. Thinking of this, he bit down hard, his gums nearly bleeding, nails digging so deep into his palms that he no longer even felt the pain. Just as his life seemed to be sinking into endless darkness, suddenly, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice abruptly sounded in the depths of his mind. Host detected at a crucial crossroads of life, faith under severe trial. The persist and become a tycoon system has been activated. Do you wish through persistence to find the meaning of your life? Do you wish through persistence to truly live? Eyes rimmed with red, Lu Chen roared within himself, I do. Command confirmed. Ding. Host consent detected. The persist and become a tycoon system has successfully bound to the host. Today's task 1: persist in working for 8 hours. Task reward: complete 8 hours of work and obtain 3% of your current company's shares. Note: shares can be redeemed upon reaching 20%. The icy mechanical voice poured over him like a bucket of cold water, dousing the boiling anger and despair in Lu Chen's chest. He stood there in a daze, pupils slightly dilated. System. Equity. 3%. Hylon Group. He suddenly remembered that while Hylon Group was not a top-tier giant, it was still a well-known enterprise in Jiang City, valued at least in the hundreds of millions. 3% of its shares would mean tens of millions. This couldn't be an illusion. Lu Chen, don't act on impulse. There are plenty of good women in the world. You don't have to hang yourself on a single tree. Zhao Yajing pulled Lu Chen from the production department to the design department. Seeing his stunned, vacant expression, she hurried to comfort him. She had seen everything that had just happened. Having worked there for many years, Zhao Yajing had long since seen through what kind of person Zheng Ji was. He had remained unmarried for so many years, not only because of his unremarkable looks, but also because he liked to toy with young women. As an outsider, there was little Zhao Yajing could say. Fortunately, Lu Chen had not completely infuriated Zheng Ji. Otherwise, being complained about by the director next door might well have ended with him being fired. Looking at the still blank Lu Chen, Zhao Yajing felt sure his mood must be terrible. She knew that when a man encountered something like this, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to recover. So she patted his shoulder. Try to look on the bright side. There are plenty of chances out there. It's about time to get off work. Shall we go out for a drink? In truth, Lu Chen was no longer dwelling on being dumped at all, but was immersed in the mechanical prompt he had just heard. It took him quite a while to come back to himself. Sister Jing, what did you say? It's already time to get off work. As soon as he spoke, the system's voice rang out again in Lu Chen's mind. Ding, today's mission 1: stay at work for 8 hours. Reward being issued. Reward issued. Mission refreshed. Ding, today's mission 2: a qualified divine tycoon must learn to spend steadily. Spend 200 yuan. Mission reward: the first time you exceed 200 yuan in spending, you will receive a limited time 4-fold cashback coupon. Sister Jing, let's go out for a meal, Lu Chen suddenly said with a smile. He suddenly spoke to Zhao Yajing with a broad smile. Seeing Lu Chen's radiant grin and unusually excited demeanor, Zhao Yajing immediately had a bad feeling. It's over. Could it be that the blow was too much for Lu Chen, and something has gone wrong with his mind? Zhao Yajing thought anxiously. After working with him for the past few months, she had seen that Lu Chen was outstanding both in personality and ability, and his looks were also rather handsome. She did not want to see such a steady, hard-working person brought low and never recovering because of someone like Gao Yinyan. I know a Sichuan restaurant nearby, the flavor is pretty good, she said. Zhao Yajing took Lu Chen along, driving her pink dolphin toward the nearest shopping mall. Once they were seated, she skillfully ordered several signature dishes and 2 bottles of beer. Lu Chen, Zhao Yajing said, I've been through this kind of thing. Feelings can't be forced. Lu Chen looked at the mature, alluring woman in front of him and knew she was currently divorced because her ex-husband had been unfaithful. She must have deep experience in such matters. By now, Lu Chen had completely stopped dwelling on what had happened earlier. The appearance of the system made him feel light, almost weightless. With the persevere and become a tycoon system, how could Lu Chen confine his feelings to just one person? As he thought this, his expression shifted and a faint blue screen appeared. Host Lu Chen. Wealth 140268 yuan, amounts below 1000, not recorded. Assets 3, equity and Hylon clothing group unredeemed. Attributes: strength 71, agility 71, endurance 72. Skills none. Inventory empty. Lu Chen had initially been doubtful, but upon seeing this pale blue light screen, he no longer questioned it. Only the power of such a system could bring something like this into being. Lu Chen, are you alright? If you feel like crying, just cry, or don't hold it in. You don't have to pretend to be strong in front of me, Zhao Yajing said, gently patting the back of his hand resting on the table. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Lu Chen returned to himself. Seeing the genuine concern in Zhao Yajing's eyes, a current of warmth surged in his heart. In this very practical company, Sister Jing was one of the few people who treated him with genuine sincerity. Lu Chen knew she had misunderstood, but he could not tell her the truth. So he said, Sister Jing, don't worry. I'm not someone who easily loses hope. In fact, this isn't really a bad thing for me, he added. I'm relieved you can see it that way, she replied. It really isn't a bad thing. Better to cut your losses in time. Someone better will come along. She picked up a beer can and clinked it against his. Just then the dishes began arriving one after another. Lu Chen's appetite surged. He ate heartily, and while eating took the initiative to chat about amusing episodes from the design department. He appeared completely at ease, even livelier. Zhao Yajing gradually relaxed. Perhaps Lu Chen really had figured things out. That would be for the best. She laughed along as well, and the atmosphere slowly grew more harmonious. After they were full and had drunk their fill, the server brought over the bill. Hello, the total for you two is 268 yuan. Just as Zhao Yajing was about to pay, Lu Chen immediately stood up and brought out his payment code. Beep, payment received. Seeing this, Zhao Yajing asked in surprise, Lu Chen, why are you paying? I told you this meal was my treat. Lu Chen smiled easily. Sister Jing, you comforted me today. I have to treat you to this meal, otherwise I'll feel guilty. Seeing how happily he smiled, Zhao Yajing didn't argue further. Alright then, come to my place for a meal this weekend, while I'll cook a few home dishes for you, she said. After they parted ways, Lu Chen eagerly opened the system interface. Ding, today's mission 2, maintain spending above 200 yuan. Completed. Reward being issued. Reward 1, limited time, 4-fold cashback, coupon rare. Lu Chen quickly opened his inventory and saw a yellow coupon appear in one of the slots. 4-fold limited time cashback, coupon rare item. After use, any spending will receive 4-fold cashback. Remaining time 3 hours 28 minutes. With less than 4 hours remaining, the coupon would expire around midnight. Lu Chen knew he had to act at once. He had 1400 yuan in savings in his account. To maximize the coupon's value, the best approach was to spend it all at once. Lu Chen's first thought was to buy a car. At present, he still rode a small electric scooter to commute every day. With a car, he would no longer have to brave wind and rain on his way to and from work. But it was already past 8 in the evening, and the car dealerships had long since closed. So what would be the most suitable thing to buy now? Suddenly, inspiration struck. He remembered how he had recently been saving up to buy jewelry for Gao Yinyan. Of course, gold. And gold was not a consumable, but a financial asset. Recently, gold prices had continued to climb. If he bought now and sold later, he could even turn a profit. It was the perfect 2 birds with 1 stone. Excited, Lu Chen hopped onto his electric scooter and headed for the nearest gold shop. Just as he parked and looked up, he saw a cool, ethereal figure. Lu Chen was stunned. Wasn't that his immediate superior, the design department director, Pei Qingxue? That day, she wore a light beige trench coat, the belt loosely tied, outlining her slender waist and balanced proportions. Beneath the coat, a pair of long legs in matte black leather boots extended strikingly. She seemed to have just come out of the subway exit. The night breeze played with her slightly wavy jet black hair, a few strands brushed her fair cheeks, and she casually tucked them behind her ear with slender fingers, pure elegance in motion. But Lu Chen did not dare go over and greet her. As a probationary employee, she might not even know who he was. Moreover, Pei Qingxue was famously aloof, as she usually responded to everyone with a cold, indifferent expression. She had reason to carry herself that way. After all, she held a bachelor's degree from Tongji University in the Magic City and a master's from Central St. Martin's in London atop overseas. More importantly, her father, President Pei, was the company's third-largest shareholder, holding 20 of the stock. Lu Chun, however, was full of puzzlement at this hour. Why is she coming out of this? He found it odd that she wasn't driving her eye-catching Porsche 718. Even more unusual was the faint hint of panic on her normally restrained face. That was rare indeed. But the thought flashed by only for a moment. Right now, he had something more important to do. He had to hurry and buy gold and use that fourfold cashback coupon. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew his gaze and strode quickly into the mall. Lu Chun had visited gold shops before, but the sky-high prices had always driven him away. Nearly 1,000 yuan per gram was enough to make him retreat in dismay. Earlier, in order to assemble the full set of gold betrothal gifts for Gao Yinyan, he had even been prepared to empty out all his savings. Fortunately, now that the system had descended upon him, Lu Chun was about to experience the reckless thrill of spending every last cent. Before long, he arrived at a large, few-branded gold shop. The moment he stepped through the door, he was greeted by a dazzling array of gold jewelry. The lights in the display cases reflected off the gold, shimmering so brightly it made one's eyes swim. As he was selecting pieces, his gaze inadvertently swept past the recycling counter tucked away in a corner, and his whole body froze on the spot. Wasn't that Pei Snow from just now? She held a velvet box in her hands, carefully taking out the jewelry inside a necklace of bracelet, earrings, and rings. Each piece was exquisitely designed, clearly worth a considerable sum at a glance. Lu Chen's heart trembled. His director, Ms. Pei, was actually selling her gold jewelry. He simply could not make sense of it. Pei Snow was a returnee with a master's degree parachuted into the company's design department under the halo of London's Central St. Martin's. Her father was the third-largest shareholder of Hylon Apparel Group, holding 20% of its shares, a bona fide heiress. She usually drove a Porsche 718 too, and from work her outfits, often costing tens of thousands. How could she have fallen to the point of selling her jewelry? Had something gone wrong at home? Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Chen's mind. He unconsciously stopped walking and stood at a short distance, quietly observing. The middle-aged clerk behind the counter was using a magnifying glass and instruments to inspect the pieces with great care. Pei Snow stood quietly at the counter waiting. Her cool face appeared calm and unruffled, yet her tightly pressed lips and faintly furrowed brows betrayed a subtle hard-to-detect shame and embarrassment. The clerk set down her instruments and said, "Miss, if you cannot provide our shop's proof of purchase and do not have the original receipt, we can only process this as a no-documentation buyback." Pei Snow shook her head. She had no documentation. These pieces had all been given to her by others. Hearing this, the clerk gave her another discreet, evaluating look. Seeing that this refined, dignified woman had come to sell jewelry at such a time, she guessed there must be some urgent matter and a pressing need. Having made up her mind, the middle-aged clerk said calmly, "I've examined your pieces. Taking into account depreciation, cleaning, and appraisal fees, I can offer you about 730 yuan per gram. The total comes to around 110,000. At this, Pei Snow's fine brows knit tighter. With a hint of urgency, she asked, "Gold prices have soared past 1,000 now, and you're only offering 730 per gram." The clerk waved her hand in explanation. "Market rates are one thing, our store has its own standards for buybacks. Besides, the price you mention is retail and includes craftsmanship fees. Still, you can't just, that's the price. If you're willing, we'll buy, if not, you're free to check elsewhere," the clerk said, growing impatient. Several nearby customers had begun to notice, casting curious glances their way. Color rose to Pei Snow's cheeks, and an indescribable humiliation surged up within her. The difference between this offer and her expected price of 140,000 was simply too great. She bit down lightly on her lower lip, still trying to negotiate. "These pieces have barely been worn and are well maintained. Can't you go a little higher?" "I can't raise it," the clerk replied, waving her hand again, impatience creeping into her tone. "We're a proper gold shop, if our buyback prices are standardized." By now, several customers had turned fully toward them, watching with open curiosity. Heat flooded into Pei Snow's cheeks, and a wave of indescribable embarrassment surged through her. Ever since she was a child, she had never been treated this way. As the eldest daughter of the Pei family, she had always been the center of attention wherever she went. Even at the company, the leaders always treated her with respect. No one had ever dared speak to her in such a perfunctory, dismissive tone. For an instant, she almost turned on her heel, to leave, unwilling to endure this humiliation a moment longer. But then she thought of the sudden upheaval at home, her father's business troubles, the broken capital chain, the overnight bankruptcy, the crushing debts left in its wake. Her fingertips clenched tight, turned pale. In the end, she swallowed her pride. Taking a deep breath as though steeling herself, she said, "All right. I'll sell." Just as the clerk picked up the forms and was about to have her sign, a steady male voice suddenly sounded beside them. "Wait, I'll buy these pieces." The middle-aged clerk froze for a moment. A young man in casual clothes with a tall, straight figure was striding toward them. She frowned slightly and asked, "Young man, what did you say?" "These pieces have already been agreed to be sold to us," she added. Lu Chen smiled. The contract isn't signed yet, agreement alone doesn't count. Besides, your price is far too low. The clerk's face darkened. Young man, we're a legitimate store. Our buyback prices are clearly posted. We're no shady shop, she said. Whether it's shady or not, you know best, Chen replied, not bothering to argue further. Instead, he turned to Pei Ching Snow. Miss, I'm very fond of these pieces. Would you be willing to transfer them to me? As for the price, I'll pay you at the market rate. How about that? Pei raised her head, the cool depths of her eyes filled with astonishment. She studied Chen, finding his face somewhat familiar, though she could not recall where she might have seen him. Seeing the unfamiliarity in her gaze, Chen felt a small pang of disappointment. After all, he had quietly watched this cool-tempered director from afar at the company for a long time, yet she did not recognize him at all. Even so, he did not say anything, only maintaining his gentle smile. Pei hesitated. She truly did need the money urgently, and the price Chen offered was far higher than the shop's. You're sure you want to buy all of these? Her voice was as cool as ever, but now carried a trace of uncertainty. Of course, he replied. I've been planning to buy a full set of gold pieces lately. The quality of your jewelry is excellent. If I tried to buy them from the shop, I'd expect to pay at least 150,000, he added. If I buy them from you for 140,000, I'm still getting a bit of a bargain, Chen explained. I'll sell, she said. Then let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you. Pei did not hesitate, nodding as she took out her phone and brought up her WeChat QR code. A sense of relief rose within her. This stranger's sudden appearance was like timely rain, resolving her awkward predicament. Even so, her intuition told her that his earlier explanation was a bit far-fetched, that he might have other motives. But given her family situation, she no longer had the luxury of overthinking. Once they had added each other, Chen immediately transferred 140,000 yuan to her. A crisp notification sounded. WeChat 14000 yuan received. Seeing the amount on her screen, the stone weighing on Pei's heart finally dropped. She gave Chen a slight nod, her cool voice threaded with genuine gratitude. Thank you. With that, she handed him the jewelry box and left. No need to thank me, Chen replied with a smile, his heart secretly rejoicing. For at that very moment, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! 4 times limited cashback voucher successfully. Amount spent 14000 yuan. Cashback amount 56000 yuan. Cashback has been credited. Please check your account. Chen lowered his head to check the SMS from his bankier account ending in 8888, received 5600 yuan at 2113 on September 3rd. Current balance 56000. Whoa, 560,000. This system really delivers, Chen thought as he stared at the balance on his screen, excitement surging through him. 560,000. It was a sum he had never even dared to imagine before, the kind of money he would have had to work 4 or 5 years without spending a cent to save. And now it had come to him with a single purchase. Previously, he had still harbored some doubts about the system's reward of a 3% stake in the company, since it could not be immediately realized. But this solid, tangible 560 yuan completely swept away his skepticism. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. The next day, sunlight spilled across Chen's face as the morning bell rang, just as it always did. Waking from a sound sleep, the first thing he did was pick up his phone and log into his mobile banking app. He entered his password to check his balance. When the familiar figure of 5600 appeared again, Chen finally let out a quiet breath of relief. Yesterday's events, it seemed, had not been a dream after all. At that moment, a cold mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's task has been refreshed. Today's mission: remain at work for 8 hours. The voice was icy and emotionless, yet to Chen it felt oddly familiar and reassuring. Work? It's only 8 hours. Even if they made me work 80 in a row, I wouldn't utter a single complaint, he muttered to himself. With a sudden burst of energy, Chen sprang up from the bed in one smooth motion, excitement surging through him. As a diligent employee used to burning the midnight oil, working until the early hours of the morning had long since become a habit. An 8th-hour shift by comparison felt almost effortless. In the past, a full day of work would earn him only a few hundred yuan. Now, however, each day at the office could bring him additional shares. The new balance between effort and reward filled Chen with boundless motivation. By simply showing up and working each day, he could obtain 3% of the company's shares. Where else could one find such a stroke of fortune? With Hylon apparel valued at around 1 billion, each day he spent at work was in theory worth tens of millions in equity. The thought made his blood race. He hurried to wash up, then put on his familiar shirt and casual trousers. Mounting his slightly worn electric scooter, he set off at a brisk pace toward the company. Just as he was about to reach the building and look for a spot to park, a white Tesla Model Y slid gracefully into a space not far from the elevator entrance. The car door opened slowly. A slender leg in black pointed loafers and sheer black stockings stepped out first. A moment later, a tall, graceful figure emerged from the car. Chen instinctively slowed his scooter, his gaze drawn in spite of himself. The woman was none other than Su Yinxin, the team leader of his department's design group. She wore a sharply tailored black blazer over a silk white blouse, its collar slightly open to reveal the graceful line of her collarbone. Slim cropped trousers flattered the length of her legs, making her figure appear even more slender and poised. A cascade of chestnut, slightly wavy hair fell over her shoulders, a few wisps of airy fringe resting lightly across her forehead. Her brows were delicate, her lashes long, and her oval face framed by refined makeup carried a bright, yet gentle smile. She stood about 1.65 m, her proportions balanced and capable in appearance. The overall lines of her figure suggested understated strength and elegance, without any hint. Lu Chun had often heard colleagues talk about Su Yinxin. She was known throughout the design department, and indeed the entire company, as a goddess who combined striking looks with genuine ability. As others liked to say, Su Yinxin was someone who could easily coast on her looks alone, yet chose instead to rely on her talent, and worked harder than anyone regardless. Noticing him, Su Yinxin's trademark smile blossomed across her face. She took the initiative to greet him. "Morning, Lu Chun. You're here quite early today." Her voice was gentle and melodious, and her smile radiated a natural warmth that put people at ease, making the distance between them feel smaller, without a word more being said. In the past, faced with a woman like Su Yinxin, so gifted and so composed, Lu Chun could not help but feel a twinge of inferiority. He would hurriedly avert his gaze, stealing glances at her only from the shadows like a timid onlooker. Now, however, things were different. The arrival of the system had poured a new steady confidence into his heart. Lu Chun parked his scooter, removed his helmet, and straightened his back, meeting Su Yinxin's gaze openly and without fear. At the same time, he was quietly surprised. He had not expected someone in her position, a team leader, to take the initiative to greet a mere probationary employee like him. "Morning, team leader Su." He gave a polite nod. She then asked with concern whether what had happened yesterday had affected him, admitting she had thought he might take the day off to recover. Yesterday? For a moment Lu Chun was taken aback, then he remembered what she meant. It seemed his being cheated on had become something of a story within the company. So much so that even Su Yinxin had heard about it. It was hardly surprising. The company was not that large, and the commotion yesterday had been quite a scene, difficult for anyone to ignore. Seeing his silence, Su Yinxin assumed he did not wish to revisit the matter and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. She mentioned that his probation period was almost over and asked how his final design submission was coming along. Lu Chun smiled and replied that he had already handed the design to Jingjie, who had said she would look for an opportunity to submit it to the director today. Su Yinxin nodded, remarking that Zhao Yajing was thorough in her work. With the same easy smile, she told him that if he continued to perform well, there should be no problem with his becoming a full-time. "I'm optimistic about you," she added with a slight nod of encouragement. With that, she adjusted the strap of her designer handbag, her steps measured and unhurried as she moved toward the elevator hall. Lu Chun watched her poised, confident silhouette with quiet appreciation. When he finally entered the office, he noticed that many colleagues were eyeing him in an odd way. Sympathy, surprise, even a touch of pity flickering in their expressions. Once such attention would have mortified him, making him wish he could vanish into a crack in the floor. Now, though, he felt as calm as a clear sky after rain. A breakup, he thought. Good riddance. Gao Yanyan. The name curled at the edge of his thoughts with a hint of derision. People only feel pain when they lose something truly precious, he reflected. If what you let go of is mere rubbish, what is there to regret? That was exactly how he felt now. Not only did he feel no sorrow, he was almost buoyant with relief. With the system at his side, a woman who only chased after power and status no longer held any appeal for him. Casting off this draining relationship left him feeling as though he had regained. As a probationary employee, Lu Chun had always made a habit of arriving early to organize the day's tasks. Today was no different. He had barely switched on his computer when a low murmur of voices drifted over from nearby. The volume was neither loud nor soft, just enough to reach his ears. At first he assumed they were talking about him again, but when he listened more closely he realized the topic had nothing to do with him at all. "You won't believe this, ladies, have you heard?" The speaker was Li Ming, a plump girl with thick black-rimmed glasses. She craned her neck to look around in a conspiratorial way, lowering her voice as though sharing a secret. What is it?" At the sound of her voice, the women nearby instantly wheeled their chairs closer, their curiosity piqued. Li Ming did not keep them in suspense for long, lowering her head and murmuring that she had heard there might soon be a major change among the company's shareholders. Gasps of surprise circled the group. Some wondered aloud if someone was planning to acquire the company, others guessed that Hylon might be preparing to go public. Li Ming waved her hand, insisting that neither was the case, that the matter concerned their third-largest shareholder. "You mean Mr. Hey?" Someone signaled in surprise, recalling that he rarely appeared at the company at all. Another colleague leaned closer and confided that she had heard from a friend in finance, and urged them not to spread what she was about to say. She covered her mouth with one hand, deliberately lowering her voice even further. The others swore up and down that they would keep it to themselves, vowing they would not breathe a word even under the harshest questioning. Even so, seated at his own desk, Lu Chun could hear every word clearly. Li Ming's teasing build-up only drew more co-workers into the cluster, the circle of listeners growing larger by the moment. Lu Chun could only shake his head inwardly, yet he continued to listen. According to Li Ming, it seemed that something had gone wrong on Mr. Pei's side. Rumor had it that one of his investments had collapsed, and he was planning to sell off his shares in Hylon Apparel Group. A collective hiss ran through the listeners. Someone asked whether the situation was serious, and another pointed out that if it were not, why would he be so eager to sell his stake? After all, Hylon Apparel Group was considered a high-quality asset. After a brief silence, another woman spoke up, saying she had heard that their department's design director Pei Qingxue was in fact Mr. Pei's daughter. Really? I've never heard about this before. What? I've been here for half a year, and this is the first time I've heard of it too. That's truly shocking. Only then did someone come to their senses. With a suddenly enlightened, yet meaningful tone, they said, no wonder. I was wondering how Pei Qingxue could become design director in just a single year. So it turns out there was this kind of connection behind it. A tall, slender male designer could not help refuting, you can't say that. I think Director Pei works very hard. She graduated from Central St. Martin's in London. Her professional foundation is solid, and she clearly has real ability. Besides, Director Pei's design drafts have been adopted by the company many times, and quite a few of her pieces have become hit products. You can't attribute everything to her background, can you? He continued. He went on. A tall, curly-haired female designer let out a soft, derisive laugh, and said, you really are something. She continued, where is our team leader Su Yinxin inferior? She graduated from a 211 university, worked 3 years at a top design firm in the Magic City, and has been working diligently here for another 3 years. Her designs have also won plenty of awards. Whether in industry experience or hard skills, she's stronger than Pei Qingxue. So why is it that the one promoted to design director just had to be her? Who can explain that? Hearing this, Lu Chen's interest was completely piqued. This piece of gossip did not merely involve changes in upper management, it had dragged both of the design department's core figures, Su Yinxin and Pei Qingxue, into the center of the storm. Lu Chen lifted his eyes and glanced at Su Yinxin, not far away, recalling how she had just greeted him moments earlier. Compared to the icy aloofness of Director Pei, it was clear that Su Yinxin was far more well-liked within the company. From the way she had taken the initiative to greet him just now, it was obvious she had an excellent grasp of boundaries and decorum. In the workplace, those with high emotional intelligence are almost never as simple as they appear. Just then, as if sensing everyone's gaze, Su Yinxin put down the documents in her hand and slowly stood up, offering the group a standard polished smile. Xiaoyan, I'm really not as outstanding as you say. You're praising me so much that I almost feel embarrassed, she said. As for the design director position, I believe our leaders see things clearly. Qingxue is outstanding in her own right, a top overseas master's graduate, and when it comes to avant-garde design, I'm definitely not as good as she is. From this seemingly playful remark, Lu Chen heard a trace of subtle bitterness. He couldn't help glancing in her direction once more. Lu Xiaoyan refused to let it go. Team leader, you're just too modest. The hoodie and shirt our team designed recently became instant hits, didn't they? In what way are you inferior to Pei Qingxue? You just don't have a powerful father. I believe that with the same background you definitely outshine her. It's just that the company never gave you that chance. When Lu Xiaoyan said this, not many people dared to refute her. After all, everyone knew that Su Yinxin truly was quite capable. Su Yinxin did not continue to take part in the discussion, and Lu Xiaoyan, sensing this, wisely fell silent as well. Lu Chen took in the entire scene, silently thinking that the design department truly was rife with undercurrents. He was certain that this equity reshuffle would be a crisis for some, but for someone as keenly perceptive as Su Yinxin, it might well be the opportunity she had been waiting for. Soon the design department moved on to another topic. Say, if there really is a problem on Director Pei's family side, can Pei Qingxue still hold onto the design director TSK? With each new ruler comes a new set of officials. Who knows what attitude the new shareholder will have? What if they want to plant their own people in our design department? Playing with her nails, Lu Xiaoyan said, from my years of watching dramas in this kind of situation, it's not even certain whether she'll be able to stay in the company at all. He could not hold back any longer. Isn't it a bit much for you to talk about Director Pei like this behind her back? From what I see, she shows up on time every day, even works late from time to time. It doesn't look like she's been affected at all. Tisk, you really are her loyal subordinate. But with all this defending you do, has she ever smiled at you? She keeps that icy expression every day as if someone owes her a great debt, Lu Xiaoyan said. He faltered at a loss for words for a long moment. After he had been teased for a while, the others continued, something seems different though. Have you noticed that Pei Qingxue hasn't driven her Porsche 718 to work in quite some time? That's actually true. Not long ago, I saw her working overtime late into the night, then taking the subway home alone, someone added. Are you saying, because of her family's financial troubles, she sold that Porsche? Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly understood. He remembered why that night he had seen Pei Qingxue at the subway entrance, and why she had chosen to sell her gold jewelry just as gold prices were rising. It really had been to ease her family's financial difficulties. So it truly had been to ease her family's difficulties. Ahem, Xiaoyan, come help me take a look at this design proposal. Suddenly the plump girl raised her voice. Everyone seemed to take it as a signal. They hurriedly began making their way back to their own seats. Pei Qingxue stepped out of her private office, her face still devoid of expression. She seemed not to notice her colleagues' hurried movements, and instead walked over to Mai. In a cool tone, she said the 2026 winter apparel design assignment has been issued. I've just sent the design direction to your email. Let them all know. Okay. Looking at this breathtakingly beautiful design director Ma, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt as he remembered having just joined the others in talking about her. Smoothing her hair back, Pei Qingxue said, don't get distracted during work hours. Also, my car was in a minor accident recently and is being repaired. I might arrive a bit late in the mornings, but this design assignment is very important to the company. You must not slack off just because I'm not here. As she spoke, Pei felt her cheeks burn as if they were on fire. She knew perfectly well that her Porsche had indeed been sold to help pay off her family's debts. Just that morning, as she stepped into the office area and heard her subordinates gossip, the sliver of pride in her bones had compelled her to come up with this excuse. Her father had promised that as long as part of the debt was repaid, everything would soon return to the way it had been. He had also told her that these debt problems would never affect her position at Hylon Clothing Group, that her employment there was entirely in line with proper procedures. As long as she remained design director at Hylon Clothing Group, she had to carefully maintain her image and could not allow these rumors to affect her. Her expression soon returned to its usual calm, her composure was restored. Her father's debt problem would soon be resolved. As long as she gritted her teeth and endured for a few more weeks, everything they had talked about today would become mere rumor and things would return to the way they once were. I must work hard, I must not panic, Pei told herself. Then she returned to her office and picked up a stack of design drafts from her desk. These are the design works of probationary employees, she noted, picking up the drafts and examining them carefully. The drafts were already at a relatively high level of completion. In the past, Pei might have glanced at them and moved on, but today she examined them with unusual care. The more she looked, the more irritated she felt. On the drafts, she saw the names Lu Chun Zhao Yajing, and without hesitation, she dialed a number. After Pei Qingxue had just cut in, the office fell silent for a long time, and no one continued to discuss what had happened. The matter was still far from settled, and since Pei Qingxue was still the nominal director of the design department, no one dared to be presumptuous to her face. Soon the crisp clatter of keyboards rose in the office again, yet behind their lowered heads they continued to discuss the explosive news online. Lu Chun had no interest in following any of this. To him it seemed increasingly likely that what had been said about Director Pei was not entirely fabricated. From this, Lu Chun knew that his system was still fairly reliable. The shares he had received were not conjured from nothing, but would appear in his hands with a certain sense of reason and logic. At that moment the telephone in front of Zhao Yajing began to ring. She answered, and a clear, cool voice came through the line. I have reviewed the probationary employee's design draft. Ask him to come to my office now and explain his design concept in person. At once several gazes turned in unison toward Lu Chun. Everyone knew that Pei Qingxue had just overheard them speaking about her behind her back, and her mood was certainly not good. Now that she wanted Lu Chun to go to her office in person, they all assumed she intended to vent her anger on him. Moreover, Pei Qingxue was known for her high standards and strict demands to the point of being almost finicky. Quite a few probationary employees had previously been dismissed for failing to meet her requirements, all the more so at a time like this. Lu Chun was doomed, they thought. One by one his colleagues cast him sympathetic looks. After hanging up, Zhao Yajing turned to Lu Chun and said, don't be nervous. Director Pei used to be quite reasonable. Now that she's asking you to go over, she probably just wants to understand the situation. Understood. Lu Chun felt no particular fear, he was entirely at ease. The director's office was located in a separate corner. After he knocked, a brief come-in sounded from inside. Lu Chun pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he saw Pei Qingxue seated behind a spacious desk, her cream-colored suit skirt setting off the fairness of her skin. Her long hair was swept up, revealing the graceful lines of her neck. From the side, her nose was straight, her lips pressed together, still carrying that same cool, otherworldly aloofness. Only her fine brows were slightly knitted, and the way she flipped through the design drafts carried a hint of distraction. Director Pei, I am Lu Chun, a probationary employee in the design department. Lu Chun took the initiative to speak. Pei Qingxue lifted her head, and in the instant she saw his face, the indifference in her eyes abruptly froze. Her pupils dilated, and for an instant her breath seemed to falter. Wasn't the man before her the very same person who at the gold shop last night had bought her jewelry for 140? How could it be him? He was actually Lu Chun, a probationary employee in the design department, her own subordinate. An overwhelming sense of absurdity surged through Pei Qingxue like a tidal wave, leaving her mind momentarily blank. A rush of indescribable heat surged up to her cheeks and the tips of her ears. For the first time in her life in front of a subordinate, she felt a shame so intense, it was almost as if she wished she could vanish. Scenes from the previous night replayed in her mind beyond her control, the salesperson's impatient, disdainful tone, the curious stares from people around them, her own forced composure barely masking the anxiety and helplessness inside. And then when this young man appeared, she had felt as though she had seized a lifeline. At the time she had assumed he was some affluent stranger who happened to want to buy jewelry. She had even briefly suspected that he might have ulterior motives. Yet never in any way had she imagined that this person would turn out to be a subordinate, who actually knew her. If that's the case, does he already know that I lied? The thought crashed through her mind like a peal of thunder. She recalled how not long ago she had forced herself to sound composed while explaining to Ma-e that the car was merely under repair. Her cheeks now grew burning hot at the memory. The mortification of being exposed on the spot nearly suffocated her. He had seen with his own eyes how she haggled in the gold shop to earn a few extra thousand, and how he had finally bought the gold at a high price. He must have guessed that what she had just said was not true. Will he tell anyone? The very idea made her feel a wave of panic. Just then her fingers loosened unexpectedly, and several design drafts slipped from her grasp and fell lightly to the floor with a soft. The clear sound snapped Pei Qingxue back to herself. Though her thoughts were a tangled mess, years of leadership and pride reminded her that she must not lose composure in front of a subordinate. Lu Chen took in her reaction completely. In his eyes, although Pei Qingxue was trying her best to conceal her inner panic and maintain an air of calm, her poor acting betrayed her. Her eyes and movements revealed far too much. Yet Lu Chen chose not to expose her. He bent down to pick up the drafts that had landed near his feet and handed them back across the desk. Director Pei, here you are. There isn't any problem with my design draft, is there? By now Pei Qingxue had regained her composure entirely. She naturally accepted the papers and replied, overall, there is no She lifted a strand of hair back, then pointed to a section of the draft. What is your thinking for the treatment of the shoulder seam? Why did you choose this curve rather than a more conventional straight joint? There was no particular intention, just a consideration of how the fabric's properties would affect the structure, he answered. Yet her mind still could not truly focus. She remained somewhat absent-minded. Why isn't he bringing up last night? Is he doing this on purpose? Is he waiting for me to speak first? Watching Lu Chen's calm, unreadable face, a vague, inexplicable irritation rose within her. The more nonchalant Lu Chen appeared, the more she felt a nameless pressure weighing down on her. All right, the draft is fine, the details are handled well, she said at last. You meet the requirements for regularization. You can start preparing the necessary paperwork, Pei Qingxue announced, almost mechanically. Hearing this outcome, Lu Chen, though he had more or less expected it, still felt a spark of happiness. Though that happiness had been largely overshadowed by the arrival of his golden finger, this outcome was still something he had once struggled and worked hard to achieve. Thank you, Director Pei. I'll get back to work now, Lu Chen said with a smile. With that, he turned neatly on his heel and left the director's office. Only then did Lu Chen realize that from the moment he entered to the moment he left, the entire process had taken less than 3 minutes. Outside, the colleagues who had been straining to listen saw Lu Chen emerge so quickly, his face showing no trace of having been scolded. One after another they revealed astonished expressions. This was completely at odds with their expectations of Director Pei's mood. Zhao Yajing quickly walked up to him and asked in a low, concerned voice, Lu Chen, how did it go? Director Pei didn't give you a hard time, did she? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yajing and smiled lightly, answering in a casual tone, not at all, Jingjia. She just asked a few professional questions and said the draft was up to standard. I can be made permanent at the end of the month. As his words fell, the colleagues within earshot all showed expressions of disbelief. Just like that. At a time when Director Pei was clearly in a bad mood. Lu Chen's luck, they thought, was simply extraordinary. Ding, today's task 1, adhere to an 8-hour workday completed. Rewards are being distributed. Lu Chen casually checked his current status. Host Lu Chen. Wealth 560000 yuan. Assets 6 shares in Hylon Fashion Group, not redeemed. The rest of the attributes and skills remained unchanged, and his backpack was empty again due to the expiration of a quadruple cashback voucher. Ding, today's task 2, beauty and money. I choose health. A qualified wealthy individual must maintain exercise. Today's running distance 2 kilometers. Task reward 200 yuan in cash. Seeing this reward, Lu Chen felt no disdain. Although he earned less than yesterday, at least this system was looking out for him. Suddenly Lu Chen realized that he hadn't exercised in a long time. For someone who worked overtime year after year, exercise was almost an unattainable luxury. Not to mention, exercising, even the time for proper rest, was hard to come by. Every day, he worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, often leaving the office at 8 or even 10 at night, returning home only to want to lie in bed, far from even thinking about exercising. Is it worth risking my life? However, to complete the system's task and earn that 200 yuan, Lu Chen felt he had to give it his all. Destiny began to change from yesterday. Health was also a crucial part of it. Lu Chen didn't want to become a billionaire, only to realize he hadn't enjoyed life before it was too late. At this moment, Zhao Yajing stood up with her bag and approached Lu Chen, saying, "The workday is over, Lu Chen. Remember to come to my house for dinner tomorrow night. I'll personally cook for you to celebrate your confirmation and your new beginning." "Sure thing," Lu Chen replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Zhao Yajing, Lu Chen gathered his belongings and headed toward the setting sun cast a golden hue over the steel and concrete, and as the evening breeze gently brushed past, Lu Chen took a deep breath, feeling his spirits lift. Just as he was about to ride his electric scooter, he suddenly heard a piercing honk. Beep beep, Lu Chen frowned and looked in the direction of the sound just in time to see a white BMW 330 emerging from the parking garage. As it came to a halt in front of Lu Chen, the driver suddenly rolled down the window, revealing a plump face that provocatively smiled at him. Lu Chen, after working hard in Jiangsheng for so many years, why haven't you thought about buying a car? Still riding that broken electric scooter every day? Don't you think Yin Yan can feel secure with you like this? Right, Yin Yan? Zheng Ji had one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting on the shoulder of the co-pilot Gao Yin. Gao Yin smiled sweetly, leaning against Zheng Ji's hand, showing him an ingratiating smile. With these words, Zheng Ji felt a sense of satisfaction similar to avenging a great grievance, as he was quite furious about Lu Chen publicly calling him ugly and old yesterday. Now publicly mocking him brought some relief to Zheng Ji's heart. However, when he saw that Lu Chen did not seem angry at his words, but rather had a smirk that seemed like a smile, it started to irritate Zheng Ji. At this moment, Lu Chen's mindset was vastly different from when he had just discovered his infidelity yesterday. Now, he felt grateful to Zheng Ji for clearing away a piece of trash. In a sense, Zheng Ji was still Lu Chen's benefactor. Lu Chen patted the seat of his electric scooter and calmly said, "Manager Zheng is right, my little scooter is indeed a bit shabby, worn out by the wind and sun, and can't compare to the comfort and prestige of your BMW." However, Lu Chen shifted his tone. "You're not exactly young either. At your age, who knows how you are in that regard? Yin Yin. Well, Manager Zheng, you must take care of your moi." Hearing Lu Chen's ambiguous words, Zheng Ji's smug smile instantly froze, and his entire chubby face turned a shade of crimson. Men cannot tolerate being questioned about their abilities in that aspect, especially when the person questioning them is the ex of Gao Yinyan. Moreover, Gao Yinyan had told him that she was still pure and had never had any intimate relations with Lu Chen. Zheng Ji shot a furious glare at Gao Yinyan beside him, feeling as if he had been cuckolded. "Isn't this just leftovers from someone else?" The co-pilot Gao Yinyan reacted more intensely as she pointed at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, what nonsense are you talking? When did I ever have anything with you?" She then turned to the furious Zheng Ji and tried to calm him down, saying, "Zheng Ge, let me explain, it's all Lu Chen's nonsense after just breaking up." But Lu Chen was unyielding, coldly smiling. "Yin Yin, you and I were together for 3 years, it's time for the betrothal gifts, and you tell others that we have no relationship at all. Who would believe that?" Lu Chen asserted. He now realized how foolish he had been, giving so much for 3 years without gaining anything, not even a proper kiss. Lu Chen acted like a devoted dog, giving endlessly, and even planning to deliver takeout after work to save money for the betrothal gifts. Any other man probably wouldn't do such a thing. He used to be so humble. "Manager Zheng, take care of your health. After all, having left me, you might end up with some green on your head one day." After saying this, Lu Chen didn't give Zheng Ji a chance to roar back, nimbly riding his scooter toward his rental. "Bastard. Lu Chen, you triple X." Zheng Ji cursed furiously. It dawned on him that Lu Chen might truly be doing this to annoy him. But didn't he speak some truth? Zheng Ji couldn't help but cast a doubtful glance at Gao Yinyan. As he grew older, he thought about settling down and finding a beautiful young woman to spend the rest of his. Although Zheng Ji played the field, he had high standards for his partner, wanting someone pure and innocent. Even though he knew that in today's society a woman who had never been in a relationship was almost impossible to find, there were still chances for someone who had never had any intimate relationship. Feeling Zheng Ji's scrutinizing gaze, Gao Yinyan felt like crying. Without tears, Lu Chen's earlier words made it impossible for her to clear her name. In Gao Yanyan's eyes, Zheng Ji, although a bit ugly, older, and had a bad temper, was still far superior to Lu Chen, owning a car and a house in Jiangsheng and being a department manager. Gao Yanyan would never give up Zheng Ji's BMW to ride Lu Chen's dilapidated electric scooter. Gao Yinyan pleaded, "Zheng Ge, please don't believe that bastard Lu Chen's words. I am truly innocent. If you don't believe me, I can provide a hospital report on my XX membrane." "Is that so? Then go this weekend." Hearing Zheng Ji's cold and decisive words, Gao Yinyan felt her heart sink, sensing a chill and a lack of trust. He actually doesn't believe me and chooses to trust Lu Chen's words instead. Lu Chen quickly pushed the recent events aside. He returned to his rental apartment, changed into light sports pants, and headed to the nearby canal park to begin jogging. It was September now, and the weather had cooled down significantly. The canal park was crowded with many people exercising. After finishing his warm-up, Lu Chen officially started running. However, after just 500 meters, he felt breathless, his short-sleeved shirt drenched in sweat. "Damn, I'm not even 30 yet, and I've already become like this, eh?" It was only when he truly began exercising that Lu Chen realized how out of shape he had become. A person is like a machine filled with parts. One must keep moving to unleash their inherent vitality. Otherwise, they would slowly become rigid until they were completely out of commission. After another 500 meters, Lu Chen leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, wanting to take a break. At that moment, Lu Chen caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. He looked up and saw a graceful and elegant figure entering his line of sight. It was a girl who looked to be in her early 20s, extremely tall, at least 175 centimeters. She wore a thin white sports shirt, her full curves gently swaying with each sweat soaked the fabric on her back, faintly revealing her healthy skin tone. Her lower half was clad in black tight shorts, perfectly accentuating the natural curve of her hips, possibly the legendary peach-shaped bottom. The most eye-catching aspect was her knee-high pure white socks, which formed a stark visual contrast with the black shorts, making her already long legs appear even straighter and more proportionate, with no excess flesh in sight. As she ran, her high ponytail swayed gracefully, making her look incredibly youthful and vibrant. Chen found himself momentarily dazed, surprised that a casual glance could reveal such a stunning beauty. Youth is truly wonderful. Chen had previously not dared to look too long, knowing that such a level of beauty was beyond the realm of his imagination. However, things were different now. Ever since binding with the persisting can lead to wealth system, Chen's desires had begun to swell. Nevertheless, Chen did not take any action. His priority was still to complete his task. He continued running, and after another 500 meters, he found his rhythm and gradually adapted to the intensity. Though he was a bit ragged, he was still only 28 and his physical fitness was decent. Around a bend, he saw the girl again. This time, Chen clearly saw her face. Her features were delicate with a straight nose and cheeks flushed from exercise, truly a young and vibrant girl. While Chen was admiring her, he suddenly heard a dog barking. Woof woof woof. A leashed golden retriever suddenly dashed onto the track from the adjacent lawn, heading straight for the girl. The dog's owner, a young woman, shouted in panic from behind, "Wonkai, come back, come back." The girl was clearly startled by the sudden appearance of the large dog, especially as the golden retriever seemed ready to pounce on her. She gasped and instinctively tried to dodge, but lost her footing and stumbled backward. Behind her, Chen, panting and slightly dazed from lack of oxygen, exclaimed, "What's happening?" Before Chen could think further, he felt a figure warm and fragrant with sweat crash into his arms. The immense impact made Chen's already unsteady legs falter, and he lost his balance, falling backward. In a moment of panic, he instinctively pulled the girl close, leaning toward her, his hand pressing against the back of her head to prevent her from hitting the ground. After all, while other areas were fine, if her head hit the ground, it could be serious. Ultimately, the two of them fell heavily onto the track. "Are you okay?" Although Chen had fallen with her, knowing she was also a victim, he was concerned about her well-being. Zhao Xiaoxiao was quite frightened by what had just happened. Since childhood, her greatest fear had been dogs, especially large ones, without leashes like the recent one. She had not anticipated that her instinctive dodge would lead to her losing her footing and falling backward uncontrollably. If it weren't for the kind person helping her, she might have been unconscious by now. Thinking of this, a hint of fear appeared on Zhao Xiaoxiao's beautiful face. However, she soon felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her already flushed cheeks now burning bright red. "Can you let go of your hand?" Zhao Xiaoxiao glanced awkwardly at Chen. Realizing his current position, Chen finally understood how inappropriate it was. He was lying on the girl, one hand supporting Zhao Xiaoxiao's head, while the other rested on her pert bottom. No wonder he felt it was so soft and elastic. "Haha, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional," Chen stammered as he hurriedly pushed himself up. Zhao Xiaoxiao shot him a glance of embarrassment and annoyance before standing up. The panic from the fall had faded, but the brief sensation of contact on her bottom was still vividly clear. Zhao Xiaoxiao was not the type to be oblivious to right and wrong. She knew that in such a situation, Chen's quick action to protect her was something she should be grateful for. "Thank you for earlier. Are you hurt?" Zhao Xiaoxiao's gaze swept over Chen's wrist and noticed a slight scrape, her brows furrowing slightly. "Did you scrape yourself?" "It's just a small injury, no need to trouble yourself over it," Chen replied, feeling it was trivial. Going to the hospital would cost money, and usually Chen preferred to let himself heal. He believed that humans are quite resilient creatures, and as long as it's not a serious injury, one could tough it. "Should we go to the hospital? They'll cover the medical expenses." "It could get complicated if it gets infected," Zhao Xiaoxiao insisted. Chen waved his hand in refusal, saying, "That little injury is making a big fuss. If you're fine, let's just continue exercising." Seeing his firm attitude, Zhao Xiaoxiao did not press further, but sincerely said, "Thank you again for earlier." After saying this, they exchanged simple farewells. Chen resumed his pace, continuing his unfinished running task. Just another 100 meters, he encouraged himself in his mind, quickening his steps. He could clearly feel that although his body was tired, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. It was the sensation of his body being reactivated after a long period of inactivity. Task completed. Ding, today's task 2, run 2 kilometers today completed. Distributing rewards. China Merchants Bank, your account 8,888 received 2,000 yuan at 2111 on September 4th. Current balance 5,800 yuan. Early in the morning, Chen was jolted awake by the news of today's task, run 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers. Chen sat up in bed, startled, almost thinking he had heard it wrong. Yesterday, running just 2 kilometers had left him exhausted, his body sore, and still not fully recovered. And now the distance was unexpectedly doubled to 5 kilometers. This is a death sentence. However, as his gaze swept over the task reward, his complaints abruptly ceased. It wasn't a monetary reward, but an item, a stamina enhancement card. Well, even though he didn't know the specific effects of this card, yet the word epic alone radiated an aura of formidable power. This was far more enticing than a few $1,000s. Money runs out, but something that can enhance one's abilities is true hard currency. I'll give it my all. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and leaped out of bed. He had never woken up this early for work. At 8 in the morning the canal park was just perfect. The air was infused with the fresh scent of river water and plants, and taking a deep breath felt invigorating. There were only a few people on the track, unlike the bustling scene at night. Lu Chen dragged his still sore legs, did a quick warm-up, and began his 5-kilometer run. He resolved not to focus on speed, but simply to complete the distance. Even if he had to alternate walking and running, he aimed to finish it in the morning. He had dinner plans at Zhao Yajing's place later, and needed to save some time for preparation. He knew that Zhao Yajing lived in a neighborhood not far from his rented apartment, so he wouldn't have to walk too far. But he couldn't go empty-handed on his first visit to a colleague's house. The first few hundred meters were manageable, allowing Lu Chen to even enjoy the scenery along the way. But after less than a kilometer, he started gasping for breath, clearly slowing down. I can't go on, I need a break. Just as he was about to rest, a familiar figure smoothly overtook him from behind. It was her, the tall girl in sportswear from last night. Today she wore a gray-blue sports tank top and tight shorts, moving effortlessly, making her stamina enviable. As Zhao Xiaoxiao passed by, she noticed Lu Chen, the novice runner. After all, there weren't many people exercising this early, and most were familiar faces. She recognized him at a glance. Seeing his flailing arms and disordered steps along with his quickly fading stamina, she could tell he was definitely a beginner with no running foundation. Did he follow me on purpose? This thought flashed through Zhao Xiaoxiao's mind, but she shook her head. She had encountered many guys who tried to flirt while jogging, but most gave up after a few steps. This guy looked like he was about to collapse. It seemed he was genuinely trying to get fit. More and more people were becoming health conscious, but Lu Chen's approach was a bit too intense. After thinking it over, Zhao Xiaoxiao decided to greet him and offer a reminder. Hello, we meet again. She stopped next to Lu Chen. Morning. Morning. Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and gasped out a response. He hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoxiao to stop, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Zhao Xiaoxiao, out of professional habit, could hardly bear to watch. She couldn't help but frown. With your pace, it looks like you're just starting to run. Your breathing is too erratic. Running like this is very exhausting. Besides, your running form doesn't look right. Don't you usually watch any videos? Running like this for too long can easily injure your knees. Really? Lu Chen was taken aback by her words, not realizing there was so much to running. How far do you plan to run? 5 kilometers. That's too much. Given your current condition, jumping straight into 5 kilometers is risky. Why not lower your target first, adjust your breathing and form, and then go from there? Try inhaling for 2 steps, exhaling for 2 steps, inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your mouth, and let your arms move naturally, without being too tense. As she spoke, she slowed her pace and demonstrated the proper running posture for Lu Chen. He was somewhat captivated, realizing she not only looked good, but was also knowledgeable about running and quite professional. He quickly reined in his thoughts and began to try the method Zhao Xiaoxiao suggested. At first his rhythm was still chaotic, but after running a few dozen meters, his breathing gradually stabilized and the tightness in his chest eased considerably. Seeing that he had grasped the essentials, Zhao Xiaoxiao didn't intend to linger and planned to resume her workout. By the way, I didn't ask your name yesterday. How about we add each other on WeChat? Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. Zhao Xiaoxiao paused, her expression slightly tense. Again, it was all about wanting to add her on WeChat. She had received WeChat requests from many people. She thought Lu Chen was different, but in the end he revealed his true intentions. Zhao Xiaoxiao, being attractive, was used to being approached at the gym or while running, and she had grown weary of various excuses. Yesterday Lu Chen had helped her, making her feel this guy was different from the rest, which was why she had been willing to give him some tips. But now he had fallen into the same old pattern. He had gone to such lengths just to find an opportunity to flirt with her. At this thought, Zhao Xiaoxiao's fleeting fondness evaporated, leaving her somewhat displeased. No need for that. Zhao Xiaoxiao casually threw out this remark and turned to leave with light footsteps. Lu Chen stood there watching her quickly retreating figure, feeling a bitter smile forming in his heart. In truth, he had wanted to add her on WeChat to discuss athletic experiences. He hadn't expected her to be so sensitive. He might have overplayed his hand. He took a deep breath, shaking off his distractions. The task wasn't complete. He had run less than 2 kilometers out of the 5, so he had no right to let his mind wander. He resumed his pace, adjusting his breathing and form according to Zhao Xiaoxiao's instructions. Indeed, once the rhythm stabilized, although his feet still felt as heavy as lead, the rapid gasping eased significantly, and with a more rhythmic breath, he found he could sustain his effort longer. After running intermittently for nearly 3 hours, just as he approached his limit, Lu Chen finally heard the system's notification sound, which was like music to his ding. Today's task 1, run 5 kilometers, has been completed. Rewards being distributed. Stamina enhancement card. Epic 1. Lu Chun collapsed onto a bench at the side of the track, feeling darkness closing in as if his soul was about to leave his body. He had no interest in opening his backpack. After about 10 minutes, he finally recovered. Only then did he begin to open his bag. A card shimmering with a violet glow lay quietly. Stamina enhancement card. Epic permanently increases the host's stamina attribute by 5 points. Note will induce a drowsy effect during use with a drowsiness duration of 8 hours. Well, it seems this card can't be used during the day. Then he'll use it tonight, he thought. I'll have dinner at Sister Jing's house tonight, and then use it when I come back. Just as he stood up, the system notification sound rang out again. Ding. Today's task 2. A qualified wealthy person knows how to spend wisely. Today's expenditure 1,000 yuan. Task reward surprise gift voucher normal 1. A surprise gift voucher. A surprise gift voucher. I want to see just how surprising it is. Lu Chen was unable to obtain this reward for now, and naturally could not check its contents. However, spending 1,000 yuan was quite simple. Lu Chen directly opened his shopping cart and purchased a pair of running shoes, gym shorts, and a top, and finally added 2 cans of protein powder. Since exercise was about to become his long-term career, Lu Chen decided to take it seriously. First, he had to get himself a comfortable set of gear. Ding. Today's task 2. Spend 1,000 yuan completed. Reward being distributed. Surprise gift voucher 1. Lu Chen opened his backpack to check. Surprise gift voucher. Ordinary. The voucher is worth 1,000, and it can only be used to purchase gifts. Depending on the recipient's satisfaction, it offers a cash back of 1 to 3 times. Not only did it mean he could get a gift worth 1,000 yuan for free, but there was also a chance of getting 3 times the cash back. This was not merely a gift for Lu Chen, it was like, not only did it mean he could get a gift worth 1,000 yuan for free, but there was also a chance of getting 3 times the cash back. This was not merely a gift for Lu Chen, it was like receiving money for himself. Lu Chen hurried home, took a brief rest, and soon arrived at the nearest mall. Zheguang Mall is a long-established high-end shopping center opened by a Hong Kong company known not only for its vast area, but also for housing countless luxury brand stores. In the past, Lu Chen would not dare to enter such a magnificent mall. However, today he was specifically there to shop. With a gift voucher worth 1,000 yuan and a bank balance of 5,800, an unprecedented sense of grandeur surged within Lu Chen. But when Lu Chen stood on the first floor of Zheguang Mall and saw rows of beautifully decorated, dazzling luxury storefronts, he became hesitant. It dawned on him that he was just a simple country boy. He had no idea what to buy, and the various English logos dazzled him, leaving him completely bewildered. Usually he had never paid attention to these luxury items, his meager salary barely got him by, and he would hesitate for a long time, even to buy a cup of milk tea, let alone luxury goods that he wouldn't even dare to think about. When Gao Yanyan had insisted that he buy a bag worth over 2,000 yuan, Lu Chen simply could not afford it, and ended up being nagged about it for half a year. After conducting an AI search, Lu Chen ultimately chose Hermes, a relatively well-known brand. Once decided, he strode towards the boutique marked with the Hermes logo. Meanwhile, at the entrance on the other side of the mall, Gao Yanyan was linking arms with her friend, Li Na, excitedly shopping. She was wearing a newly bought dress, her face revealing an unmistakable smugness. Last night, to dispel Zheng Ji's doubts, she had rushed to the hospital for a checkup, and the results showed she was perfectly fine. Zheng Ji was overjoyed upon seeing the report, and immediately gave her a cash red envelope of 2,000 yuan as compensation. Moreover, he urged her to dress up nicely, promising to take her out for a lavish dinner that evening. Thus in the afternoon, Gao Yanyan specifically invited her friend out shopping, wanting to spend this money on new clothes for herself, as well as to show off in front of her friend. Yanyan, you are truly impressive. Zheng Ji is so generous to you, giving you 2,000 at once. Unlike my guy, he hesitates for ages, even to buy me a lipstick. Li Na said enviously. She genuinely felt that Gao Yanyan had hooked up with a rich man. She had never met Zheng Ji, but from Gao Yanyan's descriptions he seemed excellent, in every way except for being a bit older. Zheng Ji was a department manager with an annual salary of around 5,000. More importantly, he was willing to spend money on Gao Yanyan. Such men are practically impossible to find in today's society. Seeing the envious look in Li Na's eyes, Gao Yanyan smiled with feigned humility, and said, "It's really not a big deal, Zheng Gu just cares for me more." Li Na wholeheartedly agreed. What if he was older? The older ones know how to treat people well. It seems leaving that loser Lu Chen was the right choice. Lu Chen is definitely not this generous. Li Na curled her lips. Compared to Zheng Ji, Lu Chen was truly worlds apart. Haha, that jerk couldn't even come up with 3,800 yuan for a betrothal gift. He's destined to be single for life. Mentioning Lu Chen made Gao Yanyan very angry. As they were talking, Gao Yanyan's gaze inadvertently swept ahead, and her expression suddenly changed as she instinctively wanted to hide behind Li Na. What's wrong? Li Na asked in confusion. Look, isn't that Lu Chen? Gao Yanyan lowered her voice, her eyes full of vigilance. What is he doing here? Li Na followed her gaze, and indeed spotted a familiar figure. What is he here for? Did he come specifically to find you? Of course, Gao Yanyan firmly asserted without a second thought. Gao Yinyan said in a bit of a panic. Lu Chun is really relentless. Yesterday he deliberately spoke nonsense in front of Zheng Gu, trying to ruin my relationship. Now he has come here to confront me. He must be unwilling and wants to get back together. If Zheng Gu finds out, there will be misunderstandings. Gao Yinyan was so furious with Lu Chun now, as she couldn't understand why the Lu Chun who had always obeyed her previously would speak to her that way yesterday. How dare he? Let's hurry and leave, we can't let him see us. Li Na pulled Gao Yinyan, wanting to hide in a nearby store. But at that moment Gao Yinyan froze. She saw that Lu Chun didn't seem to be coming in her direction, but was heading straight towards another area. That area with a black background and shiny silver logo was none other than Hermes. What is he going to Hermes for? Hermes is a luxury brand. Even a random bag could cost tens of thousands. After being with Zheng Ji for so long, he had never been willing to buy her a bag worth over 5,000. This 2,000 yuan red envelope was compensation for wrongly suspecting her yesterday, and also because Zheng Ji was planning to break through that layer of glass between them tonight. Yet Lu Chun, and in turn with a monthly salary of less than 1,000 yuan, had previously been unable to even produce 3,000 for betrothal gifts. How could he possibly have the money to shop at Hermes? Gao Yinyan simply could not connect Lu Chun with Hermes. He wouldn't be going in just to take a look, would he? Maybe he just wants to satisfy his curiosity. After all, everyone would want to peek. Li Na also found it hard to believe. As her best friend, she certainly knew the economic level of Gao Yanyan's notoriously stingy ex-boyfriend. Gao Yanyan shook her head, her heart filled with doubt. She knew Lu Chun too well. He had been incredibly stingy, not even willing to spend 20 yuan on a cup of milk tea, let alone enter a high-end luxury store. In the past, he would avoid such luxury stores as far as possible. Today what Lu Chun was doing was simply too abnormal. Unable to resist, Gao Yinyan grabbed Li Na and hid behind a nearby column, wanting to see what Lu Chun was up to. Lu Chun walked into the Hermes store. Upon entering, a sophisticated fragrance filled the air. The store's decor was simple, yet luxurious, illuminated by warm yellow lights, showcasing various bags, ready-to-wear clothing, and accessories on display, each exuding elegance and high value. 3 uniformed female sales associates approached him. The leader was a young saleswoman with exquisite makeup, her gaze sweeping over Lu Chun's attire, which was made of very inexpensive materials, a hint of hesitation flickering in her eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, several sales associates were taken aback, their previous disdain instantly replaced by surprise. They had not expected this casually dressed young man to request a bag. As soon as he finished speaking, several sales associates were taken aback, their previous disdain instantly replaced by surprise. They had not expected this casually dressed young man to request. As soon as he finished speaking, several sales associates were taken aback, their previous disdain instantly replaced by surprise. They had not expected this casually dressed young man to request a bag worth around 1,000 yuan right off the bat. Moreover, his tone was so casual, as if he were merely inquiring about a common item. Could it be that they had encountered a rich second-generation heir? After all, today's wealthy young people often dressed very casually. The female sales associate who had spoken first reacted the quickest, quickly masking her surprise with a more enthusiastic smile. Certainly, sir, this way please. We have just received several new styles that are perfect for mature women. Moreover, his tone was so casual, as if he were merely inquiring about a common item. Could it be that they had encountered a rich second-generation heir? These bags were all nice, but he was particularly fond of this one. The style and color were quite similar to a bag that Zhao Yajing had recently been carrying. It seemed Zhao Yajing would likely also appreciate this style. The sales associate noticed Lu Chun's attention focused on the bag, and excitedly introduced it. This is our Hermes Classic Garden Party series, made from high-quality Togo leather, soft, yet durable, with ample space, perfect for daily commutes or leisurely outings. The price is 108,000 yuan, which is just within your budget. Lu Chun picked up the bag and examined it closely. The design was simple and elegant, with no unnecessary embellishments, perfectly matching Zhao Yajing's gentle and dignified temperament. I'll take this one. Without much hesitation, Lu Chun stated decisively. The sales associate, upon hearing this, was nearly caught off guard. How soon had it been? This man had already decided to buy. The previous customers had needed much coaxing before they made a commitment. The smile on the sales associate's face instantly brightened as she hurriedly said, "Certainly, sir. Will you be paying by card or through a QR code?" By card. Lu Chun took out his bank card and simultaneously used a surprise gift voucher. Ding successfully used surprise gift voucher. Regular, deducting 1,000 yuan in value. Actual payment is 8,000 yuan. As the POS machine beeped, signaling the printing of the receipt, the transaction was complete. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. From entering the store to payment, Lu Chun moved seamlessly, as if he had merely bought a cup of coffee. Hiding behind a column, Gao Yinyan and Li Na watched in astonishment. Especially Gao Yinyan, whose face shifted between shades of pale and furious, looking extremely displeased. Gao Yinyan was well aware of the bag's style, knowing it was valued over 1,000 yuan. A 1,000 yuan bag. How could Lu Chun buy it with? She knew exactly what that price meant. It was nearly a year's worth of Lu Chun's salary. Previously, Lu Chun would hesitate for a long time before buying a drink, yet now he had unhesitatingly spent 100 yuan on a bag. This bag, even the current Zheng Ji Gao Yanyan knew would never buy her something so expensive. Suddenly a wave of inexplicable anger and jealousy surged within Gao Yanyan. Why? When she was with Lu Chun, he had been so stingy with her, even reluctant to give her a slightly expensive gift. This bag, even the current Zheng Ji Gao Yanyan knew would never buy her something so expensive. Suddenly a wave of inexplicable anger and jealousy. If he had had such financial capability all along, then the 380 yuan betrothal gift would have been a piece of cake for him, wouldn't it? The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced Gao Yanyan. She could no longer hold back, breaking free from Li Na's grasp and charging straight towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun! Gao Yanyan's sharp voice shattered the tranquility of the store. Lu Chun was waiting for the sales associate to wrap up the bag when he heard the shrill voice calling his name, his brow slightly furrowing as he turned to look. Upon seeing Gao Yanyan standing furiously in front of him, a hint of surprise crossed his face, soon replaced by indifference. What are you doing here? Lu Chen's tone carried a hint of displeasure. I was just about to ask you the same. Gao Yanyan pointed at the bag in front of him, questioning Lu Chun. When did you become so wealthy? Buying a 100 yuan bag, just like that. Why did you pretend to be poor in front of me? Were you deliberately deceiving me? Her voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of other customers and sales associates in the store, everyone looking over with curiosity. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he coldly replied, whether I have money or not, whether I buy a bag or not, what does it have to do with you? We've broken up, haven't you overstepped your boundaries? How can it not be related? You deceived my feelings, made me accompany you through 3 years of hardship. Gao Yanyan was very agitated, talking incessantly. You said you couldn't afford the betrothal gift, that's why I broke up with you. But now you turned around and came to Hermes buying a 100 yuan bag. Do you think him a fool? If you had shown this attitude earlier, would we have ended up where we are now? She became increasingly agitated, raising her hand, as if to push Lu Chen, only to be quickly stopped by the nearby. Madam, please calm down. The sales associate who attended to Lu Chun hurriedly stepped forward, her expression unpleasant, as she said, this is a public space in the Hermes store. Please refrain from shouting, and do not resort to violence as it affects other customers' shopping experience. Get out of my way. Gao Yanyan shoved the sales associate's hand away, and turned to yell at her, do you know who he is? He's just a fraud. He used to be so calculative over a few hundred yuan, and now he can afford a bag worth tens of thousands. What else could this be but a scam? Don't be fooled by him. The smile on the sales associate's face faded, her tone still polite, but tinged with distance. Madam, our customers all go through regular payment processes, and there is no deception involved. Gao Yanyan wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Lu Chun. Looking at her, he curved his lips into a sardonic smile. Gao Yanyan, have you forgotten? It was you who disliked me for being poor, for not being able to provide the life you wanted, who took the initiative to break up with me, and immediately turned to Zhengji. Now whether I have money or what I buy has nothing to do with you. If you envy me and want such a bag, you could just go to your Zhengge for it. Why come here to find trouble? Madam, if you continue to act unruly, we will have to call security. Our Hermes store has the highest security standards. Gao Yanyan's tone noticeably weakened as the threat from the Hermes staff ultimately diminished her. She shot Lu Chen a fierce glare, her heart filled with unwillingness. In the end, she was dragged away by Li Na, leaving the Hermes store in a state of embarrassment. Upon exiting the mall, Gao Yanyan's anger still hadn't subsided. Tell me, how could Lu Chen suddenly become so wealthy? I still don't know his monthly salary, do I? How could he possibly afford Hermes? Yanyan, don't be angry. Li Na advised, I feel something is off. How could Lu Chen suddenly be so wealthy? Perhaps he bought that bag on credit, deliberately showing off in front of you to make you regret it. Gao Yanyan paused, Li Na's words causing her to feel a sense of doubt. Yes, Lu Chen was so frugal before. How could he suddenly become so generous overnight? Perhaps he really is just putting on an act to make her regret breaking up with him. Think about it, why would Lu Chen specifically appear at Jilong Mall today? He chose to buy a bag at a place like Hermes and just happened to run into you. Isn't that too coincidental? You make a good point. Gao Yanyan nodded, her anger gradually replaced by doubt. He must have done it deliberately to make me think he's living well now, wanting me to come back to him. I won't fall for it. Sir, I sincerely apologize for startling you. The female staff member quickly expressed her apologies as she handed over the beautifully packaged bag, saying, your bag is ready, and here are the complimentary maintenance tools. Thank you, this is not your fault. I should also thank you for intervening earlier. Lu Chun said gratefully as he accepted the bag. Lu Chun was also taken aback by Gao Yanyan's outrageous behavior. He never expected this woman to act so crazily, causing a scene in the Hermes store. Fortunately, the staff were prepared for such unexpected situations and managed to intimidate Gao Yanyan away, allowing the matter to be resolved perfectly. Thus, Lu Chen's good mood remained intact. After finishing his conversation, he turned and left the Hermes store. By late afternoon, he arrived at Zhao Yejing's home address and walked toward her residential complex. Zhao Yajing lived in Xingxinhuayuan, just about 2 kilometers away from Lu Chen's rented room, a relatively old complex that had been built for nearly 10 years. The security guard easily let Lu Chen in. Holding a black plastic bag, he walked briskly toward Building 4. Inside the bag was the Hermes handbag. Fearing it would be too conspicuous, he had covered it with the black plastic bag. Just then a familiar tall figure caught his eye. Zhao Xiaoxiao had changed into a vibrant sports outfit, especially the pleated sports skirt she wore on the bottom, revealing her long, smooth legs, which drew attention. She was carrying a tennis bag, seeming to have just returned from exercising. Lu Chen thought the world was indeed small, though he never expected to run into her again. However, since she had rejected his request for WeChat earlier in the morning, he figured he might be seen as someone who was hitting on her, so he did not approach her this time. But it seemed their directions were the same, both heading toward Building 4. Soon Zhao Xiaoxiao turned her head and spotted Lu Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. How could this man appear here? Seeing Lu Chen walking toward her, she frowned slightly, feeling wary. Why was he following me? Could it be that he was enraged after I refused to give him my WeChat earlier, and thus followed me all the way here? Seeing that Zhao Xiaoxiao had also noticed him, Lu Chen could only nod in greeting, saying, "What a coincidence we meet again. Do you live here as well?" "You live here? How come I've never seen you before?" Zhao Xiaoxiao confronted him directly, not allowing him any leeway. Lu Chen detected the coldness and disdain in her tone, and Zhao Xiaoxiao was well aware of who lived in this Building 4. She had never seen Lu Chen before. Therefore she knew his words were just an excuse for his creepy behavior. "You live here? How come I've never seen you before?" Zhao Xiaoxiao confronted him directly, not allowing him any leeway. Lu Chen detected the coldness and disdain in her tone and was left speechless. Could she possibly think of me as some kind of stalker? Lu Chen quickly explained, "No, I don't live here. I'm just visiting someone." Zhao Xiaoxiao did not expect Lu Chen to react so quickly, shamelessly coming up with another excuse. But since he refused to admit it, she found herself at a loss. Zhao Xiaoxiao ignored Lu Chen further, occasionally glancing back at him with a vigilant expression, feeling a sense of fear, as if she were being followed. She had no idea what strange things were concealed in that bulging black plastic bag he was holding. Zhao Xiaoxiao chose not to take the elevator, but instead headed straight for the fire escape. She had seen some videos promoting safety for girls, and knew that if she took the elevator, some creeps would remember the floor number. I can't let him succeed. Lu Chen found it a bit strange seeing Zhao Xiaoxiao take the stairs, but he thought nothing of it, and entered the elevator by himself. After pressing the button for the 4th floor, he pondered how to greet the person he was visiting without it being awkward. After all, due to previous reasons, Lu Chen had hardly any social interactions. His life revolved around work and Gao Yanyan. The elevator ascended slowly, and soon reached the 4th floor. As Lu Chen stepped out of the elevator, he unexpectedly bumped into Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was emerging from the fire escape. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxiao standing at the door of the fire escape, he was momentarily stunned, then found the coincidence somewhat amusing. He attempted to show a friendly smile, saying, "What a coincidence. Do you live on this floor too?" Zhao Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned pale. She looked at Lu Chen in terror, instinctively taking a step back, pressing herself against the cold wall. Are you stalking me? If you're trying to ask for my WeChat, you shouldn't follow me like this. Do you know how to chase after a woman? You creepy man." Lu Chen was stunned by her words, feeling wronged as he thought to himself that he hadn't done anything at all. This was all just a coincidence. Lu Chen quickly waved his hands in explanation, saying, "You misunderstood. I really came to visit someone. Oh, I didn't intentionally follow you. I'm visiting room 406, which should have nothing to do with you. You're still denying it. If you're not, then how do you know where I live? I live in 406, so how could I not know you would come to my home? And what exactly is in that black plastic bag you're carrying? Let me tell you, we are in a society governed by law. There are surveillance cameras downstairs. Don't have any improper thoughts, or else you won't escape legal consequences. It's better to turn back now." Hearing Zhao Xiaoxiao's series of inquiries, Lu Chen was bewildered. Was room 406 actually this bowtie's home? Did he confuse the building? However, when he entered, he specifically checked, and this was indeed Building 4. "We agreed to meet at this time." She did say it was Building 4, room 406. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. Enough. Stop making excuses. I'll warn you one last time, leave immediately. Otherwise I'll call the police. Seeing Lu Chen in shock, Zhao Xiaoxiao realized he was speechless because she had exposed him. She took out her phone, ready to dial 110. Just when Lu Chen was feeling utterly baffled and couldn't understand how to clarify himself. With a click, the door to 406 opened from the inside. Zhao Yajing appeared at the door, wearing a light blue loungewear set. The soft fabric accentuated her voluptuous figure, her long hair, casually tied up, exposing her clean forehead and cheeks. The lower part of her outfit was a white skirt embroidered with exquisite patterns, only revealing her slender ankles wrapped in silk stockings, giving off an she emanated the air of a virtuous wife. This was the first time Lu Chen saw Zhao Yajing dressed like this, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. "Lu Chen, you're here. Why didn't you knock?" Zhao Yajing asked with confusion, then turned to look at Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was standing in the corner. "Xiaoxiao, do you two know each other?" The atmosphere instantly froze. Zhao Xiaoxiao stared at her sister greeting Lu Chun, naturally her whole being stiffening. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Sis, is he really your colleague? Zhao Yajing replied, he's my colleague Lu Chun. I invited him over for dinner today. Lu Chun also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled helplessly. Zhao Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned bright red. A wave of immense embarrassment and shame surged within her, making her wish she could find a hole to hide in. At this moment Lu Chun finally realized why the girl in front of him looked so familiar. It turned out she was Zhao Yajing's sister. So these two are sisters. Zhao Yajing turned sideways to let Lu Chun in. Lu Chun walked into the living room, his gaze involuntarily scanning the house. The house was not large, an old layout of about 70 or 80 square meters, but it was well ventilated from south to north with excellent lighting, and it was extremely tidy and warm. The beige fabric sofa, the wooden coffee table, and the lush green plants on the balcony filled the air with a faint fragrance, each detail reflecting Zhao Yajing's thoughtfulness. Sister Jing, your home is beautifully decorated, Lu Chun praised sincerely. Zhao Yajing smiled. It's just a simple place in an old community. Though she said that, Zhao Yajing's face still revealed a smile. At that moment Zhao Xiaoxiao also lazily followed in. The embarrassment on her face faded, and she looked at Zhao Yajing with suspicion. Sister, why didn't you tell me you were bringing a stranger home for dinner? She thought to herself, could it be that my sister has taken a liking to this guy? Ever since the divorce, she hadn't been this close to any man. Moreover, Lu Chun looked a few years younger than her sister, and was quite good-looking. However, it seemed like he wasn't very physically capable. Zhao Yajing was taken aback, and then smiled as she explained, aren't you busy with the new student military training at school lately? I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't specifically inform you. Zhao Xiaoxiao pouted, no longer pressing the issue, but her curiosity remained undiminished. Her gaze involuntarily fell back on Lu Chun, especially on the bulging black plastic bag he casually placed beside the sofa. Lu Chun hadn't forgotten his purpose. He quickly opened the black plastic bag. Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao instinctively focused their attention on the bundle of black plastic. As the plastic bag was unwrapped, an extremely familiar orange box appeared. The simple and elegant Hermes English logo on the box took both sisters' breath away. Hermes! Zhao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide open. Although she had just graduated and became a PE teacher, it didn't mean she didn't understand luxury goods. During college, her dorm sisters were always browsing on Zaihongshu, and she was very aware of what Hermes represented. Zhao Yajing was somewhat incredulous, her voice changing. Lu Chun, what is this? After her divorce, she had received compensation due to her ex-husband's infidelity, which she used to buy this apartment in Jiangqing, providing a home for herself and her sister. She had been focused on saving money to prepare a dowry for her sister, hoping that her sister could have a better life, and she rarely bought luxury items, but she certainly knew the value of Hermes. That was something she had only seen on Zaihongshu and in certain short dramas. A single bag could easily cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like her. Zhao Yajing instinctively waved her hand to refuse. Lu Chun, this gift is too precious, I can't accept it. Seeing Zhao Yajing unwilling to accept, Lu Chun, who was only thinking about the reward, didn't consider this aspect, and felt a little flustered. He only thought about whether the gift aligned with Zhao Yajing's aesthetic, not realizing that she would never accept it. If that's the case, wouldn't this 100 gift? Lu Chun hurriedly said, Sister Jing, I can't come empty-handed, can I? Don't worry, you might not understand my capabilities, but to me this money is nothing. Zhao Yajing looked at Lu Chun in surprise, unable to comprehend what he meant. She knew that Lu Chun had broken up with Gao Yanyan because they couldn't agree on the bride price. Now why was he saying? She knew that Lu Chun wasn't someone who boasted, so she couldn't make sense of it. However, at that moment, seeing Zhao Yajing's troubled expression, Zhao Xiaoxiao wore a knowing look. She smiled as she took the paper bag from Lu Chun's hands and handed it to Zhao Yajing. Although her sister had been divorced and was a few years older than Lu Chun, she took good care of herself, was mature and charming, had strong work capabilities, and had a good personality. To a young man like Lu Chun, she was simply irresistibly attractive. But to give such an expensive gift right away, this was quite a bold move. She proactively opened the paper bag, wanting to see what Lu Chun had given. Suddenly, a glossy black handbag appeared before her. The design was simple yet elegant, the togo leather soft and glossy, radiating an understated luxury under the warm yellow light of the living room. Especially the classic lines and exquisite hardware accessories, all of which showcased the unique charm of Hermes. Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Wow, sister, this bag is so beautiful. She reached out to gently touch it, her eyes filled with envy. As a freshly graduated PE teacher, her salary wasn't high, and it would take her a long time to save up for a light luxury brand bag, let alone an Hermes. This bag must cost 30 or 40,000, right? Zhao Yajing also stared in a daze, not expecting Lu Chun to give such an expensive and fitting gift. Although she was usually thrifty, she still pursued beauty and fashion, and the style and color of this bag were exactly what she liked. Seeing this, Lu Chun seized the opportunity, saying, Sister Jing, I think this bag is a perfect match for your temperament. You've helped me so much in work and life, This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. He was anxious. After all, if this gift couldn't be given, the cashback reward for the surprise gift voucher would be lost. Seeing Zhao Yajing still hesitating, Zhao Xiaoxiao teased, "Sister, just accept it. After all, it's a small gesture from your potential boyfriend. If you don't accept it, won't that be disrespectful to him?" Zhao Xiaoxiao wouldn't be polite. She felt that since Lu Chen was actively pursuing Zhao Yajing, it was only natural for him to make some sacrifices. After all, her sister had concealed it from her by bringing Lu Chen home, and the sincerity was obvious. Accepting a gift wasn't a big deal. Moreover, she always thought her sister was too soft-hearted sometimes. When facing men, she should be bold in asking for things. Men were unreliable and could easily change their hearts. If that were the case, Zhao Yajing would be the one at a loss. Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? What potential boyfriend? I only have a colleague relationship with him. Zhao Yajing then realized that her sister had misunderstood her relationship with Lu Chen and quickly clarified. Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at her sister's anxious expression and said, I understand. She shoved the bag into Zhao Yajing's arms. Come on, let's see how it looks. Zhao Yajing was half pushing and half accepting as her sister pushed her in front of the mirror, draping the bag over her shoulder. In the mirror, the simple and generous black bag indeed complemented her gentle and intellectual temperament. Zhao Yajing gazed at her reflection, her eyes somewhat dazed. It had been a long time since she received a gift that matched her heart's desire. Lu Chen also felt that with this bag, Zhao Yajing's temperament had instantly transformed. The light blue knitted sweater paired with a plain white skirt was originally just an ordinary home outfit, but with the addition of this bag, she suddenly appeared much more refined. That understated sense of luxury perfectly elevated her overall demeanor. Sister Jing, I think you and this bag go really well together. You should just accept it, Lu Chen advised. He could tell that Zhao Yajing really liked it, and given her level of affection, the rewards that would follow were sure to be substantial. Moreover, this bag truly matches Zhao Yajing's temperament. And you know me, but if I didn't have a lot of money, I wouldn't send such an expensive gift. Lu Chen added, trying to assure Zhao Yajing to accept it. Yes, sister, you should just accept it. They specifically chose a gift for you. How rare is that kind of thoughtfulness? If you don't accept it, wouldn't he feel terrible? I heard that if a girl refuses gifts from a guy, he might feel that you don't recognize him and even doubt his worth. Sister, you don't want to make him uncomfortable, do you? Zhao Xiaoxiao chimed in eagerly. The reason she was so enthusiastic was that she felt if her sister had no interest in this person, she wouldn't have invited him over for dinner. Furthermore, seeing Lu Chen's generous gesture and unique taste in gift selection, the bag he chose was both luxurious, yet understated, particularly fitting for her sister's gentle, yet capable demeanor. In her view, although the bag looked high-end, it was at most around 30,000, given her sister's income level, that wasn't a large sum. If they were to develop a relationship in the future, returning a gift later wouldn't be a problem. Then fine. Zhao Yajing hesitated for a moment before finally relenting. Zhao Yajing had also noticed that ever since Lu Chen was publicly broken up with, he seemed like a different person, looking more spirited, or rather more composed and confident. Her heart inexplicably raced, and she found herself somewhat unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze. What's wrong with me? Zhao Yajing was startled by her own reaction. She was secretly surprised by her own response, and quickly lowered her head to tidy her loose hair. Casually placing the bag on the coffee table, she feigned calmness to change the subject. All right, stop standing around, let's eat, the dishes are going to get cold. Lu Chen didn't notice her momentary fluster. He had just felt his phone vibrate in his pocket when a new text message had arrived. China Merchants Bank, your account 8,888 received 300 yuan on September 5th at 1947. Current balance 870000 yuan. Wow, it's actually a triple reward. Lu Chen was astonished. He hadn't expected that the gift he chose would completely align with Sister Jing's aesthetic. 300,000. His wealth had now accumulated to over 800,000. What a substantial sum. This was something Lu Chen from the past could never have imagined. However, he quickly composed himself. As a man with a system, this money was still insufficient when it came to buying a house. It was only enough for a down payment at most. After finishing his meal, Lu Chen politely bid farewell to Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao. As Zhao Yajing closed the door and turned around, she saw Zhao Xiaoxiao approaching with a mischief. After finishing his meal, Lu Chen politely bid farewell to Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao. As Zhao Xiaoxiao teased, Zhao Yajing, while walking towards the kitchen to clean the dishes, replied, "Don't talk nonsense. Oh, we're just ordinary colleagues, don't misunderstand." Zhao Xiaoxiao was not about to let this topic go easily. She walked over to the sofa, plopped down, took off her socks, revealing her small, delicate toes. Then she picked up the Hermes bag, saying, "Ordinary colleagues coming over for dinner would bring an Hermes. Sister, don't fool yourself. If there were no feelings at all, how could he possibly give such an expensive gift?" Zhao Yajing paused her movements, hesitated for a moment, and said nothing. In fact, she also had the same doubts in her heart, but didn't want to admit that her sister's words seemed somewhat reasonable. Zhao Xiaoxiao suddenly got interested. "Sister, I need to check how much this bag costs." Saying this, she took out her phone and started searching the Hermes website. Soon she found the same bag Lu Chen had given. When she saw the price, she was completely stunned. Sister, this bag actually costs 1,000 yuan. Xiao 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 said in disbelief. Her monthly salary was only a few thousand, and this 1,000 yuan bag was simply an astronomical figure to her. This was her entire year's salary. Zhao Yajing was also shocked by this price. She walked out of the kitchen looking at the bag on the coffee table, as if she were seeing it for the first time. Seeing her sister's puzzled expression, Zhao Xiao Xiao quickly advised, "Sister, you must keep your composure, don't let him charm you. The wealthier a man is, the more flowery his words will be, they might just be after your body." Zhao Yajing interrupted her, "Stop talking nonsense, I'm not young anymore, and I've been divorced. Why would he?" Zhao Xiao Xiao stood up, walked over to her sister, and linked her arms saying, "Sister, don't undervalue yourself. You take care of yourself so well, you're mature and charming, and you have strong work capabilities and a good personality. You're quite attractive to men. But we still need to be careful, after all people's hearts are hard to gauge." Zhao Yajing smiled wryly. Stop worrying so much. I have a good sense of this. However, Lu Chen is indeed hard to read. He broke up with Gao Yanyan over the betrothal gifts, but now can give a 1,000 yuan bag as a gift. Zhao Xiao Xiao sat back down on the sofa and thought for a moment before saying, "Sister, do you think he might be pretending to be wealthy in front of you? Maybe he doesn't really have that much money and is just putting on a front." Zhao Yajing shook her head. "I don't think so. I've known Lu Chen for a while, he's not that kind of person. Plus, he doesn't seem like he's faking it today. So where did this money come from? Did he win the lottery? Or did his family suddenly give him a large sum of money?" Zhao Xiao Xiao speculated. Zhao Yajing couldn't figure it out either. "I don't know. But no matter what, this bag is too expensive. I just feel uneasy about it." Zhao Xiao Xiao pouted. "Sister, you're just overthinking it. Since he's already given it, just accept it for now. Who knows, he might really be interested in you and want to pursue you. If you really feel bad about it later on when you have the chance, just give him a gift of similar value." Zhao Yajing looked at her sister seriously, saying, "Xiao Xiao, matters of the heart cannot be treated so lightly. I don't want to experience another failed marriage. And Lu Chen is still young, I don't want to hold him back." Zhao Xiao Xiao dismissed this. "Sister, you need to change your mindset. Age is no longer an issue. As long as two people truly like each other, what's wrong with that? Moreover, you can't lose faith in love just because of a failed marriage." Zhao Yajing sighed. "I know, but I just can't help but think too much. You're still young, you don't understand these things." After leaving Zhao Yajing's house, Lu Chen found that the sky had completely darkened. His mood was exceptionally pleasant, partly because Zhao Yajing had finally accepted the gift with 30,000 yuan instantly credited to his bank card. On the other hand, he was also thinking about the endurance enhancement card that he had yet to use. It was an epic level card, and Lu Chen was very much looking forward to the changes it would bring him. Upon returning to his rented room, Lu Chen first took a hot shower, then checked the doors and windows, confirming their security, before lying flat on his bed with a sense of ritual. With a thought, a light blue system panel popped up, revealing the epic level card quietly lying in his backpack. "Use," Lu Chen silently commanded. Ding! Endurance enhancement card used successfully. Host endurance attribute 5. Current endurance 77 points. Almost immediately after the prompt sound, the card transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. The next moment, a wave of intense drowsiness surged over him like a tide, and his eyelids felt too heavy to lift. He collapsed onto the bed, his consciousness swiftly sinking into. When he awoke again, the sky outside had already begun to brighten with the first light of dawn. He instinctively glanced at his phone. It was 7 in the morning, and he had slept a full 9 hours. He stood up and headed for the bathroom. After walking a few steps, he suddenly froze. It felt as if there was no soreness at all in his legs. To be clear, just 2 days ago, after running 2 kilometers, Lu Chen had felt as if his legs were not his own when he woke up the next day. Moreover, yesterday, he had nearly exhausted himself running 5 kilometers, but now he felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. The fatigue he had felt after running 5 kilometers yesterday had vanished without a trace. "Is this the effect of a 5-point endurance increase?" Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly as he clenched his fist. He quickly began doing high knees in his room, completing several. The result was that he was neither flushed nor out of breath, his heartbeat steady and his movements light and powerful, as if he had merely taken a stroll. "This feels amazing." Realizing that this was the effect of the endurance enhancement card, Lu Chen couldn't help but cheer aloud. "I used to be exhausted after running 2 kilometers, but now I feel like I could run 10 kilometers without issue." He could distinctly feel a continuous vitality surging from deep within. This was clearly the power of the system, granting him a qualitative leap in his physical condition. At that moment, Lu Chen understood why this endurance enhancement card was labeled as epic. It represented a physical enhancement that no amount of money could buy. He believed that if this card could be sold, even at a price of 100 million yuan, there would be plenty of wealthy individuals willing to pay for it. Ding! Today's task 1, keep exercising. Health is the capital of the wealthy. Please continue to complete a 5-kilometer run. Task reward cash 300,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded at just the right moment. Another 5 kilometers. Seeing today's task, Lu Chen didn't complain this time. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. He was also eager to know just how strong he had become. He put on his newly purchased sports gear, a quick-dry t-shirt and shorts, and confidently headed downstairs towards the canal park. Lu Chen did some simple warm-ups, loosened his joints, stretched his muscles, and then set off at a run. He followed the breathing technique Zhao Xiao had taught him yesterday, inhaling for 2 steps and exhaling for 2 steps, but today his rhythm was noticeably much smoother than it had been yesterday. He could feel that his legs were no longer heavy as if filled with lead, and his breathing was completely steady. The increase in his endurance attribute made running feel effortless, even allowing him to enjoy the scenery along the way. The threshold at which he used to want to give up after running just 1 kilometer was now easily surpassed. His body felt as if it had inexhaustible strength. Is this the power of an epic-level item? Lu Chen became increasingly exhilarated as he ran, unconsciously quickening his pace. In less than 40 minutes, he completed the 5 kilometers, stopping by a bench only slightly out of breath, and the sweat on his forehead was less than half of what it had been yesterday. He couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become if his endurance continued to grow. Ding! Today's task 1, 5-kilometer run completed. Rewards being distributed. China Merchants Bank, your account 8,888 received 300 yuan on September 6th at 0732 with a current balance of 900 yuan. 90,000. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the balance in his mobile banking app, feeling incredibly happy. The endurance enhancement not only made exercise easier, but also allowed him to earn money. Such good fortune was hard to come by. Ding! Today's task 2. A qualified wealthy individual knows how to spend wisely. Today's expenditure, 5,000 yuan. Task reward dining cashback card, normal 1, 5,000 yuan. Lu Chen scoffed at this number. He had already thought about how to spend it. His Redmi phone, which he had bought in the year he graduated, had already been in use for 3 years, and it was time for an upgrade. He directly ordered the Hongmeng Mate 80 Pro Max that he had set his sights on from Dog East. Although it was slightly over budget, it fulfilled his desire while also completing the Ding! Today's task 2, spending 5,000 yuan completed. Rewards being distributed. Reward dining cashback card, normal limited time 1. Lu Chen was not surprised and directly opened his backpack to check the item details. Dining cashback voucher normal provides a one-time double cashback based on the dining expenditure with 11 hours 59 minutes remaining until expiration. Note: please be sure to finish your food. A wasteful behavior will render the card invalid. Double cashback. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, but then he furrowed his brow. This cashback voucher had less than 12 hours of validity and needed to be used quickly. The problem was, how could he maximize the utility of this dining cashback voucher? In the past, Lu Chen was the kind of person who only dared to order takeout under 30 yuan. Now suddenly being asked to spend lavishly on dining, he didn't know where to start. He opened certain review apps and briefly looked at the most expensive restaurants nearby, discovering that the average expenditure at the most popular ones was less than 1,000 yuan. Even if he ordered a full table of dishes, disregarding waste, the most one person could eat would be 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Therefore, even with double cashback, due to the restriction against waste, the maximum cashback would only be a few thousand yuan. The utilization rate was too low. Suddenly, Lu Chen discovered a loophole. This dining cashback voucher only emphasized cashback based on expenditure without limiting the number of people. This meant that as long as he could invite 100 people to dinner and pay the total amount at once, he would still receive cashback. Of course, this was an extreme scenario, and Lu Chen certainly wouldn't do that. Moreover, he wasn't very familiar with the more expensive restaurants in Jiangxing. At that moment, a familiar figure flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Sister Jing. He could ask Sister Jing. Zhao Yajing had lived in Jiangxing for so long, so she must be familiar with these places. The morning sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow on the yoga mat laid out on the living room floor. Zhao Yajing, dressed in a fitted navy blue yoga outfit, was completing her final stretching pose. She inhaled deeply, raising her arms with her feet positioned shoulder-width apart, her body slowly arching backward, creating a graceful curve. Her full bosom became more pronounced, her waist and abdomen devoid of excess flesh, and her hips were firm and lifted. This pose exuded an alluring charm, showcasing the blend of flexibility and strength inherent in a mature woman. She glanced at her reflection and felt a sense of satisfaction with her maintained physique. Sister, your figure is simply outrageous. Zhao Xiao, dressed in pajamas and rubbing her eyes, walked out of the bedroom and immediately spotted her sister on the yoga mat. She reached out and poked Zhao Ye. Sister, who are you trying to seduce with this figure? If I were a man, I would definitely be completely captivated by you. Zhao Yajing straightened up and grabbed a towel to wipe the thin sweat from her forehead. Her voice carried a hint of languor. Women don't maintain their figures for anyone else. Practicing yoga is for one's own comfort, not for others to see. I am enough in my own beauty. Yes, beautiful all by oneself. Zhao Xiao grinned as she approached, picking up the Hermes bag on the coffee table. So beautiful, sister, we must take this when we go shopping today. Let others see my sister's elegance as well. Zhao Yajing paused in surprise, then smiled. You seem more invested than I am. Of course. Zhao Xiaoxiao shoved the bag into her sister's arms. Looking at the Hermes bag, she displayed a hint of envy. What woman doesn't adore that bag? It's just a pity that it wasn't gifted to her. She hadn't even considered that the boy she had accidentally met at the canal park 2 days ago was actually her sister's colleague, and quite wealthy at that. But Zhao Xiaoxiao could hardly harbor any jealousy. She merely thought that with such a nice bag, if they didn't flaunt it and enjoy the envious gazes of others, it would be a waste. Would carrying it while shopping be too ostentatious? Ostentatious? Isn't that the point of luxury items? Zhao Xiaoxiao pulled out a dress her sister had just bought a few days prior. Look, wearing this dress with that bag is simply a perfect match. You must wear the new dress today. Seeing her sister's excitement, Zhao Yajing's momentary hesitation vanished. She smiled and nodded. All right, I'll take it shopping today. Just then Zhao Xiaoxiao's phone, which she had left on the sofa, vibrated. A WeChat message popped up. Upon seeing the profile picture, Zhao Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed instantly. Lu Zijing Xiaoxiao, am organizing a team-building event with our PE teachers tonight at the Jinhu Artisan Banquet in the Dongfang building of Jiangqing. I heard it's the Black Pearl restaurant, and I've already reserved a private room. You must come. Seeing this message, a look of annoyance flashed across Zhao Xiaoxiao's face. Lu Zijing was a PE teacher at her school, and ever since she started working at this prestigious elementary school, he had been pestering her. Despite Zhao Xiaoxiao repeatedly expressing her rejections, he always pretended not to hear. Faced with such relentless pursuit, Zhao Xiaoxiao felt utterly powerless. This was because Lu Zijing was a long-standing PE teacher at the school, and more importantly, his father was the vice principal of the prestigious institution. Relying on this connection, he behaved tyrannically within the school, garnering a very poor reputation. It was said he had flirted with many new teachers before. On the very first day Zhao Xiaoxiao started working, he had approached her under the pretense of welcoming new colleagues, which had become a constant source of annoyance. Ding dong. Just when Zhao Xiaoxiao was at a loss for how to refuse, her WeChat vibrated again, bringing up a new dialog box. Guo Yinyan Xiaoxiao, Lu teacher is treating us to a big meal tonight at Jinhu Artisan Banquet. I heard it's the Black Pearl restaurant, which is supposed to be super hard to book. Shall we go together tonight and give him a good time? Seeing the WeChat message from teacher Guo, Zhao Xiaoxiao's mind was suddenly filled with conflict. If she didn't attend, the team-building event would likely not take place. Would Guo Yinyan blame her? She tugged at her hair, looking conflicted as she turned to Zhao Yajing. Zhao Yajing had just changed into a cream-colored dress and was adjusting the Hermes bag over her shoulder in front of the mirror. The black bag accentuated her fair skin, and her gentle temperament suddenly took on an air of elegance. Noticing her sister's expression, Zhao Yajing asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Xiaoxiao sighed. It's that Lu Zijing from school again. He's like a sticky plaster, and now he's using the excuse of a team-building event. But our school's PE department only has 3 people at present. I've used that excuse before. Zhao Yajing knew well of Lu Zijing, feeling empathy for her sister. She understood Lu Zijing's type all too well. Relying on his connections, he was self-absorbed enough to think all girls would like him, never reflecting on how greasy he appeared to others. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yajing suggested, why not come up with an excuse to decline? Just say you're not feeling well. I've already used that excuse before. Zhao Xiaoxiao shrugged. At that moment, as the two sisters shared a moment of silence, Zhao Yajing's phone rang. She picked it up and was surprised to see a message from Lu Chen. Sister Jing, do you know any high-end restaurants in Jiangqing? Huh. Zhao Yajing was a bit taken aback, feeling that this was too coincidental. Having just discussed dinner plans with her sister, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Lu Chen's message arrived. Why was he suddenly asking about this? Zhao Yajing was filled with doubt, but she didn't hesitate to quickly type a reply. High-end restaurants. What standard qualifies as high-end? Let me check my favorites. Soon Lu Chen replied, preferably one with an average cost of over 10,000. Upon seeing the words over 10,000, Zhao Yajing's fingers paused. The places she had saved that were decent already cost her over 1,000, let alone 10,000. She truly had no idea about that. She stared at her phone screen, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoxiao, noticing her sister staring blankly at her phone, curiously leaned over. Who is it looking for my sister so early? Oh, it's Lu Chen again. Seeing her sister not stopping her, Zhao Xiaoxiao directly grabbed the phone and glanced at the messages. Seeing the chat content, a smirk of realization appeared on her face. Tisk, the classic pursuit tactic has begun. First pretending to casually ask about restaurants, and next he'll surely invite you to dinner. She thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Sister, let me reply for you. Saying this, she quickly started typing on the screen. The message was sent. On the other end, Lu Chen received the recommendation Jinhu Artisan Banquet. Just hearing the name already sounded quite upscale. He searched online and found that it was a highly rated restaurant that had made it onto the Black Pearl list. Zhao Yajing felt a flush on her cheeks as her sister teased her, and she glanced at the messages on her phone. What exactly does Lu Chen want? Could it be that he truly is he pursuing her? The thought startled her, and her heart became a chaotic mess. No wonder she thought this way. Lu Chen's recent actions had indeed been rather conspicuous. Yesterday, he gifted her a Hermes bag worth 100,000, and today, he subtly invited her to a high-end restaurant for dinner. This series of gestures made Zhao Yajing overthink, especially since as a divorced woman, she was particularly sensitive about matters of the heart. She truly wanted to hint to Lu Chen in a roundabout way that they are not suited for each other and that he shouldn't waste his time on her. After all, the age difference between them is significant, and being a divorcee creates a chasm that made her realize that she and Lu Chen could never truly be together. However, the words were on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them back. Lu Chen had never crossed any boundaries. His words and actions remained within the realm of colleagues. What if he truly had no such intentions and just wanted to experience the high-end restaurant? Was it really just a friendship between colleagues? If she said those words rashly, wouldn't it make her seem overly sentimental? Moreover, deep down, Zhao Yajing actually enjoyed the feeling of being valued and treated with care. At least it proved that her charm was still intact and had not faded. "Sister, why are you in a daze? Your face is so red." Zhao Xiaoxiao approached, a mischievous expression on her face. Nothing. Nothing at all." Zhao Yajing quickly lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. Zhao Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips and feigned seriousness. "Sister, you can't go out to dinner with him alone. At your age, I'm afraid you might get swept away by emotions and fall into a muddle. You must take me with you. I need to keep an eye on him to see if he is truly sincere." Zhao Yajing was too lazy to engage with her sister's teasing, but she also felt that dining alone with him, especially at such a high-end restaurant, was indeed inappropriate. "Alright then, I'll ask Lu Chen if he can let you join. However, having one more person means the expenses will double, and if he feels that's not suitable, then there's nothing we can do." After saying that, she immediately sent a message to Lu Chen. When Lu Chen saw the message, he instantly beamed with joy. He had been worried about how to invite Zhao Xiaoxiao, and now she had come forward on her own. Thinking about Zhao Xiaoxiao's long straight legs and her vibrant youthful aura, he felt a stir of excitement. It was as if he had just opened a bottle of orange soda in summer, refreshing and invigorating. In contrast, his sister Zhao Yajing resembled a perfectly ripe peach, plump and entire. The two sisters exhibited entirely different styles and qualities, creating a stark contrast. Yet for any man, this pair of sisters appearing together would be exceptional. Lu Chen admitted that he was a bit too shameless. He hadn't even finished what was in his bowl, but was already eyeing the pot. Of course he wanted to dine with them. Not only was it a visual delight, but more importantly, with one more person, the dining cashback voucher would become even more beneficial. He had carefully studied that voucher. The rules only emphasized not wasting, with no mention of a limit on the number of people. Since that's the case, dining with 3 people would certainly exceed the cost of dining alone, meaning he would earn more. Dining with beautiful women was not the main concern. What Lu Chen cared about the most was the cashback. With this in mind, Lu Chen replied without hesitation, "Sister Jing, if it's just colleagues talking, it would seem distant. It's livelier with more people, isn't it? Moreover, Xiao Xiao taught me some running techniques yesterday, and I didn't properly express my gratitude to her. This is a good opportunity for me to learn more from her about sports." Seeing that Lu Chen actually agreed, Zhao Yajing let out a sigh of relief, feeling that there wouldn't be any awkwardness later. But at the same time, amidst her happiness, an inexplicable sense of loss swept through her heart. Why does it feel like he doesn't care who he dines with, as if he just wants someone to accompany him? Soon, however, Zhao Yajing realized that her thought was incorrect. Lu Chen might genuinely want to experience the top-notch dining service, not as Zhao Xiaoxiao speculated with ulterior motives. She immediately passed the message to Zhao Xiaoxiao. "Did you see? Lu Chen simply wants to treat us and experience a high-end restaurant together, so don't overthink it." If you say so, how could he refuse?" Zhao Xiaoxiao wore an expression that conveyed how naive she thought her sister was. Only someone as straightforward as her sister would believe such flattering words. However, upon a second thought, Lu Chen's sunny appearance and eloquent speech, combined with the impression of solid financial standing, were hard to dismiss. If he were to become her brother-in-law, it didn't seem like a bad thing. However, for the sake of her sister's stability in the second half of her life, she still needed to keep a close watch. After all, an older woman who becomes infatuated can easily lose sight of reality. She quickly opened WeChat and replied to Lu Zijing, "Teacher Lu, I will attend tonight's gathering." She had already planned it out. She would accept the invitation first, and then find a reason to slip away to her sister's side midway through the dinner. She didn't believe Lu Zijing would dare to cause a scene at Jinhu Jianyan. In this way, Zhao Xiaoxiao neither offended Lu Zijing nor failed to resolve the matter perfectly. Meanwhile, Lu Zijing was anxiously scrolling through his phone with his legs crossed. He had always been successful in pursuing women, but he had repeatedly hit a wall with Zhao Xiaoxiao. Since the first day she stepped into the school, he had been captivated by her nearly perfect figure. Combined with her clean and pure face, she radiated a youthful innocence that made this 30-year-old, seasoned man feel a sense of revival. He even secretly vowed that once he won her over, he would completely settle down and cut off all ambiguous relationships. Yet after months of sending gifts, casual conversations during class breaks, and creating chances for coincidental meetings, nothing had worked. No matter how hard he tried, Zhao Xiaoxiao remained impervious. Finally, Lu Zijing had a flash of inspiration and decided to arrange a team-building event under the guise of departmental bonding. When inviting one person you might refuse, but surely you can't decline an event like team building, Lu Zijing thought. He had already formulated a plan to invite Guo Yanyan as a decoy, allowing her to leave midway through the dinner to create an opportunity for him and Zhao Xiaoxiao to be alone. As for the dinner location, Lu Zijing had meticulously selected it, ultimately choosing Jinhu Zhengyan, a place he had once dined with his father. This restaurant was not only a renowned Black Pearl establishment, but also used only the finest ingredients. Moreover, the ambience was exquisite with excellent privacy, especially the view that overlooked the entire Jinhu while dining. He couldn't believe that in such a romantically arranged atmosphere Zhao Xiaoxiao would remain unmoved. He had virtually made all the preparations and his excuse was so seamless that she would find it hard to refuse. However, half an hour had passed since he sent the message, and he was still waiting for her confirmation, growing increasingly anxious and even feeling a hint of frustration. If she truly had her heart set against giving him a chance, he would be at a loss. Just as he was about to give up, his phone suddenly vibrated. He thought it might be another polite refusal and prepared for Guo Yanyan to persuade her again. But when he opened it, Lu Zijing's face lit up, all his gloom dissipating at once. Zhao Xiaoxiao actually agreed. Indeed, as long as one works hard, iron rods can be ground into needles. Even the most stubborn girl can't resist my relentless efforts. He leaned back, continuing to cross his legs, feeling increasingly proud of his cleverness. His methods might have been a bit calculating, but those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. Results are what truly matter. Perhaps she has begun to accept me. Lu Zijing's thoughts ran wild as he began to envision the scenes after he and Zhao Xiaoxiao got together, wondering if they would have 3 children by then. The West Lake Commercial District is the most prosperous area of Jiang City, with the CBD also located here. It not only houses the largest shopping center in Jiang City, but is also home to the iconic Big Pants building, the Dongfang Tower. In the evening, the area is bustling with crowds, and the Dongfang Tower shines brilliantly. The Jinhu Zhengyan restaurant is situated on the 66th floor of this building. Lu Chen's rented place is quite far from here, however he chose to take the subway instead of a taxi. After all this Sunday, the area was already congested beyond belief. As he stepped out of the subway station, he took out his phone to open the navigation app, wanting to check the route. In the past, when he was financially struggling, he always felt that this extravagant area was worlds apart from him. Now that he is wealthy, his mindset has naturally changed. Looking at the bustling traffic and the handsome men and beautiful women before him, he no longer feels the same sense of awkwardness. Lu Chen, what a coincidence, you just arrived here too. A clear voice came from beside him. He turned his head to see Zhao Xiaoxiao looking at him with a hint of surprise. Lu Chen greeted her, glancing past her. Oh, why didn't you drive? Where's Jingjia? Zhao Xiaoxiao explained. It's so congested that we took the subway instead. My sister went to the restroom and asked me to wait for her here for a bit. Zhao Xiaoxiao was dressed very casually today in a loose beige shirt that hung off her shoulders, paired with neat denim shorts and a pair of stylish black high-top boots. Her naturally good figure was accentuated by this attire, showcasing her long, slender legs. Her fair skin glowed healthily under the sunset, captivating the attention of passers-by. Lu Chen noticed that many pedestrians couldn't help but linger their gazes on her legs for a few seconds. What are you looking at? Zhao Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her eyebrow and asked. Ahem. I noticed you running the other day, and it's clear that you love to exercise, Lu Chen said awkwardly, having been caught off guard. Your leg lines are toned and well-proportioned with no excess fat at all. It's a standard athletic build. How long have you been exercising? Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips curled up slightly. She was well aware of her figure. Seeing that she was not offended, Lu Chen continued. I have also been systematically planning my physical training. In addition to a daily 5-kilometer jog, I also want to incorporate core strength and upper body training. We could exchange some tips. Lu Chen's words were sincere. A qualified, wealthy individual indeed needs a healthy body, and therefore he had to plan accordingly. Of course. Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, as if a conversation floodgate had opened, and she began to speak enthusiastically. Running is just the foundation. Real shaping relies on compound movements. For instance, squats, deadlifts, crunches. The two stood on the street corner chatting animatedly. It wasn't long before Lu Chen learned that she was actually a physical education teacher at the school. No wonder her body management was so impressive. As they were engrossed in conversation, a deep engine sound grew louder as it approached. A sleek black Mercedes-Benz E300 was slowly driving towards the Dongfang Tower. Inside the car, the sharp beats of Berlin's music were resonating with the low frequencies vibrating through the leather seats and spreading throughout the body. Lu Zijing nodded gently with the rhythm, feeling extremely pleased. For tonight's gathering, he had dressed meticulously. His crisp suit was ironed without a wrinkle, his hair was neatly styled, and he even sprayed on a bottle of niche men's perfume. While waiting at the traffic light, he checked himself in the rearview mirror again, thinking he looked particularly handsome today, and that Zhao Xiaoxiao would surely see him in a new light. However, just as the car turned a corner, he caught a glimpse of a scene out of the corner of his eye, and his mood instantly soured. Zhao Xiaoxiao was standing by the roadside laughing and chatting with an unfamiliar man, both looking quite happy. Lu Zijing had been pursuing Zhao Xiaoxiao for quite some time. Although she had always treated him lukewarmly in his heart, he had deemed her an unattainable existence. The sight before him caused his grip on the steering wheel to tighten, his knuckles turning white. Lu Zijing's gaze involuntarily fell on Lu Chun as he scrutinized him. Lu Chun was wearing nothing but an ordinary t-shirt with letters printed on it, paired with casual pants and sneakers lacking any designer brands, making him look quite ordinary. A wave of superiority surged within him. He's just an ordinary guy who takes the subway. How could Xiao Xiao possibly be interested in someone like him? It must just be a chance encounter with a few casual exchanges, he scoffed internally. With this thought, his mood slightly stabilized. He then lightly pressed the accelerator, and the Mercedes smoothly stopped beside Lu Chun and Zhao Xiaoxiao. He rolled down the window, forcing out a smile he thought was charming. Xiao Xiao, what a coincidence to run into you here. Who is this? Lu Zijing's tone was polite, but his gaze carried a condescending scrutiny, with an unmistakable hint of disdain. Seeing Lu Zijing suddenly appear, Zhao Xiaoxiao's smile instantly faded, and she replied flatly, Mr. Lu, it's you. This is Lu Chen, a friend of my sister. She provided a brief introduction, clearly not wanting to elaborate further. Lu Chun could clearly feel the hostility in Lu Zijing's gaze, but he didn't intend to dwell on it, simply standing quietly to the side, without speaking. It's almost time, let's get in the car. He'll take you there. Lu Zijing directly ignored Lu Chun and extended an invitation to Zhao Xiaoxiao. No need, I'm waiting for my sister. We'll go up ourselves in a bit. Zhao Xiaoxiao rejected without a second thought. Lu Zijing wanted to say something more, but Zhao Xiaoxiao suddenly waved her hand towards the subway. Lu Chen followed her gaze, and saw a mature and charming figure approaching. It was Zhao Yajing. For tonight's dinner, Zhao Yajing had dressed up beautifully. She wore a rose-pink floral spaghetti strap long dress with the silk fabric shimmering softly under the surrounding neon lights. The high-waisted design of the dress perfectly accentuated her curves, and the most eye-catching part was the long legs wrapped in matte black stockings with the skin tone subtly visible, exuding a hint of hazy sensuality. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Zhao Yajing was already beautiful, and after her careful grooming today, she shed her usual professional demeanor, adding a touch of mature femininity, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Jing Jie, you look stunning today, Lu Chen exclaimed sincerely. Seeing Lu Chen's amazed expression, a hint of pride flashed in Zhao Yajing's eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Zijing in the car held his breath, staring in awe. He had encountered mature women before, but had never seen one with such beauty and grace as Zhao Yajing. She was simply exquisite. Looking at the striking resemblance between Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao, Lu Zijing became excited. Wow, aren't they a pair of sister flowers? He quickly straightened his back and confidently introduced himself. Hello, I'm Lu Zijing, Xiaoxiao's colleague. Since everyone knows each other, why not share a table? I've reserved a private room on the 66th floor that overlooks the entire Jinhu night view. No need, Mr. Lu. Today Lu Chun is treating my sister to dinner, so let's not disturb each other, Zhao Xiaoxiao declined. Upon hearing this, Lu Zijing's gaze instantly fixated on Lu Chun, filled with jealousy and resentment. He never expected that someone as exceptional as Zhao Yajing would want to have dinner with Lu Chun, who was dressed plainly and took the subway. If he could, why couldn't he? Moreover, it seemed that Zhao Xiaoxiao treated him more warmly than she did with himself. What exactly was he lacking? Lu Zijing was filled with unwillingness. He wondered if she might not know just how upscale this restaurant was that they were going to. So he said again, I've reserved the Riverview private room at Jinhu Zhengyan, which is listed in the Black Pearl Guide. Whether it's the environment or the ambience, it's one of the best places in Jiangxi. We could all dine together. At worst, he'll pick up the bill. Zhao Xiaoxiao was about to continue speaking when Lu Chen interjected. Since you are also Xiaoxiao's colleague, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Lu Chen said flatly. Lu Chen's words were not born of complex motives, nor were they a display of wealth. They were purely a result of that dining cashback card in his possession. There was no limit on the number of diners, so theoretically the more people who joined the meal, the higher the final cashback amount would be. With nearly 1,000,000 yuan already resting in his account, while not an astronomical sum, no dinner, no matter how extravagant, could possibly exhaust such an amount. Thus he paid little heed to the number of guests. Yet in Lu Zijing's eyes, Lu Chen's nonchalant demeanor was almost laughably infuriating. In Lu Zijing's view, Lu Chun was a typical provincial bumpkin, likely oblivious to the exorbitant per-person cost at Jinhu Zhengyan. He probably assumed the prices were comparable to a roadside diner, which was the only reason he dared to boast so brazenly. Of course, there was also the possibility that he was trying to save face in front of the Zhao sisters, puffing himself up despite his limitations. But Lu Zijing had no intention of exposing him on the spot. Instead, he was filled with eager anticipation. He imagined the look of panic on Lu Chen's face when he saw the menu prices. Lu Zijing knew that would be the moment for his own performance. Suppressing the sneer within, Lu Zijing forced a fake smile onto his face. Since someone's treating, let's not linger here. Let's head up together. My reserved private room is Guanhu Pavilion. Alright, go on ahead. Well, follow shortly. Lu Chen nodded lightly, his expression unchanged. Seeing that the Zhao sisters had no intention of accompanying him, Lu Zijing didn't dwell on it, driving his Mercedes leisurely towards the building's underground parking garage. Seeing that the Zhao sisters had no intention of accompanying him, Lu Zijing didn't dwell on it, driving his Mercedes. The per-person cost at Jinhu Jiangyan is so high. Lu Zijing is clearly trying to set you up. Besides, we still have another colleague coming later. Zhao Xiaoxiao was exasperated. Although it wasn't her money being spent, the thought of Lu Chen being taken advantage of by that man Lu Zijing irked her. No one's money came easily. Another person. Yes, physical education was always a marginal subject at our elementary school. There were only 3 PE teachers in the entire school, and the other one is Teacher Gua. Luckily it's just her, or else you'd be taking a real loss today. Zhao Yajing also chimed in to persuade. Lu Chen, why don't we just eat separately from them? You're not familiar with them anyway, there's no need to waste your money. Lu Chen quickly waved his hand. Sister Jing, don't worry. I'm definitely paying for this meal today, and this amount of money is nothing to me. The sisters were unaware of Lu Chen's true intentions, assuming he was just doing it for pride, and couldn't back out now. After all, Lu Zijing had put him on the spot. Backing out would mean a huge loss of face. But Lu Chen couldn't explain his reasons to them. After all, the existence of a consumption cashback voucher was too absurd. Even if he told them, the sisters wouldn't believe him. The elevator ascended directly to the 66th floor. As the doors slid open, an elegant fragrance blending subtle sandalwood and premium leather wafted over them. Before them stood the 4 exquisitely designed ancient-style artistic characters of Jinhu Jiangyan. 2 floor lamps cast a soft candlelight glow. The walls were adorned with warm-toned silk-textured wallpaper upon which hung several fine examples of Suzhou embroidery. Instantly an air of luxurious elegance rushed forth. A comely hostess spotted the group and immediately approached with a bright smile, saying in a pleasant voice, "Welcome. Do you have a reservation?" Guanhu Pavilion, Lu Chen stated. "Certainly. This way, please." The hostess made an elegant gesture, then led the 3 through the spacious lobby. Walking on the exquisite plush carpet, Zhao Xiaoxiao looked around and couldn't help but say to Zhao Yajing, "This restaurant is indeed quite nice." Zhao Yajing nodded in hearty agreement. Although she considered herself middle class, this was her first time in such an upscale establishment, and she was deeply impressed by the decor and atmosphere. The hostess led them to a meticulously carved wooden door which bore the characters Guanhu Pavilion in gilded lettering. She gently pushed the door open and stepped aside. "Please come in. Enjoy your meal." The private room was spacious, lavishly yet tastefully decorated. Aside from the exquisite ornaments within, the most striking feature was the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Night had already fallen, and the city lights were beginning to twinkle. The night view of Jinhu Lake outside the window was as beautiful as a giant scroll, painting its flowing lights and colors captivating the eye. Captivated by the stunning night scenery, Lu Chen and the sisters immediately whipped out their phones and started snapping photos. Meanwhile, Lu Zijing, already seated at the head of the table, watched their awestruck expressions, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Especially upon seeing Lu Chen's reaction, he was even more convinced that the other was just a clueless hick. A sudden, inexplicable sense of superiority surged within him. Seated in another chair was a young woman slightly older than Zhao Xiaoxiao. This was presumably Teacher Gua Yanyan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Lu Zijing said ostentatiously, "The ambience here isn't bad, right? Especially the night view, it's absolutely unique in Jiangqing. If I hadn't asked a friend for help, you normally couldn't book Guanhu Pavilion at all." As he spoke, Lu Zijing glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, having just finished taking photos and putting away his phone, replied calmly, "It's indeed quite impressive. This room is really hard to book. I tried to snag it this morning, but didn't get it." Hearing this, Lu Zijing's expression froze instantly. He had already thought Lu Chen was putting on an act, but he hadn't expected him to still be stubbornly refusing to admit defeat even now. He sneered inwardly, eagerly waiting to see Lu Chen make a fool of himself later. At that moment, a waiter in a uniform respectfully entered, carrying an exquisitely crafted menu. "Mr. Lu, you've reserved the Chiyu Luxury Series set meal, a total of 5 portions. Please confirm once more." Lu Zijing picked up the menu, flipping through it with feigned expertise, then putting on a grandly generous air, pushed the menu across to Lu Chen opposite him. "Brother Lu, since you're the host today, take a look first and see if this set meal I've ordered suits your taste." Lu Chen saw through Lu Zijing's little scheme at a glance. He took the menu without changing his expression and looked over the dishes he had ordered. The menu was exquisitely made with detailed introductions for each dish, and the set meals were divided into 4 tiers: basic set meal at 899 yuan, premium set meal at 1,599 yuan, luxury set meal at 2,999 yuan, and ultimate set meal at 3,999 yuan. Admittedly, Lu Zijing had spared no expense for this gathering. He didn't choose the commonly ordered premium set meal, but the luxury set meal, which was 1,400 yuan more expensive. For an ordinary person, a 2,999 yuan set meal was already exorbitantly expensive, almost equivalent to half a month's salary. Moreover, he had ordered 5 portions, bringing the total for this meal to 1,500 yuan. indeed a considerable expenditure. However, when Lu Chen saw this price, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. For someone intent on spending more to get more cashback, this amount was barely a drop in the bucket. Even with double cashback on 15,000 yuan, that would only be 3,000 yuan, resulting in a net profit of just 15,000 yuan. Too little, far too little. Lu Chen subconsciously shook his head, his face displaying an expression of deep dissatisfaction. Lu Chen flipped through the menu, his frown deepening as he shook his head from time to time. Lu Zijing observed him clearly from the side, sneering inwardly. Indeed, he was just an ignorant pauper, probably dumbfounded by the prices. Lu Zijing felt a sense of smugness, believing his guess was accurate. A guy who took the subway had never experienced this level of consumption. How could an ordinary person bear a meal costing tens of thousands? He estimated that Lu Chen was regretting it deeply now, trying to act like a big spender only to end up in paying. Zhao Yajing also stole a glance at the prices on the menu, her heart sinking, but she remained silent. She thought the basic package costing over 800 was actually quite good, with a full selection of dishes. However, she knew that men cared about their image, so she kept quiet, planning to quietly transfer her share of the bill to Lu Chen after the meal to avoid putting him in a difficult position. Seeing this, Lu Zijing pretended to be sincere and said, "Lu, if you find it difficult, I can take care of this meal. After all, it was me who invited Xiao Xiao to dinner." This statement not only provided Lu Chen a way out, but also subtly emphasized that he was the one who initiated this dinner, quietly asserting his dominance. Yet Lu Chen continued to shake his head, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. No, this so-called luxury package is still too cheap. The Supreme package is just over 3,000, it's simply not impressive enough. What did you say? Lu Zijing thought he misheard, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao were also stunned, staring at Lu Chen with expressions of shock. Lu Chen glanced at the flustered Lu Zijing and continued to shake his head, critiquing, "I mean, even this ultimate package is still too cheap." As he spoke, he spread the menu across the table, raised his eyes to the nearby waiter, and asked, "Don't you have anything more upscale? Preferably a package priced over 10,000. The waiter froze in place, looking at Lu Chen in shock, momentarily unable to react. Having worked in this industry for many years, he had encountered all sorts of customers, but had never met someone who found a package too cheap. Most people who came here were looking to take pictures on the 66th floor. Many only ordered the minimum consumption basic package, or even pulled money for one just to qualify for a photo op. Who would complain about prices being low? The waiter steadied himself and hurriedly shook his head in apology. "I'm sorry, sir, but the most expensive package we have is this ultimate package." Zhao Yajing quickly interjected, "Lu Chen, the luxury package is already quite generous. There's no need to order something more expensive. It would be wasteful." She had always been thrifty, and even though she came from a well-off family, she disliked spending money on extravagance. A dinner costing $29.99 was already beyond her expectations. Zhao Xiaoxiao also urged Lu Chen, "This package is really good enough, don't spend more." She didn't think Lu Chen lacked money, but she was aware that Lu Zijing had instigated this matter. There was no need to waste money just to spite him. It would be better to save it for buying more bags for her. Lu Zijing's shock instantly turned into disdain, sneering inwardly, "What a show-off, really knows how to put on an act even better than I do." He clearly saw that the Zhao sisters were advising Lu Chen because they knew his true financial capability. Suddenly, he recalled how Lu Chen and Zhao Xiaoxiao had been chatting happily earlier on the street, and it all. Lu Chen was probably more than just Zhao Yajing's colleague. He was likely the suitor Zhao Yajing introduced to Zhao Xiaoxiao. Since today was their first meeting, Lu Chen was naturally trying to make an impression, wanting to establish his persona in front of Zhao Xiaoxiao, while also trying to impress himself. Realizing this, Lu Zijing felt he had completely seen through Lu Chen. This wasn't about saving face, it was clearly about maintaining a facade while suffering. He wanted to see how Lu Chen would deal with settling the bill later. In that case, he might as well add fuel to the fire. Lu Zijing suddenly spoke up, "Waiter, I remember that although your restaurant doesn't have more expensive packages, you can order dishes individually." The waiter initially didn't want to speak up, but since someone asked, he had to add, "That's right, our restaurant supports ordering dishes, but these items will be a lot more expensive because they are all top quality ingredients." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, immediately becoming interested. "All right, then I'll order a la carte." Lu Zijing was taken aback. The Zhao sisters and Guo Yanyan also stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen then took the menu, casually flipped through it, and listed the names of the dishes one by one: 5 portions of bluefin tuna belly, sashimi, 5 portions of butter pan-seared French blue lobster, 5 portions of black truffle cream silver cod, 5 portions of charcoal grilled Japanese wagyu fillet, 5 portions of almas caviar with cream, 5 portions of black truffle seared Australian scallops, 5 portions of abalone with traditional braising, 5 portions of French pan-seared foie gras, 5 portions of golden soup bird's nest, and also one of the largest Alaskan king crabs you have. He ordered all top-tier dishes that the restaurant could offer, each one quite expensive. After finishing the order, Lu Chen handed the menu to Zhao Yajing, speaking gently, "Sister Jing, take a look and see if there's anything else you want." Zhao Yajing took the menu and looked down at the prices. Even though she was somewhat prepared, the exorbitant prices still shocked her. She quickly waved her hands. No, Lu Chun, this is already enough. Ordering too much would be wasteful. We can't possibly finish it all. Alright then. Lu Chun nodded, not insisting. After all, his dining cashback card had explicit rules against waste. He then looked up at the waiter and asked casually, how much will all this cost in total? The waiter wiped his sweat, having regained his composure, and quickly calculated. Soon he looked at Lu Chun, his tone somewhat apprehensive. Sir, the items you ordered are all the top-tier ingredients, and most are 5 portions each. The total price will be around 8. After finishing, he carefully observed Lu Chun, watching for his reaction. However, Lu Chun showed no hesitation. After hearing the price, he merely raised his hand nonchalantly. Alright, let's go with this. Prepare it as soon as possible. Lu Zijing heard this clearly from the side. Over 8 euro worth of dishes, and Lu Chun looked utterly unfazed, as if that sum was not money, but merely a takeaway order of fried rice costing. He instantly felt unsettled, his heart sinking. After all, this was 8 euro. Even he found that price absurdly excessive. In fact, Lu Zijing had sensed something was off the moment Lu Chun began listing the dishes, his face alternating between green and white. He had expected to see Lu Chun distressed upon hearing the prices. Yet Lu Chun showed no signs of distress, remaining completely calm. It was this calmness that inexplicably put pressure on Lu Zijing. Zhao Yajing subtly tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve and whispered, Lu Chen, 800 is too extravagant, isn't it? There's really no need to spend that much. Zhao Xiaoxiao also felt a bit guilty about the situation. She understood that Lu Chen originally only wanted to treat her sister to dinner. If it weren't for her recommendation to avoid Lu Zijing, Lu Chen wouldn't have clashed with him, nor would he have ordered such expensive dishes just for the sake of face. Lu Chun turned his head, smiled at Zhao Yajing, and said lightly, Sister Jing, this is our first meal together, we can't be too stingy. Moreover, this amount of money is nothing to me. Lu Chun had already figured out the dynamics of this dinner from Zhao Yajing's words earlier in the elevator. It was merely Lu Zijing trying to create an opportunity for Zhao Xiaoxiao to be alone with him, intentionally setting a trap. He looked up at the pale Lu Zijing and pushed the menu towards him. Jokingly, he teased, Teacher Lu, since we're dining together, how could we be without wine? Look at the beverages on the menu and pick a suitable one. How about this, you can take care of the cost of the drinks. Hearing this, and seeing Lu Chen's calm demeanor, Lu Zijing turned pale. Of course he wanted to refuse, but Lu Chen's earlier display of extravagant spending, without even blinking an eye, left him no choice. If he backed down now, where would he put his face? He could only grit his teeth and take the drink menu. Originally, the luxurious package included a bottle of sparkling wine priced at 299 yuan. However, with Lu Chen already setting the stage, if he ordered such a cheap sparkling wine, it would be a public embarrassment, and his status would plummet. As Lu Zijing flipped through the price list, he grew increasingly alarmed. The cheapest bottle of red wine on the list was priced at 2,999 yuan. Even so, compared to the exorbitantly priced dishes Lu Chen had just ordered, it seemed trivial, unable to hold up the occasion. But choosing the expensive option truly pained him. After all, Lu Zijing had little income of his own. The Mercedes under his name was bought with his family's financial aid. His daily expenses relied entirely on the allowance from his family. Yet as he grew older, his family had been giving him less and less money to encourage his independence. Looking at Zhao Xiaoxiao before him, Lu Zijing gritted his teeth and continued to flip through the menu. In the end, he fixated on a particular bottle of wine. Let's go with this Petrus, 2010. Lu Zijing took a deep breath and forced a seemingly calm smile. The Petrus 2010, renowned as the king of Bordeaux wines, was from a year recognized as a legendary vintage. This price point would neither seem too shabby, nor would it bankrupt him on the spot. Sitting next to him, Guo Yanyan stole a glance at the price list and gasped in shock. 59,999 yuan. She rubbed her eyes, fearing she had misread it, but upon a closer look the 5-digit price was crystal clear. She knew that Lu Zijing's father was the vice principal of the prestigious school where she worked, so his family background must be decent, but such extravagant spending left her astounded. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly stopped the waiter. Wait, how much is this wine? 59999, the waiter respectfully replied. Lu Chen looked up at Lu Zijing, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this price was likely the limit of what Lu Zijing could afford. 59,999 yuan could buy a box of mitai outside. Yet for him now it still seemed insufficient. Lu Zijing was startled by this sudden smile, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine, silently cursing. This guy wouldn't be planning something outrageous again, would he? Sure enough, Lu Chen slowly said, Lu Laosher, you're too polite. We agreed that I would treat, how could I let you spend? I was just joking earlier, don't take it seriously. Lu Zijing's blood rushed to his head, instantly furious. He cursed Lu Chun in his heart. This was clearly a trap he had intentionally set, and in his moment of panic he foolishly jumped right in. Lu Chen no longer glanced at him, directly waving to the waiter and flipping to the last page of the drink menu, pointing at a particular wine. This price was one he found quite satisfactory. The waiter instinctively swallowed. This was the Taj from Domaine de la Romanicani. It was the store's treasure, never ordered since the establishment, and today he was witnessing it first. Let's go with this romantic touch, Lu Chen said casually. Upon hearing this name, Lu Zijing's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had clearly seen the price before, a staggering 129,000 yuan. It was more than double the price of his Petrus. At that moment he felt his cheeks burn as if he had been slapped hard, utterly humiliated. Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao also saw the numbers on the menu, both left speechless in shock. Zhao Yajing tugged at Lu Chen's arm, exclaiming, "Lu Chen, there's no need to choose such an expensive wine for our dinner, it's too wasteful." In Zhao Yajing's mind, the most expensive wine was probably Matai, costing around 2,000 yuan. It was only today that she realized that 2,000 yuan was merely the entry point in the world of red. A bottle of red wine costing over 100,000 was something she had never even dared to imagine. "Sister Jing, it's not easy to treat you to a high-end restaurant today, so we must have the best experience. Otherwise we might not have this opportunity again in the future. Don't worry, this amount of money is nothing to me." Lu Chen gently patted Zhao Yajing's hand, his tone filled with certainty. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Zhao Yajing's cheeks flushed, a ripple of unusual feelings stirring within her. "Is he ordering such expensive wine because of me, yeah?" Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression, her gaze filled with curiosity, unable to comprehend this man before her. "All right, Mr. Lu Romanikani Tach, if you are sure, shall I arrange for the wine to breathe?" "Yes, but not one bottle, 2 bottles, Lu Chen replied. The waiter gulped, his hands trembling. Lu Zijing's face turned pale in an instant. What exactly was being ordered? This was 2 bottles of red wine costing over 100,000, not 2 bottles of mineral water. Beside him, Zhao Yajing, Zhao Xiaoxiao, and Guo Yanyan were all dumbfounded. 1 bottle was not enough, now it was 2 bottles. No amount of money could be spent like this. Over 200,000 enough to buy a car. 2 bottles, all right. The waiter confirmed he hadn't misheard, quickly nodded in agreement, and turned to leave. The heavy door of the private room gently closed, plunging the room into silence, the air seemingly frozen. The dazzling night view of Jinhu outside remained spectacular, but at this moment it merely served as a backdrop to Lu Chen's composed demeanor. Lu Zijing sat stiffly in the main seat, his complexion shifting from white to green, then to red. His fingers gripping the water glass turned pale from the force. His mind was blank, unable to comprehend how this gathering, which should have been under his control, could suddenly turn into this situation. This plain-looking guy Lu Chen not only stole all his thunder, but also gave him a harsh lesson. Especially with those last 2 bottles of exorbitantly priced red wine, they made him swallow back the words he had intended to say. He wanted to say something to salvage his dignity, even if it was just a few pale platitudes, but found himself unable to utter a single syllable. In just a brief moment, over 300,000 had been spent. Could this guy really be some rich second generation? Thinking this, Lu Zijing's mind raced, and his expression instantly shifted to a fawning smile. "May I ask where Lu Laodi works?" He suddenly realized that Lu Chen was merely Zhao Xiaoxiao's colleague, and perhaps had no real connection to her, meaning there was no competition between them. If Lu Chen was indeed some hidden big shot, he had no reason to offend him. Instead, he should make a good connection. Lu Chen had no intention of hiding anything, casually stating, "It's nothing impressive, just an ordinary office worker." To Lu Zijing this sounded utterly absurd. How could an ordinary office worker afford such astonishing spending power? Even a corporate executive would not squander so recklessly for a single dinner. He was certain Lu Chen was intentionally downplaying himself, and must have some hidden background. "Lu Laodi, you're too modest. The wine bill of over 300,000 is no small amount." Lu Zijing's smile grew increasingly eager, even with a hint of deliberate flattery. "I'm not being modest, I really am Xiaoxiao's colleague. I initially wanted to treat Xiao Xiao to a meal, but happened to run into your colleague gathering, so I just joined in for the fun. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all, not at all." Guo Yanyan quickly waved her hand. This was her first time in such a high-end place, and seeing the table full of expensive dishes had made her long to take pictures of each dish to flaunt on her social media later. But upon hearing this, Lu Zijing's mind suddenly buzzed, completely stunned. Treating Xiao Xiao to a meal? Could it be that this guy's target was also Zhao Xiaoxiao? In an instant, Lu Zijing's vigilance was heightened, and his eyes carried a hint of hostility. Lu Zijing furrowed his brows, pondering the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. Meanwhile, Lu Chen felt a pair of warm, delicate hands grasp his left arm. Then he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, a blend of gardenia-scented shampoo and the unique scent of a young girl. Lu Chen quickly turned his head to see Zhao Xiaoxiao holding onto his arm, her exquisite features remarkably close to his, wearing a playful expression as she gazed at him. She tilted her head slightly, a few strands of black hair falling, brushing against Lu Chen's arm, bringing a tickling sensation. Even at such a close distance, Zhao Xiaoxiao's features revealed no flaws. Her skin was delicate, radiating a luminous glow under the soft lights of the private. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently with her blinking, casting faint shadows. At that moment, her bright eyes curved like crescent moons, reflecting the scattered light from the overhead lamp, filled with deep meaning. Lu Chen's heart raced for an instant. "Thank you for your hospitality, Lu Chen Go." This is my first time at the Black Pearl restaurant. Zhao Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of playful reproach, a tone Lu Chun had never heard before. Clearly she hadn't acted this way yesterday. However, Lu Chun quickly understood from her somewhat mischievous gaze that she was being intentional, putting on a show for Lu Zijing. Lu Chun slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a gentle smile, as he softly said, "As long as you like it, if so, let's choose this place for our future dates." After Lu Chun spoke, his gaze inadvertently glanced at Lu Zijing, who was seated at the main position across from him. Lu Zijing's expression suddenly stiffened, and the muscles in his face seemed to twitch due to the surge of emotion. Zhao Xiaoxiao gently shook Lu Chen's arm, her tone deliberately soft. "Really? That sounds too extravagant, but the scenery here is indeed beautiful." Zhao Xiaoxiao's affectionate gesture was to the onlookers quite self-explanatory. Lu Zijing sat to the side, his face suddenly darkening. He felt like an outsider, completely ignored by Lu Chun and Zhao Xiaoxiao. He stared blankly at the aloof, long-legged goddess he had pursued but failed to win. Now she was speaking in a tender tone, leaning closely to another man, and Lu Zijing felt as if his heart were being cut by a knife. Is being rich that impressive? It's just a bit of money. So pretentious. Lu Zijing felt his defenses falter. He felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, his throat tightening, but as a person of dignity, he did not voice these thoughts. He took a sip of water. Cough, cough, cough. In his moment of agitation, Lu Zijing choked, starting to cough violently. "I'm sorry, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I might not be able to join this gathering. Yin Yin Xiao Xiao, let's meet again next time." He displayed a message on his phone, stood up, and walked towards the door. No one attempted to stop him. A brief silence descended upon the private room. Guo Yinyin blinked, seemingly still processing what had just happened. "He just left like that?" Guo Yinyin whispered. Zhao Yajing let out a soft sigh of relief. She had never quite adapted to the undercurrents in the atmosphere. She could tell her sister had deliberately acted that way to put pressure on Lu Zijing. But perhaps this was for the best, as she knew her sister held no affection for Lu Zijing, and maybe from now on he would reduce his harassment. Once Lu Zijing left, Zhao Xiaoxiao immediately released her hold on Lu Chen's arm, the deliberately crafted pout on her face vanishing, returning to her usual, slightly aloof demeanor. Yet a faint blush lingered around her ears, not dissipating quickly. He must have had a real emergency. Lu Chen chuckled, seemingly unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. Oh, even Guo Yinyin, though not the sharpest, could tell the reason for Lu Zijing's departure. However, it seemed that Lu Chun and Zhao Xiaoxiao weren't truly a couple, just putting on a show to provoke Lu. But what did that have to do with her? She was merely a bystander. Lu Chun turned to the waiter, gently instructing, "Have 2 bottles of wine ready and reduce 1 dish from the menu." "Understood, mister." Lu the waiter respectfully retreated. The atmosphere became much more relaxed and harmonious. Without Lu Zijing present, it seemed everyone let loose, excitedly exclaiming at the exquisite dishes being served and snapping pictures with their phones. The foie gras tranche was delicate and rich, the slow-cooked wagyu melted in the mouth, each dish akin to a masterpiece. No wonder it earned a Black Pearl ranking. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but take out his phone to capture a few shots, since it was also his first time tasting these dishes. During this time, the 2 bottles of valuable Domaine de l'Armenicanti were carefully brought in, with a professional sommelier pouring the deep red liquid for the group. The deep burgundy swirled in the crystal glasses, the rich fruitiness and complex aromatic spices wafting through the air. Even though the girls didn't particularly enjoy drinking, today was an exception, as they felt they weren't drinking wine, but rather money. Zhao Yajing took small sips, still feeling the wine was exorbitantly priced, but had to admit the taste was indeed extraordinary. She glanced at Lu Chun, her eyes complex, and softly said, "Lu Chun, this is really too extravagant." "Sister Jing, don't worry." Lu Chun raised his glass to lightly clink with hers, speaking with conviction, "I'm very happy to dine with you. But please don't mention extravagance. If I told you I have a superpower, the more expensive the meal, the more I earn, would you believe me?" Seeing Zhao Yajing momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion and contemplation passed through her beautiful eyes, and Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Yajing also realized Lu Chen was teasing her, and immediately punched him lightly on the arm. "Little brother, that joke isn't funny." Zhao Yajing also realized Lu Chen was teasing her, and immediately punched him lightly on the arm. "Little brother, that joke isn't funny." At this moment, Lu Chun had his back to the floor-to-ceiling window, with the most bustling night scene of Jiang City outside, the sparkling lights along the lake resembling a colorful painting. Under the lights, the contours of Lu Chen's profile were clear and rugged. Zhao Yajing gazed at him, the image of the timid colleague she once knew quietly fading away, replaced by an indescribable aura of confidence and mystery emanating from Lu Chun. Whether it was the influence of alcohol or not, Zhao Yajing felt her heart racing every time she looked at Lu Chun. This dinner approached its conclusion amidst a joyful atmosphere. Lu Chen looked at the table. Despite the combination of 3 ladies and 1 gentleman, they had almost flawlessly executed the clean plate policy, with not a single dish wasted. Even the 2 bottles of Domaine de l'Armenicanti were completely finished. It seemed this dining cashback card was almost a sure thing. Lu Chen signaled for the waiter, but this time the manager came personally. The manager was a middle-aged man around 40 with a steady demeanor dressed in a well-fitted black suit sporting a name tag on his chest. Good evening, Mr. Liu. In the manager's surname Zhou. Thank you very much for choosing Jinhu Craft Banquet tonight, and I hope our dishes and service have met your satisfaction. Manager Zhou, you're too polite. The experience tonight has been excellent. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, responding courteously. Here is the bill for this meal, please take a look. Manager Zhou handed Lu Chen an A4-sized printed bill. The itemized details of all the dishes, drinks, and service fees were clearly listed with the total amount at 33888. This was slightly higher than Lu Chen had anticipated, including a 500 yuan service charge. This was indeed something he had not expected. This figure made Guo Yanyan beside him gasp in shock, and Zhao Xiaoxiao's brows also slightly raised. Though Zhao Yajing maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, the fingers gripping her glass tightened unconsciously. This was a bill exceeding 300 yuan, enough to buy a luxury car, yet they had squandered it in one evening. Seeing Lu Chen meticulously checking the items, Manager Zhou immediately said the service charge includes ingredient processing and wine handling. Oh, of course I can waive that. Lu Chen promptly interrupted, no, please don't reduce it. Let's pay by card. With that, Lu Chen readily took out his bank card. Manager Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then took the bank card with both hands and began operating on the portable POS machine he carried. When the POS machine spat out the receipt for successful payment, it felt as if everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank you once again for your visit, Mr. Liu. This is our VIP card. Next time you come, you can skip the reservation and enjoy a 10% discount. I hope to see you again next time. The manager expressed his gratitude to Lu Chen and handed him a black VIP card, personally escorting Lu Chen and the others to the door. Just as Lu Chen stepped out of the Golden Lake banquet, his phone buzzed with a text message. China Merchants Bank, your account 9,527 received 677776 yuan on September 6 at 2215, with a current balance of 1233888 yuan. Lu Chen glanced at his phone, revealing a satisfied smile. Earning over 300,000 in a day was much easier than working for it. Becoming a millionaire was just around the corner. He set a small goal first, to break 100 million this year. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed, the drunkenness from the alcohol fading away. The sense of security and excitement brought by this sudden wealth was far more intoxicating than alcohol. Soon Lu Chen's ride arrived. Zhao Yajing was struggling to support the swaying figure of Zhao Xiaoxiao, trying hard to help her into the back seat of the vehicle. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed that Zhao Xiaoxiao's previously pale face was now flushed, her eyes slightly dazed. She was clearly drunk, swaying unsteadily and unable to stand. I'll see you off. With that, Lu Chen climbed into the passenger seat. Just a moment after getting in, it started to rain. The vehicle drove smoothly, but the rain showed no signs of stopping. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the building where the sisters lived, but the rain had turned into a torrential downpour. They all felt a bit helpless as none of them had brought umbrellas. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Zhao Yajing strained to pull her sister out of the car, but Zhao Xiaoxiao seemed to have fallen completely asleep and couldn't be moved. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly got out to help. Zhao Yajing was after all a woman and lacked strength. Sister Jing, let me take care of this. You go inside to avoid the rain. He stepped forward, his right hand naturally wrapping around Zhao Xiaoxiao's back, supporting her under the opposite armpit, and placing her left hand around his neck. In this position, the two were pressed closely together, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, allowing Lu Chen to feel more distinctly the softness and stunning curves of Zhao's. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao seemed to unconsciously hum, her head leaning against Lu Chen's shoulder, her warm breath carrying the scent of alcohol brushing against his neck, sending a jolt. Lu Chen looked straight ahead, suppressing distracting thoughts, pretending that nothing was stirring within him. After all, Zhao Yajing was watching from the side. He needed to maintain the image of a gent. He slowly helped Zhao Xiaoxiao move forward. Fortunately, Lu Chen's physical condition had improved, and even with Zhao Xiaoxiao's entire weight on him, he felt quite at ease. Eventually, the three arrived at the room, and Lu Chen laid Zhao Xiaoxiao down on the bed. Zhao Yajing helped her sister out of her soaked clothes and covered her with a blanket, feeling relieved when she heard her steady breathing. Lu Chen, thank you so much today. Xiaoxiao usually doesn't drink much and has a low tolerance. She overdid it this time. Zhao Yajing turned to Lu Chen with an apologetic explanation. Seeing that Lu Chen was completely soaked, Zhao Yajing immediately expressed concern. Lu Chen, I have some clothes here. Hurry and take a shower, then change into something dry. You'll catch a cold. Lu Chen didn't rush to do it. After all, the downpour had just passed, and Zhao Yajing was also soaked, a few wet strands of hair sticking to her cheek, her damp dress clinging tightly to her body, highlighting her voluptuous figure with an indescribable beauty. Sister Jing, I've been working out lately, and I'm in good shape. You should go first. Lu Chen sized up Zhao Yajing. Zhao Yajing felt Lu Chen's unabashed fiery gaze, her face turning slightly red. You. Okay, then I'll go first. Her heart raced a bit as she began to head toward the bathroom evasively. Just then, due to her wet clothes, the floor became slippery. Perhaps because of her nervousness, Zhao Yajing accidentally slipped, stumbling to one side. Fortunately, Lu Chen was right beside her. Ever since his physique improved, his reflexes and speed had also heightened. He quickly grabbed Zhao Yijing's wrist. With a strong pull, Zhao Yijing was yanked back and collided against Lu Chen's chest. He held her tightly, her softness pressing against him, and for the first time, he clearly felt her curvy figure. This older sister truly lived up to her reputation, and her touch was incredible. "Sister, you look beautiful today," Lu Chen couldn't help but praise. Their eyes met the distance very close. Zhao Yijing could feel his breath and heartbeat, and a romantic atmosphere quickly enveloped them. At that moment, hearing Lu Chen's compliment, Zhao Yijing felt her face burning, reaching out to push him away. "Can you let go now?" Zhao Yijing, unsure if it was because of nearly falling earlier, felt weak, and her voice unconsciously lowered. Lu Chen sensed Zhao Yijing's hands pushing against him, but the force was so slight, it felt like a mixed signal. Gaining a bit more courage, he took action. He grasped Zhao Yijing's hands, then tightly embraced her waist, kissing her alluring red lips passionately. Zhao Yijing's eyes widened in shock, wanting to push Lu Chen away, but at this moment, she found herself unable to muster any strength. Feeling his invasive and wild kiss, the sensations between their lips and teeth made Zhao Yijing's mind go blank as hormones surged within her, and she ceased. Soon a powerful tide of emotions surged forth, overwhelming her rationality. She seemed to forget their identities and began to reciprocate fervently. Their soaked clothes clung tightly. Lu Chen seemed to want to take further action. Zhao Yijing felt his movements, and her awareness slowly returned. She said, "Lu Chen, no, I have my period." With that, Lu Chen's hands halted. "If you need, I can help you." Zhao Yijing felt her face heating up. But she didn't want Lu Chen to feel uncomfortable. Lu Chen was quite surprised to hear her say that she was indeed an older sister. "This might be my first time doing this. I learned it from watching adult films, so please don't judge." Zhao Yijing didn't want him to misunderstand, explaining carefully, and then she slowly crouched down. Seeing the situation finally settle, they both came back to their senses. Zhao Yijing hurriedly ran to the bathroom. September 7th, Monday. Zhao Yijing woke up early, putting considerable thought into selecting an outfit to match her handbag. In the end, she chose a white women's blouse paired with a fitted Aline long skirt, which looked stunning with her Hermes handbag. She also applied a delicate makeup. Upon arriving at the company, Zhao Yijing's appearance caught the attention of all her male colleagues. Zhao Yijing was already quite attractive despite being in her 30s. She was well-maintained with smooth hair and fair skin, radiating more charm than many fresh graduates. Moreover, after her careful grooming today, she looked even more elegant, mature, and alluring. "Wow, Sister Jing, did you buy a new handbag?" Finally, as she passed by a desk, a woman's voice exclaimed. Li Ming stared in amazement at the black handbag in Zhao Yijing's hand, her mouth agape. As a fashion designer, she had always kept a close eye on the latest designs of luxury goods, clearly recognizing the classic design of this handbag. "This is Hermes. Sister Jing, you are truly impressive. You changed to a designer handbag without making a fuss." The moment Li Ming finished speaking, it immediately attracted the attention of most women in the office. "Wow, Hermes. That must cost several tens of thousands. Sister Jing is so wealthy." In an office full of ordinary wage earners, even the women usually only bought regular brands of luxury goods like Hermes, which easily cost tens of thousands, were beyond their imagination. Hearing the envious and admiring voices around her, Zhao Yijing felt as if she had just eaten honey sweet and filled with a sense of vanity. Waking up so early today was precisely for this moment. As a woman, Zhao Yijing didn't have grand ambitions. She just wanted to show off in front of familiar faces. "I just checked on the official website. This handbag is from Hermes Garden series, and the cheapest one starts at 100,000. Someone announced the search result, instantly causing a greater stir in the office. When the figure of 100,000 was mentioned, not only the women, but also more men, turned their attention. That's 100,000, not just 10,000. Spending 100,000 on a handbag would nearly wipe out their annual salary. What kind of family background allows such purchases? "Sister Jing, your handbag costs 100,000. Sister Jing, when you have time, show it to me. I want to feel the difference between a 100,000 bag and an ordinary one." While the people around her expressed envy, whispers of speculation also surfaced. Colleagues were well aware of Zhao Yijing's salary level. It was definitely not high. Moreover, Zhao Yijing was known for her frugality. How could she suddenly spend such a large sum on a handbag? In other words, it was very likely that Zhao Yijing had a partner, and this was a gift from her boyfriend. The male colleagues thought of this and felt a pang of jealousy. Zhao Yijing had a voluptuous figure and looked very mature, exuding a charm that many fantasized about in the dead of night. Several single young men had pursued the divorced Zhao Yijing, but were all turned down. The thought of such a flower soon belonging to someone else made many male colleagues feel a twinge of sadness. At that moment, Gao Yanyan was also drawn in by the commotion. The production and design departments were on the same floor, and due to the collaboration required in their work, Gao Yanyan knew many colleagues from the design department. She naturally recognized Zhao Yijing, who was surrounded by attention. Upon hearing about the handbag, her gaze involuntarily fell on the one in Zhao Yijing's hand. Instantly, her pupils widened in shock. She found it hard to believe that the handbag Zhao Yijing held was the very one Lu Chen purchased at the Hermes counter just 2 days ago. She could not be mistaken, she had specifically checked the price of the handbag afterward and had scolded Lu Chen hundreds of times in her mind. At that time she had suspected that Lu Chen bought the handbag to give to someone else, likely a girl he had had his eye on for a long time. She cursed Lu Chen hundreds of times again, shocked to discover that he had prepared a backup. But now this handbag was on Zhao Yajing. Could it be that the person Lu Chen liked was actually Zhao Yajing, a divorced woman? Why would she as a pure young lady be any less than a divorced woman in her 30s? Lu Chen actually intended to gift this handbag to her. At this thought, Gao Yanyan felt an overwhelming anger. Just then a male colleague nearby exclaimed in envy, "Wow, such extravagance. I really wonder which lucky guy has the fortune of being with a woman like Zhao Yajing. That charm, I would willingly trade 10 years off my life for it. Yeah, I wonder who could possibly win over a woman like Zhao Yajing." Hearing the male colleague speculating about Zhao Yajing, Gao Yanyan immediately pursed her lips and said sarcastically, "Haha, who else could it be but Lu Chen?" As soon as Gao Yanyan spoke, all the male colleagues turned to look at her. Some were puzzled about who Lu Chen was, while those who knew began to shout, "Lu Chen? No way. Yeah, didn't Lu Chen just break up with you? Does Lu Chen really have enough money to buy such an expensive handbag?" Upon hearing this explosive news, the entire office was in an uproar. Lu Chen was with Zhao Yajing. But wasn't Lu Chen just dumped by Gao Yanyan last week? Colleagues who once felt some sympathy for Lu Chen suddenly filled with jealousy upon hearing this news. However, many still questioned Gao Yanyan's words. "Yanyan, didn't you say you broke up because Lu Chen couldn't afford such a large betrothal gift? How could he buy such an expensive handbag, but not buy one for you?" This question felt like a knife piercing into Gao Yanyan's heart, leaving her utterly confused. This rumor quickly spread like wildfire to the design department. Many looked at Zhao Yajing with strange expressions. Could it be that this handbag was really bought by Lu Chen? Zhao Yajing didn't know how to respond. In fact, she brought the handbag today solely to show off, as she never expected it would be connected to Lu Chen. She hadn't anticipated that her colleagues would see her with the handbag when Lu Chen bought it. With the current situation, Zhao Yajing was at a loss for how to reply. Just then Lu Chen walked in leisurely, and everyone's gaze involuntarily fell upon him. As Lu Chen stepped inside, he sensed the subtle atmosphere in the office. Facing the gazes of those around him and the various murmurs, he could almost guess what was being said. He approached Zhao Yajing and noticed the handbag in her hand and her outfit. One must admit Zhao Yajing exuded an impressive elegance. Recalling the events of yesterday, Lu Chen felt it was surreal, yet the profound thrill and desire for conquest lingered, especially when faced with such a woman. "Good morning, Sister Jing." Zhao Yajing felt Lu Chen's intense gaze, her cheeks flushed, and thinking about what happened yesterday made her throat ache slightly. He must have been drunk, that wasn't his true self. If he weren't drunk, how could he have acted so accommodating and even taken the initiative? The thought of that absurd scene made Zhao Yajing hesitate to look at Lu Chen, casting him a sideways glance. Lu Chen continued, "This bag matches your outfit quite well. It seems my eye for detail is not too shabby after all." He thought Zhao Yajing looked quite beautiful yesterday, but today her attire leaned more towards a business style, creating a striking contrast that compelled him to compliment her. However, this statement inadvertently acknowledged that the bag was indeed related to him. Li Ming adjusted her thick black-framed glasses, her tone laced with undeniable gossip. "Lu Chen, you finally made it. Everyone is guessing is that Hermes bag that Sister Jing is carrying really a gift from you." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire office area fell silent, all eyes fixating. Lu Chen glanced at the black Hermes garden party bag and calmly admitted, "Yes, it was I who gave it to her." He felt that with his shares increasing, it would soon be impossible to hide his strength. There was no need to deliberately conceal it. Revealing a bit of his capabilities at the right moment would prevent them from being overly surprised later. However, Lu Chen's revelation directly caused an uproar in the office. What the hell? Is this for real? Did he really gift a bag worth 100,000? How come we never noticed Lu Chen was so wealthy before? What does it mean that Zhao Yajing accepted a gift worth 100,000? The jealousy among the male colleagues was palpable as they whispered to each other. Lu Chen explained, "Let me clarify, my purchase of this bag isn't for any special reason. It's simply a token of gratitude for Sister Jing's guidance in my work, as I am about to be confirmed in my position. Giving her a bag is just a small gesture, it's nothing significant." Lu Chen spoke, nonchalantly casting a serious look toward Zhao Yajing. Zhao Yajing's cheeks turned slightly red, but she did not shy away. She merely pressed her lips together lightly, tacitly acknowledging the fact. "But this is a gift worth 100,000. Someone questioned, puzzled. "Why gift something so expensive to express gratitude?" Gao Yanyan recalled her friend's words from yesterday and didn't want to see Lu Chen showing off in front of everyone. She coldly mocked, "Lu Chen, you are really something. Back then you couldn't even come up with the 3/8 yuan betrothal gift. And now you can suddenly pull out 1/0 to gift a female colleague an Hermes bag. Did you take out a loan for this money?" The discussions around them rose again, many glancing at Lu Chen with complex expressions. Indeed, Lu Chen was just an employee who had yet to be confirmed. Did he really have that much money? Could it be that, as Gao Yanyan suggested, he bought the bag on credit just to save face? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth as he sneered. Whether I have money or not is one thing. Whether I'm willing to spend 3,000 euro on you is another. This statement landed like a slap, echoing in the silence of the office, as everyone grasped the underlying meaning. Lu Chen wasn't short on cash, he simply didn't want to spend it on Gao Yanyan. This clearly implied that Gao Yanyan was not worth as much as Zhao Yajing. Gao Yanyan's face flushed, her lips trembling in anger. For quite some time she couldn't utter a single word. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and casually told his colleagues who were watching the excitement, "During work hours, let's all focus on our tasks." About 10 minutes later, Zhang Ji entered the office and noticed the hushed whispers of his colleagues frowning. His gaze landed on Gao Yanyan, whose expression was displeased, prompting him to approach her and ask, "Yanyan, what happened?" Gao Yanyan was his woman, and after verifying with her yesterday, it was indeed her first time, which made Zhang Ji feel a twinge of sympathy. With red-rimmed eyes and a belly full of grievances with nowhere to vent, upon hearing Zhang Ji's inquiry, she spilled all her speculations and observations. Did he buy it on credit? 100,000. And Zhao Yajing accepted it. Zhang Ji's thick brows furrowed, his gaze scanning the crowd towards Zhao Yajing, then instinctively sizing up Gao Yanyan. The more he looked, the more he felt that this woman, despite being younger, paled in comparison to Zhao Yajing's mature charm and elegant demeanor. A surge of complex emotions swirled within him. He had also gifted Zhao Yajing a present worth around 100,000. Zhao Yajing was someone he had coveted for a long time, but unfortunately, she not only had outstanding abilities, but also maintained her distance, leaving him with no opportunity. No matter what gifts he had given her in the past, she had returned them all without hesitation. He knew he could not pursue a woman like her, so he settled for entangling himself with Gao Yanyan. But now Zhao Yajing had actually accepted a bag that Lu Chen bought on credit. What did that imply? It meant that at the very least Zhao Yajing did not dislike Lu Chen and might even have feelings for him. But why? Zhang Ji murmured to himself, a surge of intense envy rising within him. How could Lu Chen, an ordinary employee who had just joined not long ago, win Zhao Yajing's favor? He, a successful man, had previously shown great humility to please her, yet he never received even a hint of her kindness. Manager Zhang, President Zhao is looking for you. Suddenly a colleague's reminder from behind startled Zhang Ji. Upon hearing President Zhao's name, he quickly suppressed his jealousy and anger, changing his expression promptly. President Zhao Mingxiang was the director of the production department, his direct superior. Zhang Ji moved forward towards the director's office. How is our production situation recently? Is the cooperation with Jiang and embroidery going smoothly? Zhao Mingxiang asked in a deep voice. Zhang Ji replied promptly, President Zhao, the production quantity and dates have already been confirmed. We are currently discussing the specific unit price with President Wang, and production should officially commence next week. Zhao Mingxiang did not ask further, his expression serious, stating, make sure to get this done quickly. Moreover, do not let any issues arise at this critical time. Hearing this, Zhang Ji's spirits lifted, and he leaned forward slightly as he said, Understood, President Zhao. Does this mean the rumors about that matter are true? Is President Pei really cashing out and leaving, and has another capital acquired all his shares? Zhao Mingxiang replied, That's correct, the news is true. Zhang Ji inquired discreetly, Do you know the background of the new shareholders? Not sure. The equity is still being transferred, and the specific background hasn't been disclosed yet. All I know is that this shareholder's surname is Liu, and he is quite young, and the acquisition amount is not low. Thus, while we do not understand the background and temperament of the new shareholder, our production department must not make any mistakes or become the scapegoat. Please pay attention to this matter. Zhang Ji nodded repeatedly, but his mind was occupied with thoughts about the new shareholder. Young and promising, and the acquisition amount is not low. Zhang Ji had heard some rumors about President Pei saying he had suffered investment failures, his capital chain had broken, and he had applied for bankruptcy liquidation. Logically, President Pei's shares should have been sold at a price lower than expected, possibly even at a significant discount. How could the acquisition amount be not only undiscounted, but also substantial? The office appeared to have returned to calm on the surface, yet in reality a tide of undercurrents surged as many minds had already drifted away from work, privately discussing the recent. In a group named Design Department Gossip Hub, chaos erupted as messages flooded in. Li Ming sent 3 shocked emojis in a row. Wow, was that bag from Sister Jing really given 100,000 yuan? Where did he get so much money? It can't be real, can it? As soon as the message was sent, Lu Xiaoyan immediately replied. Where else could it come from? Of course it's likely just to save face. Gao Yanyan is right, perhaps he bought it on credit, just to show off in front of Sister Jing. That's unlikely. Buying a bag on credit is too absurd, Mai countered. Lu Xiaoyan sent a pouting emoji and added, Think about it, Sister Jing hasn't dated anyone since her divorce, she hasn't had someone warm by her side. Now suddenly encountering Lu Chun, who is willing to spend money and sweet talk her, it's hard not to be tempted. She probably got swept away by love and didn't think much about where the money came from. Ma immediately rebutted, Impossible, Sister Jing isn't that kind of vain person. Zheng Ji has given her expensive gifts before, but she returned them all without. Furthermore, Lu Chen doesn't seem to be pretending. He spoke confidently just now. If it were on credit, would he dare to be so blatant? Is it possible that Lu Chen actually has real capabilities, but has just been low-key before? Li Ming hesitated. I've worked with Sister Jing for so many years. She is very rational and not easily swayed by emotions. But Lu Chen couldn't even come up with the 3,800 yuan bride price before, so this contrast is just too great. He couldn't have suddenly won the lottery, could he? That's the key. Lu Xiaoyan sneered and sent 3 cold smile emojis. Winning the lottery. What are the odds of that? At that moment, Xu Yuan Xin, who had been lurking, finally sent a message. Everyone should focus on work. There's no need to excessively speculate about colleagues' personal matters. At that moment, Xu Yuan Xin, who had been lurking, finally sent a message. Everyone should focus on work. There's no need to excessively speculate about colleagues' personal. A simple statement instantly silenced the group for a few seconds. But Xu Yuan Xin didn't stop there. She added, from my understanding of Sister Jing, she is meticulous and wouldn't easily accept ambiguous gifts. Since she dared to accept it, she must know something we don't. Lu Chen is not a simple person. Don't make hasty judgments. After sending the message, Xu Yuan Xin put down her phone and looked at Lu Chen's figure in the distance, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. In the past, she thought of Lu Chen as a diligent intern, without much background, talented in design, but low-key and even a bit timid. However, after today's incident, she realized she didn't truly understand this young man. His demeanor, neither servile nor overbearing, was completely unlike someone without confidence. But if he suddenly became wealthy, that would be quite unfathomable. Thus, Xu Yuan Xin believed that Lu Chen must have something she didn't know about. What exactly is his background? Xu Yuan Xin pondered internally, suddenly entertaining a bold guess that he might be a rich second generation. However, she soon found this thought somewhat ridiculous. If he were indeed a rich second generation, why would he be working as an intern at a company working so hard to revise design drafts? If he really had such capabilities and worked so hard, that would be truly unbelievable. Before she figured it out, Xu Yuan Xin felt it was necessary to maintain a good relationship. At this time in the director's office, Pei Qingxue had already lost her focus on work. She set her fountain pen aside, her gaze lingering on the light beige coach bag at the corner of her desk, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. This bag was one of the few accessories she hadn't sold. It cost just over 20,000. In the past, she wouldn't have even glanced at it. Yet now it was the best bag. 100,000 yuan Hermes. Pei Qingxue's lips curled into a self-mocking smile. Once upon a time, her wardrobe was filled with luxury items at that price point. Limited edition Chanel classic, LV customized Hermes. Just grabbing a handful would yield a pile. How could it be that now she felt 100,000 yuan bag was beyond her reach? But now those bags that once symbolized identity and wealth had long been sold off one by one to cover family debts. Her father, President Pei, had suffered a disastrous investment leading to the company's bankruptcy and massive debts. To repay the debts, they sold their villa, luxury cars, and even her most cherished jewelry. Now only this small apartment remained, still waiting to be transferred to the buyer. What's going on with Dad? Pei Qingxue rubbed her swollen temples, filled with anxiety. Since her father's bankruptcy, he rarely took the initiative to contact her. Every time he called, he only said everything would be fine, but she knew the situation was likely far worse than he let on. She recalled the embarrassment she faced that day at the jewelry store. If Lu Chen hadn't appeared just in time, she would likely have been humiliated by the staff and wouldn't have gotten a good price. Lu Chen, this seemingly ordinary subordinate, seemed to conceal many secrets. Why did he suddenly have so much money? Why did he happen to show up at the jewelry store? Why was he willing to buy her jewelry at such a high price? These questions tangled in her mind like a mess. But she was too preoccupied to have the energy to explore them. All she could do now was to hold on to her position as design director, work hard, and hope to alleviate some pressure for her family. Unknowingly, the sky outside gradually darkened. Heavy clouds gathered, indicating that a storm was imminent. Pei Qingxue glanced at her phone. It was already time to get off work. She had to rush to sign the property transfer documents and couldn't afford to delay. She quickly packed her things, picked up the coach bag, and hurried out of the office. Colleagues in the office greeted her as she left. She merely nodded in response, her pace unwavering. At the elevator entrance, she instinctively pressed the button for the basement. But the moment the elevator doors opened, she suddenly remembered that her Porsche 718 had already been sold to repay part of her father's debts. Pei Qingxue's movements froze, a hint of imperceptible embarrassment flashing across her face. She took a deep breath, pressed the button for the first floor, pretending that it was just a momentary. Stepping out of the office building, the cold evening wind mixed with humidity hit her face, making her shiver involuntarily. The sky grew darker, and large raindrops began to fall, chilling her to the bone. She had never had the habit of bringing an umbrella. She used to drive everywhere, so she never needed one. Now that she had no car, she could only walk in the rain. But after just 2 steps, she heard her colleagues' laughter as they finished work, and more people emerged from the office building. Pei Qingxue's back tensed instantly, and she instinctively clutched her bag tightly to her chest, quickly moving to the shadow by the roadside. She couldn't let her colleagues see her in such a disheveled state. She couldn't let them know she had fallen so low that she had to take the subway and walk in the rain. Once she was the celebrated daughter of the Pei family, driving a Porsche and wearing designer brands, the center of attention wherever she went. But now she was merely an ordinary office worker burdened with massive debts, having sold her car. This stark contrast was almost unbearable for her. The rain grew heavier, quickly turning into a torrential downpour, splashing water everywhere. Pei Qingxue gritted her teeth, no longer hesitating, holding her bag tightly to her chest and lowering her head as she dashed into the rain. As soon as the time was up, Lu Chen bid farewell to his colleagues and left work on time. Just as he arrived downstairs, a cool breeze carrying the scent of damp earth rushed towards him instinctively, making him look up at the sky, furrowing his brow. The sky was no longer the bright afternoon scene. Heavy dark clouds loomed low over the city's skyline, casting the evening in a deep night-like hue. A light drizzle fell like a gray net, enveloping his entire view. It was still sunny this morning. Oh, why is it raining just as work ends? Oh no, I didn't check the weather forecast today and forgot my umbrella. It's fine, the rain isn't heavy yet, we should make it to the subway station in time. Nearby complaints about the weather filled the air, and the nearest subway entrance was about a kilometer away. People without umbrellas rushed into the rain curtain, eager to reach the subway entrance before the downpour intensified. Ding, today's task 1, stick to an 8-hour workday completed. Rewards being distributed. Reward distributed, current shares in Hylon Apparel Group. 9. Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled, suddenly feeling uplifted. Since he hadn't yet bought a car, Lu Chun was still riding his little electric scooter. Riding a scooter in the rain was indeed inconvenient and unsafe. Now that he had a net worth of $1 million, Lu Chen decided he couldn't continue to compromise. He planned to visit the 4S dealership this weekend, not looking for anything extravagant, just to solve his transportation issue. Boom! Lu Chen opened his yellow umbrella, humming a tune, and walked slowly to the rain shelter where his scooter was parked. After tucking the umbrella away in the basket, he put on a striking bright yellow raincoat, fastening the buttons to ensure he wouldn't get wet, and started his scooter on the way home. The road was slippery in the rain, and Lu Chen drove slowly. Upon reaching the first intersection, he spotted a familiar figure appearing somewhat fragile in the misty rain. It was none other than Pei Qingxue. She was holding a flimsy blue folder over her head, hurriedly walking forward. Raindrops continually pelted her. The thin folder was utterly inadequate against the increasingly heavy rain, serving merely as a decoration. Even in such a disheveled moment, she still tried to maintain her usual grace, only slightly quickening her pace, instead of running like others to avoid the rain. At this rate, by the time she reached the subway entrance, she would be drenched. Lu Chen slowly steered his scooter closer and said, "Director, would you like a ride?" Upon hearing his voice and turning her head, a few wet strands of hair clung to her pale cheek, while rainwater trickled down her delicate features, beating on her long eyelashes. Even looking somewhat disheveled, her face remained breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing it was Lu Chen, Pei Qingxue visibly paused, her cheeks, already damp from the rain, began to flush. Looking at Lu Chen, who was clad in a raincoat with only his face visible, a complex mix of emotions surged within her. Today she had looked into Lu Chen's resume. He graduated from an ordinary second-tier university, his work history was quite mundane, and he had recently broken up with Gao Yanyan over dowry issues. But if that were the case, why had he been so extravagant in buying the gold he had on that night? Considering the coincidences, Pei Qingxue couldn't help but question Lu Chen's intentions. Could he be trying to pursue me? Pei Qingxue instinctively averted her gaze and coldly replied, "Thank you, but no need." Lu Chen wasn't surprised. He had only been polite and had anticipated Pei Qingxue's response. He then took out an umbrella from the scooter's compartment and offered it to her, saying, "The rain is getting heavier. You won't make it without an umbrella." Looking at the umbrella, Pei Qingxue hesitated for a moment. She had driven to work before and was not in the habit of carrying an umbrella. Today she had rushed out and hadn't adapted. Without an umbrella, she would likely arrive at the subway station completely soaked. The thought of appearing disheveled on the subway under the curious gazes of everyone was hard. Thus Pei Qingxue chose not to refuse this time. "Thank you." Her voice bore a warmth that was more than usual. "You're welcome," Lu Chen replied succinctly before immediately twisting the throttle, causing the scooter to emit a soft hum as it headed home. Watching Lu Chen leave swiftly, Pei Qingxue held the umbrella, her gaze inexplicably taking on an elusive hue. Just as Lu Chen was heading home, he suddenly heard the system issue a task. Ding, today's task 2. A qualified tycoon must persist in exercising rain or shine. Please exercise for 1 hour. Task reward Porsche Cayenne Coupe 1. Lu Chen was taken aback. The reward for exercising today was actually a Porsche. Lu Chen felt as if he had been sent a pillow when he was sleepy. Just as he was contemplating buying a transportation vehicle, he unexpectedly received a Porsche Cayenne Coupe as a reward that very night. This luxury car not only solved his immediate transportation needs, but exceeded his expectations. One cannot deny that for many young people their first dream car is often a Porsche. Whenever Lu Chen saw this car on the street, he was always captivated by its smooth and elegant exterior. In the past, Lu Chen could only experience its charm in video games. He had never imagined he would one day own a physical car of this brand. With a price tag of at least several $100,000, even higher than dowries, Lu Chen dared not entertain such extravagant thoughts. He praised the system in his heart, feeling an unprecedented motivation to complete the tasks. Recently, Jiang City had been plagued by continuous rain, and Lu Chen certainly couldn't choose to continue running outside. He searched for the nearest gym, which was also one of the largest in Jiang City. Besides the weather, Lu Chen also wanted to explore various forms of exercise, and only a gym could meet these requirements. Lu Chen eventually chose a gym named Giant Stone Sports. The gym covered an area of 2,000 square meters, housing over 100 various professional fitness equipment, a large swimming pool, 15 separate VIP fitness rooms, and employed 15 professional and experienced fitness coaches. Moreover, Giant Stone Sports was a chain brand with 12 branches throughout Jiang province, boasting considerable scale. This introduction directly attracted Lu Chen, a fitness novice, making him feel it should be reliable. Lu Chen parked his scooter in front of Giant Stone Sports, then took off his raincoat, wiped the rain off his face, and pushed open the glass door, walking towards the front desk. "Hello, is this your first time here?" The receptionist greeted Lu Chen as he entered. "Yes. Alright, would you like us to introduce our gym to you?" The receptionist added. "Sure, thank you." The receptionist nudged a nearby female staff member who was engrossed in her phone. "Coach Zhou, we have a guest who needs help with an introduction to our gym." Suddenly pulled away from her phone, Zhou Taodao looked up at Lu Chen and said mechanically, "Hello sir, I'm Zhou Taodao, a fitness coach here. Let me show you around our gym." Zhou Taodao forced a smile and then led Lu Chen through the gym. Lu Chen sized up the fitness coach, rating her a modest 7 after her heavy makeup. Standing about 165 meters tall, she displayed clear signs of fitness with a chest that was at least a cup, and her yoga pants accentuated a curvy peach-like figure. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Zhou Taodao felt a sense of pride. This physique was her confidence in being a top coach here. However, she couldn't muster any interest when facing Lu Chen. While scrolling through videos, she had noticed Lu Chen arriving on an electric scooter. She guessed his financial status, and thus did not hold high expectations. Naturally, this led to her being somewhat disinterested. While introducing the gym, her enthusiasm markedly diminished. In just about 10 minutes, Zhou Taodao gave Lu Chen a brief tour of the entire gym layout. Although the female fitness instructor before him had an excellent figure, Lu Chen could clearly sense the perfunctory tone in her words, devoid of any enthusiasm. In an instant, Lu Chen's impression of the gym plummeted drastically. "Mr. Lu, are you interested in purchasing a membership card? Our annual card costs 2,500 yuan per year, but if you buy for 3 years or more, the price drops to 2,000 yuan per year. If this is your first time at the gym, I recommend signing up for some fitness classes here." Zhou Taodao asked this routine question at the end. "Not for now. I saw on Douyin that experience vouchers are available for group purchase, so we'll buy one today to try it out first." Lu Chen declined. Alright." Although Zhou Taodao knew from the start it would be a futile effort, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly at Lu Chen's blunt refusal. "No money, no gym." Zhou Taodao forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes and said, "Then I won't disturb you. You can redeem the voucher at the front desk." After speaking, she headed toward the lounge. Unbothered, Lu Chen purchased a 39 yuan trial voucher. Since no coach came to instruct him on using the equipment, he went straight to the treadmill in the aerobic area to begin his workout. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. She wore a light gray athletic tank top, revealing smooth jade-like arms and a broad expanse of snow-white back. The fitted fabric outlined her vibrant, energetic curves. Beneath her shorts were a pair of straight, slender legs, evenly toned and firm. Her feet were adorned with clean white ankle socks, radiating an aesthetic of athletic grace. In the entire gym, such attire undoubtedly attracted countless admiring glances. Lu Chen didn't expect such coincidence, running into an acquaintance here at the gym. So he quickly smiled and greeted her. "Hello Xiao Xiao, what a coincidence to see you working out here too." Xiao Xiao wore her hair in a high ponytail, a few strands of bangs dampened by sweat clinging to her smooth forehead and temples. Her flushed cheeks bore the rosy glow. Seeing Lu Chen approaching, Xiao Xiao was clearly surprised. "Good evening, Lu Chen." To Xiao Xiao, Lu Chen was already regarded as her sister's boyfriend. Although they had not officially announced their relationship, given the recent displays, gifts worth over 1,000 yuan and lavish meals costing over 3,000 yuan, there was no doubt Lu Chen harbored feelings for her sister. Therefore, Xiao Xiao no longer harbored the hostility she once had. She asked, "What brings you here? I haven't seen you at this gym before. Is this your first time?" Xiao Xiao was a member at Jusher Gym and usually came here to work out and swim on bad weather days, so she was surprised to see Lu Chen suddenly appear. "That's right. I used to exercise in the park, but now that it's raining, the training cannot stop." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao discreetly assessed Lu Chen's physique. As metabolism weakens with age, he had gained some belly fat, and the lines on his thighs and arms had become noticeably loose and flabby, showing no signs of prior training. It was indeed his first time at the gym. Xiao Xiaoxiao was not surprised. At 28, nearing 30, metabolism declines, and without proper care one easily becomes overweight. Considering Lu Chen's wealth, it was only natural for him to start paying attention to his health. After some small talk, Lu Chen stepped onto the treadmill. After fiddling for a while, he found that the treadmill speed was very slow and couldn't be adjusted higher. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaoxiao, who was about to run nearby, approached and asked, "Do you want to increase the speed?" "Yes." Xiao Xiaoxiao then taught Lu Chen how to adjust the speed. Lu Chen directly set it to 9. A pace of 9. Xiao Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow slightly and out of goodwill reminded him, "Since you just started running recently, judging by your last run, I suggest starting with a pace of 4 or 5, then gradually increasing it as you adapt. Beginners who start too intensely are prone to injury, and you'll quickly become overwhelmed." She had seen Lu Chen's clumsy running before. His speed barely reached pace 6, and he was already panting heavily. Lu Chen smiled at her. "Thanks for the advice, but it's alright. I think I can handle it." Xiao Xiaoxiao thought that Lu Chen was likely unfamiliar with treadmills and pacing as well as unaware of his own physical condition, so she did not persuade him further. Some people simply refuse to listen. Many novice exercisers blindly overestimate their stamina. For someone like Lu Chen who lacked training, Xiao Xiaoxiao judged he might not last 3 minutes at that pace. To prevent any accidents, Xiao Xiaoxiao jogged slowly beside him, keeping an eye on Lu Chen. After 3 minutes, she noticed he showed no signs of fatigue. His steps remained steady, and there was not even a bead of sweat on his forehead. Xiao Xiaoxiao was somewhat astonished. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Lu Chen now seemed to be simply walking, his stamina abundant and undiminished. Maybe the time isn't long enough yet. Usually stamina depletes more as time goes on. Unconsciously, 10 minutes had passed. Contrary to expectations, Lu Chen did not appear flushed or struggling to keep up. Sweat began to lightly bead on his forehead, yet his running pace remained consistent. Xiao Xiaoxiao gaped, stunned by Lu Chen's running form, utterly incredulous. Just a few days ago she had seen him barely managing on the track, as if completely exhausted. But now with even greater intensity he appeared unfazed. No one's stamina could improve so drastically in such a short time. Many people who train for 1 or 2 years might not even achieve such results. Could it be that he was pretending a few days ago? But why would he do that? Xiao Xiaoxiao was puzzled and found it hard to comprehend. Soon nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. At this time Lu Chen was slightly out of breath, but his pace still matched the speed, and sweat began to pour. After running for about 30 minutes, Lu Chen finally gasped for air, slowly reduced the speed, and eventually stopped. Xiao Xiaoxiao was completely shocked. On his first visit to the gym, he had run continuously at pace 9 for 30 minutes, equivalent to running 5 kilometers. Moreover, judging by Lu Chen's final state, he still seemed somewhat at ease. She was certain he had more stamina left, and had not reached his limit. So Xiao Xiaoxiao handed him a bottle of water and directly voiced her curiosity. "Lu Chen, your stamina is impressive, but last time I met you were not like this." Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. He of course knew why he could endure so long. Entirely due to the stamina enhancement card's effect. Otherwise he would normally sweat profusely and gasp heavily after just 5 minutes. "Maybe I had a good foundation from school days, but after working I rarely exercised, so my stamina did. But I recently picked up exercising again, so I'm recovering quickly." Lu Chen casually offered this excuse. Xiao Xiaoxiao neither affirmed nor denied it. Though somewhat skeptical, she did not press further. Suddenly she recalled seeing those toys in her sister's room, seemingly unused for a long time. No wonder her sister was dating a much younger man. With such excellent stamina, there was no need for those toys. Lu Chen noticed the inexplicable smile on Xiao Xiaoxiao's face, but had no idea what she was thinking. At least it seemed she harbored no resistance toward him being with her sister. Sensing the surprise on Lu Chen's face, Xiao Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, regained composure, and said, "Lu Chen, I'll take my leave now. My workout is finished for today." The two said their goodbyes and Xiao Xiaoxiao strode out of the gym with long, graceful legs. Lu Chen glanced at her smooth, healthy limbs, snapped back to reality, and resumed his running. Soon half an hour passed. Ding, today's task 1, maintain exercise for 1 hour, completed. Reward being issued, Porsche Cayenne Coupe 1. Note, system interaction in progress, expected completion in half an hour. Please prepare accordingly, host. Lu Chen instantly felt excited. Seizing the moment while the rain had stopped, he hurried back home. Just as he drove to an intersection, he spotted a familiar Mercedes-Benz waiting there with a man leaning against the car window smoking. Hey, isn't that Lu Chen who was being pretentious and ordering at the Golden Lake banquet the other day? Why is he riding an electric bike? Lu Zijing noticed the person in the car, the face that had embarrassed him still fresh in his memory. He originally thought Lu Chen was a hidden rich second generation, but even the most low-key wealthy person wouldn't ride an electric bike, right? A bold guess suddenly surfaced. Was Lu Chen just pretending that? Suddenly Lu Zijing seemed to discover a blind spot. It appeared that no dishes had been served while he was present. In other words, he could have been bluffing. Perhaps after Lu Zijing left, Lu Chun returned all the dishes and ordered a cheaper meal. He crushed the cigarette, but in the car's ashtray, glaring at the small electric bike, drawing closer along with the figure that had embarrassed. The more Lu Zijing thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was reasonable. A wave of humiliation and anger surged to his head. He crushed the cigarette, but in the car's ashtray, glaring at the small electric bike, drawing closer along with the figure that had embarrassed him, his expression turning sinister. Damn it, I almost got tricked by him. Lu Zijing muttered under his breath as he drove towards the gym. He had recently found out that Zhao Xiaoxiao was exercising at a gym called Giant Stone Fitness, and he had been wanting to run into her. If he did run into her, he would definitely expose Lu Chun as nothing more than a fraud riding an electric bike. Lu Chun sped past, completely unaware of Lu Zijing's thoughts inside the Mercedes. Upon arriving home, a phone call came in featuring a sweet female voice. Good evening, Mr. Lu. I see you've ordered a Porsche Cayenne Coupe. The vehicle has arrived at our dealership. Would you like to pick it up, or should we deliver it to you? Let's have it delivered. Not wanting to take a day off, Lu Chun gave the company address, allowing the Porsche staff to bring the vehicle directly to the office below, thus saving him time. Great. May I add you on WeChat? It would be convenient for me to contact you tomorrow. The saleswoman sent a shy emoji. Of course. After hanging up, Lu Chun's excitement was palpable. He was finally about to own a car that truly belonged to him, and it was a Porsche. He was too exhilarated. The next day, just as Lu Chun sat down in his office after arriving at work, he felt his WeChat buzzing. Lu Xian, brother, my roommates, and I have plans to go out this weekend. Seeing this long-absent avatar, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. This girl never contacts him unless she wants. Though not stated outright, the implication was clear. Lu Chen, go ahead, how much do you need? Lu Xian lay in bed, chatting with her brother. Recently, she had bought a favorite outfit online and accidentally overspent her living expenses. If Lu Chen started haggling, Lu Xian would tell her brother that just 200 was adequate. Please receive the payment. While Lu Xian was still deliberating, she saw that Lu Chun had already transferred the money. In reality, Lu Xian felt that 500 yuan was a bit excessive. 200 would suffice for them to just eat and visit nearby attractions with transport costs around. If Lu Chen started haggling, Lu Xian would tell her brother that just 200 was adequate. Please receive the payment. While Lu Xian was still deliberating, she saw that Lu Chun had already transferred the money. She was somewhat surprised. Her brother normally wasn't so prompt with transfers. Lu Xian had prepared for some soft persuasion, yet he transferred so quickly today. Upon opening the notification, she gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening at the amount. 9,999 yuan. Confirming that she wasn't mistaken, she counted again, and quickly typed, Lu Xian, shocked JPG, brother, did you accidentally hit an extra 9? Although Lu Xian didn't know the specifics of Lu Chen's monthly salary, she was well aware that 10,000 yuan was roughly his monthly income. So her first reaction was to wonder if Lu Chun had made a mistake while transferring. Lu Chen, 99.99. I left out a yuan just to keep you humble, proud JPG. Lu Chen, just kidding, I didn't make a mistake. I earned some money recently, so I gave you a little extra. Just be careful with it, and don't ask me for more this month. Seeing this confirmed message, a surge of excitement welled up in Lu Xian, but soon she felt a bit anxious. Lu Xian, brother, where did you make your fortune? You didn't do anything illegal, right? Shivering JPG. Lu Chun was amused by this. Lu Chun, get lost, do I look like that kind of person? Every bit of my earnings is legitimate. Lu Xian, brother, you're amazing. I never expected you to be so good at making money. Lu Xian understood her elder brother. Given his cautious nature, he wouldn't casually give her 10,000 yuan unless he had made over 200,000, and in fact the amount was certainly. Thus Lu Xian had her earlier doubts. In this day and age, earning such a substantial amount of money couldn't simply be achieved through honest work. However, since Lu Chen claimed that all his money was legitimate, she certainly wouldn't doubt him. Just as Lu Xian was typing, a girl in a white tank top, looking sleepy, sat up from her bed. She stretched her already ample chest, puffing up even more with the movement, creating an exaggerated curve. Chen Yishuan looked at Lu Xian in confusion and asked, Xuan, what's wrong? Is there a bug in the dorm? Realizing that her earlier voice had likely awakened her roommate, Lu Xian hurriedly waved her hand. No, sorry, Yishuan, I was just too excited. At that moment, the dormitory door suddenly swung open, and a girl wearing a short-sleeved shirt and short sandals on her feet walked in, her long, beautiful legs as white as jade, a gentle smile on her face. She was holding a takeaway breakfast box. What's up, Xian? Did something good happen? Your expression suggests there's something going on. I'll come clean. Did you get a boyfriend? As Su Qianro entered and placed the breakfast down, she inadvertently caught sight of the transfer notification on Lu Xian's phone. Xuan, who is this? They transferred you 100,000 yuan. Chen Yishuan, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, had originally wanted to sleep a bit longer after playing games too late yesterday, but Su Qianro's words piqued her interest, and her sleepiness vanished as she quickly got out of bed. After seeing the amount, Chen Yishuan hugged Lu Xian in shock. Oh my god, that's 10,000. Chen Yishuan was indeed somewhat shocked, After all, 10,000 yuan was a considerable amount for them students who were still in school, even more expensive than a year's tuition. As roommates for over 3 years, Qian Yishuan had a general understanding of each roommate's financial situation, and Lu Xian's family, certainly, did not belong to the wealthy category. It should be impossible to suddenly transfer 10,000 yuan for living expenses. Lu Xian, this wouldn't be from your boyfriend, would it? Tell me which rich second generation has captured your... Qian Yishuan leaned in with a curious expression. Lu Xian quickly waved her hand and explained a bit shyly, don't think too much, I don't have a boyfriend, it's my brother who Wow, why have you never mentioned that your brother is so capable before? Qian Yishuan was somewhat surprised. Having lived in the same dormitory for over 2 years, Qian Yishuan certainly knew that Lu Xian had an older brother who also worked in Jiangqing, but according to Lu Xian, her brother was just an ordinary wage earner. How could he suddenly become so wealthy? He's just an ordinary person. They might have given out bonuses in his company recently, so he gave me some money. Upon hearing this explanation, the others had no doubts, since it was Lu Xian's personal matter, and they didn't continue to probe. Lu Xian, brother, if that's the case, I accept it. Sending my love. Seeing his sister's reply, Lu Chen's face broke into a satisfied smile. Lu Xian, 6 years younger than him, was currently a junior at Jiangqing University. Her parents would only give her 1,500 yuan for living expenses each month, which was enough if spent carefully. However, Lu Chen felt that his sister should not be at a disadvantage compared to others, so sometimes he would assist her financially. Previously, due to his own financial situation not being very good, he could only give Lu Xian a few hundred yuan. But now that his finances had improved and his card balance exceeded 1 million, he could be considered a millionaire. He believed that while he should treat himself, he also should not neglect his sister. However, since Lu Xian was still in school, 10,000 yuan a month was already a considerable living expense for her. Having too much money could actually be counterproductive. Lu Chen continued to work. Due to the escalating rumors about shareholder changes, his colleagues dared not to slack off during work hours, often staying late, fearing any missteps might be caught by the incoming new shareholder. Lu Chen remained quite indifferent following his usual work pace. It was uncertain whether it was because he had already received confirmation of his employment or due to the lack of pressure regarding a bride price, but his motivation at work seemed less intense than before. His mindset had completely changed. He was very clear about the reasons behind the impending equity changes. One could say he was actually the most relaxed person in the entire company. Before he knew it, it was already time to get off work. Mr. Louis will arrive at your specified location around 6 o'clock. Okay. Lu Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. This was his first car in life, and it was a Porsche. Just thinking about it made him unable to contain his joy. Ding, today's task 1, work for 8 hours completed. Distributing rewards. Reward, distributed 12 shares of Hylon Fashion Group. Today's spending 5,000 yuan. Reward, epic level item 1. Epic level item. Today's spending 5,000 yuan. Reward, epic level item 1. Epic level item. Lu Chen was astonished. It was his first time seeing a reward for an epic level item. Lu Chen felt that such an item might provide greater value than a simple cashback card. His wealth could potentially soar to epic levels because of this item. Recent events had made Lu Chen quite cheerful. He quickly made his way to the lobby on the first floor. Through the glass door, Lu Chen noticed that it had started to pour outside, with large raindrops falling heavily to the ground, splashing everywhere, and the sky was ominously dark. Lu Chen was not in a hurry, scrolling through his phone as he waited patiently. Lu Chen, didn't you bring an umbrella today? Zhao Yajing came down from upstairs and noticed Lu Chen waiting nearby, asking. She was holding an exquisite umbrella, apparently ready to use it to go to the subway station. Lu Chen caught a faint whiff of her perfume mixed with the freshness of the rain, stirring something in his heart. Sister Jing, where's your car? Lu Chen asked, curiously, knowing that Zhao Yajing had a small dolphin car. Zhao Yajing replied with a somewhat helpless tone, don't mention it, it got scratched a few days ago, and I sent it for repairs yesterday. She looked up at the heavy rain. Of all times, it had to rain now. The ride-hailing app shows over 50 people waiting. I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Why don't I drive you home later? Lu Chen suggested with a smile. Huh. Zhao Yajing was taken aback, recalling the little electric scooter Lu Chen rode to work. Suddenly her cheeks flushed slightly. In such heavy rain, riding the electric scooter home would surely leave them drenched like drowned rats. Moreover, they would have to hold each other closely. Just thinking about that intimate position made her feel a bit shy. At that moment, Cui Ji also came down, arriving at the lobby and looking at Lu Chen and Zhao Yajing in conversation, unable to hide his jealousy. Zhao Yajing was one of the few exceptional women in their company, divorced, voluptuous, and always dressed in professional outfits with stockings. Seeing her always made him itch with desire. Seeing her and Lu Chen getting along so well made Cui Ji somewhat displeased. A man who got dumped by Gao Yanyan was actually close to Zhao Yajing, filling Cui Ji with a sense of imbalance. Thinking of this, he slowly walked over. Sister Jing, how about I give you a ride? It's pouring, and taking the subway would be quite inconvenient. Thinking of this, he slowly walked over. Sister Jing, how about I give you a ride? It's pouring, and taking the subway would be quite inconvenient. logo gleaming under the... He completely ignored Lu Chun standing beside them as if he didn't exist at all. Zhao Yajing frowned slightly, instinctively moving closer to Lu Chun, and politely declined. No thanks, Cui Ji, I'll just go with Lu Chun later. Going with him? Cui Ji's smile froze, not expecting her to refuse him. Sister Jing, why bother with this? In such heavy rain, wouldn't you get drenched? And can his vehicle even ensure safety? Cui Ji laughed as if hearing a huge joke. Gao Yinyan, carrying a light luxury bag, was just stepping out of the elevator. She was supposed to meet Jingji for a date tonight, where he would take her to a candlelit dinner. However, as soon as the elevator opened, she saw Lu Chun and Zhao Yajing close together, and upon hearing Cui Ji's remarks, her eyes filled with disdain. She glared at Lu Chun, filled with resentment. How could he afford 100,000 yuan bag, but not a car? This bag must have been bought on credit, all to win over Zhao Yajing. It was truly a significant investment. She then looked at Zhao Yajing, a trace of sympathy flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected this divorced woman to be so impulsive and irrational, so easily deceived by Lu Chun. As Gao Yinyan walked past, she cast a glance at the awkward Zhao Yajing, her eyes filled with pity. She herself was not lacking in conditions. Following Lu Chun, what could she gain besides going hungry? She felt even more grateful for her decision to follow Zheng Ji, which was indeed a wise choice. At least on rainy days, she could sit in a spacious and comfortable car, instead of taking a battery-powered scooter that couldn't shield her from the rain. She had heard a saying for women: effort is not the most important thing, but choosing the right man. Tap, tap, tap. A crisp and rhythmic sound of high heels approached, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere at the door. Everyone turned to see Su Yinxin of the design department, graceful. She still looked as exquisite and capable as ever, with her chestnut-long ponytail, swaying gently with each step. She wore a fitted beige trench coat over a simple silk blouse complemented by an lean long skirt, and her flesh-colored stockings accentuated the elegant lines of her legs. Despite her understated makeup, her confident aura made her stand out remarkably among the slightly noisy crowd of people getting off work. In her hand, she held a long-handled pink umbrella, while the other hand grasped a delicate handbag and a Tesla key. Su Yangxin's gaze lightly swept over the three people at the door, lingering for a moment on Cui Ji's intentionally flaunting expression, causing her delicate brows to slightly furrow. She had interacted with Cui Ji a few times for work, and was quite displeased with his style. Seeing him appear before Zhao Yajing and Lu Chun, she immediately connected the dots. Zhao Yajing and Lu Chun were in the same department as her. Zhao Yajing was usually kind-hearted and very patient with colleagues, earning high praise from most people. However, Lu Chen's behavior from yesterday left Su Yinxin with a hint of suspicion and curiosity. Regardless of the reason, she couldn't ignore this matter. Sister Jing, haven't you left yet? It's raining so heavily, why don't I give you a ride? Su Yinxin walked straight toward Zhao Yajing, while nodding slightly at Lu Chun as a form of greeting. Thank you, Zhao Yajing replied with a smile. Cui Ji felt slightly embarrassed by Su Yangxin's complete disregard for him, yet he didn't dare to offend this influential beauty in the design. He could only force a couple of awkward laughs. Just as the two were saying goodbye to Lu Chun, Su Yinxin asked, Lu Chun, do you want to join us? It might be difficult to get a taxi. No thank you. My car should be arriving soon, Lu Chun replied, looking at Su Yangxin's kind invitation. Had it been before, he would definitely have accepted, but he glanced into the distance and smiled. Cui Ji couldn't help but scoff. In such heavy rain, getting a rideshare would take at least half an hour. Lu Chun was just saving face and making himself suffer. Gao Yinyan also revealed her profound disdain for Lu Chun. She hadn't expected him to be such a vain person. How had she never noticed it before? Having no money yet still pretending men like this really lose face. Gao Yinyan couldn't hold back and voiced her opinion. Her voice wasn't subdued at all, rather it was emphasized. The people present and the colleagues around clearly heard it and showed smiles as if they were watching a show. Though many looked down on Gao Yanyan's behavior, Lu Chen's actions yesterday and today seemed to genuinely reinforce the impression that he was a man overly concerned with appearances and vanity. Su Yinxin glanced at Gao Yanyan, then at Lu Chun. She wasn't sure if Lu Chun had spoken the truth just now, or if it was indeed as Gao Yanyan had said. However, she didn't plan to stay here any longer. She urged Zhao Yajing to get in the car quickly. Just then a heavy rumble of a truck echoed from afar. Everyone instinctively turned to the sound. Through the misty rain, a large flatbed truck with its hazard lights blinking slowly approached, finally stopping at the most conspicuous spot in front of the company entrance. On the flatbed of the truck was a massive Porsche Cayenne SUV, boasting sharp lines and radiating a lustrous lipstick red metallic sheen, appearing like a crouching beast under the drizzling rain and the glow of lights, emanating an undeniable powerful aura. With its iconic frog-eye headlights, wide air intake grille, and muscular body contours, every detail showcased its luxury power and exceptional status. My God, a Porsche Cayenne. Wow, whose car is this? It's so impressive. Gasps and exclamations of admiration, along with the clicking sounds of smartphones capturing the moment, echoed instantly from within and outside the lobby, undoubtedly drawing the attention of everyone leaving work. Wow, a Porsche Cayenne, this must be a new car. What's the deal with it being delivered here? Chuiji looked at the striking red luxury car on the flatbed, puzzled by however, he didn't associate this event with Lu Chen at all. Su Yanqin was also somewhat perplexed. Looking at the luxurious SUV, she couldn't help but admire its powerful and beautiful design, especially its lipstick red color, which shone brightly against the gray rain curtain. Porsche was also her dream car, and she wondered which high-ranking executive from the company owned it to have it delivered here today. Su Yanqin speculated about the owner's identity. Could it be the general manager's car? If so, she would have to compliment him at the meeting for acquiring a new car. The only one present who secretly glanced at Lu Chen was Zhao Yajing, connecting his earlier words to this moment and wondering if it was his car. Only Zhao Yajing knew Lu Chen's true capabilities. Someone who could spend over 300,000 on a meal could surely afford a car, even a Porsche. If it were true, Zhao Yajing genuinely felt happy for Lu Chen. At that moment, the passenger door of the truck opened and a saleswoman in a uniform adorned with the Porsche logo, wearing a silk scarf, elegantly stepped out of a following black. Her gaze quickly swept over the crowd waiting at the door before precisely landing on Lu Chen. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Chen?" "Yes, that's me." Upon hearing this response, the saleswoman's tone became even warmer. She slightly bowed and said clearly, "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Your brand new Porsche Cayenne Coupe in the Dream Lipstick Red version has arrived. Here are your car keys, all purchase documents, and the invoice. Everything is in order." As she spoke, the saleswoman handed over a delicate document folder and the iconic shield-shaped car key. "Thank you arrived just in time." Lu Chen calmly accepted the keys and documents, his tone as tranquil as if he were receiving an ordinary delivery package. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Chuiji's expression completely froze, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out his mouth agape, as if a fist could fit in, and he stood there as if struck by lightning. Chuiji was well aware of how much Lu Chen earned in a year. As someone with years of experience, he understood very well. To buy this Porsche, even if one didn't eat or drink it, would take at least. Chuiji was well aware of how much Lu Chen earned in a year. As someone with years of experience, he understood very well. To buy this Porsche, even if one didn't eat or drink it, would take at least 10. Could it be that his family gave him the money? But why would a family able to afford a luxury car be unable to come up with 38800 for a bride price? Wasn't that the reason Gao Yinyan broke up with Lu Chen? Moreover, if Lu Chen had that much money, why had he been acting like a subordinate in this company for so long? Chuiji felt as if his worldview had been severely shaken. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Gao Yinyan. Gao Yinyan was completely stunned at this moment. Her breath instantly halted, and the disdain on her face was replaced by sheer shock. How could this be? How could Lu Chen afford a Porsche? This was a Porsche Cayenne Coupe costing at least over $1 million. She felt as if a heavy hammer had struck her heart, leaving her buzzing with disbelief. Over $1 million. He could actually afford a car worth more than $1 million. That 380 yuan bride price was nothing to him. She looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Su Yanqin, upon hearing what the saleswoman said, also momentarily lost her composure. Watching Lu Chen calmly take the keys, exuding a sense of confidence and composure completely incongruent with his position, her heart was stirred by tumultuous wave. How could Lu Chen afford a Porsche? Su Yanqin had never considered that if his annual salary was only 500, it would be impossible to afford such luxury. Even with her own annual salary of 300, she could only occasionally fantasize about such a car, as it was simply beyond her reach. But with Lu Chen's annual salary, how could this be? The staff had already begun unloading the car. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, "How much is the total price? Has the payment been made in full? There aren't any loans, are there?" He wondered if the system's capability meant it was unlikely he only made a down payment, so he asked with some skepticism. The saleswoman was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Then she looked around at Lu Chen's companions and quickly realized. Smiling, she replied, "Mr. Lu, let me introduce the vehicle you purchased. It is the top configuration, equipped with 22-inch sport design, wheels, a dual-tone Bali red luxurious leather interior, adaptive sport seats in the front, and lightweight black sport components totaling 137,400 yuan. You have already paid in full yesterday." Hearing the words "paid in full," Chuiji felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, leaving his voice dry and hoarse. The fact that he had the means to buy a Porsche was already astonishing enough. The key point was that it was paid in full, having handed over 1.3 million in cash at once. So Chuiji felt as if he had been slapped hard, his face burning. Could he have won the lottery? Damn it, he thought while tucking away the Toyota keys in his hand, dejectedly making his way into the rain. Gao Yinyan was dumbfounded upon hearing this figure. She couldn't come up with the 380 yuan bride price, yet he could afford to buy a Porsche worth 1.3. She recalled the words Lu Chen had said the day before. Having money and being willing to spend 380 on you are two different matters. Could it be that Lu Chen is wealthy but simply doesn't want to spend that money on me? What could be the reason? Am I not worth the 38000? This is just 38000, which should be nothing to Lu Chen. Yet even so, he is unwilling to give it to me. Thinking of this, Gao Yinyan felt as if her heart had been stabbed, a sharp pain coursing through her. If I go to him now to reconcile, will he still accept me? Just as she was lost in thought, a wave of discussions erupted around her. So what Lu Chen said yesterday seems not to have been bragging. He really has that kind of means. Yes, it seems that the Hermes bag is indeed genuine, not a counterfeit. Lu Chen really can afford a bag worth 1,000 yuan, a female colleague said enviously. So Sister Jing is indeed lucky. Having a wealthy second-generation boyfriend should make her very happy. Come on, can you stop spreading rumors? Lu Chen has already said that he and Zhao Yajing are just colleagues. A heavily made-up woman tidied her hair and explained. Hey, I'm not sure what you're thinking. You just look at yourself. Does Lu Chen even notice you? What are you saying? I might not have a chance, but I'm definitely better than that kind of trash like Gao Yanyan. Indeed, look at Gao Yanyan. She doesn't even know if she regrets it now. I say in life one should be loyal and steadfast. What's that saying? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the youth for being poor. Upon hearing this, Gao Yanyan's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She felt as if she had lost all face, hurriedly grabbing her bag and quickly walking toward the parking garage. At that moment, Su Yangxin's shock also reached its peak. Paying over 1.3 million in one go for a fully equipped Porsche Cayenne. This had completely exceeded the spending power of an ordinary salary class, even that of a typical middle class. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at Lu Chen, her curiosity growing. This colleague, usually so unassuming now, seemed extremely mysterious and incredible in her eyes. The Porsche Cayenne had been unloaded and was parked safely in front of Lu Chen. The tall and mighty SUV stood quietly in the rain, exuding an unparalleled aura of nobility. Lu Chen waved the Porsche keys in front of the somewhat dazed Zhao Yajing, then unlocked the vehicle. Sister Jing, I said I would take you home. Let's go. Zhao Yajing came to her senses and turned to Su Yinxin saying, Yinxin, then I won't trouble you. I'll head off with my colleague now. Su Yangxin's face broke into a bright smile. All right, Sister Jing, Lu Chen, have a safe journey. Under the envious gazes of those around, Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat and closed the door. Instantly, the noisy sounds of rain and chaos from the outside world were completely isolated. Looking at the high-quality leather interior, the precision dashboard, and the understated luxurious ambient lights, Lu Chen felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction rising within him. He was now part of the car-owning elite, and it was a luxury Porsche Cayenne. Lu Chen bid farewell to Su Yinxin. The deep rumble of the engine starting resonated smooth and powerful as he drove Zhao Yajing toward her home. Watching the rosy Porsche Cayenne glide into the heavy downpour like an elegant noble, Su Yinxin finally snapped out of the shock she had just experienced. Lu Chen. She softly uttered his name, her cold eyes shimmering with a complex and inscrutable light. Did he win the lottery? Or did he make some investment? Or could it be? Does he have an unknown background? Su Yangxin's thoughts raced. As a key member of the design department, she had interacted with many high-ranking company executives and clients, believing she had a good eye for people. But at this moment, she realized she might have misjudged Lu Chen. Thinking back to a rumor she had heard about a financier with the surname Lu acquiring the Pei family shares in the Hylon clothing group, could there be a connection? Impossible. Su Yinxin quickly dismissed this bold speculation. If Lu Chen were really a hidden wealthy second generation, how could he have stayed in this company for so long still as an ordinary employee? He had only recently become a full-time employee. A cold wind blew and the raindrops splashed against her face, jolting Su Yinxin out of her reverie. She opened her pink umbrella and walked towards the entrance of the garage. She got into her well-maintained Model Y. The wipers rhythmically cleared the rain from the windshield. Inside the car, the air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature, and a high-quality sound system filled the space with soothing music. Zhao Yajing looked at Lu Chen, who was focused on driving, teasing, Lu Chen, you really are a hidden talent. Yesterday, you wanted me to join you to look at a car, and this is what you meant by a vehicle for getting. Lu Chen, gripping the high-quality steering wheel, smiled at her response. Sister Jing, isn't this considered a vehicle for getting around? 4 wheels can shield from the wind and rain and can take you home. Fully functional perfectly aligns with the definition of a vehicle for getting around. Lu Chen, gripping the high-quality steering wheel, smiled at her response. Sister Jing, isn't this considered a vehicle for getting around? 4 wheels can shield from the wind and rain and can take you home. Gently stroking the soft and comfortable leather seat beneath her, she felt the luxurious and exquisite ambience inside the car. No wonder it's a $1 million luxury car. Do you like it? If you do, I'll get you one in the future. You said it, I've recorded it. No problem, I keep my word. Lu Chen, now brimming with confidence, thought that perhaps he couldn't afford it now, but with the speed at which his wealth was accumulating, it wouldn't be long before a $1 million luxury car felt as trivial as buying a toy. As they chatted, it seemed as if they had forgotten about the events of the day before. Neither of them mentioned it intentionally. Soon the vehicle arrived at the building beneath her apartment. Lu Chen, I'll head in first. Thank you for taking me home today. Sister Jing, since this is your first time in this car, you might not know how to unbuckle the seatbelt. Let me show you. Lu Chen said as he looked at her. Zhao Yajing was a bit stunned, instinctively nodding. Then Lu Chen unbuckled the seatbelt and leaned his body toward Zhao Yajing. Feeling Lu Chen's sudden approach, Zhao Yajing's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively wanting to push him away, but her hands felt weak. This soft, warm, and passionately invasive kiss gradually overwhelmed her, making her feel breathless. About a minute later, Lu Chen finally pulled away, leaving Zhao Yajing shivering, as if jolted by electricity, her heart racing. Sister Jing, your body was quite honest just now. Zhao Yajing felt a bit embarrassed about her earlier reaction. Why did she even go? Sister Jing, your body was quite honest just now. Zhao Yajing felt a bit embarrassed about her earlier reaction. Why did she even go along with him? At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly leaned toward Zhao Yajing again. However, Zhao Yajing hurriedly opened the car door. Lu Chen, thank you, I'll head off now. Lu Chen watched her flustered figure leave, savoring the kiss they had just shared, then pressed the gas pedal, heading toward the giant stone gym. Initially, he hadn't had a good impression of this gym, but since Zhao Xiaoxiao also worked out here, he had come to like it. At Giant Stone Gym, at the front desk, Zhou Taotao sat down with a look of resignation. Today it was Zhou Taotao's turn to be on duty. She had just attended to a client, a plump, balding, middle-aged man whom she initially thought was a potential customer. However, as soon as he heard the annual pricing for the gym, he left faster than a rabbit. Zhou Taotao realized she had wasted her breath again, and was silently cursing her recent bad luck, when her peripheral vision caught sight of a striking red Porsche smoothly approaching and finally stopping in front of Giant Stone Gym. Zhou Taotao's eyes lit up. She had never encountered someone driving such a color Porsche. This person likely wasn't a member here. Could they be coming to the gym? Zhou Taotao instantly became alert. This could be a potential big client. Shortly after, a man stepped out, braving the light rain, and walked slowly to the gym's entrance. Before the front desk could react, Zhou Taotao immediately stood up and briskly walked to the door, opening the glass door. Welcome to Giant Stone Gym, sir. Is this? Lu Chen was dressed simply in a white t-shirt and casual pants, but to Zhou Taotao he seemed incredibly laid back. Perhaps wealthy individuals dressed so casually, unpretentious, and indifferent to others' opinions. Moreover, Lu Chen looked quite young. He couldn't be over 30, and to drive such a luxury car at a young age undoubtedly made him a rich second generation. This isn't my first visit. I came yesterday, and I believe it was Miss Zhou who gave me an introduction to the gym. Lu Chen casually said with his hands in his pockets. Really? Zhou Taotao was somewhat surprised to hear this. She didn't recall attending to a wealthy young man in a luxury car yesterday. She had hardly attended to any clients yesterday. She carefully glanced at the man's face, suddenly feeling he looked a bit familiar. Then it hit her. Wasn't this the customer she had attended to at nearly the same time yesterday? However, he had arrived on an electric bike then, but today he was in a Porsche. After a moment of shock and disbelief, Zhou Taotao recalled that she had been rather casual and even somewhat dismissive yesterday, as she never believed that Lu Chen would actually get a gym card. After a brief moment of awkwardness, she immediately replaced her expression with a flattering smile. Zhou Taotao slightly bowed and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I wasn't feeling well yesterday and wasn't in my best condition. Today let me give you a more in-depth introduction to our gym. While Zhou Taotao was bowing, Lu Chen noticed the deep valley between her chest, which stirred a sense of curiosity. Sensing his gaze, Zhou Taotao did not show any displeasure. Instead, she stepped closer, swaying her body. Mr. Lu, I'm feeling better today. How about I take you inside for it? Lu Chen found her sudden change in attitude somewhat amusing and admired her quick adaptability. However, Lu Chen waved his hand, stating that he was too busy now and didn't want to waste time. He directly said, no need for that. I got a rough idea yesterday. Can you tell me about the annual card discounts and recommend some courses for muscle gain? Hearing Lu Chen say this, Zhou Taotao's heart was filled with joy, and she immediately beamed with a smile. She had never seen such a straightforward client. In fact, the annual card didn't provide Zhou Taotao with much commission. As a trainer, the bulk of her earnings came from selling courses. Since Lu Chen had directly expressed his need for muscle gain courses, it was a guaranteed sale for her, and Zhou Taotao felt as if she saw the bonus waving at her. Zhou Taotao first guided Lu Chen to sit at the bar, then poured him a glass of water, positioning herself right next to him. Their thighs brushed against each other, and Lu Chen could smell the strong fragrance of her perfume. While introducing, Zhou Taotao leaned over several times to show Lu Chen the gym's pricing brochure, each time revealing her ample cleavage, leaving Lu Chen feeling parched. Lu Chen was sure she was doing it on purpose. Lu Chen, is that you here? At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Without a doubt, Lu Chen guessed who it was. He stood up and saw Zhao Xiaoxiao not far away, dressed in the same outfit as yesterday, her long legs catching the eye. Yesterday, Zhao Xiaoxiao had exercised with Lu Chen, and they had felt quite happy together. After all, having a familiar workout partner was much more fun than being alone. She had been wondering if Lu Chen would come back today and had planned to give him more pointers. She searched around, but couldn't find Lu Chen in the cardio area. Then she turned and saw him sitting close to a voluptuous woman. Zhao Xiaoxiao recognized her as the gym's trainer, but felt an inexplicable discomfort seeing him so close to her. Lu Chen was going to be her sister's future husband. How could he be so close to another girl? Moreover, she perceived a hint of intentionality in the trainer's repeated leaning over. This was a seductress with impure intentions trying to entice her future brother-in-law. For the sake of her sister's future happiness, Zhao Xiaoxiao couldn't allow him to be seduced any further, so she immediately walked over. Lu Chen greeted, Xiaoxiao, good evening. I'm here to get a membership, and perhaps buy some fitness classes as well. Zhou Taotao was interrupted, and while getting into the flow of her introduction, felt somewhat displeased. She turned to see a beautiful figure appear before her. The girl was tall, exceptionally young, and beautiful, and her legs radiated health and vitality. Fortunately, her chest wasn't larger than Zhou Taotao's. Zhao Xiaoxiao raised her chin and looked at Zhou Taotao, saying, you can get a card, but there's no need to buy courses. Don't waste money. Oh, I can teach you all these fitness methods. Is that so? Lu Chen seemed somewhat tempted. Zhou Taotao instantly felt a sense of crisis and moved even closer to Lu Chen, smiling professionally as she said, Madam, fitness still requires scientific and systematic guidance. Our trainers are all certified and can create a personalized plan based on Mr. Lu's physical condition. Zhao Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow at Zhou Taotao, who was almost pressed against Lu Chen. Scientific guidance. Is it like you sticking so close to guide? Zhou Taotao's face stiffened, then she smiled again, saying, I was showing Mr. Lu the price list. Haha. Zhao Xiaoxiao didn't expose her, continuing, Lu Chen, I graduated from a sports major. These fitness devices are a mandatory subject for me. Compared to Zhou Taotao, Zhao Xiaoxiao undoubtedly had a significant advantage, and with the relationship of being a sister-in-law, Lu Chen couldn't refuse her. Sensing the tension in Zhao Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Chen immediately said, thank you, Coach Zhou, for the introduction. He'll go for an annual membership now. Oh, we'll consider the courses later. After finishing, Lu Chen took out his phone, planning to buy a one-year gym card first. Zhou Taotao felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, and shot a resentful glance at although Zhao Xiaoxiao looked pure at first glance, she was actually competing with her for a man. Zhou Taotao's affection for Lu Chen surged again. Indeed, young rich second generations like him never lacked for beautiful girls gravitating towards them. Mr. Lu, how many years would you like to choose for the membership? The cost for a one-year card is 2,888 yuan, and if you opt for 3 years you can receive a greater. What is the price for 3 years? Lu Chen inquired. He knew there were many traps in gyms. Although Giant Stone Gym was a chain, it was uncertain when they might close, therefore opting for 1 year was a wise choice. However, since the one-year fee did not exceed 5,000 yuan, it didn't meet the task completion standard. For 3 years we can offer a 50 discount, which is about 1,888 yuan per year, totaling 5,664 yuan. Alright, then I'll go for Facing such a routine, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose the 3-year membership. Alright, I'll process that for you now. Zhou Taotao revealed a sweet smile. Although Zhao Xiaoxiao had completely disrupted today's plan to sell courses, Zhou Taotao didn't lose heart entirely. Since Lu Chen had gotten an annual card at Mint, as long as he came frequently there would be plenty of opportunities. Zhao Xiaoxiao couldn't be watching him all the time. As Lu Chen paid 5,664 yuan, it also triggered the incentive for today's consumption. Ding, today's task 2, spend 5,000 yuan completed. Rewards are being issued. Reward Pandora Magic Card, Epic 1. Pandora Magic Card. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly as the name sparked his curiosity. This type of card was something he was encountering for the first time. He eagerly opened his backpack, his gaze immediately drawn to a card radiating mysterious purple light. In the center of the card was an exquisitely shaped flower poised to bloom with petals layered upon one another, as if it would burst into bloom at any moment. The entire card exuded an enchanting beauty imbued with an inexplicable allure that made one unable to resist the urge to observe and touch. Pandora Magic Card, Epic, unlimited amount, validity 1 year. Usage method: it requires binding a user. Once the binding takes effect, all expenses incurred by the binder that fulfill desires will be fully refunded to the host account. Note 1. The host must not impose any form of compulsory consumption behavior on the bound user. Note 2. Human desires are endless, and once opened there is no turning back, so please choose the binder wisely. Upon seeing the infinite money associated with the Pandora Magic Card and its 1-year usage rights, Lu Chen instinctively thought he had achieved financial freedom. However, upon carefully reading the usage method, he realized that the Pandora Magic Card was not for his use, but required binding a user. Lu Chen immediately activated the card to try binding himself, but after quite a while there was no response. He couldn't find the bug. If I really need to choose a user for the Pandora Magic Card, who would be the most suitable? While Lu Chen was pondering, the system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding, today's task 3. A qualified wealthy individual needs strong muscles. Please persist in anaerobic exercise for 1 hour. Task reward: random attribute card, Epic 1. There's actually a third task today. Lu Chen knew that the tasks issued by the system were not continuous. Generally, there were 2 tasks per day. After completing the consumption task, he had planned to run without expecting any. Lu Chen felt that exercise should become a habit. Even if the system did not issue tasks, daily exercise was still necessary. Lu Chen, what are you thinking about? You haven't started exercising today, have you? Zhao Xiaoxiao poked his shoulder looking at him with a somewhat dazed expression. Lu Chen quickly snapped back from the system interface, realizing there was no need to rush the use of the card. If it was truly difficult to make a choice, he could treat it as a small tool for money-making. Xiao, how about we start from the strength area today? Since the system specified anaerobic exercise, Lu Chen decided to abandon running. At this stage, running did not pose much pressure for him, but anaerobic exercise was a challenge. Sure, let me take you to get familiar with the strength area first. Zhao Xiaoxiao knew that Lu Chen was not very familiar with these gym equipment and planned to guide him. The gym equipment here was arranged in a dazzling array with various people in tank tops and shorts exercising among them. The air was filled with a mix of plastic and sweat, with the clanging of various machines and the sounds of heavy breathing intertwining. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoxiao approach, everyone turned to look. Several men, intentionally increasing their weights, tried to show off as she walked by. However, Zhao Xiaoxiao did not notice them at all as she walked straight through several rows of equipment, arriving at a relatively open free weights area. Let's start with the basics such as bench presses and squats. These are core movements for muscle building. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoxiao pointed to the flat bench beside the squat rack. You can try the empty barbell, and I'll observe your movement pattern. Lu Chen lay down on the bench press as she instructed, gripping the cold barbell. Zhao Xiaoxiao's hand naturally rested on Lu Chen's wrist, gently adjusting his. Your shoulder blade should be retracted and depressed, pressed against the bench. Keep your lower back in a natural curve. A slight gap is normal. She explained earnestly, her words and movements reflecting her habit as a physical education teacher. To correct Lu Chen's form, her body inevitably came into contact with him multiple times. Although Lu Chen was only lifting the empty barbell, which was not much, Zhao Xiaoxiao still kept her hands lightly supporting the barbell for safety. Yes, just like that, feel your chest muscles working, control your speed. During the process, Zhao Xiaoxiao was also whispering key points in his ear. Lu Chen could smell the refreshing scent of her laundry detergent, distinctly different from the heavy perfume worn by Zhou Taodao. As he engaged in this exercise, Lu Chen immersed himself, and the restlessness stirred by Zhou Taodao began to calm down. Being closely guided by such a beautiful girl felt like a huge gain. Lu Chen could sense the envious and slightly murderous glances from several men working out nearby, which inexplicably filled him with a sense of satisfaction. After a round of basic movement guidance, sweat appeared on Lu Chen's forehead, but he felt invigorated, gaining a preliminary understanding of the exertion techniques. After more than half an hour during the break, Lu Chen sincerely said, Xiao, thank you so much. Your attention to detail is even more meticulous than some professional trainers. I should pay you a fee according to the personal training class rates at the gym. Zhao Xiaoxiao, standing with her hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow at this. She felt a bit displeased. Did Lu Chen think she was teaching him for his money? While he was wealthy, she didn't appreciate being looked down upon. Zhao Xiaoxiao pouted and playfully slapped Lu Chen's shoulder with a fair amount of force, producing a loud smack. Lu Chen, that's not very nice. I'm teaching you because I want to. What does paying me mean? Do I need your money? Ouch. Lu Chen was taken aback by her sudden action, nearly causing his legs to buckle. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxiao looking somewhat unhappy, Lu Chen realized his words might have caused her misunderstanding, as some girls were indeed sensitive about such matters. Lu Chen hurriedly clarified, that's not what I meant. We're friends, but I also feel bad about you teaching me for free. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner another day. After hearing his explanation, Zhao Xiaoxiao's anger turned to playfulness. That's more like it. Aren't you trying to pursue my sister? You'd better train hard. Ooh, I have high expectations for my future brother-in-law. As she spoke, she pointed at the excess flesh on Lu Chen's body, which indeed did not meet her aesthetic standards. This made Lu Chen roll his eyes, thinking, does your sister know about your high demands? Are you looking for a boyfriend, or is your sister? However, having an 8-pack abs was indeed Lu Chen's goal, so it wouldn't hurt to have her motivate him. There's a saying that men and women working together makes the task easier, which may not quite apply here, but the meaning is the same. Of course, no problem. Then please guide me well, teacher Zhao. Good. Zhao Xiaoxiao smiled with some satisfaction and continued, you need to show up on time for your workouts. From my observation yesterday, your physical condition is quite good and your foundation is solid. I believe that it won't be long before you undergo a true transformation. After chatting for a bit longer, Zhao Xiaoxiao immediately urged Lu Chen to continue training. As he had not previously strengthened his strength, the current strength-building training was a significant challenge for Lu Chen. It wasn't long before he exhausted his strength and became physically drained. Lu Chen now understood why not everyone had 8-pack abs or well-defined chest muscles. It truly required perseverance. After completing a set of presses, the system notification suddenly chimed in. Ding, today's task 3, persist in anaerobic exercise for 1 hour, completed. Reward distribution in progress. Strength leap card epic 1. Strength leap card epic can only be used on oneself, increases strength by 10 points. 10 points of strength, that's a whole double compared to the 5 points gained from the endurance enhancement card last time. This is already quite a significant amount, as Lu Chen's strength attribute was 71 points, already above average. If he adds another 10 points on top of that, what level will his strength reach? Just thinking about it made Lu Chen feel excited. He felt that his luck had been quite good lately with the burst of finding a Porsche and receiving 2 epic cards. Lu Chen, let's call it a day here. Muscle building requires a gradual and consistent approach. This amount of exercise is sufficient for one day. Going overboard would be counterproductive. After we finish, you'll also need to supplement your diet to achieve better and faster results. Zhao Xiaoxiao glanced at her watch. 1 hour had already passed. No problem. Lu Chen had just completed his exercise goals for the day and didn't continue. Zhao Xiaoxiao went to the changing room, put on a dry set of clothes, and as soon as she pushed open the main door, she was met with the fierce wind and rain outside. Unexpectedly, even at this hour, the rain was falling harder than ever. Since her home was nearby, Zhao Xiaoxiao had walked here. She had brought an umbrella today, but with such a torrential downpour, walking home would surely leave her shoes and socks completely soaked. Rumble. A low rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. The rain showed no signs of letting up anytime soon. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiao was fretting about how to get home, a black BMW pierced through the curtain of rain and pulled up precisely in front of the Jusher Fitness Center. The obsidian black paint gleamed even brighter under the rain's onslaught. The bright headlights cut through the darkness, clearly illuminating the sheets of rain ahead. Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at the parked car and instinctively stepped back a little to avoid blocking its path. Xiaoxiao, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. I was just passing by, and with the rain this heavy, let me give you a ride. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing Lu Zijing dressed in a white shirt, his face beaming with a smile. In reality, Lu Zijing had been waiting here for a while. Ever since he left last weekend, he had been reflecting on whether he had been too timid and not proactive enough. Yesterday, seeing Lu Chen on his electric scooter had boosted his confidence even further. What did he have that Lu Chen didn't? In terms of career and status, he was far more suitable for Zhao Xiaoxiao than Lu Chen was. Lu Zijing regrouped, determined to win her over with his sincerity. He believed that with persistence, he would surely gain Zhao Xiaoxiao's favor. So this time, after learning that Zhao Xiaoxiao's regular fitness spot was Jusher Fitness, he deliberately waited here to stage a chance encounter. He thought that if he could appear by her side just as the rain started, it would surely move her. After waiting for half an hour, he finally got his downpour. He also saw Zhao Xiaoxiao stranded by the heavy rain. Lu Zijing felt that even the heavens were on his side. Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Zijing's smiling face in the car window and instinctively furrowed her brows. She knew that Lu Zijing's presence here was definitely not a coincidence. How many coincidences were there in this world? She knew that Lu Zijing's presence here was definitely not a coincidence. How many coincidences were there in this world? This was likely a carefully calculated move. Zhao Xiaoxiao was a straightforward person and disliked these artificially orchestrated encounters. No need to trouble yourself. It's raining, mister. Li, you should head back first. Lu Zijing's smile froze slightly, but he quickly recovered and spoke in an even gentler tone. Xiaoxiao, with rain this heavy, your shoes will definitely be soaked through if you walk. I'm going that way anyway. Oh, it's no trouble to give you a lift. Just then the gym's main door was pushed open again and Lu Chen walked out. He didn't notice the Mercedes parked on the roadside. Looking at the heavy rain and Zhao Xiaoxiao waiting at the entrance, he said naturally, Xiaoxiao, your home isn't far from here, but it's not convenient to walk in this rain. Let me take you home. He noticed that her white socks were already stained with some mud, likely from her walkover. The rain was even heavier now. Walking back would definitely soak her shoes. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly emerge from Jusher Fitness, Lu Zijing was taken aback. Why was he here? Why was he also at Jusher Fitness? Lu Chen's words also drew a look of disdain from Lu Zijing. Lu Zijing looked at Lu Chen's confident demeanor, recalling the scene from yesterday, and couldn't help but sneer. What's with you popping up everywhere? The rain is this heavy now. You're not planning to take Xiaoxiao home on that electric scooter of yours, are you? You're not thinking of taking Xiaoxiao home on that electric scooter of yours in this downpour, are you? Lu Zijing's voice was loud. Several young people who had just finished their workouts and were sheltering from the rain heard him and turned to look, their faces showing curious, gossip-hungry expressions. Zhou Taodao was daydreaming at the front desk, but naturally noticed this scene as well. She didn't understand why Lu Zijing spoke in such a tone, but knowing everything already, she guessed what was about to happen next. So she watched with great interest. But before Lu Chen could say anything, Zhao Xiaoxiao, upon hearing Lu Zijing's sarcastic remarks, immediately knitted her brows tightly. She felt intense disgust towards his deliberate provocation. Moreover, although Zhao Xiaoxiao appeared to have a carefree personality, she was actually quite thin-skinned and didn't want to be the center of attention for so many people. Without waiting for Lu Chen to respond, she stepped forward and said in a decisive tone, Lu Zijing, that's enough. How I get home is none of your business. After saying that, she turned directly to Lu Chen and said briskly, Lu Chen, let's go. Zhao Xiaoxiao knew that Lu Chen still rode an electric scooter, as he had even invited her sister to look at cars over the weekend. But under these circumstances, Zhao Xiaoxiao didn't care about getting wet anymore. She just wanted to get away from Lu Zijing and leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Xiaoxiao, that's not what I meant. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxiao angry, Lu Zijing panicked and quickly explained, I'm just concerned about you. With the rain this heavy, I was worried you'd get soaked. Lu Chen slowly stepped forward, looked at Lu Zijing's ashen face, and said in a calm, yet slightly mocking tone, We appreciate your kindness, Mr. Lu, but you needn't trouble yourself with taking Xiao Xiao home. Lu Zijing's face turned extremely ugly. His eyes were fixed intently on Lu Chen, a surge of intense unwillingness and rage churning deep within them. Just as he was about to utter some harsh words, he saw Lu Chen unhurriedly pull a car key from his pocket and press it lightly towards the roadside. Beep beep. A crisp unlocking sound cut through the pattering rain. Not far away, a sleek, sharply styled red SUV responded by lighting up. In the dim light, the amber daytime running lights resembled the pupils of a lurking beast. Its unique carmine red paint looked like a blazing flame burning in the darkness, fierce and dazzling. Rainwater cascaded over its mirror-like body, the iconic Stuttgart crest clearly visible through the water, adding a deeper, more noble air to the crimson hue. Its robust and full body lines exuded a sense of lean power, forming a stark contrast with Lu Zijing's brand-new, but conventionally designed Mercedes C-Class parked beside. Zhao Xiaoxiao had noticed this car as soon as she stepped out of the gym. So cool was her first impression. She was planning to buy a car herself, but her current budget was only around 100,000. A car in that price range was basically just for commuting. Its looks and performance could only be described as. This Porsche SUV had a grand appearance and aesthetic design that perfectly matched her taste. She also knew it was probably worth over $1 million, far beyond what she could afford. When the car unlocked, Zhao Xiaoxiao realized that the key in Lu Chen's hand bore the iconic Porsche crest. She was stunned, a mix of immense doubt and strong visual impact, leaving her momentarily speechless. Whoa, Lu Chen, when did you buy a car? Weren't you meeting my sister to look at cars just this weekend? Someone gave it to me. I couldn't refuse, Lu Chen explained. Zhao Xiaoxiao scoffed inwardly as she didn't believe that nonsense for a second. But at the same time she was intensely curious. Just how rich was Lu Chen? At this moment no one was more shocked than Lu Zijing. He stared intently at the Porsche Cayenne, then at the composed Lu Chen. The color drained from his face, instantly turning it as pale. The sense of superiority he had carefully cultivated was mercilessly shattered by reality in that instant, leaving only profound embarrassment and disbelief. The sense of superiority he had carefully cultivated was mercilessly shattered by reality in that instant, leaving only profound embarrassment and disbelief. However, Lu Chen didn't even spare Lu Zijing another glance. He opened the umbrella he had prepared and escorted Zhao Xiaoxiao to the passenger side. Feeling the surrounding gazes shift completely to astonishment and envy, Zhao Xiaoxiao felt the earlier frustration melt away entirely. She wasn't someone who craved vanity, but an understated show-off was always the most lethal. A low, powerful engine note rumbled to life, and the Porsche smoothly pulled away from the gym entrance. Only when the taillights disappeared into the distance did Lu Zijing snap out of his shock. He slammed his hand on the steering wheel and muttered fiercely, "No, this isn't right. I've probably been fooled again. He probably rented this car just to impress women. He'll stoop to any level." Upon returning home, Lu Chen immediately took a hot shower. Looking at the card lying in the system's backpack shimmering with a metallic red gloss, he adjusted his position to lie flat and took a deep breath. Use Power Leap card. In an instant, as he silently recited it in his heart, an indescribable wave of warmth seemed to erupt from deep within his bones, swiftly enveloping his entire body, making him feel warm and immensely comfortable. Before long he dozed off, and when he woke up it was already the next morning. Lu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of strength, his body brimming with power. Lu Chen touched his lower abdomen, surprisingly feeling something firm. Was it abs? He immediately jumped out of bed, stripped off all his clothes, and went to the bathroom to admire and scrutinize his body. Lu Chen noticed that his body had not transformed into that of a muscle man due to the 10-point increase in power. Rather, there were just some subtle changes in certain areas, making him sturdier. The once slightly soft chest muscles seemed to have tightened, their contours beginning to show. The lines of his arms were also clearer, and most importantly, the slight excess fat around his abdomen had been reduced, replaced by the faint outline of abs. Although they weren't yet distinctly defined, the firmness and sense of power were undeniably real. An increase in strength does not necessarily require the enlargement of muscle mass. It can also be achieved by enhancing the quality and density of the muscle. Fortunately, the changes aren't drastic. This system understands me. If I had really turned into a bulky muscle man, how would I face others? The effect brought by the Power Leap card was not about crudely stacking muscle mass, but rather optimizing muscle quality and density, allowing his body to visually approach the ideal state of slim, enclosed, toned when undressed. Not bad, not bad. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, truly appreciating this perfect enhancement. With this foundation, working out will be much more efficient. Perhaps in a month or two I can achieve the perfect physique. After admiring himself for a while, Lu Chen tidied up and prepared to go to work. Driving to the company, as soon as he entered the office area, he keenly sensed numerous gazes subtly. In the past couple of days, Lu Chen had become the center of office gossip, with many who didn't know him now aware of him as the newly confirmed colleague due to recent events. Originally, people felt sympathy for Lu Chen's experience of being dumped, but in the blink of an eye that sympathy or disdain shifted towards Gao Yinyan. That red Porsche Cayenne downstairs yesterday fully loaded is said to have cost over 1.3 million. Is that true? Where did Lu Chen get so much money? Did he win the lottery? Who knows? Usually he keeps a low profile and isn't some rich second generation. Maybe he really did win the lottery, and quite a sum at that. With that much money, why work? If it were me, I would just lie flat. The most pitiful one is Gao Yanyan. I wonder how she feels about this news. Li Ming shook her head, having no fondness for such people. I saw her yesterday. She must be regretting it immensely, ha. Ma Yi couldn't help but clap in delight. A few days ago, upon witnessing Lu Chen's experience, he couldn't help but imagine himself in that situation. Being betrayed by a girlfriend would likely leave him in despair. Ma Yi thought Lu Chen would spiral into depression, but he never expected the slap in the face to come so quickly. In the past few days, the drama was akin to a tomato short play, providing him with a thrill from head to toe. His sympathy for Lu Chen transformed into admiration. This is a model for us truly avenging the male compatriots. Some felt envious and curious about Lu Chen's situation, while others struggled to accept his sudden transformation from a nobody to someone remarkable. Cui Ji sat at his workstation, his face darkened as he pounded the keyboard. Had to show off. Winning the lottery and daring to buy such an expensive car, he really is wasteful. Cui Ji had often come across news of those who squandered their wealth after suddenly becoming rich. Many ended up losing everything within a few years, drifting into homelessness on the streets. Such cases were rampant. People cannot control wealth that does not belong to them. Cui Ji consoled himself. Meanwhile, Lu Chen completely ignored the sour remarks from his colleagues and happily took his seat. As he turned on his computer, Zhao Yajing approached, carrying a cup of coffee, and naturally placed it on his desk. Here, I brought this for you. Today she wore a beige vintage dress that reached her knees, revealing a section of her beautiful legs clad in sheer stockings. Zhao Yajing's gaze swept over Lu Chen, then paused slightly, leaning in closer and lowering her voice with a smile. You seem a bit different. Where's the difference? Have I become more handsome? Lu Chen replied, taking a sip of his coffee. Zhao Yajing examined him closely, her eyes filled with admiration. You seem more energetic and your shoulders appear a bit broader. You seem to have a firmer presence. Zhao Yajing poked his arm with her finger. It could be even firmer down there. Get lost. I meant the abs. Lu Chen laughed and explained seriously, Sister Jing, your eyes are sharp. I've indeed been working out recently, and it seems the results are good. Working out? Zhao Yajing was taken aback, then playfully glared at him. No wonder. You should keep it up, what's good for your health. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you, Sister Jing. They'll definitely let you experience the workout results as soon as possible, Lu Chen replied meaningfully. Zhao Yajing's face flushed as she recalled that outrageous night. Lightly huffing, she turned and gracefully returned to her seat. Lu Chen watched her swaying figure, the mature and voluptuous curves of her body, and her flawless silky legs, feeling a surge of heat. However, he also knew that such opportunities were rare. Zhao Yajing was quite a traditional woman. Changing her inner thoughts would likely require some time. But there's plenty of time ahead. A day of work passed in a subtle atmosphere. Lu Chen could sense that due to his sudden wealth revelation, his colleagues' attitudes towards him had noticeably changed, becoming a bit more polite. As work hours came to an end, Lu Chen chatted casually with a few people before preparing to leave. He soon spotted Pei Qingxue dressed in a white high-waisted dress, walking expressionlessly to the pantry to pour herself a cup of Americano. Su Yanxin, carrying her bag, passed by. Qingxue, working late again. You need to take care of your health, you're starting to get dark circles. Is it really necessary to push so hard for a winter design draft? It makes everyone quite nervous. Her words were filled with concern, but her tone lacked warmth. To Pei Qingxue, it came across as somewhat mocking. Pei Qingxue tightened her grip on the coffee cup slightly, yet her expression remained cold. She simply replied, Thank you for your concern, Team Leader Su, but I'm fine. Su Yanxin seemed unconcerned by her indifference, smiled, and glanced at Lu Chen, giving him a nod before elegantly leaving in her high heels. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Pei Qingxue. The white dress she wore emphasized her fair skin, but it also appeared somewhat thin and pale. What's going on? Lu Chen asked Ma Yi beside him. Ma Yi couldn't help but say to Lu Chen, Sai, these past few days our director has been working like she's on steroids, staying late every night for work. She's pushing herself too hard. If it weren't for the rules, she might as well live in the office. But I recall that the design department doesn't have overtime pay, right? Lu Chen was well aware. That's true. Director Pei is working so hard, probably trying to finish the best draft for the winter clothing design. After all, it's a tumultuous time lately, and her position seems quite sensitive. Lu Chen understood, realizing that the news about Pei Qingxue's family troubles was no secret within the company, how everyone was just tacitly aware. Watching the progress of his 15-share conversion, Lu Chen felt a sense of reassurance. Among everyone, it was likely only Lu Chen who knew that Pei Qingxue would. After all, it was Lu Chen himself who would replace Pei Qing as the third shareholder of Hylon Fashion Group. Lu Chen didn't ask further and glanced again in the direction of the design department. In the evening, Lu Chen appeared punctually at the entrance of Giantstone Fitness. He locked his car and walked into the gym with a relaxed gait, feeling the surge of power flowing within him due to the strength leap card, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Today he should be able to handle everything with ease, avoiding any embarrassing moments. As soon as he entered the strength area, he spotted a familiar tall figure. Zhao Xiaoxiao was dressed in a dark blue sports tank top and matching tight shorts, perfectly accentuating her flawless figure. She was focused on stretching her legs, her movements precise and aesthetically pleasing. Especially her long legs clad in white socks exuded an irresistible allure. Xiao Xiao, you arrived early, Lu Chen greeted with a smile, casually walking to an empty spot beside her to start warming up. Zhao Xiaoxiao looked up at the sound of his voice, her eyes brightening as she said, "You're punctual. Consistency in fitness is key. You can't just work out sporadically. With such a beautiful teacher like Zhao around, even if my legs break, I still have to persevere," Lu Chen joked, feeling that his relationship with Zhao Xiaoxiao was going well. Zhao Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red at his words, glaring at him playfully, yet her lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Although Lu Chen was to become her brother-in-law, being complimented still made her happy. "Hurry up and warm up. Today it's bench presses and squats, and you'll be feeling it." Lu Chen focused his mind and began his dynamic stretching, feeling his muscles gradually awaken. After warming up, Zhao Xiaoxiao led him to the bench press. "Just like yesterday, let's start with a few sets of empty barbell bench presses. I want to see if your form is correct," Zhao Xiaoxiao said, crossing her arms. Lu Chen followed her guidance, lying on the bench, taking the empty bar, pushing it up and down smoothly. Your form is much better than yesterday," Zhao Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction. "It seems my teaching yesterday wasn't in vain." Lu Chen naturally understood the reason. The empty bench press bar itself weighed 20 kilograms, and yesterday he struggled because he had no strength training experience to handle that weight properly, hence his form was off. However, Lu Chen felt completely at ease with the empty bar, now performing every movement effortlessly in one go. "Let's do 2 sets, 10 reps each." Zhao Xiaoxiao observed Lu Chen's state and said, "I think the empty bar isn't challenging you anymore. Add 20 kilograms for me, please." Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she heard his surprising words, and she immediately said, "Seriously, are you crazy? Any fitness exercise should be approached gradually. You're just starting out, stick with the empty bar first." Lu Chen explained helplessly, "I feel fine with this weight." "Lu Chen, you should really listen to Xiao Xiao. As someone new to fitness, it's best to start with the basics and avoid aiming too high too soon." A familiar voice came from behind, adopting a teacher's lecturing tone that was quite uncomfortable. Lu Chen glanced back to see Lu Zijing dressed in a brand new white gym outfit, striding into the strength area. Zhao Xiaoxiao immediately furrowed her brows. "Lu Zijing, what are you doing here?" "Xiao Xiao, our city is holding a sports meeting for all employees at the end of the year. As the school's physical education teacher, I'm a key candidate for selection, so I need to step up my training and prepare," Lu Zijing replied. Zhao Xiaoxiao pouted, unsure of what to say. After all, Giant Stone Fitness wasn't owned by her. As long as Lu Zijing had money, he could come in. Lu Zijing looked at Lu Chen, a flash of jealousy crossing his eyes. This was the treatment of being personally guided by Zhao Xiaoxiao. He couldn't understand why she valued this guy so much. Was it just because he had some money? Lu Zijing continued, speaking in a somewhat condescending tone. "Lu Chen, fitness isn't a joke. You need to progress step by step. I saw you wobbling with the empty bar just now. Oh, it's best not to overestimate." Lu Zijing's words were meant to suppress Lu Chen's spirit. At this moment, Lu Chen sat up from the bench press, coldly stating, "There's no need for your concern. I know my limits." "Oh." Lu Zijing raised his eyebrows, his voice slightly louder. "Looks like you're quite confident in your strength. How about we have a little competition? Just to add some fun to the training." Several gym members nearby, sensing the tension, turned their attention toward them. Lu Zijing fueled the fire, drawing more gym members over, clearly interested in the upcoming contest. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiao was about to intervene, Lu Chen spoke first. "What does teacher Lu want to compete in?" "Let's do the bench press you just learned. It's simple and straightforward." "All right," Lu Chen agreed without hesitation. Zhao Xiaoxiao was already anxious. She knew too well how competitions between men, especially over pride, often lacked rationality. But Lu Chen had only been exposed to strength training for less than 2 days. How could he possibly compare with Lu Zijing, a physical education teacher? This was exactly falling into Lu Zijing's trap. A contest of such strength in bench pressing was no joke. It could easily lead to accidents for a novice. Zhao Xiaoxiao hurriedly called out to Lu Chen, grabbing his arm. "Lu Chen, don't be impulsive. There's no need to compete with him." Lu Chen gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'm confident I won't get hurt." Zhao Xiaoxiao said, "But why compete with him? He's a physical education teacher." Zhao Xiaoxiao wanted to persuade him further, but she was interrupted by the crowd of members who had come to watch the excitement. Some members had actively run over to stand in front of the bench, acting as safety officers for both competitors. "Let's compete. What are you afraid of? Men should have some guts. Don't worry, beauty. We're here to watch over you." Seeing the atmosphere heating up, Lu Zijing was even more pleased, saying, "Lu Chen, if you're feeling pressured, it's not too late to concede. After all, safety comes first." However, Lu Chen showed no signs of embarrassment or hesitation. He calmly smiled, looking directly at Lu Zijing. "We can compete, but I have a condition. What condition? Lu Zijing raised an eyebrow. If I win, you must never step foot in this gym again, and stop bothering Zhao Xiao Xiao. Lu Chen stated firmly. The crowd erupted in surprise. The expressions on the gym members' faces were filled with excitement. This was clearly a rivalry between two men over a woman. Moreover, the woman in question was recognized as the most beautiful girl in the gym. Many people were aware of Zhao Xiaoxiao's presence. Lu Zijing's expression changed, but seeing the eager gazes around him and glancing at Zhao Xiaoxiao, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. And what if you lose? If I lose, the same rule applies, I won't step foot in this gym again. Upon hearing this, Lu Zijing couldn't hide a smug smile. Lu Chen was clearly taking the bait. I'm a physical education teacher. How could I be outdone by you? Looks like Lu Chen will no longer be seen in this gym. From now on, it will just be me accompanying Zhao Xiaoxiao for workouts. Thinking about this, Lu Zijing couldn't contain his excitement. He hastily said, let's start. After agreeing on the rules, both stood at their respective bench press stations, with Lu Zijing going first. He confidently loaded 40 kilograms onto the bar and lay down. Gripping the cold barbell with his hands slightly wider than shoulder width, he took a deep breath, puffing. Under the gaze of the crowd, he suddenly exerted his arms, accompanied by a low growl, steadily pushing the heavy barbell off the rack. Although his arms trembled slightly and his expression was strained, the movement was indeed standard. 1, 2, 3. After successfully completing 3 standard bench presses, Lu Zijing returned the barbell to the rack, earning applause from those around. Impressive, impressive. That's some serious strength. Lu Zijing sat up with satisfaction, casting a challenging glance at Lu Chen. Your turn. Lu Zijing wore a triumphant expression. He knew that 40 kilograms had surpassed the range for novices, as many beginners couldn't even bench press that much. He was eager to see how Lu Chen, who confidently accepted the challenge, would embarrass himself. Lu Chen calmly lay down, saying to the nearby members, bro, adjust this to 80 kilograms for me. Lu Chen had no interest in wasting time with Lu Zijing. He wanted to finish the battle in one go. 80 kilograms was the effect he was aiming for. 80 kilograms. The moment Lu Chen uttered these words, the entire gym fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into even louder commotion. Zhao Xiaoxiao stamped her foot anxiously. Lu Chen, have you lost your mind? 80 kilograms could kill someone. As a professional physical education teacher, Zhao Xiaoxiao understood the dangers of strength training, especially attempting weights far beyond one's capabilities. From the moment Lu Chen agreed to the competition, Zhao Xiaoxiao had been deeply worried about him. She would have preferred he decline the challenge altogether rather than risk injury. If anything happened to Lu Chen, how could she ever face her sister? Even Lu Zijing, who had been standing by ready to mock, was stunned by Lu Chen's words. He had assumed Lu Chen would struggle to complete 3 sets of 40 kilograms at best, but instead the man had not only skipped 40 kilograms, but doubled it, directly challenging 80. Lu Zijing couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Brother, do you even know how heavy 80 kilograms is? A gym member who had been preparing to add more weights chimed in with skepticism. He pointed at his own pectorals. With a build like mine, I can barely manage 60 kilograms. You don't look like you've done much training. Weren't you the one who just joined yesterday? And you want to jump straight to 80 kilograms? Lu Chen glanced at the man, noting his impressive physique, clearly a regular at the gym. Lu Chen replied, that's why I've got you all here. I'll give it a try, and if I can't lift it, I'll back down. Who knows, maybe I'm just naturally gifted. Lu Chen replied, that's why I've got you all here. I'll give it a try, and if I can't lift it, I'll back down. Who knows, maybe I'm just... Other members crowded around, all wearing expressions of amusement. If a newcomer could lift 80 kilograms on his first try, what was the point of their years of dedicated training? Zhao Xiaoxiao held her breath, her eyes filled with worry. Lu Zijing, noticing her concern, felt a pang of jealousy and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Don't worry, Xiaoxiao. Maybe Lu Chen is just exceptionally talented. Lu Chen took a deep breath, gripping the barbell firmly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he pushed the 80-kilogram barbell up with ease, his form so flawless it was 1 rep, 2 reps, 3 reps. He didn't just lift it, he completed 8 consecutive repetitions, each one executed with perfect technique and unwavering posture. Clang. As he set the barbell back on the rack, the entire gym fell into stunned silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Holy shit, man, are you for real? The burly member who had been spotting Lu Chen was utterly astonished. He had witnessed it firsthand, and had he not loaded the weights himself, he wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly. But as Lu Chen completed his first rep, her worry began to fade. By the 8th rep, her mouth hung open, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. As a physical education teacher, she knew exactly what that weight signified. Being able to bench press 80 kilograms was a feat reserved for the gym's elite men with clearly defined pectoral muscles. This was not a weight a beginner should be able to handle. What was even more astonishing was that he had managed 8 full repetitions. But he only started practicing bench press yesterday. Even with just the empty bar, he struggled, his form was off, and he was clearly straining. Was he faking it yesterday? Zhao Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom how someone could change so drastically overnight. She also recalled Lu Chen's extraordinary stamina from the day before. But why would he do that? Suddenly a thought struck her. Could Lu Chen be using the guise of learning to work out as an excuse to get close to her? No way could it be. She had only been trying to help him out as a potential boyfriend for her sister, hoping for her sister's future happiness. Could Lu Chen actually have feelings for her? The thought startled her. Yet she found she didn't harbor any aversion to the idea. Meanwhile, the person with the most dramatic expression was Lu Zijing, who had been expecting. His initially mocking smile had turned ashen, his lips trembling slightly. He stared intently at the 80-kilogram barbell still resting on the rack, then at Lu Chen, who had just sat up from the bench, with effortless grace, his breathing steady and calm, as if he hadn't exerted himself at all. He confirmed he wasn't seeing things. The calm, nonchalant expression on Lu Chen's face now seemed to him to be filled with endless mockery. He couldn't fathom how this seemingly ordinary newcomer, who lacked any significant muscle mass, could possess such terrifying strength. And it was 80 kilograms, double the weight he could manage. Could he really be naturally gifted? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Zijing muttered in disbelief, his voice cracking. Lu Chen didn't even have much muscle. Even with natural talent, there had to be some limits. It defied all logic. Lu Zijing strode over to the barbell, intending to test the weight himself. The burly member beside him frowned. Hey man, I loaded that weight myself. The bar and plates are all standard gym equipment. You're not suggesting it's rigged, are you? Lu Chen stood up, slowly dusting off his hands, and looked at Lu Zijing with a calm gaze. Coach Lu, if you have doubts, feel free to take my place, and do the same. Fine, I will. Lu Zijing took a deep breath. While he had never attempted 80 kilograms, he had done 60 kilograms many times. 80 kilograms, he might just be able to do it. He lay down, and the moment the barbell left the rack, his expression changed. The crushing weight was far heavier than he had anticipated. His arm muscles strained instantly, veins bulging. Ugh! Lu Zijing's face turned beet red, veins protruding on his forehead, as a guttural, desperate groan escaped his throat. But no matter how hard he pushed, the cold metal bar refused to budge an inch. Lu Zijing clumsily rolled off the bench, gasping for air, his face a mask of shock and defeat. Only by attempting it himself did he truly grasp the terrifying might of 80 kilograms, and how utterly incredible Lu Chen's effortless display had been. Lu Chen walked over to the red-faced Lu Zijing, and said calmly, Coach Lu, I think the result is clear now. Lu Zijing's face flushed from red to white, then from white to his eye. He stammered, his eyes darting away, searching for words to save face, but finding everything he could say utterly futile. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, there was no way he could deny it. Finally, amidst the varied gazes of the crowd, Lu Zijing forced the words out from between clenched teeth. Fine, I accept my defeat. With that, he could no longer bear to stay. He spun around and stormed out of the weight area, forgetting his gym bag on the floor, his retreating figure a picture of utter humiliation. As the commotion subsided, the crowd began to disperse, but many cast glances of admiration or curiosity at Lu Chen as they left. Several muscular gym regulars came over, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder and exchanging pleasantries. Brother, I'm in awe. Truly in awe. Your physique can handle 80 kilograms. That's insane. You're amazing, a hidden gem. It's nothing, I still need more practice. Lu Chen knew this was all thanks to the system, and he was still far from his dream physique. He had to continue training, building muscle, and sculpting his body. Lu Chen spoke lightly to the still stunned Zhao Xiaoxiao. Now that it's quiet, we can train in peace. Zhao Xiaoxiao finally snapped back to reality and asked, Were you hiding your strength yesterday? Lu Chen shook his head, finding it hard to explain. Yesterday really was my first time with strength training. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted, so with a little practice I've adapted. That same excuse again, Zhao Xiaoxiao thought to herself. She then looked at Lu Chen's muscles. Perhaps she hadn't looked carefully yesterday, but she noticed his physique seemed more defined than the day before. Especially the lines of his chest and arms, they seemed firmer. Could she have been seeing things yesterday? That must be it. As an unmarried young woman, she couldn't very well stare at a man. Though his explanation was still unconvincing, she didn't intend to call him out, just gave a slight nod. Zhao Xiaoxiao realized she didn't feel repulsed by Lu Chen's seemingly deliberate attempt to get closer. Instead, she felt a small sense of pride and delight. Zhao Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, trying to mask her inner turmoil. Well, let's continue training then. But you'll follow my lead. No adding weight without my permission. We'll progress gradually with our workout plan at my pace. No problem. At 9 in the evening, the sky outside had already turned completely dark. In the spacious design department, only the office of Pei Qingxue was illuminated by a solitary lamp. The computer screen emitted a soft white glow, illuminating her somewhat haggard face. On the screen was an unfinished women's clothing design with elegant lines and exquisite details, yet her gaze was somewhat vacant, her fingers lingering away from the buzzing. Her phone suddenly vibrated in the quiet office, shattering the suffocating silence. Pei Qingxue glanced at the screen, the caller ID displayed Mom. Her heart instinctively tightened. After hesitating for a long moment, she finally pressed the answer button. Qingxue, aren't you off work yet? The somewhat hoarse voice of her mother Zhou Wan came through the phone. There's a detail in the design draft that needs to be modified. Pei Qingxue clicked a few times on the mouse, unlocking the screen, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of exhaustion. However, as a mother, Zhou Wan still sensed it. Zhou Wan said in a low tone, "Don't lie to Mom. Has someone been lurking downstairs in the building you rented recently?" Pei Qingxue pressed her lips tightly together, falling silent. She recalled the several burly men in black baseball caps who suddenly appeared downstairs in her residential complex yesterday, glaring fiercely at everyone who entered. Fortunately, Pei Qingxue was quite vigilant and did not approach them, thus escaping a disaster. Remembering yesterday's experience, she still felt a lingering fear. "Qingxue, it's our fault for dragging you into this." Zhou Wan's voice held a trace of pleading. "Please listen to Mom. In a few days, come back with us to Tongqing to avoid this. Jiangsheng is really not safe anymore. Your father has gotten himself into too much trouble this time, and it won't be resolved anytime. Those debt collectors will surely find someone familiar with your dad through various channels. Go back to my hometown." Pei Qingxue repeated those 3 words. A feeling of indescribable resistance surged within her. "What can I do if I go back? I have my own job in Jiangsheng. I love design, I love my current work." Her family had already gone bankrupt, and if she were to willingly give up everything, she currently had to return to that small county in Tongqing, facing the sympathetic mocking or gloating gazes of relatives and neighbors. She couldn't do it. She not only liked this job, but more importantly, it was also a respectable profession. Zhou Wan's tone quickened. "Qingxue, don't you understand yet? The reason you were able to smoothly enter Hylon and quickly get promoted to director was really not just because of your overseas master's degree or your so-called talent, was it? It was because your father was still the 3rd largest shareholder of Hylon. And now, your father owes such a huge sum of money that selling off his shares in Hylon wouldn't even cover the debt. Do you think the new shareholders will still let you sit comfortably in this position?" Zhou Wan's words were sharp, even somewhat cruel, yet she still had to say them. These words pierced Pei Qingxue's heart like countless needles. She was not without feelings. Recently the company had been secretly discussing her behind her back, and Su Yanxin was increasingly at odds with her. The thought of losing this job and seeing Su Yanxin's smug expression was something Pei Qingxue found hard to accept. Even if there is some truth to what you're saying," Pei Qingxue's voice lowered, trembling with a hint of stubbornness, "my design abilities are evident in the company. The sales of several pieces I've designed have been so what? Does your company lack outstanding designers? Do you think you're irreplaceable? Besides, new shareholders are most wary of people like you. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to be kicked out later? It's better to leave on your own. Now at least you can retain some dignity." Pei Qingxue fell silent. She knew her mother was right. Zhou Wan's tone softened again. "Qingxue, come back. Our family will be together. We just need to get through these few years, and once your dad pays off his debts, everything will be fine." "Mom," she interrupted her mother's words, her voice trembling with excitement, "tell me, how much does our family still owe?" "This." Zhou Wan suddenly fell silent. The family owed a considerable amount, and even borrowed a lot of money from Pei Qingxue for urgent needs. But the actual amount owed, she dared not say. "You don't need to ask for specific numbers. Just think it over, Qingxue. We're going back in a few days, and I hope you'll come with us." The call ended. Pei Qingxue finally could not hold on any longer, leaning on the cold desk, looking somewhat dejectedly at the computer screen. Boom. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder resonated outside. She could no longer stay in the office, otherwise she would miss the last subway. Pei Qingxue dragged her listless body towards home. Upon exiting the subway, it was pouring rain outside. The downpour, relentless and strong winds, howled with only a few pedestrians on the road. Pei Qingxue held an umbrella, struggling towards her residential complex. Just as she was about to step into a street, her gaze suddenly caught sight of 3 burly men with tattoos squatting under a closed shop. The men were smoking and noticed Pei Qingxue, who was walking in high heels. Her heart instantly plummeted. A cold fear seized her entire being. Pei Qingxue took a deep breath of the cold air, forcing herself to calm down. She lowered the brim of her umbrella and continued walking, pretending to just pass by. The 3 continued to smoke, their eyes assessing Pei Qingxue, yet they did not take any action. Just as she was about to leave their line of sight, suddenly a voice called out, "Miss Pei, please wait a moment." A middle-aged bald man stood up from the shadows, slowly approaching Pei Qingxue. Pei Qingxue's heart suddenly skipped a beat, but she did not stop her steps. Instead, she quickened her pace. The 3 men sprinted in the rain and soon caught up to her, blocking her path. "What do you want? You've mistaken the person. I'm not Miss Pei." Pei Qingxue forced herself to stay calm, her voice trembling slightly. She tried to walk in another direction, wanting to bypass them. However, another burly man quickly blocked her way. The bald man grinned. "I've heard that the daughter of President Pei is particularly beautiful. Having seen you today, it's indeed the case. But your father owes money, as shouldn't you pay something back? The interest has almost exceeded the principal." Pei Qingxue's cold expression showed signs of panic. "I don't know what you're talking about. Miss Pei, we won't make things difficult for you. Just tell me your father's current hiding address." "I really don't know what you're talking about. If you keep blocking my way and continue to pester me, I'll call the police." Pei Qingxue bit her lip. "This bag was bought with my own money from work. Pei Qingxue replied indignantly. Then how about letting us take this bag to offset the debt? One of them pretended to read. This bag was bought with my own money from work. Pei Qingxue replied indignantly. Then how about letting us take this bag to offset the debt? One of them pretended to reach for her bag. Pei Qingxue hurriedly dodged back. During the struggle, the umbrella fell to the ground, and the pouring rain drenched her instantly. One of her black high heels was accidentally kicked away while trying to evade, leaving her feet clad only in stockings stepping into the muddy water. Cold rainwater flowed down her hair and cheeks. The thin professional outfit clung tightly to her body. The chill and fear made her tremble all over. The bald man stopped his subordinate's actions and said from a high position, "Miss Pei, don't you still want to admit your identity? If you don't speak up, you'll have to go to your company to collect the debt." His tone was threatening. In reality, he could never do that. After all, Hylon Apparel Group was a legitimate large company, and they could not enter the premises. Pei Qingxue, in an extremely embarrassed state, was on the brink of collapse. Her usually cold and delicate face was now full of helplessness and fear, rainwater and tears mixing, blurring her vision. "No, please don't." Pei Qingxue's voice carried a hint of sobbing. She could not imagine what her usually respectful colleagues would think of her if these debt collectors appeared in her office, and how they would gossip behind her back. She would no longer be able to stand in the company, nor could she hold her head high. The bald man stepped forward with a cold sneer, forcing her to look up. "Then tell us, where is your father?" Pei Qingxue shook her head in despair, as she truly didn't know where her parents might be at that moment. She could no longer distinguish whether it was rainwater or tears on her face, feeling like an abandoned person, isolated and helpless. Just when she was on the verge of despair, suddenly a strong and brilliant beam of light pierced through the heavy rain curtain, cutting through the darkness like a sword. The light was so glaring that everyone instinctively squinted their eyes. Soon after, a deep engine roar drew nearer, and the outline of a car gradually became clear through the rain. Pei Qingxue raised her eyes, and in a daze saw a luxurious and powerful-looking tall SUV, slowly approaching through the heavy rain, exuding a calm, yet eventually it came to a stop just 3 meters away from her. The crimson paint of the vehicle glistened like flames under the rain, and the matrix headlights resembled the fierce eyes of a wild beast piercing through the curtain of rain, illuminating the entire street. Even though it was somewhat blinding, Pei Qingxue recognized the vehicle at first glance, as she was all too familiar with that emblem, as her own 718 had only recently been sold. A Porsche Cayenne. But why would such a car appear here at this moment? She instinctively thought it might be her parents, but then quickly remembered that they were likely in no position to help. And if it were one of her friends, she couldn't recall anyone who owned a luxury car in such a color scheme. So who could it be? Could it be Li Du? Pei Qingxue thought of someone. Li Du, unmarried, standing at 1.75 meters with a well-proportioned face, slightly overweight, was already the marketing manager of Hylon Group at the young age of 33, with a promising future ahead. Moreover, he was the son of the second-largest shareholder of Hylon Group. Li Du had been pursuing Pei Qingxue, and upon noticing that the Pei family was facing difficulties, he even offered her $1 million without any conditions. However, Pei Qingxue had rejected him. She understood Li Du's intentions. He was a good man, but she felt nothing for him, so she decisively turned him down. If the person was indeed Li Du and he had genuinely come to help her, Pei Qingxue truly didn't know how to face him. In a moment of conflict, she hoped someone would come to rescue her, yet feared that if it were Li Du, how would he cope afterward? The sudden appearance of the luxury car startled the 3 burly debt collectors, who squinted as they examined the unexpected guest. The bald man's face flashed with caution and confusion. Those who could drive such a car were either wealthy or influential, and as collectors operating at the bottom of the social ladder, they instinctively wished. At that moment, the driver's door swung open. A tall figure stepped out briskly, holding a large black umbrella, and casually closed the door behind him. As the man's face became clear in the glow of the headlights, Pei Qingxue's pupils suddenly contracted, and her breath caught in her throat. Lu Chen. How could it be him? Why was it him again? The recently promoted employee of the design department. Just a few days ago, she had seen Lu Chen delivering an umbrella on his electric bike, and she had even doubted whether he had ulterior motives in getting close to her. But why in the blink of an eye was he driving this car and standing before her? Who exactly is he? Yet Pei Qingxue barely had time to be shocked by Lu Chen's transformation. An indescribable sense of embarrassment and shame surged within her. In his eyes, she must surely appear quite disheveled. Pei Qingxue wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide into. The most pitiful and vulnerable side of her was fully exposed to him. Despite the cold rain, she could still feel her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Lu Chen, holding the umbrella, was equally surprised to see the woman being bullied by 3 burly men. He hadn't come specifically for her. He had merely been driving home when he happened to pass by and saw the 3 men making advances on a woman, so he immediately drove over. At that moment, with a strength value of 83, Lu Chen surpassed most men of facing the opportunity to act heroically. He was far from afraid. He just never expected that the person he happened to save would be his colleague Pei Qingxue. Pei Qingxue appeared very disheveled, soaked to the skin, her hair messy, her makeup long gone, one high heel missing, and one bare foot, standing in the cold muddy water. Seeing the three burly men, Lu Chun understood the situation. They had come to collect debts from the Pei family. Brother, you're not a member of the Pei family. This has nothing to do with you, right? Ha, bullying the weak with numbers, picking on a defenseless woman, and you say this has nothing to do with me. Lu Chun sneered. So you're going to confront us then? The bald man growled, his voice rough and menacing. Seeing that Lu Chun couldn't be intimidated, his expression darkened, and the three men quickly surrounded. Lu Chun's gaze turned cold as he looked at Pei Qingxue, who was still standing in the rain. Not only do I want to confront you, but I also want you to pay the price. Damn it, how dare you give me attitude? The bald man's anger flared as Lu Chun's attitude provoked him. This guy was even more arrogant. Driving a Porsche is impressive. They were just professional debt collectors, having been to jail countless times, and did they really think they wouldn't dare to act? After speaking, the bald man swung his fist the size of a sandbag directly at Lu Chun's face. No! Pei Qingxue exclaimed in shock, her heart leaping. Although she felt shocked and embarrassed by Lu Chun's sudden appearance, she absolutely did not want to see him get hurt because of her. She had already envisioned the scene of Lu Chun being knocked down, filled with guilt and fear. However, the imagined scene of Lu Chun being knocked down did not occur. Facing the rapidly approaching fist, Lu Chun did not retreat an inch. He simply raised his hand casually, precisely catching the bald man's fist. The sneer on the bald man's face instantly froze, replaced by extreme shock and pain. He felt as if his fist was not hitting flesh, but rather striking a solid piece of steel. An irresistible force surged from the opponent's palm, firmly gripping his fist and preventing any movement, while waves of intense pain radiated from his fingers, threatening to crush them. Ugh! The bald man couldn't help but cry out in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, attempting to retract his fist, but found that the other's hand remained unmoving like a hydra. Lu Chen's gaze was icy. With a slight flick of his wrist, the bald man felt a tremendous force travel up his arm. His entire body was uncontrollably spun around half a circle, losing balance in his lower body, and with a thud he fell into the slippery, muddy ground, splashing up a large amount of water. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Pei Qingxue could hardly see how Lu Chun made his move. She only saw that the muscular bald man had no ability to resist before Lu Chun, and was easily knocked to the ground with just. The stark contrast left her mind blank. The imposing brute who had seemed so fearsome before her was so easily subdued by Lu Chun. Chow! Let's all go together. The other two burly men, shocked and furious, shouted. One charged at Lu Chun from the side, while the other went straight for Lu Chun's face. As the two men attacked, Lu Chun remained unfazed. He charged directly at one of them, his body resembling a cannonball as he slammed into one of them. The man instantly felt as if he had crashed into a wall, his whole body aching as he staggered back. The other man was directly grabbed by Lu Chun, experiencing the same fate as the bald man. He winced in pain, his body twisting under the force, and was finally kicked to the ground by Lu Chun. The entire process took no more than 7 or 8 seconds. The looks in their eyes as they gazed at Lu Chun were filled with terror. This seemingly ordinary young man, without any muscular build, wielded a strength that was simply terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a monster. The bald man struggled to rise from the muddy ground, no longer daring to act arrogantly. He, along with his two equally disheveled companions, scrambled away from the scene, not daring. The heavy rain continued to pour, and Pei Qingxue stared blankly at the man before her, her mind a complete blank, still unable to fully comprehend the recent. Are you alright? Lu Chun spoke up. He looked at Pei Qingxue, her soaked dress clinging to her skin, revealing her graceful and alluring figure. Water droplets continuously fell from her hair, and the once aloof flower on a high peak now bore a trace of vulnerability. I am fine. Pei Qingxue responded instinctively, her voice trembling. Only then did she realize that after being drenched for a long time, her body was slightly shivering. Let's get in the car first. It's raining heavily, and staying out too long will give you a cold. As a colleague, Lu Chun couldn't just leave her alone here. More importantly, Lu Chun seemed to have thought of to whom he should give the Pandora card, which was still gathering dust in his backpack. Someone who needed money the most. Lu Chun walked beside her, holding an umbrella in one hand, while gently supporting her arm with the other. Feeling the warmth of his strong arm touching her, Pei Qingxue frowned, her body involuntarily stiffening. She had always held a strong aversion to any physical contact with the opposite sex, and this rejection had almost become an instinctive physiological response. From childhood to adulthood, whenever she had to engage in physical contact with males, whether it was unintentional or a polite handshake, she would feel a wave of uncontrollable nausea at the moment. But at this moment, when Lu Chun was helping her, Pei Qingxue unexpectedly did not experience that strong aversion. Instead, a strange sense of calmness unexpectedly rose within her. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Porsche, the luxurious leather seat enveloped her cold body. Listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the windshield, and feeling the warm air and pleasant fragrance inside the car, Pei Qingxue finally snapped back to her senses from the earlier terror, feeling a sense of safety. Thinking of her recent predicament, she felt a moment of confusion. Then fear struck her. Had Lu Chen not appeared, what kind of outcome would she have faced today? She secretly glanced at Lu Chen, whose handsome and rugged features were complemented by a wet short sleeve clinging to his slightly bulging chest. His tall figure seemed like a mountain blocking the torrential rain outside. This man completely overturned her impression. In Pei Qingsu's eyes, Lu Chen now seemed extremely mysterious. Put this on. A gentle voice from Lu Chen disrupted her chaotic thoughts. Pei Qingxue saw him approaching with the black high heel she had accidentally dropped. Extend your right foot. Pei Qingxue seemed to have lost her ability to think, instinctively extending her right foot. The rain had completely soaked her thin flesh-colored stockings, making them somewhat transparent, revealing the delicate contours of her feet, and her toes painted with red nail polish. The tips and soles of her feet were smeared with mud, contrasting sharply with her fair skin. It was only as she extended her foot that Pei Qingxue realized how ambiguous her action was. A surge of shame overwhelming her, and she instinctively wanted to retract her foot. But in the next moment, she felt a warm palm touch the back of her foot, followed by the sensation of him putting on the high heel for her. Bang! The car door closed as Lu Chen took his seat in the driver's position. He did not pay attention to Pei Qingsu's embarrassed expression at that moment. Instead, he sank his consciousness into the system's backpack space, retrieving the purple Pandora card, and choosing card activated. Please select the binding target, binder Pei Qingxue. Ding, Pandora card binding successful. It has been bound as Pei Qingsu's exclusive card, which will automatically adapt to the current world's rules, taking the form of a bank savings card with unlimited limits valid for 1 year. The card has been issued to the host's pocket, and the initial transaction password is the birthday of the binder. As soon as the prompt finished, Lu Chen felt a vibration in his left pocket, and soon there was an addition. Lu Chen was not surprised that this card could appear out of nowhere. This was the ability of the system, making everything seem natural to him. Now that he had this card, and a binding person, Lu Chen's main task was to find a way to make Pei Qingxue willingly use this card. Lu Chen knew that if he used this card well, his assets could multiply several times, even dozens of times in a short period. But this required a gradual process. Soon Lu Chen thought of the first way to use it, turning the steering wheel and speeding towards a certain location. At this moment, Pei Qingxue was still immersed in her recent embarrassment, temporarily forgetting to ask Lu Chen where he intended to take her. But soon Pei Qingxue would know. The vehicle stopped in front of a luxuriously decorated building with an exquisitely designed floating water droplet fountain at the entrance, the all-metal exterior reflecting the surrounding neon lights, giving off a futuristic vibe. A large W was displayed on the glass curtain wall ahead, shimmering with colors and strikingly eye-catching. What are we doing here? Pei Qingsu's heart tightened, instinctively clutching her damp clothes. The moment she saw this familiar character, she understood. This was the W Hotel in Jiangxing, the 8th of its kind nationwide, and one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Jiangxing. Late at night, a hotel. Pei Qingxue immediately grew alert and defensive. She even entertained thoughts of fleeing. Lu Chen was not surprised by Pei Qingsu's reaction. He parked the car and calmly looked at her. Do you think after what happened today you can still go back home? Won't those people come looking for you again? Lu Chen's words instantly made Pei Qingxue awaken, as she knew he was right. Her rented apartment was no longer safe. She couldn't be sure if she would face the same situation tomorrow. If she encountered it again, without Lu Chen's help, what could she do to resist? This uncertainty filled her with extreme fear. So you should stay here for now. Hurry to the hotel and change out of those wet clothes. Take a hot shower and don't catch a cold. After a pause, Pei Qingxue shook her head and said, I can't stay here. As she spoke, there was a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Because a very important issue lay before her, she currently had little money and simply couldn't afford to stay at a hotel, especially not the W Hotel, a luxurious establishment with a certain reputation nationwide. She wanted to say she had no money, but her strong sense of pride prevented her from voicing it. Lu Chen did not ask why and did not look at her embarrassed expression. He took out a purple bank card from his pocket. Lu Chen held the card up to Pei Qingsu's eyes. You can use this card for now, but today's accommodation can be paid with it. Pei Qingxue looked at the purple bank card, glistening with a special metallic sheen, her fingers unconsciously tightening. She had never seen a card of this style, but her surprise was not at the card's appearance, but at Lu Chen's action. No, I can't accept this, Pei Qingxue said in a dry voice. Despite her current predicament, the pride hidden in her heart made it difficult for her to accept such charity. Moreover, they were just ordinary colleagues, and just a few days ago Pei Qingxue had not even known Lu Chen's name. Why? Lu Chen's tone remained calm as he gazed at her. Do you have a better option right now? Pei Qingsu's gaze fell, her lips lightly bitten as she remained silent. Lu Chen seemed to sense her thoughts and said blandly, I never said it was for you, I borrowed it from you. You can return it to me when you're in a better position later. Lu Chen understood that if he forced this upon her without expecting repayment, Pei Qingsu's nature would not allow her to accept. Not wanting to put her in a difficult position, Lu Chun provided her with an avenue out. After much hesitation, Pei Qingxue finally extended her slender finger and took the heavy card. Lu Chun, I will definitely pay you back. Her tone carried a hint of stubbornness. There's no rush, first let's get through this immediate difficulty. Lu Chun did not hastily reveal his intentions. He knew that Pei Qingxue's family was in trouble and that someone was pressing her for debt repayment, which surely amounted to a considerable sum. Thus this card would inevitably prove useful. Lu Chun led Pei Qingxue to the front desk of the W Hotel. The front desk, known as Living RM, was said to be designed by world-class architects skillfully combining garden and embroidery elements with modern art. Above, blue and white prism fragments shimmered in the three-story high lobby resembling flowing nebulae symbolizing garden tiles, while below was a droplet-shaped sculpture named Yunxi representing the water towns of Jiangnan. However, Lu Chun saw through these abstract elements. Combined with the adjacent Wu Bar, he felt it resembled more a fashionable nightclub lobby than a hotel reception. Hello sir and madam, welcome to W Hotel. A polite attendant greeted them. Lu Chun replied, I would like to book a suite at W Hotel for 1 week. Pei Qingxue looked at Lu Chun in surprise, quickly saying a regular room is enough. Oh, I don't need to stay in a suite. At that moment, she simply could not afford such an expense. The cost of a suite for a week could very well be her entire month's salary. Lu Chun reassured her, don't worry. This week is effectively me helping you. You don't need to pay me back. If you insist on repaying me, think about it after you earn a lot of money later. But Pei Qingxue wanted to say something more, but Lu Chun had already turned to the front desk. The attendant said, hello, sir, we currently have the extraordinary lake view suite available, priced at 7,999 yuan per night. For 7 days it totals 55,993 yuan. Will it be cash or card? Card. Pei Qingxue bit her lip and handed over the card. Her movements were a bit hesitant, but recalling Lu Chun's earlier words eased her mind slightly. Indeed, just consider it a loan, and she could repay him slowly, Pei Qingxue thought to herself. The attendant quickly took the card and turned the POS machine toward Pei Qingxue. Please enter your bank card password. Lu Chun stepped forward, but just as he was about to input the password, he suddenly paused. Remembering the system's prompt, he looked at Pei Qingxue beside him and asked, sorry, may I ask when your birthday? Pei Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by this sudden question. My birthday. After a brief hesitation, she revealed her birth date. Upon hearing it, Lu Chun immediately entered the password on the POS machine. Payment successful. Pei Qingxue stared dumbfounded as she witnessed Lu Chun input her birthday and then complete the payment. This was entirely unexpected for her. Why was Lu Chun's bank card linked to her birthday? Was this a coincidence, or was there something more to it? Lu Chun said somewhat awkwardly, this is just the initial password. You can change it to whatever number you'd like later. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Chun thought it was ridiculous that the system used the birthday of the bound individual as a password, and he had no idea what Pei Qingxue's. It seemed as though Lu Chun had deliberately designed it that way, but in reality, he felt completely innocent. After the payment was completed, he returned the bank card to Pei Qingxue. Pei Qingxue completed the check-in process, and the attendant continued, sir, please present your identification. Lu Chun realized she misunderstood, and quickly said, I don't need identification. Ew, I'm not checking in. The attendant's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly returned to a professional smile. Ms. Pei, here is your room card. The extraordinary Lakeview Suite is on the 33rd floor with dedicated butler service. I wish you a pleasant stay. Just as the 24-hour butler was about to lead Pei Qingxue to the elevator, she suddenly turned around. Her cold gaze fixed on Lu Chun, seemingly trying to see through him. Her expression was exceedingly calm as she slowly spoke. Lu Chun, you knew all along, didn't you? Since that day we coincidentally met at the jewelry store, you've known about me. Lu Chun was taken aback by her sudden words. He swore that most of the events leading up to this were coincidences orchestrated by the system with nothing to do with him. He spread his hands and candidly said, actually, you're overthinking it. Pei Qingxue lay in the spacious bathtub, warm water gently enveloping her, dispelling the chill and panic of the rainy night. Soft light from the edge of the tub reflected off the water's surface, creating sparkling ripples. Soothing light music flowed through the air, complementing the night view of Jinhu outside the window. The distant city lights cascaded like a galaxy, particularly dazzling and enchanting in the post-rain night sky. The gentle music flowed smoothly through the air, and the pleasant lavender fragrance made her spirit relax. From her elevated vantage point, she gazed out at the entire night view of Jinhu, which was both brilliant and mesmerizing. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety and comfort, and her thoughts inevitably drifted back to Lu Chun's last words. Actually, you're overthinking it. Pei Qingxue did not understand what he truly meant. Was it really her overthinking? But could there really be so many coincidences in the world? If the first encounter at the jewelry store was a coincidence, then was it also coincidental that he appeared at her most dangerous moment today? What was even harder to argue was this bank card. The password was actually her birthday. Was that also a coincidence? If he admitted that everything was done intentionally because of her, Pei Qingxue would actually not feel any resentment, but since he denied it, it only made her more anxious. She realized she truly could not understand Lu Chen's inner thoughts. However, today I'm safe, but what about tomorrow? She recalled her mother's words. Could she keep this job? The only opportunity for her to turn her life around was this job that paid 2,000 yuan a month. If what her mother said was indeed as cruel as it sounded, and she was really kicked out of High-Lawn fashion, how would she live then? With that thought, she sighed softly and stood up from the water. Water droplets slid down her exquisite curvy body, refracting tiny sparkles under the bathroom light. The watermarks traced along her slender waist and long legs resembling a lotus emerging from the water. Her figure was exceptionally perfect, paired with her stunningly cold visage resembling a work of art carved from white jade. She used a soft towel to dry her body, casually turned off the music, and covered herself with a blanket. As Lu Chen returned home, he felt good and was about to turn on his computer to play some games. Recently, he had been busy with work and had no time for gaming, but now that he had some free time, his hands were. Just as he was about to power up the computer provided by his family during college, he found that the screen would not light up. What the heck, why won't it boot up? The laptop's cooling fan was whirring loudly, but no matter how he tinkered with it, the screen remained black. After fiddling for a while, Lu Chen finally confirmed that this old companion, which had been with him for many years, had reached its end. Just as he was feeling annoyed, Lu Chen heard a strange sound coming from next door. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. He recognized it. It was a couple next door going through their usual routine. Normally, it would be over in less than 3 minutes, but it still affected his mood. Lu Chen lay in bed silently thinking, it's time to buy my own house. Suddenly, he heard the system's prompt sound. What the heck, a task at this time, and I have to spend 2,000 yuan. He knew that the system issued tasks without a fixed schedule, but he didn't expect it to come so late. However, when he saw the task reward, Lu Chen's eyes widened in an instant, and he leaped out of bed in excitement. His sleepiness was washed away by this sudden surprise as he looked incredulously at the light blue system panel in front of him, which clearly displayed the reward information. You're rewarding me with property. System Dad, you're like Aladdin's lamp. Lu Chen felt a rush of tears. This was just like a wish-granting lamp. What kind of house is it? Lu Chen quickly opened Dong and immediately ordered a computer setup. This was something he had long wanted to buy, but back then he could only put it in his shopping cart for a fleeting thrill. He couldn't waste a large sum of money on digital devices because he was saving for a betrothal gift. Now, however, Lu Chen finally had both the money and time to splurge on this gear. He upgraded his graphics card to a higher tier. In the end, Lu Chen spent nearly 5,000 yuan to although it far exceeded the system's stipulated spending amount compared to the joy it brought him, it was nothing. Ding, today's task 2, spend 2,000 yuan completed. Reward being issued 1 property at Lakeside No. 1. Lakeside No. 1. This name was well known in Jiangcheng. It is one of the most prestigious luxury residential areas located in Linglong Bay on the east side of Jinhu, renowned for its unbeatable lake view, luxurious design, and prime location, with an average price of about 5,000 yuan per square meter. The smallest unit is 150 square meters, meaning at least 7.5 million yuan is needed. In the past, Lu Chen would have to work from the time of Zhu Yuanzhang without eating or drinking to gather enough for this 7.5 million yuan to buy a house. And now the system directly rewarded him with a unit. A unit in Building 6 on the 18th floor. Given this number, it's most likely a high floor with an absolutely first-class view. Lu Chen's heart raced wildly. Compared to the previous cashback rewards, this tangible property reward brought a completely different sense of impact and stability. Before long, Lu Chen's phone rang. A pleasant female voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? I am Lin, a property consultant from Guangwei Real Estate Group. My surname is Lin. Her voice was gentle and professional. The system indicates that the property transfer for your Unit 2 on the 18th floor of Building 6 has been completed. Welcome to become the esteemed owner of Lakeside No. We have prepared your exclusive owner's manual access card and related materials. May I ask if you can come tomorrow to complete the handover and collect the keys? So soon. Lu Chen didn't expect that the system had just prompted him, and less than 5 minutes later he received a call from the real estate company. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Chen tried to remain calm, saying, I have work tomorrow, so I might not have time. Can you first introduce the situation of the property, such as the layout and whether there are any loans? Lin Wan on the other end was somewhat taken aback, as it seemed this Mr. Lu was completely unaware of the purchase details, not even knowing the basic information about the house. Was it not purchased by him? After thinking, she felt this must be the reason. After all, many rich second-generation individuals have properties purchased by their parents. And this Mr. Lu, being relatively young, shouldn't have been able to buy this property all on his own. Lin Wan couldn't help but secretly envy those with such parents. She quickly replied, regarding the layout, Unit 1802 in Building 6 is the classic layout of Lakeside No. 1, located on the top floor with a construction area of 325 square meters, designed as 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms, with a nearly 30 square meter curved viewing balcony included. 325 square meters. Wow, Lu Chen gasped, realizing this was almost double his estimated 150 square meters. At an average price of 500 yuan, this property was valued at nearly 16 million yuan. Yes, Mr. Lu Linwan confirmed. The layout is very rectangular with south-north ventilation. Upon entering, there is an independent entrance hall, and the living and dining rooms are designed as an integrated horizontal hall connecting to your large viewing balcony directly facing Jinhu Lake with no obstructed view. The master bedroom is designed as a suite featuring an independent walk-in closet and a bathroom of 5-star hotel standards equipped with an imported brand massage bathtub. The other 3 bedrooms are also decorated to 5-star standards. This property comes with top-brand furniture and appliances, allowing for true move-in readiness. Additionally, it includes 2 underground parking spaces. As for the loan, Mr. Lu, please rest assured this property was purchased outright with no loans or mortgages, with clear ownership. Hearing the words purchased outright, Lu Chen took a deep breath, trying to digest this information. He once again experienced the system's generosity. The system doesn't reward lightly, and when it does, it certainly won't give him some rundown property as a joke. This reward could refresh his record of rewards, marking the most substantial one he had ever received, allowing him to step straight into wealth with assets worth millions. Alright, I have a general understanding of the situation. I might not have time due to work, Lu Chen said. That's fine, Mr. Lu. I can also work in the evening. Whenever you're free, we can proceed with the handover tonight, Lin Wan said. Lu Chen had somewhat forgotten that for such top-tier luxury property, sales and after-sales services are often available 247 ready to arrange as soon as the client has a need. Okay, you'll confirm the time and contact you, Lu Chen replied. No problem, Mr. Lu. Is your mobile number linked to WeChat? Would it be convenient for me to add you? Whether for maintenance of this property or inquiries about purchasing others, you can ask me. I am your 24-hour property consultant, Lin Wan said in a gentle yet professional tone. Okay. After hanging up, Lu Chen immersed himself in the joy of soon owning a large house, excitedly unable to sleep. The next day, Lu Chen hurried to the company just in time for clock-in. Although he no longer cared about the full attendance award, the system's daily task always included working a full 8 hours, which Lu Chen had to complete on time. With just 2 days left, he could exchange for shares, and that would be the time when he truly turned his life around. Arriving at the company, Lu Chen found Zhao Yajing. Sister Jing, are you free tonight? I would like to ask you for a favor. Zhao Yajing was sitting at her desk, crossing her legs and revealing her perfectly curvy thighs, looking at Lu Chen with interest. What's up? What do you need my help with? Lu Chen gave a smile in response to Sister Jing's teasing and continued, I recently bought a house and the paperwork is almost done, so I'm going to inspect it today. Sister Jing, you've purchased a house before and done renovations, so I want you to help me keep an eye on it. Zhao Yajing was surprised for a moment at his words, but quickly regained her composure. After all, with Lu Chen's recent display of spending power, luxury bags, top restaurants, and luxury cars, buying property was the most reasonable investment. She even felt that with Lu Chen's financial capability, deciding to buy a house was a bit late. Lu Chen, you've changed too quickly. Last time you invited me to look at cars, and now you've bought a Porsche, and just a day later you're buying a house. But you've come to the right person. Oh, I can help you check it tonight. Zhao Yajing said, her tone carrying a hint of teasing, but mostly showing happiness for him. Don't worry. Zhao Yajing leaned slightly forward and patted her chest, saying, I'm familiar with inspecting houses. I know where problems are likely to arise, and where developers might try to cut corners. We'll take a close look tonight and ensure they can't find any faults. Any necessary corrections must be made properly. Zhao Yajing readily agreed, as she had been through this process herself. If the inspection isn't thorough, discovering issues after the warranty period would be disastrous. She was already thinking about the subsequent renovations Lu Chen would need. She knew that renovations after buying a house were a big deal, hiding many pitfalls. If not handled well, it could lead to wasted money and flaws in the renovation. Meanwhile, in the design department's office area, a young designer with panda eyes rubbed his swollen temples and couldn't help but complain, Sigh, isn't the winter design task being pushed a bit too urgently? Is it really necessary to start designing this early? Who says otherwise? It feels like Director Pei has been hyperactive lately, demanding exceptionally high standards and pushing us hard. Li Ming interjected, her gaze instinctively glancing towards the closed door of Pei Kings's office. Yeah, have you all noticed? The director has been acting unusually lately, leaving the office the latest almost every day. Sometimes when I finish work late at night, her office lights are still on. Of course. It's obvious, isn't it? Another person chimed in. Lu Xiaoyan, while filing her nails, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. She's definitely feeling the pressure. With such a big issue at home, if she doesn't hold on to her job tightly and prove her worth, who knows if she can keep her position as director after the new shareholders arrive. Does working overtime ensure job security? A designer familiar with Lu Xiaoyan interjected. Such matters involve changes at the executive level, all tied to interests at stake. The design director isn't just a small pawn like us, it's a critical position. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to speak behind Director Pei's back like this? She's working so hard on her overtime, and you all are just speculating behind her back. There hasn't been a single sign regarding the shareholders' change yet, Ma Yi retorted, puffing out his chest. Indeed. This morning I think I saw Pei Qingxue getting out of a Mercedes business car. She looked quite impressive, not at all like someone with serious family troubles, right? What? Is that true? Didn't they say the Porsche was sent for repairs? Now she's switched to another car. Su Yanxin, who had been listening, quietly frowned at this point. Just then, with a soft click, the door to Pei Qingxue's office opened. The chatter abruptly ceased. Pei Qingxue stepped out. Today she was still dressed simply in black and white, a white blouse paired with a fitted black skirt that outlined her slender figure. With light makeup and her long dark hair cascading to one side, she exuded a capable and cool composure. Moi. Pei Qingxue's gaze swept over the crowd in the office, finally resting on Su Yanxin. Su team leader, I have reviewed the second design proposal for the Winter Main series. There are some details that need adjustment, and I have sent the relevant modification suggestions to your email. This task is quite urgent. Please follow up as soon as possible. Thank you. Pei Qingxue's voice was crisp, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet her tone carried an undeniable authority. Su Yanxin, who had been pondering something, felt even more displeased upon hearing Pei Qingxue's words. Being publicly assigned a task, Su Yanxin, despite her inner displeasure, quickly adjusted her expression, revealing a flawless workplace smile. Okay. After Pei Qingxue left, Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but pout. She really knows how to boss people around, doesn't she? Who told her she was the director? Let her show off. Su Yanxin gently pulled Lu Xiaoyan aside, speaking in a tone of understanding. Xiaoyan, Director Pei is just doing her job. It's a critical period, and wanting to perform well is normal. Let's just work hard. As she spoke, her chestnut ponytail swayed gently with her movements, and her airbangs framed her smile, giving her a very approachable demeanor, as if she didn't care at all about being publicly assigned a task by Pei Qingxue. However, her gaze towards Pei Qingxue's office lowered. She didn't understand why Pei Qingxue arrived in a Mercedes business car today, but Su Yanxin was indeed aware of the troubles in the Pei family. She had already inquired about this news with several leaders, and it was definitely reliable. Director Pei was confirmed to be out. If that's the case, her position would surely be unstable. Let her enjoy a few days of freedom. Regarding the new shareholders, Su Yanxin had tried to gather information about their identities and backgrounds, but there were no accurate leads. This acquisition was shrouded in mystery and happened rapidly. Perhaps it would only be announced on the day of the handover. Su Yanxin sat down feeling gloomy, twirling a pen while lost in thought. Throughout the morning, she had been working hard, and during her lunch break, she planned to brew a cup of coffee. Just then she seemed to notice a familiar voice in the tea room. Was that Pei Qingxue? Seeing her, Su Yanxin really didn't want to run into her, so she stood in the hallway holding her cup, waiting for a while. But just then she seemed to spot another figure in the tea room. Lu Chen. Lu Chen had been slacking off at his desk engrossed when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Pei Qingxue, and it reminded him that they had already added each other on WeChat. Pei Qingxue, let's meet in the tea room. I have something to give you. His curiosity was piqued instantly. Was Pei Qingxue going to actively give him something? Could it be a thank you gift for my actions yesterday? But at this time, Pei Qingxue shouldn't have extra money to buy gifts. Just don't return that card to me. Lu Chen began to envision scenarios. If she insisted on returning the card, he planned to threaten her. With a sense of confusion, Lu Chen walked into the tea room, holding his cup. Pei Qingxue had been waiting there, facing away from the door, her fitted long skirt accentuating her tall and slender figure. Lu Chen admired her figure with an appreciative gaze, and when he heard footsteps, Pei Qingxue turned around. Her cool eyes looked at Lu Chen, her face still bearing no particularly expressive emotions. Lu Chen, thank you for what happened yesterday. This is an IOU for what you paid for me. I will definitely pay you back. After speaking, she handed Lu Chen a neatly folded A4 sheet of paper. As she did so, her gaze fell, not meeting his. Lu Chen did not take it, but instead looked at Pei Qingxue's face with interest. Under Lu Chen's intense gaze, Pei Qingxue's expression began to turn shy and annoyed. Her fingers tightened around the IOU, and the nape of her neck and behind her ears seemed to fly. Just as Pei Qingxue was about to say something, Lu Chen reached out and took the paper from her. He hadn't expected Pei Qingxue to be so strong-willed, returning this to him. Writing an IOU, how ridiculous. Lu Chen unfolded the IOU, revealing Pei Qingxue's elegant handwriting detailing the date, reason, and exact amount. Finally, it bore Pei Qingxue's signature. Director Pei, your handwriting is truly beautiful, but we don't need this between us. No way. Pei Qingxue insisted with a hint of stubbornness upon hearing Lu Chen's refusal. Okay. Lu Chen understood that with Pei Qingxue's proud and strong character, if he didn't accept the IOU, she would likely feel even more embarrassed and uneasy. So Lu Chen put the paper into his pocket. After Pei Qingxue left, Lu Chen leisurely poured himself a cup of water. Just as he turned to leave, he happened to see Su Yanxin approaching the tea room. Hello, Lu Chen. Su Yanxin's voice was crisp and pleasant as she greeted him. Lu Chen noticed that Su Yanxin's expression was a bit strange, but he didn't dwell on it. Team leader Su, good afternoon. Lu Chen politely exchanged pleasantries before moving aside to leave. As Lu Chen walked away, Su Yinxing couldn't help but feel a surge of tumultuous emotions. What did she just witness? That proud and aloof Pei Qingxue, who usually treated the opposite sex with disdain, had actually initiated a conversation with Lu Chen. Moreover, it seemed she handed Lu Chen a small note, just like sneaking around in school to have a romance. This was too unusual. Countless speculations surged into her mind. How could Pei Qingxue have a private connection with Lu Chen? Did they have some secret? Recalling Lu Chen's Porsche, could it be that Pei Qingxue was? This thought shocked Su Yinxing immensely. The Bose sound system in the car played soothing music as Zhao Yajing lazily leaned back in the leather seat of the passenger side, watching the rapidly passing streets. She realized that the vehicle was not heading towards the suburbs, but rather towards the core area of the Jin Lake business district. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Yajing asked, "Lu Chen, where are you driving us? Aren't we going to look at a house?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Yes, we are on our way there." Just as she was about to say something else, the car turned into a closed street, which was clean and beautifully landscaped, lush with greenery, standing out starkly from the surrounding skyscrapers. Zhao Yajing seemed to sense something, turning to Lu Chen in disbelief. "Lu Chen, you can't be buying a place at Lakeside No. 1, can you?" Lakeside No. 1 was certainly well known to Zhao Yajing. Although it wasn't as outrageous as the Tangchen Pin in Magic City, it was still one of the most luxurious residences in Jin. Ordinary working-class individuals would find it impossible to purchase a home there due to the exorbitant prices. Even though property prices had dropped somewhat in recent years, the prices here remained astonishingly high, still beyond the reach of most, with only the wealthy and successful able to reside here. However, alongside the steep prices, the environment and location were also exceptional, with nearly 60 of the area green space and a top-tier property management team along with professional security services. That's right, Lu Chen had no intention of keeping it a secret and responded directly. Zhao Yajing was momentarily speechless, feeling incredulous. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and her previously parted legs instinctively closed. She knew about Lu Chen's family background as they had discussed it during their previous casual chats. Lu Chen's family was from an inland region, very much an ordinary working-class family. Even if they scraped together the savings of 2 generations, it would not be enough for a down payment on this luxury property. So, does that mean most of this money was paid by Lu Chen himself? Previously, Zhao Yajing had noticed how wealthy Lu Chen had become, from casually gifting 100,000 on a Hermes bag, to spending 300,000 on a dinner without blinking, and then to that Porsche Cayenne. Yet subconsciously she still thought that Lu Chen might have just gotten lucky hitting a windfall, but such wealth wouldn't last or be substantial. But Lu Chen being able to afford Lakeside No. 1 was a different matter altogether, as even the smallest units here were well over the 10 million threshold, something that could not be explained by mere luck. Zhao Yajing took a deep breath, her ample chest rising slightly, and said, "Brother, you really are wealthy now. I'm truly envious." "Not quite, there's still a distance to true financial freedom," Lu Chen said somewhat modestly. He wanted to express that his current achievements were a result of his daily persistence and hard work. After all, maintaining daily rewards was not an easy task, and was quite exhausting. Lu Chen felt that he still needed a long time to achieve financial independence. "Hey brother, your desires are inflated. For an average person in Jiang City, having a car and a house is enough to live a comfortable life." Zhao Yajing shot Lu Chen a glance. "How can one live without a bit of ambition? Now that I have money, I will not forget about you, sister." As he spoke, Lu Chen casually reached out and placed his hand on her smooth, ample thigh beneath her skirt. Zhao Yajing felt a warm hand press against her body, slightly trembling as a tingle coursed through her. Yet she did not resist, seemingly unaware, her gaze focused on the night scenery. Seeing Zhao Yajing's reaction, Lu Chen interpreted her lack of resistance as encouragement and grew bolder. Originally, he thought Zhao Yajing would immediately grab his hand, but even so, Zhao Yajing continued to look outside, appearing completely oblivious. "Wow, is this how we're playing it?" Feeling her acquiescence, Lu Chen was suddenly a bit irritated. Red light ahead. Finally, Zhao Yajing couldn't help but remind Lu Chen, after all, they were in the middle of driving. Reluctantly, Lu Chen withdrew his hand. 5 minutes later, the Porsche slowed to a stop in front of Lakeside No. 1. Since the license plate wasn't registered, Lu Chen found a temporary parking spot and parked the car. Suddenly, Lu Chen remembered something crucial he seemed to have forgotten to bring today. Although it might not be necessary, he couldn't do without it. What if he needed it? Looking around, Lu Chen spotted a chain convenience store. "Sister Jing, I'm worried I might get thirsty later. I'll go buy a bottle of water, you wait here for me for a bit." After getting out of the car, Zhao Yajing felt her legs a bit weak, and looking at the name before her found it somewhat surreal. She numbly nodded her head. Meanwhile, inside Lakeside No. 1. In a while, an important client will be coming to inspect the property. When they pass by here, you all need to be alert and demonstrate the professionalism of our Qingyi property. A middle-aged man in a suit, after instructing several security guards, strode confidently towards the entrance of the community. Zhao Chong hummed a tune, feeling exceedingly happy. After over 10 years with Qingyi property, he had finally escaped from the ordinary communities and was assigned to the renowned Lakeside No. One is the community's. Zhao Chong surveyed the surrounding environment and couldn't help but acknowledge that this truly was one of the top high-end communities in Jiang City, with excellent surroundings, great lighting, and right next to the Jin Lake waterfront. Taking a few steps would allow one to see the lake and the large building across the lake, which could easily be mistaken for a city park. Working in such a place's mood was also quite good. Furthermore, aside from the environment, what was more important was that this place didn't have as many trivial issues as ordinary communities. The wealthy residents had fewer problems, making Zhao Chong's job relatively relaxed. A middle-aged woman with voluminous curly hair approached, wearing high heels and draped in a red shawl, walking a brown corgi. Zhao Chong didn't know her, but he recognized her as a Lakeside No.1 resident. Out of professional habit, he quickly nodded to greet her, putting on a bright and enthusiastic smile. "Good evening." The middle-aged woman glanced at the man in front of her, quickly averted her gaze, said nothing, and continued walking forward. Zhao Chong didn't mind this response and moved on. Not long after, he spotted a balding man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and flip-flops who seemed a bit overweight. "Good evening." Zhao Chong didn't think much of his casual attire. After all, those were LV short sleeves and Hermes flip-flops. Just those two items on him were worth more than his monthly salary. Considering his current monthly income was just over 1.0 after bonuses, Zhao Chong felt the disparity between people was even greater than that between man and dog. He smacked his lips, looking at the tall and elegant buildings on either side, each square meter worth half a year's salary, something he could never afford in his lifetime. However, fortunately, his leader had recently entrusted him with Lakeside No.1, hoping for great things from him. He had even promised that if he performed well by the end of this year, he could remove the title of property manager and officially become the responsible manager of this community, with a promotion and a raise. By then, his girlfriend would hopefully stop belittling him every day, and he would be able to hold his head high, perhaps even discuss marriage. Thus, Zhao Chong was extremely motivated at work lately. Today, he had heard from the real estate company that the king of Building 2, which had been vacant for a year, had finally been sold, and the owner would come for an inspection tonight. So from the morning onward, Zhao Chong had been instructing various departments in property management to thoroughly check the security, plumbing, and electrical systems, making sure nothing went wrong. After staying busy until now, he calculated that it was about time, so he hurried to the entrance to wait, hoping to leave a good impression. However, when he arrived at the entrance, he unexpectedly spotted a somewhat familiar figure, leaving him utterly astonished. Zhao Chong never expected to see Zhao Yajing here, and at first he couldn't believe his eyes. Because the Zhao Yajing now was vastly different from the one 5 years ago. Back then, during their divorce, she often went barefaced, uninterested in makeup, and her outfits were quite casual. But now, Zhao Chong couldn't help but scrutinize Zhao Yajing. Today, Zhao Yajing was wearing a fitted floral dress that accentuated her curvy figure, especially her beautiful legs clad in stockings paired with black high heels, which made her stand tall and exude an impressive charm. She had not only not aged, but had also gained the allure of a mature woman, radiating charm that made Zhao Chong swallow hard. At the same time, thinking of his own partner, an inexplicable bitterness and regret surged in Zhao Chong's heart. After the divorce, he had a 5-year-old son, and his figure had deteriorated, with a ring of fat around his waist, brown spots on his face, and an extremely irritable temperament. Every day, he either complained about the high price of vegetables or criticized him for earning too little, making Zhao Chong somewhat reluctant to return home. The more he looked at Zhao Yajing, the more imbalance he felt, and the more regret he harbored. He believed he must have been blind back then, or perhaps bewitched to have made such a decision that ultimately led to their divorce. But after all these years, perhaps she no longer cared. As long as he spoke a few good words and showcased his current capabilities, he might still have a chance. Just then, while Zhao Yajing was playing with her phone at the entrance, she suddenly heard a slightly cheesy voice with a familiar tone. "Oh, Yajing, what a coincidence. What are you doing here?" As Zhao Yajing looked up, she saw a middle-aged man greeting her. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, grinning widely, and his deliberately cultivated demeanor made her feel uncomfortable. She had almost forgotten this face, but to unexpectedly see it again here stirred up feelings of disgust within her, and she coldly replied, "Zhao Chong, my being here seems to have nothing to do with it." Zhao Yajing had been in a relatively good mood, but upon seeing this face, she felt quite unlucky. Zhao Chong quickly walked closer, deliberately ignoring the coldness in her words, and took a closer look at Zhao. She was well maintained, with tight and fair skin, wearing delicate light makeup, and under the evening glow, she seemed to radiate brilliance. Sensing the fragrance of her perfume, a wave of strong regret surged through Zhao Chong again. "Yajing, how have you been these past few years?" "I am well, thank you." Zhao Yajing's tone was icy, her expression frosty, and she instinctively took a step back, wanting to distance herself from him. Zhao Chong's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as he said apologetically, "Yajing, what happened back then was indeed my fault. I was under a lot of pressure, things weren't going well at work, and my family was pushing me hard, which led to my betrayal." Zhao Yajing immediately interrupted. Stop, Zhao Chong, it's been so many years, is there any point in bringing this up now? You don't feel ashamed recalling what happened back then?" Zhao Chong's smile instantly froze. "What do you mean, Yajing?" You couldn't perform yet you pushed all the blame onto me. You went out to look for other women, and what happened? Now did you have a child? You aren't raising someone else's child, are you? Upon hearing her sharp and bitter words, Zhao Chang's face flushed with anger. He indeed struggled in that aspect, and after treatment the doctor said it could take 5 to 6 years to fully recover. Because of this his partner often criticized him, frequently complaining about his inadequacies. Her son from her previous marriage had been spoiled rotten since childhood, always asking him for money, constantly demanding this and that, and if he didn't give in he would throw tantrums, leaving Zhao Chang feeling overwhelmed. After Zhao Yejing's comments, Zhao Chang finally realized that he was in fact raising someone else's child. He instinctively glanced left and right, relieved to see no one else around, otherwise how could he show his face if others heard him? Zhao Chang felt a surge of anger, but quickly suppressed it, trying to salvage the situation. The past was my mistake, I admit it, but I am not the same now. Zhao Chang straightened his chest and said, Yajing, I work here now. Have you heard of Qingyi Property? It's the largest property company in Jiangxing. I am currently the deputy manager of Hubin No. 1, and my boss values me highly. In a few months, I will officially become the manager here, and my monthly salary will rise to nearly 2,000. Zhao Yajing looked at Zhao Chang, as if he were an idiot, realizing that after all these years, he was still so self-righteous, or perhaps naive. Zhao Chang, are you alright? We have been divorced for a long time. How I am doing has nothing to do with you. Please stop bothering me. It has long been over between us. Yajing, that's not what I mean. Please don't be so hostile toward me. I have changed a lot, am not the same as before. Just then a slightly relaxed magnetic voice interjected, Sister Jing, I've brought you a bottle of refreshing lemon water. Who is this? As he spoke, Lu Chen slowly walked up from the side, a faint smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over to Zhao Chang before landing on Zhao Yajing. He walked to Zhao Yejing's side, naturally wrapping his left arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him. This action was extremely intimate, yet Zhao Yajing showed no sign of resistance. After a brief moment of stiffness, she relaxed her entire body and leaned closer to Lu Chen. Zhao Yajing said, an acquaintance I'm not very familiar with. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yajing, and then at the visibly displeased Zhao Chang, immediately understanding. This was her ex-husband. Lu Chen had already heard about this ex-husband from Zhao Yajing. Their divorce was due to the man's inadequacies in that aspect, which led him to cheat, to prove himself, ultimately resulting in their separation. It seemed that after the divorce this ex-husband had not been very happy, otherwise he wouldn't still be lingering. Could it be that his condition had not yet improved? Thinking of this, Lu Chen tightened his hold around Zhao Yejing's waist, casting a scrutinizing and indifferent glance at Zhao Chang. Oh brother, haven't you heard that you're not very familiar with her? Why are you still standing here? Why don't you step aside? As Zhao Chang saw Lu Chen, his pupils slightly constricted. Seeing Lu Chen's natural embrace of Zhao Yajing, and Zhao Yajing showing no resistance, but rather a compliant and dependent expression, Zhao Chang's eyes filled with jealousy and frustration. He even felt a sense of being cuckolded. Looking at the young man in ordinary casual clothes, not wearing any brand name, it was clear he didn't have much money. Zhao Chang immediately felt a surge of anger. He spoke stiffly, me step aside. Do you know where this is, eh? Hubin No. 1, I am the property manager of this community. You want me to step aside? We are about to welcome an important client. Please leave now and don't block the entrance. Lu Chen smiled even more broadly at this, an extremely important client. How important can that be? It's the owner of that top-floor penthouse in Building 2, 325 square meters, worth nearly 20 million, and paid in full. Can you imagine someone of this caliber? Zhao Chang proudly said. What if I don't leave? Zhao Chang's expression changed, and he gestured back. Immediately 2 security guards who were on duty rushed over. If you don't leave, I'll have to ask you to do so, Zhao Chang threatened confidently with 2 security guards behind him. He'll count to 3. If you don't get lost, don't blame us for not warning you. 1. At that moment, a young woman in a professional outfit, elegantly made up and exuding competence, hurriedly rushed in from the entrance of the community. With an anxious and apologetic expression, her gaze quickly locked onto Lu Chen. She completely ignored Zhao Chang, ran to Lu Chen, slightly bent at the waist, and spoke with a tone full of respect and apology. Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. I just wanted to prepare some supplementary materials and didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I am Lin Weiner from Guangwei Real Estate. We spoke on the phone earlier. Lin Weiner hurried along in her flat-soled leather shoes, feeling a sense of dread rising within her. She had originally planned to arrive half an hour early to greet him, but on the way from the company, she received a phone call from her mother, who rambled on about trivial matters, subtly urging her to get married. Her mother mentioned that Lin Weiner was already in her 30s while the children of their neighbors were already in elementary school, and she had yet to even catch a glimpse of a boyfriend, let alone think about having grandchildren. Then her mother brought up a quality man introduced by a matchmaker, wanting to connect them on WeChat, urging her to remember to accept the request later, emphasizing how excellent this man was, and asking her to be a bit patient. Throughout the call, Lin Weiner was distraught, missing several green lights while driving and getting caught in the evening rush hour, ultimately arriving late. From a distance, she spotted a few people standing at the entrance, and her heart leaped into her throat. Though she had never seen Lu Chen in person, she recognized him almost instantly from the ID photo stored in the system coupled with the striking woman beside him. She quickened her pace, fearing that this incident would leave a bad impression on Lu Chen, and repeatedly apologized. Lu Chen looked at the woman approaching with a thick file in her arms, her dark professional suit hugging her slightly curvy figure, and her thick black stockings accentuating her long straight legs. Her entire demeanor exuded the competence and maturity of a professional elite, making Lu Chen feel at ease. Lu Chen comforted her, saying, "It's all right, I just arrived as well." He did not seem to mind, as he hadn't been waiting long either. Lin Weiner sighed in relief, straightened up, and then noticed Zhao Chong beside her, whose face was alternating between pale and flushed along with the two somewhat bewildered security guards. "Manager Zhao," Lin Weiner asked with some confusion, "have you been waiting here for Mr. Lu's arrival?" She had a bad premonition. This question fell like a heavy hammer, striking Zhao Chong, who was already feeling a bit dazed. As the acting property manager of this community, he certainly knew Lin Weiner's identity. She was a real estate consultant at Guangwei Real Estate, responsible for the property sales in this area. Seeing her rushing over from afar, and then immediately bowing to apologize to Lu Chen, Zhao Chong's mind went blank for a moment, leaving him utterly confused and unable to grasp the situation. When Lin Weiner called out to him, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, snapping him back to reality and making him realize that he might have caused trouble. "Lu, Mr. Lu," he stammered, his voice trembling. The esteemed guest whom Lin Weiner had warned him to treat well, the billionaire who had bought the entire second building, was standing, and he had just verbally insulted such a guest. He recalled his previous attitude, his mind racing through every word he had just spoken, feeling as though each foolish statement was a slap in the face that now stung painfully. Not only was he ashamed, but he was also filled with fear. If this client reported any dissatisfaction, how could Zhao Chong possibly defend himself? Moreover, he had indeed just offended him, and that did not require surveillance footage to prove. Zhao Chong felt as though he was suffocating, nearly collapsing to the ground. He held on, trembling, as he looked at Lu Chen and said, "Mr. Lu, I was in the wrong just now. I deserve to die. I was blind to your greatness and didn't realize you were the owner." Upon learning Lu Chen's identity, Zhao Chong no longer dared to show off in front of Zhao Yajing. What he had just said had made him a laughingstock. He regretted immensely why he had to foolishly approach Zhao Yajing after seeing her, wishing he could just disappear into a crack in the ground. But he couldn't disappear, he had to do something. Otherwise, not only would his promised promotion and raise by the end of the year be jeopardized, but he also faced the risk of being fired. If that happened, all his years of hard work at Qingyi Property would be for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhao Chong had no thoughts left of maintaining his composure in front of Lu Chen. He was almost bowing down to him, saying, "Mr. Lu, you and Ms. Zhao are truly a perfect match, a talented man with a beautiful woman. I just lost my mind and spoke nonsense, so please don't take it to heart. I deserve to die. I spoke without thinking," he said, carefully observing Lu Chen's expression. Seeing Lu Chen's expression remain impassive as if he were regarding a clown, Zhao Chong's heart sank like a stone-cold sweat, soaking the back of his shirt. A wave of immense fear and regret engulfed him like a chilling tide. Lin Weiner stood aside, a layer of frost covering her exquisite face. She realized that Zhao Chong was not here to welcome Lu Chen, but rather seemed to have had a conflict with him. Instantly, Lin Weiner felt as though everything was going wrong. Originally, Lin Weiner thought today would be a smooth handover. This might be the largest transaction she had ever handled, and more importantly, it hadn't consumed much of her energy. Unlike those greasy middle-aged buyers, she had merely provided online consultation and then received the purchase contract along with a call for the multi-million payment. This was a quality client. Not only did he have no additional conditions or harassment, but he was also extremely wealthy, paying nearly 20 million in one go. Such a financial capability was not possible without having billions in assets. Just from this deal, Lin Weiner's commission would be close to 2,000. With this money, when she returned home for the new year, Lin Weiner could hold her head high in front of her relatives and silence those who urged her to get married. Despite the pressure to marry, she was successful in her career, which would spare her parents from losing face. Moreover, Lin Weiner felt she was only 31, not particularly old for a woman. Lin Weiner actually didn't mind blind dates, but those she met were either too immature or too old-fashioned, making it difficult for her to connect with them. Gradually, Lin Weiner became more laid-back about it. She didn't have much yearning for marriage. Because many of her married classmates or colleagues lived chaotic lives, Lin Weiner did not want her future to turn out like that. Lu Chen was young and wealthy, and he would definitely continue buying property in the future, which would bring her more income. In Lin Weiner's view, clients like him were a treasure trove that she certainly wanted to maintain. Thus, when she saw what was happening, her first reaction was immense anger. Suppressing her anger and disgust at Zhao Chong's demeanor, she respectfully said to Lu Chen, "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for this unpleasant experience. We will handle this situation seriously and ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation." Lin Weiner's words felt like a death knell, causing Zhao Chong to tremble all over his face, turning as pale as paper, nearly fainting. At last, Lu Chen reacted. He didn't look at Zhao Chong, but slightly turned his head focusing on Zhao Yajing. Sister Jing, what do you think? Zhao Yajing looked at her ex-husband, who had just been boasting wildly, and now appeared humble and fearful, his expression pleading. A complex emotion surged within her. There was a sense of satisfaction, a feeling of vindication, but seeing him in such a pitiful state instead evoked a sense of inexplicable sighing and boredom. She suddenly felt that it wasn't worth wasting any more emotion. Taking a deep breath, she softly said, Lu Chun, there's no need to waste emotions on someone like him. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun understood how to handle the situation. Have him write a guarantee promising not to bother Zhao Yajing again, and I reserve the right to pursue this. Lin Weiner opened the heavy door wearing a professional smile. Mr. Lu Miz. Zhao, please come in. Lin Weiner could tell that Lu Chun and Zhao Yajing might not be a real couple. In fact, they might not even be in a romantic relationship as indicated by their forms of address. However, as a qualified consultant, Lin Weiner chose to see through it without mentioning it, quietly observing. After all, the customer is always right, and it seemed they hadn't violated any public morals. Lin Weiner even thought they were somewhat well-matched. There's a saying that the most vigorous age meets the most vigorous you. Though Lu Chen didn't appear very young, he looked like he worked out and should be. Suppressing her inappropriate gossip thoughts, Lin Weiner continued to introduce the design and decor of the room. Mr. Lu Miz. Zhao, the overall decoration of this apartment adopts a modern light luxury style, with a strict selection process for both design and materials. All core materials are from top global brands. Look at this entrance cabinet made of North American black walnut. The sofa you see and the dining table and chairs over there are all Italian brand furniture imported directly. The kitchen is equipped with a full set of Gaggenau built-in appliances, including a refrigerator, oven, steam oven, and dishwasher. Moreover, we have also paired it with a whole house harmony smart system, so any lights or appliances can be controlled via voice commands. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lu Chun felt he had indeed made the right purchase. Modern homes have kept up with the times and aligned with his preferences. Lastly, let me show you this balcony, which offers a panoramic view, almost 180-degree overlook of the entire lake. Lu Chun walked to the curved balcony, pushed open the glass door, and the evening breeze brought the moist scent of the golden lake. Lu Chun felt refreshed. Watching the people strolling by the lake, he experienced a sense of overlooking all the mountains. This was his home. After working hard in Jiangcheng for many years, he was now a man with a home. Not just a cramped room, but a spacious flat of over 300 square meters, a true home. Lu Chun had already decided to move his computer into the study here tonight. Since the house was managed daily by professionals, there were no issues with ventilation, and he planned to live here starting now. With such a house, Lu Chun no longer wanted to return to his shabby rental apartment. Soon after, Lin Weiner solemnly handed a thick file box to Lu Chun containing various property certificates. Mr. Lu, all the materials and keys are here. If you have any questions in the future, whether it's about house maintenance or other needs, feel free to contact me. I am at your service. 247. Lin Weiner slightly bowed. After saying this, she took her leave, leaving only Lu Chun and Zhao Yajing in the large room. The two were close to each other, and Lu Chun could smell the fragrance of her perfume, her intelligent face, and her alluring legs. After having held Zhao Yajing along the way, she hadn't resisted much, and Lu Chen's heart was already restless. Sensing the increasingly ambiguous atmosphere, Zhao Yajing felt uncomfortable and broke the silence first. Lu Chen, you actually bought this place outright without saying a word. Such a large sum, you'd need to buy 4 lottery tickets to match it. And you still say you haven't achieved financial freedom. Zhao Yajing was genuinely a bit shocked. When she first heard that Lu Chun had purchased this place, she instinctively thought he had taken out a loan. After all, in today's world, ordinary people need to take on decades of loans just to buy a standard home. However, when Zhao Chong and Lin Weiner both told her that Lu Chun had paid in full, Zhao Yajing looked at Lu Chun with incredulity. 16 million, not 160,000, and he paid it all in one go. If he didn't have assets in the billions, how could he spend so extravagantly? Could it be that Lu Chun was a billionaire? Or perhaps a hidden second-generation rich kid who had been keeping a low profile? If so, Zhao Yajing thought that was just too outrageous. Lu Chun merely smiled and did not answer. He didn't know how to explain that he had actually obtained this property as a reward. You knew all along, didn't you? You deliberately kept me in the dark. I was thinking of sharing my renovation experiences with you, but now it seems you don't need it at all. Then why did you bring me here? Zhao Yajing blinked, looking at him with a hint of complaint. Yet in her words was also a trace of expectation. She was a normal woman with needs. Lu Chun suddenly leaned close to her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist and holding her tightly. Zhao Yajing instinctively tried to struggle, but found it ineffective. Lu Chen's strength was overwhelming. Being confined, she felt an unusual thrill. Lu Chen leaned closer to her ear and gently said, I'm sorry, Sister Jing. It's my fault. As compensation, I will let you know everything about me. The warm breath brushed against her ear, and Zhao Yajing felt her legs begin to weaken, struggling to stand straight. Lu Chun continued to press forward. In a haze of confusion, Zhao Yajing still retained a shred of rationality. When Lu Chen attempted to go further, she shyly refused, saying, "This isn't safe." However, at that moment, a mischievous smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips as he reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a small square box, tossing it accurately onto the pillow. When Zhao Yajing realized what it was, she instantly understood. "You..." Zhao Yajing indignantly punched him lightly. "You didn't go to the convenience store to buy water at all. You had planned this all. It all started when you invited me here, didn't it?" Lu Chen replied. "I'm sorry, Sister Jing, it's just that you're too beautiful, and I couldn't help myself. But I haven't taken a shower yet." "No problem, I like the original flavor." At the same time, the last shred of hesitation and reserve in Zhao Yajing's heart completely crumbled. With a twist, she flipped Lu Chen over and pinned him beneath. "Damn!" Lu Chen momentarily didn't understand the situation. Just then Lin Weiner, who had only walked halfway, stomped her foot suddenly and exclaimed, "Oh no! I forgot to give Mr. Lu the spare key I left with me." As a property consultant, Lin Weiner had the spare key to the house, but she had become so engrossed that she forgot to return it to Lu Chen. She had to return it today, otherwise having a spare key would leave a bad impression on the client. Lin Weiner had already thought of an excuse to explain her oversight to Lu Chen, hoping for his Lin Weiner took the elevator back to the top floor, approached the heavy door, adjusted her expression, and pressed the doorbell. However, no one answered for a long time. Lin Weiner assumed that Lu Chen, being a busy person, must have left right after the house inspection. So she immediately sent a message. "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I forgot one thing during the handover. I have another spare room card that I forgot to give you. When it's convenient for you, I will personally..." After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lin Weiner received a reply. "No need, just swipe the door open when you're free and leave it at the entrance." Seeing this response, Lin Weiner felt inexplicably disappointed. Even though it was a small matter, Lu Chen's reaction was very cold, as if he didn't care at all. Thinking of some clients who tried various ways to invite her out for dinner or movies, and then seeing Lu Chen's indifference, Lin Weiner felt somewhat uncomfortable. Humph. Lin Weiner thought to herself, despite being a bit older, she still had her charms. She could only blame him for not appreciating. After waiting a little longer, Lin Weiner was sure that Lu Chen had already left the room. She gently used the spare key to open the heavy door. However, when she pushed the door open, the sight that greeted her in the living room, a scene that was beyond shameful, along with the sounds of gasping, made Lin Weiner's mind buzz, instantly going blank. Her face turned crimson, even her ears felt hot. Almost the next second, she snapped back to reality, and like being shocked, placed the spare key on the entrance. Then she very gently and quickly closed the door, afraid of making any sound. Leaning against the cold wall, Lin Weiner's heart was still racing, her cheeks burning. The fleeting glimpse she had seen was etched like a branding iron in her mind, impossible to forget. They actually, Lin Weiner felt embarrassed. But soon she thought her perspective was wrong. It was not Mr. Lu's fault, but her own oversight at work that led to her barging into someone else's home and stumbling upon this private scene. They probably didn't notice my presence, right? Lin Weiner began to feel anxious. If they hadn't noticed her, then the incident was equivalent to never having happened. But what if they had seen her? Lin Weiner couldn't help but wonder if Lu Chen would come. Various terrifying outcomes spun in her mind. But that position, his strength, is just too great. Lin Weiner couldn't help but have that thought. What am I even thinking? At 1 in the morning, Zhao Yajing stumbled back to her residential complex. She raised her hand to press against her burning cheek, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. The past 2 hours felt like an unreal dream. For the first time in over 30 years, this woman who had always been so proper completely let down her guard. The emotions and stirrings that had been suppressed for years were released in that moment. Zhao Yajing felt a sense of shame, realizing that she had engaged in such behavior without being drunk or having showered. Now looking back, she couldn't understand what she was thinking at the time. It was all instinct driven by her body. However, as the night progressed, Zhao Yajing began to regret it, for she never expected Lu Chen to react in such a way. He had transformed into a ravenous zombie, devouring her at every turn. What surprised her even more was Lu Chen's relentless persistence. In the end, when she could no longer bear it, she suggested changing the approach, which allowed her to escape. Zhao Yajing carefully opened the security door, changed into her slippers, and went to the kitchen, wanting to drink some hot water to soothe her throat. Despite the pain, Zhao Yajing held no resentment towards Lu Chen. Instead, she felt an unusual satisfaction deep within her, relishing the experience, both physically and psychologically. Although Lu Chen had suggested she stay there for the night, rationality ultimately prevailed in Zhao Yajing, and she decided to return. After all, she wasn't the only one at home. Although Zhao Xiaoxiao might have already fallen asleep, if she woke up the next day and didn't see her sister, she would surely have doubts. "Sister, is that you? What are you doing? Just got back?" Just as Zhao Yajing was drinking water, she suddenly heard a commotion from the living room. "Oh, Xiaoxiao, you're still awake." Hearing Zhao Xiaoxiao call her, Zhao Yajing felt a bit guilty. After all, it was quite late to return home, and having never done so before, Zhao Xiaoxiao would inevitably have questions. Moreover, Zhao Yajing's hair was disheveled, as if drenched in sweat, making her appearance somewhat strange. Since her sister hadn't returned home, Zhao Xiaoxiao planned to wait for her before sleeping, but after receiving no news from Zhao Yajing, she ultimately couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep at midnight. In a daze, she heard the sound of the door opening and worried about her sister. She hurriedly got up to check, and sure enough, she saw Zhao Yajing had come home. In a daze, she heard the sound of the door opening and worried about her sister. She hurriedly got up to check, and sure enough, she saw Zhao Yajing had come home. Zhao Yajing tidied her hair, took a sip of water, and tried to mask her embarrassment. She had been so caught up in the moment tonight that she completely lost track of time and even forgot to inform Zhao Xiaoxiao. Thinking of this, she sighed again. Truly, the head of a character is a knife, it just complicates matters. However, returning home late wasn't new for Zhao Yajing. She quickly found an excuse. Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, I drank too much tonight and forgot to tell you. Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Yajing, feeling that something was off. Sister, how much did you drink tonight? Your face is all red. Haven't I told you before? Drinking is harmful to your health. You shouldn't attend drinking parties anymore. It's better to quit your job than to harm your body again. Xiaoxiao, I didn't drink much, it's just that the alcohol hit me a bit harder today. Zhao Yajing, feeling the pressure, could only force herself to explain. Let's go to bed first, it's late. Zhao Yajing nudged Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was standing there, and then slipped away. She knew her current state was hard to conceal and wanted to sleep quickly. However, just a few steps out, she felt a sharp pain in her legs, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoxiao caught her just in time. Sister, you said you didn't drink much, yet you can barely walk without stumbling. Zhao Xiaoxiao continued to admonish her. Zhao Yajing regained her balance, but her face turned even more awkward. Years of maintaining her virtue had led her to forget her identity and age for the first time in such circumstances. Yet like a first-timer, Zhao Yajing never imagined the serious after-effects would lead her to walk awkwardly. But she felt that Zhao Xiaoxiao bore some responsibility for this change. If it weren't for her bringing Lu Chun to exercise, his physical fitness wouldn't have become so strong, making it difficult for her to close her legs. This realization filled her with surprise. While she blamed herself for being too unrestrained, she explained, maybe I overdid it a bit. I promise I won't let it happen again. Moreover, with Lu Chun around today, I'm fine. How many times have you said that? Besides, even with Lu Chun here, how can you guarantee he won't do anything to you? Zhao Yajing thought to herself that she had already been done, and Lu Chun didn't even need to get her drunk to want to do something. Zhao Xiaoxiao helped Zhao Yajing sit on the sofa, saying, girls should pay attention to protecting themselves when going out. When it's time to say no, you must say no. Sister, you just can't refuse us. Sister, by the way, I remember you left wearing black stockings. Why are you now without them? Zhao Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled the scene of them changing clothes together that morning. She clearly remembered Zhao Yajing saying she wanted to wear thick black stockings to cover the scars on her knees, but now Zhao Yajing's state indicated she was obviously without. Zhao Yajing was momentarily stunned. She truly didn't expect her sister to notice such subtle changes in her. She wasn't unaware that she wasn't wearing black stockings, it was just that the pair had become utterly unwearable. For an hour ago, that pair of ADD stockings had been brutally torn to shreds by Lu Chun, becoming a battle-damaged version. In the end, they were reduced to ragged fabric, completely unwearable. Lu Chun also suggested she prepare a few more pairs, as one pair was simply not enough. Really? Xiaoxiao, you must be mistaken, that was what I said yesterday. I didn't wear black stockings today. Zhao Yajing maintained her composure and directly denied it. After all, there were no surveillance cameras at home, and as long as she firmly insisted that her sister had remembered incorrectly, Zhao Xiaoxiao would have no way to counter her. The problem was such matters were impossible to admit, otherwise how could she explain the absence of stockings on her legs when she returned home? Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoxiao, just waking from sleep, was still in a drowsy state, her mind not very clear. Really? Did I remember wrong? Xiaoxiao, it's too late today, let's go to bed early. We have to work tomorrow. Oh, okay. Zhao Xiaoxiao didn't delve deeper. She just felt that Zhao Yajing seemed a bit odd today, but couldn't pinpoint what the issue was. When Lu Chen woke up, he felt exceptionally fatigued with a particular soreness in his lower back. He couldn't help but rub his waist, realizing that no matter how good his physical condition was, he couldn't withstand such prolonged exertion. However, he had to admit that as a first-time experience, it was utterly perfect. Both his own state and Zhao Yajing's performance made him feel comfortable in body and mind. The only regret was that Zhao Yajing had fled in the early morning, and no matter how much Lu Chun urged her to stay, she didn't. Lu Chun also knew that she wasn't alone at home, so he didn't hold her back. In fact, thinking about it, Zhao Yajing must have been quite tired. Lu Chun suspected she might not be able to work normally. Looking at the time, it was already September 11th, a Friday, and he had acquired 18 of the shares in the Hylon Fashion Group. As long as he clocked in and out normally today, Lu Chun would gain the final 3 of shares, after which he could exchange them. Lu Chun was in an excited state. This was a crucial step in acquiring shares, and he had to take it seriously. Today, Lu Chun arrived at the company at 8:47 and soon saw Zhao Yajing approaching, taking small steps in a women's suit and trousers. Even so, the trousers, which were less elastic, accentuated her shapely hips. However, compared to her previous attire, Zhao Yajing's outfit today was relatively conservative. Seeing Lu Chun come closer, Zhao Yajing shot him a glance, her lips pouting, and remained silent. Zhao Yajing's bashful demeanor combined with her mature appearance made Lu Chun's heart race. Such a woman was truly difficult for him to resist. No wonder many people are fond of mature women, and the nuances of it can only be understood by those who know. Lu Chen chuckled as he teased Sister Jing, "Why are you dressed so formally today?" "It's very formal." Zhao Yajing huffed, "What's wrong? Is it not good looking?" Lu Chen replied, "It looks good of course, but without stockings it lacks a bit of charm." "Well, it's because someone was too much yesterday breaking my pair. How am I supposed to dress today?" Zhao Yajing wanted to pinch his arm. "In that case, I'll accompany you this weekend to buy a few more pairs, otherwise you won't have enough in the future." Lu Chen offered to make it up to her. "Go away." Zhao Yajing's face turned slightly red as she playfully scolded him. Lu Chen dared not continue joking and shifted to serious matters. "By the way, tomorrow night is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I happen to be moving to a new home. Why don't you come over for the festival this weekend?" Lu Chen thought of the holiday tomorrow. "Sounds good. I'll invite Zhao Xiao," then Zhao Yajing said. "Of course. If you two sisters come together, Xiao has taught me a lot about exercise equipment these past few days. Without her I wouldn't have such good physical stamina." Zhao Yajing blushed at Lu Chen's words, realizing his physical fitness was indeed exceptional, leaving her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "That's enough. We're almost at the company, so stop talking." Zhao Yajing glared at him in annoyance and quickly walked to her workstation. As Zhao Yajing typed on her computer, she felt a little happy about being invited to Lu Chen's house for the Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow. She began to think about what clothes she should wear, considering it was Lu Chen's first time inviting guests, which could be seen as a celebration of his housewarming. She wondered if she and her sister should prepare a small gift. Watching Zhao Yajing's slightly flustered figure disappear at her workstation, Lu Chen decided not to tease her anymore. After clocking out, he made himself a cup of hot tea and leisurely sipped it while browsing the website. After purchasing some stockings, he typed a message, "If you suddenly won 5 million yuan, what would you do with it?" "Of course I would deposit it in the bank to earn interest. I don't understand investments. Saving in the bank is the safest option," Zhao Yajing replied. "No way you have to spend it." "If I had to spend it, I would definitely spend 1 million first to improve my living standards, buy a car, get a nice bag, and if possible use the remaining money to buy a house." Zhao Yajing answered without hesitation. Seeing her response, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Improving living standards, buying a car, a bag, and a house. These were all very not fearing high prices, just fearing a lack of demand. Lu Chen continued to chat casually during work hours. Unknowingly, it was already time to get off work. Lu Chen was the first to clock out. Immediately the system issued a prompt sound. "Ding, today's task 1, work 8 hours completed. Distributing rewards. Rewards distributed. Hylon Fashion Group shares have reached 21, meeting the exchange criteria. Do you want to exchange?" Lu Chen chose to exchange without hesitation. "Ding, host has chosen to exchange. System interaction in progress. Expected success in half an hour. Please prepare." Upon hearing this news, Lu Chen felt a subtle excitement. After exchanging shares, his identity and status would change. How should Lu Chen face his current colleagues when the time comes? He wondered what kind of splendid expressions they would have once they learned of his identity. "Ding, today's task 2. Spend 500 yuan today. Task reward. Designated type consumption card. Ordinary 1, huh? Designated type consumption card." Seeing that it was of the ordinary rating, Lu Chen felt no ripples in his heart. In a good mood, Lu Chen opened his phone intending to buy some things. Suddenly he realized that with the increasing spending amount, he was somewhat at a loss as to how to spend this 500. Thinking about the possibility of spending over 100 million daily made Lu Chen feel a slight discomfort. He approached Zhao Yajing. Thinking about the possibility of spending over 100 million daily made Lu Chen feel a slight discomfort. He approached Zhao Yajing at the elevator entrance and said, "Sister Jing, let's go shopping today." Besides some computer accessories, Lu Chen didn't know what else to buy from the website. He suddenly thought he might be short on clothes, so he decided to invite Zhao Yajing to shop together. Now he was no longer the same. He was about to become the third largest shareholder in the company. He certainly couldn't go to work in a t-shirt and casual pants. Zhao Yajing was a good advisory figure. "Sure, I have nothing to do tonight." Zhao Yajing happily agreed to Lu Chen's invitation. Women's emotional needs often outweigh their physical needs, so Zhao Yajing hoped Lu Chen could spend more time with her. "Lu Chen, you sure have made something of yourself." At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Gao Yanyan stood at the elevator entrance watching Lu Chen and Zhao Yajing chatting happily, her heart sinking at the sight of the eye-catching black Hermes bag on Zhao Yajing's shoulder. She couldn't fathom how Lu Chen, who had once been so obedient to her, could so swiftly gift this woman a bag and drive a Porsche after their breakup. Why did he deliberately hide his wealthy identity while they were together? Why was she not worthy of his spending? What made her inferior to this divorced woman? As a young and beautiful maiden, was she not better than an older second-hand item? A mix of jealousy and unwillingness surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but mock them. Zhao Yajing's smile froze instantly as her expression turned cold upon hearing this. Gao Yanyan was surprisingly cruel, publicly bringing up Zhao Yajing's divorce status. Lu Chen stood protectively in front of Zhao Yajing, his eyes cold as he looked at Gao Yanyan. Gao Yanyan sneered, "Lu Chen, don't blame me for looking down on you. Is it because nobody wants you that you have to cling to a divorced woman? Gao Yanyan, I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Do you even deserve to be compared with her?" You were the one who despised the poor and loved the rich, clinging to Zheng Ji, and now you come here to gossip. Can't you stand to see others do well? Besides, who I'm with seems to have nothing to do with you, right? You are now Manager Zheng's person, you'd better keep your mouth in check. Lu Chen had long seen through Gao Yinyan's true nature. Since she dared to make a scene in public, he wouldn't indulge her. Can't I stand to see you do well? Gao Yinyan laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke, continuing sarcastically. I just think it's a pity. Why would a good person like you do something to ruin your future? Even though your salary is low now, you shouldn't commit a crime just for vanity. Lu Chen was confused and asked, what do you mean? At that moment, Zheng Ji strolled over, leisurely, hands in his pockets, wearing a confident expression. Zheng Ji coldly said, still pretending. Last week, you couldn't even gather 3,830 for a betrothal gift, and now you can buy a luxury car worth $1 million. Your money must come from dubious sources. I've already reported it to the police. Report it. Lu Chen was almost amused by the anger. All his assets came from the system, and how could the system's methods possibly leave any loopholes? Lu Chen was fearless and had no fear of Zheng Ji's threats. He only felt that Zheng Ji was truly unscrupulous, using such a flimsy excuse as The surrounding colleagues, who had initially just come to watch the fun, suddenly erupted into chatter upon hearing about the report. What's going on? Lu Chen's money is unaccounted for. No wonder he suddenly has so much money. Luxury cars and Hermes bags. It turns out to be this way. Manager Zheng has reported it. This matter probably isn't. Whispers rose and fell, and many people's gazes toward Lu Chen suddenly changed, becoming more vigilant and inquisitive. Gao Yinyan raised her chin, her tone sharp. Lu Chen, what else can you say now? Do you think that buying a Porsche and giving a broken bag can make you look like a rich second generation? Brother Zheng has already reported your situation to the police. Just wait to be investigated. Zhao Yajing didn't expect things to escalate to the point of a police report, and she was more worried that Lu Chen would really be entangled in such a baseless accusation. Zheng Ji, you can eat your fill, but don't speak. Do you have evidence of how Lu Chen's money came about? Don't just slander him here. Evidence. Zheng Ji scoffed. He had long disliked Lu Chen. A poor boy suddenly becoming rich, and buying a Porsche made him feel uncomfortable. Especially considering that Gao Yinyan had been with Lu Chen for 3 years, it was even more irksome to him. He's just a newly promoted employee with a monthly salary of only 9,000. How could he have so much money to flaunt? Isn't this the most direct evidence? I've already submitted this information to the police. They will come to investigate the company soon. When the time comes, whether he is clean or not will be clear. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding discussions grew louder. Zheng Ji's assertive claims made many start to believe him. Upon reflection, Lu Chen's sudden wealth indeed seemed suspicious. Even some people from the design department began to waver. Cui Ji looked at the reactions of his colleagues, realizing the tide was turning, and quickly approached with a flattering, Manager Zheng is right, Lu Chen definitely has a problem. I heard he was so stingy that he wouldn't even buy Gao Yinyan bubble tea, yet now he is spending money like water, as something must be off. He got put in a tough spot last time, now he finally found an opportunity to kick him while he's down. I think he must be involved in some illegal activities like money laundering or fraud. Oh, otherwise how could he suddenly have so much money? Cui Ji embellished the story, eager to directly label Lu Chen a criminal. Gao Yinyan smugly glanced at Zhao Yajing's sister Jing. I advise you to stay away from him to avoid getting implicated. You should return the bag to Lu Chen quickly. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. Zhao Yajing's expression darkened further. She was about to retort when Lu Chen raised his hand to stop her. Lu Chen looked at Zheng Ji and Cui Ji, who were singing in harmony, and Gao Yinyan, who was gloating nearby, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In the past he might have endured for the sake of keeping his job, but now he no longer needed to care about these people's faces. He looked at Zheng Ji, a mocking smile on his lips. Manager Zheng, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about my money. Why not first worry about whether you can keep your job? What real skills do you have besides currying favor to attain the manager position? You know it yourself, don't you? And what about your harassment of female colleagues using your position? Do you want me to help you promote that? Do you think I don't know about your sordid affairs with several female colleagues in the company? And with your appearance, fat and balding. Only a woman like Gao Yinyan, who only looks at money, would follow you. If I were you, I would have found a hole to hide in by now. How dare you flaunt your power here? The murmurs around turned into obvious suppressed laughter. Many people knew Zheng Ji's character. They were just angry but didn't dare to speak up. Now that Lu Chen had exposed him publicly, they all felt relieved. But at the same time they were filled with sympathy for Lu Chen. Did he really want to offend a department head like this? Wouldn't he find it hard to work in the company anymore? What nonsense are you spouting? Zheng Ji's face turned beet red. He hated it most when others brought up his age and appearance. Furious, he could no longer restrain himself, and raised his fist to strike Lu Chen. Having sat in an office for so long, and lacking exercise, his punch, though looking fierce, lacked speed and power. Lu Chen had long been on guard. He easily dodged to the side, and then retaliated with a punch that landed precisely on Zheng Ji's eye. A muffled sound echoed. Zheng Ji let out a wail, covering his eye, and stepping back repeatedly. When he finally released his hand, the surrounding colleagues couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Ji's eye was red and swollen, quickly showing signs of a black eye, looking exactly like a panda. You dare hit me. This is outrageous. Zhang Ji was both pained and furious, nearly going mad. In all his years at the company, no one had dared to treat him this way. You struck first. Lu Chun clapped his hands, his tone calm. I was just acting in self-defense. Zhang Ji, enraged, shouted, Lu Chun, you actually dare to hit someone in the company and publicly slander me. I will definitely fire you today. With that, he disregarded the pain in his eye and rushed towards the HR manager's office. Manager Ma, Lu Chun publicly assaulted someone and slandered the leadership. According to the company management regulations, I demand that he be fired immediately. Personnel manager Ma was startled by Zhang Ji's expression. After listening to his exaggerated accusations, his face instantly turned serious. He hurried to the scene and saw a circle of colleagues gathered at the elevator, their expressions immediately turning grim. The company abhors such public conflicts, especially involving serious allegations like assault and slander. Now is a critical time for shareholder changes, and he certainly does not want to create a scandal. Manager Ma looked at Lu Chun, who stood in the center of the crowd, and urgently said, Lu Chun, come with me to the conference room. There are too many eyes here, let's discuss this privately and minimize the impact. Manager Ma did not take Zhang Ji's word at face value. He wanted to understand the situation. The surrounding colleagues held their breath, waiting for Lu Chun's response. In their view, Manager Ma's words were already a concession to Lu Chun. After all, Zhang Ji was the department manager, and if this escalated to upper management, it would definitely be Lu Chun who suffered. However, Lu Chun stood still, speaking calmly. Manager Ma, there's nothing to discuss privately. Everyone can see the course of events. It's obvious who is right and who is wrong, and there's no need to hide. He wanted everyone to know the truth, exposing Zhang Ji and Gao Yinyan's true faces to the light. Manager Ma did not expect Lu Chun to refuse. He shook his head and persuaded Lu Chun cooperating with the investigation still leaves room for resolution. If this escalates, it won't. Manager Ma remained patient, not wanting to close off the conversation. Zhang Ji, seeing his unrepentant demeanor, grew even angrier and unconsciously raised his. Lu Chun, I've already called the police. You're suspected of assault, so prepare to be arrested. Suddenly the entire office fell silent. Lu Chun, I've already called the police. You're suspected of assault, so prepare to be arrested. Suddenly the entire office, all the colleagues who were packing up to leave, halted in unison, their expressions filled with curiosity, turning their attention to Lu Chun and Zhang Ji. Why offend anyone else when you had to offend Zhang Ji? Everyone knows he is vengeful and petty. This is bad news. However, Lu Chun isn't wrong. Zhang Ji has been engaging in improper relationships at the company, ruining many girls. Many have spoken about being harassed by him, but no matter how you slice it, if this escalates to termination, finding a job in the future will be troublesome. Exactly, and more importantly, there might be a lawsuit. It's a fact that Lu Chun assaulted someone. With JS' usual tendency to smooth things over, Lu Chun might end up in serious trouble. One person sighed. That's right. Even if he is rich, he cannot resort to violence. Whether he's rich is still uncertain. Isn't it said that his immense wealth has an unclear source? He might have done something illegal. Deserved. Cui Ji cursed, unable to hide his glee, almost bursting into laughter. He couldn't wait for Lu Chun to have a downfall. He still remembered the last time Lu Chun had put him in a difficult position. In Cui Ji's view, even if Lu Chun had money, he certainly hadn't reached financial freedom. Otherwise, why would he still cling to the company? If it were Cui Ji himself, after achieving financial freedom, he would have left the job to live freely. So he believed Lu Chun definitely didn't want to lose this job. Despite Lu Chun's outward appearance of calmness, he was likely panicking inside. Unfortunately, with the personnel manager already present, no matter what Lu Chun said, it was too late. Letting you be arrogant. Letting you drive a Porsche. Now you've lost your job, let's see how you're going to flaunt it. Cui Ji thought. Everyone chimed in, mostly expressing regret for Lu Chun, feeling he didn't need to risk his job and future over a moment of pride. Zhao Yajing stood next to Lu Chun, her heart tightening in sympathy. She knew Lu Chun was capable and had enough money not to care about this job, but being falsely accused by Zhang Ji of assault could genuinely lead to trouble. But then again, Lu Chun could afford a Porsche outright and casually give away tens of thousands for a Hermes bag. He was certainly not an ordinary person. His boldness and standing firm might indicate he had a plan. With this thought, Zhao Yajing's worries lessened somewhat, instinctively moving closer to Lu Chun to express her support. At this moment, the design department was in chaos. I used to think he was quite steady. Why is he so impulsive this time? Li Meng said anxiously. Yes, Mai frowned, and added, clearly disapproving. No matter how excessive Zhang Ji is, he shouldn't have resorted to violence. Now that there's evidence against him, it'll be hard to turn the table. Now our department will become a target. I wonder how Director Pei plans to handle this. Su Yanqin leaned against her desk, arms crossed, looking at Lu Chun from a distance with a complex gaze. She noticed that Lu Chun remained calm throughout, showing no signs of panic, as if the conflict, Zhang Ji's threats, and the colleagues' discussions had nothing to do with him. This composure was definitely not feigned. She suddenly recalled the scene at noon in the break room. Pei Qingxue had approached Lu Chun and handed him a small note. Who was Pei Qingxue? Proud and aloof, she never wasted her time on inconsequential people. For her to take the initiative to speak to him, and even hand him a note indicated that Lu Chen was definitely not simple. Considering Lu Chen's recent unusual behavior, suddenly becoming wealthy, driving a Porsche, gifting Hermes bags, and displaying this unflappable confidence, Su Yinxin had a bold guess. At that moment a cool figure walked through the crowd. It was Pei Qingxue. She was dressed in a cream-colored suit, her expression neutral, and her cold gaze swept across the scene, instantly quieting the noisy office a little. Manager Ma, seeing Pei Qingxue, quickly said, "Director Pei, you arrived just in time. There's been a conflict between Manager Zheng and Lu Chen. Manager Zheng claims Lu Chen assaulted him publicly and slandered the leadership, demanding Lu Chen be fired. How should we handle this?" Lu Chen's superior was Pei Qingxue, so it was best for her to address this matter. After a few seconds of silence, Pei Qingxue finally spoke. Her voice was cold and firm. "Today's matter is actually quite clear." Everyone held their breath, waiting for her next words. Zheng Ji's face showed a smug smile, thinking Pei Qingxue would definitely side with them. After all, he and Pei Qingxue were both in leadership positions, frequently seeing each other, and Lu Chen was just an ordinary employee. Would she really offend herself for an ordinary employee? Moreover, it was a fact that he had been assaulted. Just based on that, the company could fire an employee without needing any compensation. Employees in the design department began to feel anxious, curious about how Pei Qingxue would respond. If she directly agreed with Zheng Ji's decision, their department would be humiliated. However, among all those present, Lu Chen might be the calmest. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Pei Qingxue. Rather than wanting to slap Zheng Ji in the face, Lu Chen was more interested in knowing the attitude of this high and mighty beauty from the design department, Pei Qingxue. Pei Qingxue spoke coldly. "This matter is very clear from the beginning, and I believe there is nothing to argue about." Hearing this, the crowd reacted with mixed feelings. The design department was filled with despair, feeling that Pei Qingxue planned to abandon the team to protect herself. Director Pei is too. Sigh. Our design department has completely lost face this time. Lu Xiaoyan pouted. Who can say otherwise? Zheng Ji, that scoundrel, is too much. He cheated others and still bullied an ordinary employee using such means. Li Meng was filled with righteous indignation. Stop speaking ill of Director Pei. Think about it, Lu Chen already resorted to violence. Can Director Pei still protect? Ma Yi frowned and explained, his tone tinged with helplessness. If we must blame someone, we can only blame Lu Chen for being too impulsive. If he had only used words, it wouldn't have escalated. Someone echoed. Su Yinxin felt a hint of disappointment towards Pei Qingxue. No matter whose side one stood on, the one who instigated the trouble today was Zheng Ji. Pei Qingxue, regardless of whether she could turn the tide, should at least speak a few just words for Lu Chen as his superior. Su Yinxin couldn't help but step forward a few paces. She decided that if Pei Qingxue did not intend to take action, she would also speak up. Zheng Ji, standing nearby, grinned and said, Director Pei, you are absolutely correct. The facts are clear. He was the one who resorted to violence. According to company regulations and national laws, his dismissal is entirely self-inflicted. You need not carry any psychological burden. Gao Yinyan also raised her chin, looking smug. Pei Qingxue's gaze shifted to Zheng Ji, her tone icy, her eyes filled with disdain. Manager Zheng, when did I ever say I wanted to dismiss Lu Chen? The origin of this incident was Zheng Ji questioning Lu Chen's source of wealth without any evidence, publicly slandering a colleague as having unknown sources of enormous wealth, even threatening to call the police. It was Zheng Ji who struck first, and only then did Lu Chen retaliate. Thus, Lu Chen's actions were instinctive responses, a matter of self-defense. As the department manager, not only did Manager Zheng fail to set an example, but he also wantonly slandered a colleague and resorted to violence, severely violating the company's management regulations and professional ethics. Therefore, I believe, Pei Qingxue said decisively, the one who should be dismissed is Zheng Ji. Did I hear that wrong? See, Pei Qingxue's series of statements fell like a bomb into the water, causing an uproar among the crowd. Zheng Ji looked as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Pei Qingxue. Director Pei, are you mistaken? It was Lu Chen who resorted to violence and slandered me. How could I be the one to be dismissed? Gao Yanyan was also stunned, opening her mouth, but unable to utter a word for a long time. She never expected that Pei Qingxue would actually stand on Lu Chen's side. Supervisor Ma was also bewildered. He was surprised that Pei Qingxue would come to such a conclusion, which was different from what he had imagined. The surrounding colleagues were even more agitated, their discussions louder than before. My God, Director Pei actually said she wants to dismiss Manager Zheng. This reversal is too great. Director Pei's reasoning seems valid. Indeed, it was Manager Zheng who first slandered and resorted to violence. Ma Yi and Li Meng exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They felt that today's Director Pei was very emotional. The usually stoic director was actually so partial to Lu Chen, even risking offending Zheng Ji. This was like a different person from the usual Pei Qingxue, who avoided conflict. Su Yanqin was also astonished looking at Pei Qingxue, who spoke with sharpness and showed no hesitation in supporting Lu Chen. Could it be that her speculation was true? At this moment, Zhao Yajing breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Pei Qingxue, filled with gratitude. Director, thank you. No need to thank me. I'm merely speaking fairly without favoring either side, Pei Qingxue replied calmly. Though she said so, everyone could see Pei Qingxue's stance on the matter. Zhang Ji's expression turned grim. Director Pei, you shouldn't speak recklessly. Everyone saw what happened just now. My injuries are not fabricated. Is such blatant favoritism appropriate behavior for a company leader? Since Pei Qingxue had said so, Zhang Ji saw no need to continue being polite. In the past, faced with Pei Qingxue, he might have had to swallow his anger. Because behind her stood Pei Zong, the third largest shareholder of the company, someone Zhang Ji could not afford to offend. But now he had already heard the news. Pei Zong was out of the picture, and the Pei family had gone bankrupt. This meant that Pei Qingxue was just a rootless weed. Whether she could stand firm in Hylon fashion was uncertain. How could Zhang Ji still be suppressed by Pei Qingxue? In the face of Zhang Ji's doubts, Pei Qingxue sneered. We can check the surveillance. You were the first to strike. If the police are called, it would also be mutual assault, and you won't be able to keep your job. Lu Chen looked at the poised Pei Qingxue, feeling a strange emotion rise within him. He had not expected anyone to stand up for him, let alone this aloof female director who stood firmly by his side at this moment. Perhaps this was a return for his actions yesterday. But even so, Lu Chen understood that Pei Qingxue's partiality towards him at this moment would undoubtedly bring her considerable pressure and require immense courage. Seeing Pei Qingxue's high and mighty attitude, Zhang Ji's expression became extremely grim. Finally, he couldn't help but say, Pei Qingxue, don't think you can pressure me with regulations. Now that Pei Zong is out of the picture and your family is bankrupt, do you think you can still dictate things as before? This statement was extremely harsh. Although the news of the Pei family's bankruptcy had circulated privately, no one had spoken about it publicly. Yet Zhang Ji blatantly tore off the mask, completely disregarding Pei Qingxue's face. As soon as these words came out, they could no longer maintain a semblance of peace. The surrounding colleagues' gazes became subtle, each looking at Pei Qingxue's face, wanting to know how she would react. The design department members clenched their fists. Regardless, Pei Qingxue was their current leader, and seeing their leader insulted by a department manager made them feel the same. Pei Qingxue's chest rose and fell, and a blazing fire gradually ignited in her cold eyes, but it was quickly covered by an extreme chill. This matter was an untouchable taboo for her, she never imagined someone would expose it in front of everyone in the company. Pei Qingxue's expression turned completely cold, and the air pressure around her dropped to a terrifying level. Seeing the situation was dire, Supervisor Ma knew that if he did not step in to say something, the situation would surely escalate, making it impossible to resolve. So he hurriedly said, Director Pei, Manager Zhang, since you have differing opinions, I will report this matter to the general manager for him to decide. Supervisor Ma saw more and more employees gathering and wanted to quickly mediate, not wanting the conflict to escalate. However, at this moment, the unyielding Zhang Ji was relentless. Zhang Ji grinned triumphantly. Pei Qingxue, let me tell you, not only will I report this to the general manager, but in a few days the new shareholders will officially join. Then I will make sure to explain to the new shareholders how our design department director is so biased, favoring someone who resorts to violence and has an unknown source of wealth, even attempting to reverse black and white to have me, the victim, dismissed. I want to see if the new shareholders will still let you sit in this position after hearing all this. With this statement, the entire place fell silent. Zhang Ji directly dragged the new shareholders into this, attempting to drag Pei Qingxue down with him. Supervisor Ma frowned, deeply feeling very annoyed. He already felt that this matter was very tricky as it involved many people, and it was best not to bring it to the surface, especially with so many employees watching. However, Zhang Ji, this brainless fool, continued to be unyielding, pouring oil on the fire. He was nearly driven mad by Zhang Ji. At that moment, Lu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Lu Chen had a rough idea of who it was and immediately walked to the staircase to answer the call. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? It's Zhou Guoqing. A strong, warm voice came from the other end of the line. Upon hearing Zhou Guoqing's name, Lu Chen instantly recognized his identity as the actual helm of the Hylon Fashion Group founder and chairman Zhou Guoqing. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised that he was receiving a direct call from him. Chairman Zhou, this is Lu Chen. Facing this self-made legendary figure, Lu Chen spoke with a hint of respect, and the faint smile on his face deepened. Mr. Lu, I heard from my secretary that you will be arriving at the company soon. Oh dear, you should have given us a heads up before coming, so we could prepare and give you a grand welcome. Chairman Zhou continued with pleasantries. A few vice presidents and the heads of relevant departments are already waiting in the lobby on the first floor, just waiting for your esteemed arrival. May I ask what time you expect to arrive? Faced with Zhou Guoqing's enthusiasm and attention, Lu Chen felt somewhat out of place. Chairman Zhou continued with pleasantries. A few vice presidents and the heads of relevant departments are already waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Just wait. Oh wait, I am no longer just an ordinary employee but the third largest shareholder, holding 21 of the shares. It seems the share transfer was completed the moment I just got off work. Chen realized that Zhou Goking's attitude towards him had indeed changed due to his new identity and status. Chen replied, Chairman Zhou, you are too polite. I will be there shortly. However, I have a request that the leaders of the production and design departments be present, especially Director Pei Qing. Upon hearing this request, Zhou Guoqing on the other end of the line clearly paused. How did this new third shareholder know Pei Qing's name and why insist on her presence? Suddenly he understood Mr. Liu had acquired shares from Director Pei, and they must know each other. As for why he insisted on meeting Pei Qingxue, it was likely a form of suppression test. A new shareholder certainly would not tolerate dissent. Thinking of this, Zhou Guoqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was unavoidable. Although Pei Qingxue was quite capable, with just one word from Mr. Liu even he would not be able. It was unwise to offend a shareholder over a design department director. Zhou Guoqing said, no problem, Mr. Liu, I will ensure the main leaders of our company meet with you. Let's see you later. After hanging up, Chen returned to the elevator. He had spoken quite softly just now, and given the surrounding noisy environment, no one else had heard what he had said. At this moment, Supervisor Ma had not yet stabilized the situation when he received a phone call. Initially, he had not planned to answer the phone during this tense moment, but seeing that it was his direct superior, the HR director, he had to stop what he was doing to answer. Supervisor Ma organized his emotions and adopted a respectful tone, saying, Director, I'm here. Is there anything you need to instruct? What? Mr. Liu is arriving soon. All right, I will send out a full notification immediately. Upon hearing this news, Supervisor Ma's expression changed instantly. He had long heard about Mr. Liu, who had silently acquired shares from Director Pei, becoming the third largest shareholder of Hylon Fashion Group, but had never seen him in person or visited. And today to suddenly appear just before closing time on a Friday was indeed unexpected. As the HR supervisor, he regarded this as the most important matter. He had to make a good impression on the new leader's arrival, leaving no energy to deal with the troublesome matters concerning Chen. What? The new Mr. Liu wants all the leaders present, especially the design department's director Pei Qingxue. Upon hearing this news, Supervisor Ma was astonished. He had not avoided anyone while taking the call, though instead he spoke quietly, so the content of the call was clearly heard by those around him. When Zheng Ji heard that the new Mr. Liu was about to arrive at the company, he immediately felt a jolt. Especially when he heard that the new Mr. Liu specifically wanted to see Pei Qingxue, his sinister smile instantly widened, and the pain in his eyes felt less intense. Especially when he heard that the new Mr. Liu specifically wanted to see Pei Qingxue, his sinister smile instantly widened, and the pain in his eyes felt less intense. Now that the Pei family had collapsed, why should Pei Qingxue still occupy such an important position as the design director? Thinking of this, Zheng Ji felt the pain on his face lessen, replaced by a near-twisted sense of satisfaction. He covered his still throbbing panda eyes and smiled mockingly at Pei Qingxue. Director Pei, did you hear? The new Mr. Liu wants to see you. What a coincidence at such a critical moment. I reckon someone is about to have bad luck. He deliberately elongated his tone, glancing back and forth between Pei Qingxue and Chen, making his meaning unmistakably clear. Zheng Ji shot a glance at Chen and added, and you too, Chen. I haven't settled the score with you for that leadership account. When the new shareholder arrives, let's see how— As he was speaking passionately, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was a message from the production department director, Zhao Mingqiang. Gather in the lobby immediately, the new shareholder is arriving soon. Zheng Ji felt a surge of joy reigning in his smile and deliberately straightening his posture. Consider yourselves lucky, the new shareholder is coming. I don't have time to wait. After saying that, he hurriedly ran toward the elevator, forgetting the pain in the corner of his eyes. Pei Qingxue still wore her usual cold expression, but her face tightened and her breathing became more rapid. Her gaze swept toward Zheng Ji's departing back as if lost in thought. She certainly understood the implications of Zheng Ji's words. The new shareholder's attitude was indeed her biggest uncertainty at the moment. This was also her greatest worry over the past few days. Moreover, the new shareholder specifically requested to see her. What could this mean? In her view, even if they intended to eliminate her, it should be done in private. Could they really want to dismiss her in front of all the company's leaders and shareholders? Thinking of this, Pei Qingxue's breathing became even more rapid, her pearly teeth biting her lips. Although she was still trying to maintain an outward calm, her heart couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. At that moment, Pei Qingxue's phone also lit up. It was a private message from her boss, Zhou Guoqing. By now there was hardly any room for maneuver. She glanced at her colleagues around her who were peering curiously, turned off the screen, and her gaze lingered on Chen for 2 seconds. Without saying a word, she turned and walked toward the elevator. Once all the leaders had left, the office instantly became lively. Ji looked at Chen with a smug expression, as if he were watching a grasshopper in autumn which wouldn't be able to jump for. Chen, what do you have to say now? You thought you were clinging to the right thigh, but alas, this thigh can't even protect itself. Gao Yanyan wore a satisfied smile, she detested seeing Lu Chun doing well, especially with a woman like Zhao Yajing by his side. If Pei Qingxue were to fall, Lu Chun, who supported her, would surely not fare well either. Are you out of your mind? Lu Chun looked at Gao Yanyan as if she were a fool. He then patted Zhao Yajing's hand, signaling her to stay calm. Sister Jing, I have something to attend to. I will be back soon. At this moment in the spacious and brightly lit reception hall on the first floor of the High Lawn Clothing Group, the atmosphere was solemn, yet slightly tense. The core management team of the High Lawn Clothing Group had almost gathered together. Standing at the forefront was the founder, chairman, and CEO Zhou Guoqing. In his early 50s, Zhou maintained an appropriate physique, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue suit, exuding a calm demeanor that commanded respect without anger. However, at this moment, he wore a rare, gentle smile, occasionally glancing towards the elevator entrance and the main door. Slightly behind him stood several heavyweight figures of the group. Li Tsuingong, the vice president of the group and the second largest shareholder, also in his 50s, had a keen gaze scanning outside the hall, seemingly eager to discover the identity of the suddenly emerging third shareholder. Next to him, a young man in casual attire around his 30s played with his phone, a smile on his face as he waited. Chen Yi, only 35 this year, was undoubtedly among the younger crowd compared to the group of people over 50 surrounding him, and he held the least shares in the High Lawn Clothing Group, having no real decision-making power. Even after the investment from General Liu, he still held the least shares as he was the least concerned about such changes. Old Li seems very anxious. Shen Yi found it somewhat amusing to see the tense expression on Li Konggang's face. He could tell that Li was the most anxious one among them. I heard the new General Liu is quite young. I wonder where this rich second generation came from, and if he would be interested in nightlife. Shen Yi pondered to himself. Behind these shareholders stood several executives responsible for specific affairs. To show their respect for the new shareholder, key personnel from various positions were present. After finishing a phone call, Zhou Guoqing cleared his throat and solemnly reminded, "Everyone, let me emphasize once more. The General Liu we are about to welcome, though young, is not an ordinary person, having acquired 21 of the shares from General Pei at such a young age. More importantly," he paused, scanning the crowd, especially looking at Li Tsuingong and Shen Yi, and emphasized, "According to the information I received, General Liu is indeed entrusted by Origin Capital for the acquisition." Origin Capital? Li Tsuingong raised an eyebrow, slightly unable to suppress a low confirmation. Others also showed expressions of astonishment. That's right, Zhou Guoqing nodded firmly. The very Origin Capital that has made a name for itself in the capital market in recent years, managing over 100 billion yuan. So everyone. Zhou Guoqing's gaze swept over Li Konggang's slightly gloomy face, then glanced at Shen Yi, who quietly put away his phone, and finally landed on the faces of the executives behind. You must show the utmost sincerity and respect. Just then a crisp notification sound rang out as the elevator from the upper floors smoothly arrived at the first floor. The elevator's sound was faint, but still attracted everyone's attention. The HR director appeared somewhat nervous. After receiving the news, he immediately sent a message to all employees via DingTalk, instructing them to remain at their posts. But at this moment, as the elevator doors opened, did these people just ignore this message? If they delayed the reception of the leaders at such a crucial moment, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Soon the elevator doors slowly slid open. Inside, Lu Chen's figure clearly appeared before everyone. Upon seeing Lu Chun, Zheng Ji's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh no! Zheng Ji panicked. The first thought that flashed through his mind at Lu Chen's appearance was that Lu Chun was there to create trouble. Otherwise, why would this guy suddenly appear here at such a critical moment? Lu Chen seemed unwilling to continue working and wanted to destroy everything with him, but Zheng Ji still held a position here. If Lu Chun accused him in front of all the leaders, even if Zheng Ji was justified, he would ultimately lose face. If he accidentally offended the new shareholder, Zheng Ji might as well quit. Moreover, Zheng Ji was well aware that the things he had done were indeed not easy to investigate. If the matter escalated, it was very likely that he would be exposed. Thinking of this, Zheng Ji instantly felt his hands and feet turn cold, and cold sweat soaked through the back of his shirt. In a moment of urgency, Zheng Ji stepped forward and hurried to block Lu Chen's path. Lu Chen, don't go too far. Do you know what kind of occasion this is? He lowered his voice, but the urgency in his tone was unmistakable. Pei Qingxue saw Lu Chen's arrival, and a hint of surprise appeared in her cold eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. What does he want to do? Is he planning to cause a scene? Pei Qingxue felt some concern. After all, Lu Chun was an employee under her, a person she had just approved for If things escalated and affected the reception of the new shareholder as a leader, Pei Qingxue would surely bear some responsibility. She already felt that her position was somewhat unstable. If such an unpleasant incident occurred, the new shareholder would inevitably use it as an excuse to make a move. Thus, Pei Qingxue felt that Lu Chen's current behavior was equivalent to handing a knife to Zheng Ji, also putting her in a difficult position. How could Lu Chen be? A hint of disappointment flickered in Pei Qingxue's beautiful eyes. Supervisor Ma, who stood slightly behind, felt a pang of unease. Although he was also afraid of Lu Chen causing trouble, he felt that Zheng Ji's reaction was overly intense, which could easily attract unnecessary attention. He quickly took a couple of steps forward attempting to mediate the situation. Ahem, Lu Chen manager Zheng is also looking out for your best interests. There is indeed an important reception here. How about you return to your workstation for now? If there's anything we can discuss it after the reception. Supervisor Ma's tone carried a hint of pleading, trying to ease the atmosphere. However, Lu Chen merely cast a faint glance at Zheng Ji, his expression calm, and even carrying a trace of subtle mockery, as if viewing a clown. He ignored Zheng Ji's obstruction and did not respond to Supervisor Ma's advice, but continued to walk forward without stopping. Zheng Ji was infuriated by Lu Chen's complete disregard, especially by that gaze that made him feel like a joke. Was he really so reckless? What kind of occasion is this? Can a low-level employee who just joined not long ago meddle in? At this moment Zheng Ji's mind was in chaos, only wanting to quickly get rid of this bad luck, and must not allow him to ruin this critically important reception. In a mix of shame and anger he lost his rationality and reached out to grab Lu Chen's arm. Can you hear me when I talk to you? Stand still. At this tense moment a deep and authoritative voice rang out, booming like thunder in the hall. Stop. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Chairman Zhou Goking's expression had darkened completely, his brows knitted tightly, and his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing directly at Zheng Ji. Vice President Li Kenggang's brow also furrowed, his eyes filled with displeasure and scrutiny. In such an important occasion, how could a mere employee cause a commotion? Even more outrageous was the fact that Zheng Ji had clashed with him, which was simply a breach of decorum. Chen Yi had a look of amusement on his face, a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. Zheng Ji was startled by Zhou Goking's shout, his body shivering as his outstretched hand froze in midair, his face turning pale in an instant. He stammered, trying to explain, Chairman Zhou. This is Lu Chen from the design department. His superior is Pei Qingxue. He doesn't understand the rules and I'll have him leave right now. Zheng Ji clearly felt that Chairman Zhou was furious because of the sudden appearance of Lu Chen disrupting the scene. An employee from the design department. Pei Qingxue. Hearing this, Zhou Goking's eyes lit up as he instantly pieced all the information together. No wonder he insisted on seeing the design department's director, Pei Qingxue. That's right, Chairman Zhou. It's Pei Qingxue who misjudged people and mismanaged, allowing this guy to rush over. Moreover, she even shielded this employee just now. The injury at the corner of my eye was caused by him. Zheng Ji said. At this moment Pei Qingxue's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly upon hearing Zheng Ji's brazen words. She had underestimated Zheng Ji's shamelessness. In front of Chairman Zhou, Zheng Ji actually dared to slander her and cast dirt upon her. Pei Qingxue stepped forward, wanting to explain. However, Zhou Guoqing did not give Pei Qingxue the chance to explain, nor did he respond to Zheng Ji. Instead, he took a few steps forward, coming between the two. Zheng Ji did not understand why Zhou Guoqing approached, but being scrutinized by such a high-ranking leader made him feel immense pressure. Under Zhou's cold and frosty gaze, Zheng Ji's heart trembled. Zheng Ji licked his lips and opened his mouth to say, Zhou, shut up. Immediately Zhou Guoqing turned to Lu Chen, his previously icy expression suddenly transforming into a warm smile, as if the ice and snow had melted in an instant. His face quickly contorted into an even more enthusiastic smile, tinged with a hint of apology and respect. Before anyone could react, Zhou Guoqing took a step forward, arriving at Lu Chen's side, and under countless astonished gazes he proactively extended his hands and firmly shook Lu Chen's hand. His tone was filled with sincerity as he said, Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. My subordinate is ignorant and has offended you. This address of Mr. Lu was like thunder striking the ground, echoing throughout the reception hall. For a moment, everyone present was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation, their minds in disarray. Some thought Chairman Zhou had mistaken someone, while others believed their eyes were deceiving them, witnessing such an unbelievable scene. However, the next second Zhou Guoqing cleared his throat and said, Let me formally introduce this gentleman. He is Lu Chen, the third largest shareholder of our Hylon Fashion Group. Zhou Goking's steady and powerful voice resonated throughout the hall. If anyone still had doubts, they vanished as soon as he pronounced Lu Chen's full name. This was the truth. Zheng Ji stood there as if struck by lightning, the color draining from his face, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside. His mind was blank, with only the words Mr. Lu echoing repeatedly in his head. Is this even possible? Am I dreaming? At this moment Manager Ma's mind also short-circuited, his legs almost giving way under him, his face filled with astonishment. He knew that the chairman was known for his composure and would never joke about such matters, which meant this was real. Lu Chen. Mr. Lu. The employee whom he had just summoned to the design department's office with the intent to fire was actually the Suntog third largest shareholder of Hylon Fashion Group. Manager Ma felt an unprecedented absurdity. He found it hard to connect Lu Chen from the design department with Mr. Lu. Soon after, cold sweat broke out on my previous attitude wouldn't. Among those present, the most shocked was undoubtedly Pei Qingxue. At this moment Pei Qingxue, whose usually cool and reserved expression, could no longer suppress her shock and panic. Lu Chun is a new shareholder. The one who acquired her father's shares, currently holding 21 of Hylon Fashion Group, determining her future fate, is actually Lu Chun. Images flashed wildly in her mind, like scenes from a movie. From their chance encounter at the jewelry store to him is suddenly appearing and buying all the jewelry for 140 without a word. That day, upon learning that Lu Chun was merely an intern, she had questioned how an intern could possess such financial power. Then during the torrential downpour, Lu Chun appeared, as if descending from the heavens, rescuing her and giving her that bank card. From that moment on, Pei Qingxue had indeed begun to doubt his true identity. Then she recalled that her father seemed to have mentioned that the person who acquired his shares did not underprice them, and even bought them at a premium. At that time she was curious about who would be willing to buy their family's shares at a premium during this time. Now at this very moment, upon realizing that Lu Chun was the acquirer, that he was indeed a true rich second generation, all the confusion she had accumulated in her mind was suddenly clear. But why would he do this? Does he like me, eh? Pei Qingxue's heart raced, her cheeks uncontrollably flushed, even her ears burned. Because if it weren't for this reason, it was difficult for her to explain why that bank card had her birthday on it. Why would he spend such a high price to acquire her shares? She looked up at Lu Chun, surrounded by the crowd, her cool eyes now tinged with complex and unfathomable emotions. Besides Zheng Ji and manager Ma, everyone else was equally stunned by this news. Vice President Li Kenggang's sharp eyes squinted as he scrutinized Lu Chun, once more filled with curiosity about his background. He found it extremely strange that this Mr. Lu, who purchased 21 of Hylon Fashion Group shares, was actually an employee within the company. If it weren't for Zhou Goking's polite demeanor, he would have thought Zhou Guoqing was joking with them. However, Li Tsuingong, who understood Zhou Guoqing, knew he would never joke about such matters. He was very certain in his actions. If he wasn't 100% sure, he would never have behaved the way. What kind of operation was this? Did he perhaps infiltrate the company to investigate before investing? I heard he just passed his probation period. That's not a short time. This person's patience was remarkable, causing a hint of wariness and suspicion to arise in Li Kenggang's heart. The first to react was Shun Yi. His previously cynical smile not only did not fade, but grew even more exuberant. Although he did not know why Lu Chun infiltrated Hylon Fashion Group, he did not overthink it like Li Tsuingong. Seeing Lu Chun so young, Shun Yi secretly nodded in approval, confirming that this was a fellow traveler. He immediately took 2 steps forward, seizing the opportunity before the other executives, his face adorned with a warm and unpretentious smile as he extended his hand to Lu Chun. "Ah, Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you, truly better than hearing about you. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. Hello, Mr. Shun. Mr. Lu, your entrance was truly unique, I admire it." Shun Yi was indeed envious. He never expected there could be such a showy way to make an entrance. Being so young, Shun Yi had automatically regarded Lu Chun as someone from his circle, undoubtedly someone who was sent over by his family to gain experience. Li Tsuingong was the second to react, quickly suppressing the tumult in his heart, forcing a smile as natural as possible. "Mr. Lu, welcome. It's truly unexpected to see you so young. I am Li Tsuingong, currently the vice president of the group. Please guide me." "Hello, Mr. Lu. Welcome, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, you are truly young and promising." Other executives rushed over, eager to greet him, their faces brimming with enthusiasm, even tinged with flattery. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly shifted from solemn and tense to exceptionally warm. Surrounded by the crowd, Lu Chun faced this sudden wave of enthusiasm with a calm demeanor. "Chairman Zhou, Vice President Li, Vice President Chen, I hope to receive everyone's guidance in the future." Seeing the atmosphere, Zhou Guoqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hastily laughing to mediate. "All right, Mr. Lu, this isn't the place for conversation. Shall we move to the... There's no need for that. I am well aware of what Hylon Fashion Group is like." Zhou Guoqing, recalling Lu Chen's identity, instantly understood, a fleeting look of embarrassment passing over his face. "I've already booked a private room at the hotel to welcome you. Shall we eat and chat?" "No need, Chairman Zhou. It's already past quitting time, and I've clocked out. I'll pack my things and head home. If there's anything, we can discuss it on Monday when I come back to work." Lu Chen declined. Lu Chen's calm refusal instantly froze the enthusiastic smiles around him, and the entire hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. Leaving work on time. Refusing the chairman's welcome banquet. What kind of operation is this? Zhou Goking's smile momentarily stiffened, a flicker of shock and profound confusion flashing in his eyes. He looked at Lu Chun, who appeared quite easygoing, thinking that he would surely not refuse his... But he never expected Lu Chun to decline the chairman's welcome banquet for such a reason. Leaving work on time. What does this even mean? Chairman Zhou felt perplexed, and a subtle unease began to rise in his heart. Was he truly unconcerned with trivial matters, or was there a deeper meaning? Or did he simply disdain such socializing? Li Tsuingong and Shun Yi exchanged glances, both slightly surprised. However, seeing the stunned expressions of the others, Lu Chen quickly explained, "Everyone, I apologize, but I value the balance between life and work. Generally after work, I do not engage in work-related matters." Lu Chen never liked socializing in the first place. Having become the third largest shareholder today, he naturally would not go with the flow. Now that he was a wealthy individual, if he did not act according to his wishes, wouldn't that be a waste of his newfound status? Zhou Guoqing, being a seasoned veteran, quickly adjusted his mindset. He knew that today's youth had very unconventional thoughts, especially someone like Lu Chen who was young, wealthy, and full of vigor. He must have his own ideas as long as he did not hold any of. Chairman Zhou immediately said, "Haha, good. President Lu is right, work is work and life is life. It's good to distinguish between the two. Young people understanding how to enjoy life is a good thing. President Lu, please feel free. Do you need a car arranged for you?" Lu Chen slightly nodded, and said, "As long as Chairman Zhou understands, there's no need to send a car. I have my own vehicle. But I still need to go up and tidy up a bit, grab my backpack." After saying this, he gave a nod to Zhou Guoqing, Li Tsuingong, and Shunyi, then turned around and calmly walked back to the elevator. Everyone watched Lu Chen re-enter the elevator, and the hall remained shrouded in silence. A few seconds later, Zhou Guoqing slowly exhaled, the smile on his face completely fading as he regained his usual composure and said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone, disperse." Before leaving, he took a long, deep look at Zheng Ji, whose face was ashen, not uttering a single word. Once the key figures in the hall had mostly departed. At this moment, Zheng Ji, who had been frozen like a stone statue, seemed to finally snap back from the immense shock. His face was pale, his gaze vacant as he stumbled towards the production department director, Zhao Mingxiang, like a man grasping at the last lifeline. Director Zhao, what's going on? How could Lu Chen be President Lu? Did you get the wrong person? Did Chairman Zhou make a mistake?" Zhao Mingxiang was startled by Zheng Ji's actions and words. Looking at his disheveled appearance, he felt not a trace of sympathy, only disgust and fear. He forcefully shook off Zheng Ji's hand, as if afraid of catching some misfortune, taking a step back and coldly saying, "Zheng Ji, please mind your words. President Lu's identity has been personally confirmed by the boss. How dare you question it? You must bear the consequences of your own actions." Zhao Mingqiang's attitude completely shattered the last glimmer of hope that Zheng Ji held. He staggered back, collapsing onto the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering. At this moment, the Human Resources Director seemed to receive some instruction. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, "In light of Production Department Manager Zheng Ji's serious misconduct today, which greatly offended an important shareholder of the company, and the extremely negative impact it has caused, management has urgently convened a meeting and decided to immediately terminate Zheng Ji's managerial position and labor contract. The relevant procedures and compensation matters will be followed up by the Human Resources Department." This announcement was like a death knell, causing Zheng Ji to abruptly raise his head, the last traces of color draining from his face, leaving only utter despair in his eyes. No one looked at him again. Other executives had long since kept their distance, fleeing the scene. Even Zhao Mingxiang, who had promoted him, was too lazy to glance back, hastily walking out of the hall, fearful of being associated with Zheng Ji any longer. The Human Resources Director shot a glance at Supervisor Ma, and Supervisor Ma shivered, as if he had realized something, not even bothering to press the elevator button, but directly hurried down the stairs towards the floor where the production department was located. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already taken the elevator back to the floor where the design department was located. He appeared as if nothing had happened, calmly stepping out and heading directly to his workstation to grab his backpack and leave. Cui Ji watched him silently packing his desk, guessing that Lu Chen must have been fired, preparing to roll up his things and leave, and felt a sense of relief. Having been oppressed for too long, Cui Ji felt an overwhelming sense of superiority at this moment, unable to resist, sarcastically saying, "Oh, Lu Chen, where have you been hiding? What, packing your things to leave? Of course, publicly hitting a leader and causing a bad influence, not to mention being so close to that woman Pei Qingxue. The company surely cannot accommodate you." Cui Ji crossed his arms, his face displaying unmasked glee. Gao Yanyan chimed in, her eyes full of disdain. "Brother Zheng is the department manager. You are just a newly promoted employee. You hit him, and getting fired is a small matter. Brother Zheng can definitely sue you." She glanced at the nearby Zhao Yajing, her tone even sharper. "Sister Jing, really, why do you hang around someone so lacking in prospects? Now it's good, and maybe you'll end up getting implicated by him." Cui Ji added, "That's right. Sister Jing, you're beautiful and an old employee. You could befriend anyone, yet you chose to associate with such a troublemaker. I see that if he loses this job and leaves a record, it's hard to say whether he can even make a living in Jiangxing. By then he might not even be able to support himself, let alone buy you and Hermes bag. That bag might as well be bought on credit. Sooner or later debt collectors will come knocking." Gao Yanyan deliberately raised her voice so that those around could hear. Some colleagues nearby felt that Cui Ji's words were too excessive, but since Lu Chen had already been dismissed, no one dared to speak up to stop them, only looking on with complex expressions. There was no need to offend a leader's sycophant for a colleague who was about to leave. Zhao Yajing initially did not want to engage, but upon hearing their repeated taunts, especially when they involved her, she could no longer hold back. Even if it meant possibly leaving the company, she wanted to have a huge argument with Cui Ji at this moment. She shot a cold glance at the two. Cui Ji, you spend all your time gossiping instead of focusing on work. No wonder you've remained a small employee for so many years. And you, Gao Yanyan. Zhao Yajing looked at Gao Yanyan with a hint of disdain in her tone. You once looked down on Lu Chun for being poor, but then you turned around and followed Zheng Ji. Now look, everyone knows what kind of person Zheng Ji is in the company. Do you think you've picked up a treasure? You might find yourself kicked to the curb one day. I know very well whether Lu Chun has money or not. You're enjoying mocking him now, but there will come a day when you regret it. I hope I never see you on your knees begging to get back together. That would be too disgusting. Zhao Yajing was relentless, firing back with words like needles, seemingly hitting a nerve, causing both to change their expressions dramatically. Gao Yanyan seemed like a cat with its tail stepped on, instantly losing control, bursting out angrily, what nonsense are you spouting? Brother Zheng is the department manager 100 times better than Lu Chun. Zhao Yajing replied, without holding back. Better in what way? Better because he's older? Better because he's balding? Or is it because he only bullies his subordinates? Even if Lu Chun loses this job, he is still better than some who rely on others to get by. At least he is upright, unlike some who would sell their dignity for money. The entire office floor had fallen into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed on the exchange between Lu Chun and Cui Ji. Supervisor Ma's sudden roar shattered the stillness, echoing through the entire. Cui Ji, who had been wearing a smug expression as he watched Supervisor Ma approach, felt his triumphant sneer freeze solid upon hearing the words. He stammered in disbelief. Supervisor Ma, did you just say that wrong? It should be Lu Chun who's fired, right? Cui Ji stared at Supervisor Ma, half convinced his ears had deceived him. Supervisor Ma trembled with a mixture of fear and regret. Replaying the harrowing scene downstairs, the reverent attitude of Chairman Zhou, General Li and General Shen towards Lu Chun, and the fate that befell Zheng Ji. He was seized by a wave of belated terror and remorse. Zheng Ji had truly dragged him into the mud today. Had it not been for the subtle look from the HR director hinting at a chance to redeem himself, he would have faced the same fate as Zheng Ji packing his bags. His attitude towards Lu Chun had always been, he believed, professional and impartial. He hadn't offended him as His attitude towards Lu Chun had always been, he believed, professional and impartial. He hadn't offended him as egregiously as Zheng Ji had. This meant he still had a chance. If he seized the moment, pledged his loyalty to President Lu, sincerely admitted his mistakes, and distanced himself from Zheng Ji, he might just salvage his standing in Lu Chen's eyes. And when Supervisor Ma's gaze fell upon Cui Ji, he knew instantly that his opportunity had arrived. His chance to prove his loyalty was here. Yes, Cui Ji, you heard correctly. It is you who are fired. Hearing Supervisor Ma's firm and definitive tone, the entire office was stunned. Disbelief was etched on every face. Everyone thought their ears must be deceiving them. Zhao Yajing, whose brow had been furrowed, now looked on with confusion. She was aware of Lu Chen's capabilities, but she hadn't anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Supervisor Ma's attitude had made a complete 180-degree turn. Instead of dealing with Lu Chun, he had fired Cui Ji, the one who had been fanning the flames. This unexpected move instantly sent a buzz through the design department. People craned their necks, peering across the aisle towards the production department. Whoa, Cui Ji is the one getting fired. Are you sure? Lu Xiaoyan's eyes widened. The dramatic scene from moments before with Zheng Ji aggressively confronting Lu Chun was still vivid in her mind. Li Ming looked bewildered. Could it be that Supervisor Ma also can't stand Cui Ji and decided to get rid of him too? But Cui Ji is Manager Zheng's right-hand man. How can he just fire him like that? Where's Zheng Ji? Where did he go? Su Yangxin's hand holding her coffee cup froze midair. Her chestnut ponytail rested on her shoulder, a flicker of confusion and a hint of dawning understanding crossing her eyes. She watched Lu Chun calmly packing his bag, and then a possibility, so startling, it even surprised her, began to form in her mind. No way. At that moment, the arrogance on Cui Ji's face evaporated, replaced by a pallid ashen look. His expression was filled with utter bewilderment and disbelief. Why me? Shouldn't it be Lu Chun? Just as the entire room descended into confusion and murmurs grew louder, Supervisor Ma continued, Cui Ji, you have ostracized colleagues, maintained a poor attitude, and used vulgar language at work. This severely violates company regulations and contradicts the corporate values we advocate. More importantly, you dare to show disrespect to President Lu. This company cannot tolerate a bad apple like you. You may go to the HR department right now to process your resignation. President Lu. The words struck like a thunderbolt, sending shockwaves through the office. Gao Yanyan's pupils contracted sharply, her breath catching in her throat. President Lu. Could he mean Lu Chun? The mysterious wealthy man who acquired President Pei's shares and became the company's third largest shareholder. Was the Lu Chun she had so casually discarded? She recalled the words she had spoken earlier, and a burning shame washed over her. Every sentence now felt like a resounding slap across her face, leaving her mortified. She finally understood why Lu Chun could afford to pay in full for a Porsche and casually gift a onesie Hermes bag. She had been wrong. He hadn't won the lottery or taken out a loan. He was a company shareholder. He was genuinely wealthy. And she, because of a 300 yuan bride price, had deemed him poor, dumped him without a second thought, and turned to Zheng Ji. What did it matter that Zheng Ji had a car and a house? In front of a true shareholder, he was just a minor manager who could be dismissed at any moment. Regret gnawed at Gao Yanyan's heart as she mentally beat her chest, consumed by remorse. Her mind raced with what-ifs. If she hadn't been so materialistic, if she had just waited a little longer, if she hadn't chosen Zheng Ji, would she be the one standing by Lu Chen's side now, basking in all the glory and preferential treatment? Looking at Zhao Yajing beside Lu Chen and seeing the respect in the eyes of those around her, she felt a pang of sour jealousy alongside her boundless regret. What had she been thinking back then? How could she have given up on a rising star like Lu Chen for a greasy, incompetent old man like Zheng Ji? The moment she heard Supervisor Ma's words, Zhao Yajing shuddered, staring at Lu Chen with an expression of profound shock. But after a mere 3 seconds of stunned silence, the shock gradually transformed into a look of sudden realization. She thought of the fully paid-up lakefront mansion, the Porsche Cayenne, the casually gifted 1 Hermes bag, and the dinner that cost over 300 yuan the other night. All her previous doubts about his newfound wealth now had a perfect explanation. She also understood why Lu Chen had said he had found a new job and would be interacting with her under a new identity. It truly was a new job. The design department erupted in absolute chaos. The murmur of discussion became unstoppable. Li Ming's eyes widened like brass bells. So Lu Chen is the President Lu they're talking about. The mysterious rich man who acquired shares and became the company's 3rd largest shareholder. Oh my god, I must be hearing things. Supervisor Ma is calling Lu Chen President Lu. The investor who bought President Pei's shares is our own Lu Chen from our department. Lu Xiaoyan jumped up from her seat, her voice loud enough to be heard across the entire floor. Ma Yi wore an expression of both disbelief and sudden clarity. No wonder he suddenly has so much money, buying a Porsche and all. Turns out he's a company shareholder, a proper rich 2nd generation. I thought Head just won the lottery. Su Yinxin, despite having suspected something, still found it all too absurd. Even with Supervisor Ma's confirmation, she felt a sense of profound shock. Her mind raced, instantly connecting all the recent events surrounding Lu Chen. She recalled the scene in the break room with Pei Qingxue, where Pei Qingxue had clearly appeared timid and someone so aloof and cold. When had she ever acted like that? So Pei Qingxue knew about Lu Chen's identity all along. She was probably trying to curry favor. The more Su Yinxin thought about it, the more convinced she became. Since Lu Chen had bought the shares from Pei Qingxue's father, how could she not know who he really was? No wonder she wasn't worried at all, and seemed so confident. It turns out that without her father, she had found herself another backer. At this thought, a sense of urgency gripped Su Yinxin. She had originally assumed she would be in line for the design director position once Pei Qingxue fell from grace. But given the current situation, that was no longer certain. She felt she had to do something. Sister Jing, get ready, I'll wait for you downstairs, Lu Chen said with a smile. After settling the matters at hand, the most important thing now was the 500 yuan spending task. Although that cashback card was only of ordinary grade, it was still cashback after all. Following the principle of not wasting what's available, Lu Chen felt it necessary to complete this task. Zhao Yajing, hearing Lu Chen call her name, finally snapped back to reality from her dazed thoughts. She looked at his familiar face and gentle gaze, and her mind drifted to those scandalous scenes from the night before. A blush crept across Zhao Yajing's face as she playfully nudged Lu Chen's shoulder and teased, "President Lu, are you assigning me a task? How dare I refuse?" Despite the shift in their dynamic, Zhao Yajing adapted quickly. She knew that Lu Chen was still the same person he had always been, unchanged. Lu Chen smiled at her, then waved to the curious colleagues around them. He glanced at Manager Ma, who was sweating nervously and seemed to want to say something, and gave him a nod. Then he strode away, without sparing a single glance at Cui Ji. Seeing Lu Chen nod in his direction, Manager Ma felt the weight of anxiety slowly lift from his chest. He knew he had made the right call. His actions just now had apparently earned the president's approval. Looking at Cui Ji's ashen, bewildered face, a smile crept onto Manager Ma's lips. If it weren't for this troublemaker Cui Ji, who else could he have used as an example to make amends? Manager Ma cleared his throat and said, "Zheng Ji isn't coming back either. Cui Ji, you'd better pack up." As he turned to leave, he suddenly caught sight of Gao Yanyan standing in the corner and paused. "All right. What about Gao Yanyan? How should we handle her?" Manager Ma suddenly remembered this serious issue. Gao Yanyan had also repeatedly spoken rudely to President Lu with her sharp, acerbic tongue. But when it came to her, Manager Ma wasn't quite sure what to do. Manager Ma turned to Zhao Yajing, his tone laced with caution. "What would you like to do about this?" He understood clearly that Zhao Yajing had a special relationship with President Lu. Asking her was as good. Zhao Yajing glanced at Gao Yanyan with cold, indifferent eyes and said curtly, "Fire her." "What?" Gao Yanyan exploded, stepping forward with a shrill voice. "I haven't done anything wrong. I've been diligent and hardworking all along. You can't fire me." Her face flushed red, her voice hysterical as she clutched at her clothes, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the office. She knew very well that this job was respectable, secured through Lu Chen's connections, and came with excellent pay and benefits. She didn't want to lose this opportunity. If she left this company, Gao Yinyan knew that with her abilities, finding a similar job would be nearly impossible. Gao Yinyan, panicking and stumbling over her words, cried out, "Lu Chen himself didn't say he was firing me. What right do you have to decide that? Zhao Yajing, what position do you even hold to say such a thing?" Gao Yinyan, panicking and stumbling over her words, cried out, "Lu Chen himself didn't say he was firing me. What right do you have to decide that?" She took half a step forward, closing in on Gao Yinyan, her voice carrying an oppressive weight. "He didn't even look at you just now? Can't you take the hint? If you have any sense of dignity left, you should leave on your own. We don't want things to get unpleasant." At this moment, Zhao Yajing's aura was fully unleashed, every gesture radiating the commanding presence of someone in power. Manager Ma was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Yajing to be so relentless. Watching the scene unfold, it suddenly became clear to him that this was the confidence President Liu had instilled. Zhao Yajing's words to a large extent were President Liu's words. "I must maintain a good relationship with Zhao Yajing. Given how much President Liu trusts her, her future prospects likely extend far beyond just the design department." With that thought, Manager Ma quickly nodded and said in a firm, decisive tone, "Fine. Gao Yinyan, go to HR and complete your exit procedures. Right now." "No, I don't agree." Seeing that Manager Ma had also sided with Zhao Yajing, Gao Yinyan began to crumble. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly. "I'm President Liu's ex-girlfriend. We were together for 3 years. He wouldn't do this to me." She screamed like a madwoman, her voice hysterical, completely oblivious to the contemptuous looks from those around her. Li Meng rolled her eyes and whispered to Lu Xiaoyan. "She knows she's the ex, and she still dares to bring up the 3 years. Who was it that looked down on him for being poor and cursed him out so viciously back then?" Lu Xiaoyan sneered. "Exactly. Now she regrets it. Where was that brain of hers before? It's hopeless." Ma Yi couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. 30 years east, 30 years west. Never bully a young man who's poor. This is so satisfying. The HR manager Ma looked annoyed. He had figured it out by now. Gao Yinyan was simply someone who didn't know her place. With that, he left Cui Ji, who still seemed to want to ask questions, and strode toward the elevator to find security. Once Manager Ma was out of sight, the office erupted into chatter once more. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Zhao Yajing was about to leave, but at that moment her desk was instantly swarmed by gossiping colleagues. Those who had previously kept only a distant formal relationship with her now wore warm, enthusiastic smiles, some even bordering on sycophantic, as they tried to get closer to her and fish for information about Lu Chen. "Sister Jing, I've had it with Cui Ji for ages. Seeing him and Zheng Ji get fired fills us with such relief. President Liu truly has keen insight. He saw through those two as the company's parasites from the start. Yeah, I even tried to warn Cui Ji back, then told him not to mess with President Liu. But that guy was hell-bent on sticking with Zheng Ji, completely deaf to reason." As these people swarmed around her with feigned warmth, Zhao Yajing was initially flustered. But soon an indescribable sense of satisfaction, a feeling of vindication, began to swell within her. A female colleague who usually had a lukewarm relationship with Zhao Yajing and would occasionally even echo Cui Ji's remarks now wore a nearly fawning smile as she sidled up and said, "Sister Jing, I was wrong before. Sometimes I spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Zhao Yajing looked at the face before her that had changed so quickly and felt nothing but absurdity and irony. They were whispering behind her back just moments ago, and now they flip-flopped faster than anyone. After fending off a few more colleagues who came to cozy up to her, Zhao Yajing finally managed to extricate herself. Looking at the grief-stricken faces of Cui Ji and Gao Yinyan, Zhao Yajing had no desire to go over and taunt them. Speaking another word to people like them would only lower herself. Still, the feeling of having those detestable people beneath her feet made her steps noticeably lighter as she left the office. Facing the dramatic shift in the team's dynamics, Zhao Yajing felt an immense sense of triumph and vindication. The beauty consumption fund. She walked quickly in her high heels to the basement and got into Lu Chen's Porsche. Zhao Yajing turned her head to look at Lu Chen, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of her mouth. The earlier excitement in the office along with her colleagues' sycophantic behavior had made her heart feel light. Now Zhao Yajing felt as if she were floating on. "Mr. Liu, you truly have given me a great surprise." Zhao Yajing, who had just displayed a commanding presence in the office, now spoke softly, her sparkling eyes carrying a hint of allure, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by the strong contrast of the mature woman beside him. He recalled not long ago when Zhao Yajing had taken on a senior role guiding him through various. At that time Zhao Yajing had indeed been very kind to Lu Chen, but there was still a difference in their statuses, and she spoke with the tone of a senior. Now, however, their roles had completely reversed. He could clearly sense that in Zhao Yajing's gaze beyond affection there was an added layer of reverence and admiration. At this moment Lu Chen realized that the woman before him had been thoroughly conquered by him both mentally and physically. Are you really surprised? There are even more surprises to come. Lu Chen turned to her and smiled. He knew that with the power of the system his equity would only continue to grow, perhaps not limited to just Hylon Group. What level it would ultimately reach was something Lu Chen himself did not know. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yajing suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the lips. The intense and heated sensation caught Lu Chen off guard. Zhao Yajing's kiss at that moment was filled with reckless passion, as if she wanted to pour all her emotions into it. After about 5 minutes they finally parted. As the lingering heat faded between their lips, Lu Chen regained his composure. He had almost suffocated just now. Is this what a woman in her 30s is like, he thought to himself. If it weren't for being in the car in an inappropriate place, he would have doubted that she might swallow him whole. Regaining his focus, Lu Chen finally drove toward the shopping center. After stating his budget, Zhao Yajing selected a few brands. This Armani suit really suits you. The gray color is stable, but not overly old-fashioned. Why don't you try it on? Zhao Yajing led Lu Chen into the Armani store, and after some selection finally picked up a deep gray suit. Lu Chen obediently walked into the fitting room, and the moment he stepped out in the suit his entire demeanor changed. The well-tailored suit accentuated his tall figure, making his features appear even more handsome, with less youthful naivety and more composure and competence. Looks great. Zhao Yajing's heart raced a little as she looked at Lu Chen in the suit. Then we'll go with this one. Lu Chen readily agreed, choosing to trust Zhao Yajing's judgment. For the next hour, Zhao Yajing transformed into a professional stylist, selecting everything from suits, shirts, ties, to shoes for Lu Chen. Lu Chen had little experience with dressing. Therefore he chose to follow her arrangements throughout, merely responsible for trying on the clothes and paying. Since this was not just about completing a task, but also about improving his quality of life, Lu Chen did not strictly adhere to the system's requirement of a 500 limit. By the time they finished shopping, their hands were filled with shopping bags. In total, Lu Chen spent over 800 yuan during the shopping spree. As soon as they stepped out of the shopping center, the system notification chimed in right on time. Ding, today's task 2, spending 500 yuan completed. Reward being issued, beauty consumption fund, ordinary 1. Lu Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly opened his backpack to check. Beauty consumption fund ordinary contains 800 yuan for consumption applicable for beauty, skincare, medical beauty, SPA, and other related fields. No usage threshold, valid for 3 days. When using pay with a regular bank card, and the system will automatically deduct from this consumption fund. So it's designated for beauty-related spending, an amount of 880,000. Looking at it this way, the system really has an opinion about my appearance. Lu Chen instinctively touched his face. To be fair, his base wasn't too bad, but the years of late-night work and neglect had taken their toll. As a result, his skin still bore a rough, dull texture with quite a few blackheads on his nose, and occasionally a few pimples would pop up. His hairstyle was quite casual, just a messy cut from a 30 yuan trim at the community entrance. Having not had a trim for nearly a month, his hair was all over the place, relying solely on his facial structure to avoid looking too bad. Although exercise is the best beauty treatment, why not use the free consumption fund? After all, this was 880,000, not a small amount. After placing the shopping bags in the car, Lu Chen turned to Zhao Yajing. Sister Jing, you must be tired from shopping too. How about coming back to my place to drop off the things and have a drink? Zhao Yajing paused upon hearing this, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She could still guess Lu Chen's little thoughts. Recalling the intense experience from last night, Zhao Yajing felt a lingering sense of desire. The feeling of rain after a long drought, that sense of desire being fulfilled once experienced, one can never go back. Zhao Yajing thought, by then, who drinks whose water is still uncertain. However, she knew that if she followed him up to that building, she would likely be tormented until the early hours of the night. Plus, there had been a close call last night, almost caught by her sister Zhao Xiaoxiao. Caution was necessary. Zhao Yajing steadied herself, revealing a teasing expression. Lu Chen, you little lecher, trying to play this game with your sister. What game? It's just going upstairs for a drink. Lu Chen pretended not to understand. Enough with the act. You know exactly what kind of drink you mean, don't you? My sister is still at home, I need to go back first, or she'll get suspicious, Zhao Yajing said disdainfully. Seeing the obvious disappointment flash in Lu Chen's eyes, her heart softened, and she leaned closer to his ear. The warm breath brushed against his ear, sending shivers down Lu Chen's spine. Zhao Yajing whispered in a tone only they could hear, when I go back, bring a few pairs of unused stockings. When Xiao falls asleep, he'll come find you. At that time, whatever pair you want me to change into, will change into, okay? After saying this, she straightened up, gave Lu Chen a charming smile, and left. Lu Chen stood there instinctively swallowing hard, feeling a thrill rise within him. The entire case was also incredibly stylish, resembling the cockpit of a futuristic battleship, enhanced by the dazzling RGB lighting effects, which made Lu Chen's blood boil with excitement. The Asus X870E Apex co-branded Republic of Gamers motherboard paired with the Ryzen 9950X CPU and a Dragon King 4th generation curved screen water cooling system, as well as a Night God 5090 with 32GB video memory graphics card and 64GB Royal Spear memory, was fully loaded. The entire case was also incredibly stylish, resembling the cockpit of a futuristic battleship enhanced by the dazzling RGB lighting effects, which made Lu Chen's blood boil with it. Lu Chen eagerly moved the equipment into his study and spent nearly an hour fine-tuning everything. When he powered it on, the eye of faith shone brightly in the dim study. He logged into a long-neglected game account, and just as he entered the lobby, a familiar ID popped up with a party invitation. A lifetime without letting down. Lu Chen was surprised. This was his college classmate Chen. Both of them graduated from the Jiangxing design major at an ordinary second-tier university, and although they hadn't kept in touch much after graduation, they were a fixed duo in games back then. Accepting the invitation, he entered the voice channel. Wow, Lu Chen, the great god has finally logged on. Chen teased. I recently changed jobs, so I've had a bit more free time, Lu Chen replied casually. Changed jobs? Still in design? Yeah, something like that. Bro, let me give you a piece of advice in this industry, even dogs won't work in design. Chen Keheo's tone was filled with the weariness of someone who had been through it. I stopped doing design a long time ago. I never liked it, couldn't keep up, and didn't have the brain for it. A few years ago, I ran away leveraging family connections. Now I work in an entertainment company as a public sentiment planner. It's tiring, but at least I don't have to revise drafts to the point of wanting to jump off a building every day. What exactly is public sentiment planning? It means monitoring if anyone online is criticizing our company's artists. If there are, we manage the comments. If not, we create some topics to manage. To put it bluntly, it's data work. So you get to see female celebrities often then. What good is that? Those female celebrities act all high and mighty, and they wouldn't even glance at guys like us who are quietly working behind the scenes. Once the floodgates opened, their conversation naturally shifted to the recent situations of their college classmates. Our class really has its share of ups and downs. The one doing the best is undoubtedly the class leader Lu Yazhou. Halfway through his sentence, Chen Keheo fell silent. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling that person. Lu Yazhou was the class leader in college, coming from a well-off family, thus having an advantage when running for class. However, he was somewhat dark and chubby with a small mind, and had been rejected by several girls he pursued. One of the girls who had a crush on him rejected Lu Yazhou, and instead confessed to Lu Chen, which led Lu Yazhou to hold a grudge. Since then, Lu Yazhou had been targeting him at every turn. One time, Lu Chen could no longer endure it, and confronted him in front of the class during a meeting, resulting in both of them getting a scolding from the counselor. Why the silence? He knew Chen Keheo was afraid of upsetting him. After all, in the eyes of their old classmates, Lu Chen was still just a struggling worker at the bottom of the design industry, while Lu Yazhou had already achieved great success. But now Lu Chen didn't care at all. A mere department head didn't even qualify to make him feel any emotional turmoil. After half a minute of silence on the other end, Chen Keheo cautiously sent a message about the matter between you two. Back then, I was afraid to bring it up because I thought it would upset. But since you asked, I'll tell you now. He is now a department head at Jiangnan Embroidery, one of the top 500 enterprises in Jiang province, and has climbed to this position just 3 years after graduation. He brags in the group every day about being promoted to manager by the end of the year and has a bright future ahead. Oh, I see, Lu Chen replied lightly. After all, he had just fired a manager that afternoon. Hearing Lu Chen's indifferent attitude, Chen Keheo imagined a forced smile, feeling a sense of helplessness. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, how about you and your girlfriend? It's been almost 3 years since the official announcement. When are you going to have the wedding banquet? You have to let me know in advance. We broke up. The 3 words were straightforward and decisive. Then the voice channel fell into a deathly silence. Chen Keheo felt that his mouth had really said the wrong thing at the wrong time. Work was going poorly and his relationship had fallen apart. His brother was having a tough time. After a long while, he finally managed to stammer out, "Bro, let's not talk about this. Let's play a ranked match first. My big knife has been itching for action." Alright, Lu Chen did not explain, happily accepting the challenge. The two of them were still in sync as before, winning 3 consecutive matches and playing with great enthusiasm. After another 2 rounds, Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Sister Jing hasn't arrived yet. She won't bail on us today, will she? Just then a cold system notification sound unexpectedly exploded in his mind. Ding, today's task 2. Enrich the types of sports. Develop a partner sport. Complete 1 hour of partner sport today. Task reward speed improvement. Card 1. Note 1. The types of partner sports are not limited, but must involve 2 participants. Note 2. That kind of sport you are thinking of does not count. Lu Chen stared at the light blue virtual panel before him, completely dumbfounded. Lu Chen mentally cursed. At this hour you're telling me to enrich the types of sports. And it has to be a partner sport. The gyms outside must be closed by. The most absurd part was the last note. What do you mean by that kind of sport not counting? My thoughts are very pure, okay? What was I even thinking? Lu Chen felt completely wronged, thinking he was deeply misunderstood by the system. Just as he was at a loss, ding dong. A crisp bell suddenly rang. Lu Chen opened the door, and standing outside was a figure that made his blood rush. That night Zhao Yajing was not wearing her usual dignified black professional attire, nor any loungewear. At that moment, she wore an extremely tight white sports tank top that accentuated her stunning curves, revealing a small section of her flat fair midriff. On her lower half, she sported a pair of deep gray high-waisted seamless yoga pants, paired with ankle-length plain white socks. The fabric clung closely to her body, tightly wrapping her perfect peach-shaped bottom and long straight legs without a hint of excess flesh. She showcased the perfect blend of voluptuousness and firmness that a woman in her 30s possesses to the fullest extent. Sister Jing. Lu Chen swallowed hard, his gaze uncontrollably sweeping over her figure. What are you doing out here at this hour? Where did you get this outfit? Zhao Yajing looked at Lu Chen's eager gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. What's wrong? Don't you like it? I told Xiao Xiao I was going to practice yoga, and she let me out. In truth, Zhao Yajing had her own thoughts. After putting on the yoga pants, she felt completely wrapped up, so even if something happened, Zhao Xiao probably wouldn't notice. Oh, Sister Jing, you can practice yoga. Lu Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Partner sports, oh, wasn't this just delivered right to his door? Yes. Zhao Yajing walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, stretching her graceful waist. Since my divorce, I've started practicing yoga to adjust my mindset. It's been about 4 or 5 years now. No wonder. Lu Chen gazed at her perfect curves wrapped in yoga pants with burning eyes. No wonder Sister Jing's figure is so well maintained, it's even better than those girls in there. Hearing Lu Chen's compliment, a hint of pride flashed in Zhao Yajing's eyes. She was quite confident in her figure. Sister Jing, how about you teach me some yoga? Lu Chen proposed, calculating how to endure this 1-hour task. Hearing this, Zhao Yajing immediately stood up and pounced into Lu Chen's arms like a water snake. She wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, her warm breath brushing against his chin, her gaze seductive, exhaling softly. Lu Chen, practicing yoga is so tiring. Let's do it another day. Oh, I don't have much time to teach you today. The fact that she could come up with such a poor excuse today was entirely due to the intense feelings stirring within her. At this moment, she had no desire to teach Lu Chen. Lu Chen was furious from her teasing, but rationality was still desperately pulling at him. 1 hour of partner exercise. Completing it would grant him a stat card reward. It was already 10:00 p.m., and there was not much time left. Lu Chen pressed down her misbehaving hands and started speaking seriously. It's precisely because we don't have time that we must seize the moment for you to teach me. Sister Jing, is there a yoga practice we can do together? Zhao Yajing was taken aback. She raised her head to look at Lu Chen's somewhat eager eyes, her mind racing. Partner yoga. After all, Zhao Yajing was a mature woman, and in an instant she seemed to understand something. Could it be that Lu Chen found traditional locations and methods too lacking in romance? Did he want to use yoga postures to try something exciting? With this thought, Zhao Yajing's face turned almost crimson, but her eyes surged with even more fervent. She couldn't help but think this seems quite interesting. Alright. Since you want to learn, I'll teach you step by step. You have such good stamina, partner yoga. It will definitely be a piece of cake. Thus, in the spacious living room, a session of partner yoga officially commenced. Zhao Yajing truly began to teach earnestly, but every posture she chose was filled with tension and physical contact. Let's start with the partner boat pose. The two sat facing each other on the soft carpet, grasping each other's wrists. Lift your feet up, Saul's touching Saul's legs straight. Zhao Yajing gently guided. Lu Chen followed her instructions. The moment their feet made contact, he felt the warmth of her Saul. As their legs lifted, they formed a V shape. Because of the proximity, Lu Chen could clearly see the deep cleft of Zhao Yajing's neckline and the white flesh that trembled slightly with her breaths. Keep breathing back straight. Zhao Yajing's gaze became increasingly dreamy. She thought this was just a part of the lengthy foreplay, so she began to intentionally increase the touches within the movements. While performing the assisted downward dog, Lu Chen needed to support her waist from behind. Zhao Yajing's hips, clad in tight yoga pants, pressed almost fully against Lu Chen's thigh. She even intentionally twisted her waist slightly, using her incredible elasticity to rub against Lu Chen. Hiss! Lu Chen gasped, nearly grinding his back teeth. This was definitely not yoga, it was a test of endurance. The faint scent of perfume on Zhao Yajing mixed with the slight perspiration from exercise was invading Lu Chen's nostril. With each entanglement and stretch of their bodies, Zhao Yajing would let out 1 or 2 suppressed moans. The sound was like electric fingers constantly teasing Lu Chen's nerves. Brother, your heartbeat is so fast. Zhao Yajing murmured softly as she leaned back against Lu Chen's shoulder during a back-to-back stretching pose. Lu Chen was drenched in sweat. How could he not be fast? His blood was rushing down, and he was relying solely on strong willpower to suppress it. Focus, Sister Jing, your posture is off. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and reminded her, forcibly driving away those inappropriate images from his mind. Zhao Yajing secretly laughed to herself. She became increasingly certain that Lu Chen was playing a celibate role. The more he held back, the more thrilling it felt to her. Her teasing movements became bolder. Time ticked by. Half an hour. 40 minutes. 50 minutes. Lu Chen felt like a monk walking a tightrope over a volcano. Every second was immense torture. Finally, an hour later, The melodious mechanical sound of the system exploded in Lu Chen's mind at the appointed time. Ding, today's task 2, 1 hour of partner exercise completed. Task reward speed boost card 1, sent to the host's backpack, please check promptly. Lu Chen sighed in relief, his tense body instantly relaxing. Awesome. The task was completed, and now it was his stage. System immediately used the speed boost card. Lu Chen silently thought. Ding, speed boost card has been used enhancing the host's neural reflexes and muscle fibers. After just 2 seconds, Lu Chen felt a tingling sensation like microcurrents in his. He instinctively moved his 10 fingers and was astonished to discover that they had become incredibly nimble and light, as if they possessed independent life. Reaction time, precision, hand speed. All aspects had terrifyingly improved. Lu Chen suddenly turned his head to look at Zhao Yajing, who was lying on the carpet, slightly panting with a dreamy. At this moment, Zhao Yajing's cheeks were flushed from an hour of exercise, her forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat. The tight yoga pants were soaked, leaving a dark patch. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen slapped down, with a crisp sound landing on that stunning curve. The force was just right with incredible elasticity. Zhao Yajing exclaimed, looking back at him with a mix of resentment and anticipation. Sister Jing. Lu Chen looked down at her, his eyes burning with unmasked aggression. What happened to the stockings? What does it mean to dress like this? Lu Chen's slap also served to teach her a lesson for her earlier provocations. Hearing this, Zhao Yajing's lips curled into an extremely seductive smile. I thought you could endure more, couldn't hold back anymore. As she spoke, she slowly sat up. Then right in front of Lu Chen, she placed her hands on the waistband of her yoga pants and gradually peeled off the tight gray fabric. Due to the previous hour of yoga, the black stockings were slightly damp with sweat. The wet black threads clung tightly. Due to the previous hour of yoga, the black stockings were slightly damp with sweat. The wet black threads clung tightly to her. Due to the previous hour of yoga, the black stockings were slightly damp with sweat. The wet black threads clung tightly to her fair, translucent skin, exuding an indescribable sense of wildness and decadence. I specifically wore this underneath. Do you like it? Zhao Yajing bit her red lips, her eyes dreamy, as if covered in a layer of mist. Lu Chen couldn't hold back any longer. With the recently acquired peak hand speed, his hands exhibited incredible power at that moment. I love it so much. Lu Chen growled like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, directly pressing her down onto the soft carpet. The next day, Lu Chen slept until 10 o'clock. In the spacious flat, he found that he could sleep soundly without insomnia, enjoying a particularly restful slumber. Seeing his messy hair, Lu Chen felt too lazy to manage it himself, and planned to choose a beauty salon to have a professional stylist take care of it. He arrived at the nearest shopping mall to Lakefront No. 1. At this hour, it was already bustling with many visitors. Since the system provided Lu Chen with 8.0 for consumption, he decided to make the most of this opportunity to enhance his outward appearance. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the mall, he discovered several high-end beauty and hair care shops, all luxuriously decorated, intimidating to behold. To speak of nothing else, the decor of this shop immediately caught Lu Chen's eye. The store featured a minimalist and elegant Nordic style adorned with numerous green plants and showcased To speak of nothing else, the decor of this shop immediately caught Lu Chen's eye. The store featured a minimalist and elegant Nordic style adorned with numerous green plants and showcased various pieces of art in the window. The decoration of a shop reveals much. It reflects not only the owner's financial strength and effort, but also their aesthetic taste. Lu Chen felt that a beauty shop must uphold at least a basic standard of aesthetics. At that moment, he was at the front desk of Manzi Health. Lu Chen felt that a beauty shop must uphold at least a basic standard of aesthetics. One round-faced beautician said enviously, "Chi-Chi, your eye makeup looks exquisite today. The eyeliner and eyeshadow complement each other beautifully, making your eyes look deep and spirited. I really love your makeup today. You must teach me after work." Another girl praised, "Yes, it's impressive that you can look so beautiful even after coming to work so early. With your dedication and skill, it's no wonder you are our shop's star beautician." The round-faced beautician suddenly remembered something and lowered her voice to ask, "By the way, Chi-Chi, did you accept the invitation from Manager Wang yesterday?" The girl known as Chi-Chi shook her head gently, her brow slightly furrowed. "I turned it down. His gaze always makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't want to interact much with someone like him." "That's true." A slightly older lady nearby, while fixing her nails, hummed softly in agreement. "If you ask me, even if he is wealthy, you should be cautious of such a divorced man. They know how to use tricks to entice young girls, saying nice things, but only playing around. You're young and inexperienced. If you take it seriously, you could get trapped." Sister Lu is absolutely right. Chio Chi-Chi nodded repeatedly, Lu Yan's words resonating with her concerns. Lu Yan continued in a tone of a seasoned person, "You are all still so young, Chi-Chi, you're just over 20. There are plenty of days ahead. Oh, don't let someone like this ruin your future. However, your approach might anger Manager Wang. Once or twice is fine, but if you refuse him again, who knows if he will complain directly. After all, he is a golden member of our shop. If the manager finds out we offended such a golden member." Another person expressed concern. "I believe President Chen will definitely stand by our side. After all, we are both women." Someone said, "That's not necessarily the case. Capitalists don't distinguish between men and women as she, and we are not on the same side. If it really comes to that, then I'll resign," Xiao Qiqi said firmly. Just then her phone vibrated lightly, and a WeChat message popped up. "Manager, Wang Qiqi, are you at the shop today? I'm coming over for some care." Xiao Qiqi stared at the screen, her brow furrowing tighter, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to ignore it and act as if she hadn't seen it. However, within a minute the front desk phone rang. The round-faced girl answered. "Hello, Manager Wang. Are you coming over now?" "Qiqi is." She stammered, glancing awkwardly at Xiao Qiqi. Xiao Qiqi's face paled slightly as she hurriedly waved her hand silently, saying, "Just tell him I'm busy. Qiqi is currently serving another customer." "Oh, you're willing to wait. Okay, goodbye, Manager Wang." After hanging up, the round-faced girl looked at Xiao Qiqi with helplessness, clearly indicating that this excuse had not dissuaded Manager Wang. He really arrived at the perfect time. Who would be a customer this early? This Manager Wang seems determined to achieve his goal, another girl whispered. As they were feeling troubled, the glass door at the entrance swung open, and the wind chime rang out a clear sound. They instinctively straightened their bodies, thinking it was a major client arriving. But they saw a young boy dressed simply in a white t-shirt walk in. Xiao Qiqi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if seeing a savior, and she immediately stepped forward. As Lu Chen stepped into the shop, he caught sight of the most exquisitely made-up and outstanding beautician gracefully approaching him. She stood about 165 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, her long hair neatly pinned up at the back with a silver hairpin, revealing a smooth forehead and a delicate oval face. Not a single strand of hair fell out of place, and her entire face appeared clean and fresh, accentuated by the soft lighting, adding a touch of beauty and clarity. "Welcome to Manzi Health, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment?" "I don't have an appointment." "Then do you have a membership card with our shop?" "I'm sorry, I don't have that either." After asking these two questions, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment flashed in Xiao Qiqi's eyes. Out of professional habit, she secretly sized up Lu Chen. He wore a plain white short-sleeve shirt printed with somewhat casual English letters on the front. His lower half was paired with loose gray casual pants, and he wore a pair of domestic sports shoes that looked like they cost only 200 or 300 yuan, giving off an overall simple and casual style. Looking at his face, his skin condition was decent, but there were no signs of meticulous care. In Xiao Qiqi's eyes, his overall appearance was above average. "Could you please introduce the services offered at your shop?" Lu Chen inquired. He wanted to understand whether this shop was worth his expenditure. "Sure, please wait a moment." Xiao Qiqi maintained a professional smile, elegantly retrieving a beautifully designed service manual from the counter and presenting it to Lu Chen. Though she suspected that this customer might leave as soon as he heard the prices, making her efforts seemingly in vain, she still maintained the patience expected of her profession. Typically, this kind of reception work wouldn't require her a star beautician to handle personally, but she stepped forward to avoid the incoming Manager Wang. Even if the boy did not end up spending, having him buy some time for her would be beneficial. Lu Chen was unaware of the beautician's thoughts. To him, the service at this shop seemed quite good. Not only had they sent one of the most beautiful girls to attend to him. Moreover, this girl exhibited no impatience at all. No matter what Lu Chen asked, she answered with remarkable patience. Additionally, as she spoke, there was a slight habitual lilt to her voice that felt natural and gave Lu Chen a comfortable impression. Just as Lu Chen was learning about the services in detail, he was suddenly interrupted by a rough voice coming from the entrance. "Qiqi, I've arrived." A deep and resonant voice came from behind, breaking Lu Chen's focused listening, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s standing at the door. The man had a buzz cut and a round face. His figure appeared slightly plump, wearing a tight white shirt with a loose black casual blazer over it. What caught the eye the most was the golden H logo of the Hermes belt at his waist, which contrasted sharply with his protruding belly, making it look quite uncomfortable. Xiao Qiqi, who was carefully introducing the types of services to Lu Chen, paused for a moment. She did not stand up, but merely lifted her face and cast a slightly apologetic smile towards the door. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I'm currently attending to this guest, and may need you to wait a moment." It seemed Qiqi was the name of the beautician in front of him. Lu Chen speculated. To be addressed as Mr. Wang implied that he at least appeared to have a certain level of spending power. However, even though this Mr. Wang specifically asked for Qiqi, she did not abandon Lu Chen to attend to him, which made Lu Chen feel even more favorable towards this beautician named Qiqi. At the same time that Xiao Qiqi was speaking, 3 other beauticians swiftly approached. "Mr. Wang, if you're pressed for time, perhaps we could arrange for another beautician to assist you." As the store manager Lu Yin politely inquired. "I specifically came to see Qiqi for a treatment. What is she unavailable?" Did the young man in front make an appointment, or is he like me, a gold card member of the store? Wang Qingdong's voice carried a hint of arrogance. This guest has no appointment, and is not a gold card member. However, since it's his first visit, we need to provide a basic introduction as a matter of course. It will be over quickly. Oh, so he's a first-time visitor. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingdong casually sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs, taking a sip of coffee handed to him by another beautician, and then distractedly started scrolling through his phone. After about 5 minutes, the introduction seemed to still be ongoing. Wang Qingdong appeared somewhat impatient, his voice floating over, "Is it not finished yet? I know Kiki's service attitude, she is always serious. However, sometimes one must have basic judgment, right? Can't one discern whether some people are worth the effort of such a detailed intro?" His gaze lightly swept over Lu Chen's attire, the disdain unmistakable. Lu Yan's face flickered with a hint of embarrassment. The store's environment was already quiet, and Mr. Wang's previous remarks had not been made quietly, making it clear that the young man in a t-shirt nearby heard everything. Sister Lu hurriedly tried to smooth things over, fearing unnecessary conflict. "Mr. Wang, you're joking. Our Manzi Health has always adhered to the principle of providing dedicated service to all customers." "Okay, I understand. Then we can only blame some people for not having a clear understanding of themselves." Wang Qingdong waved his hand, his tone increasingly impatient. Lu Yan felt frustrated with Mr. Wang but dared not show any dissatisfaction on her face. She moved towards Xue Qiqi to see why this new customer introduction was taking so long. Under normal circumstances, when the pricing segment was reached, the process would quickly wrap up. But this time it seemed to have lasted over 10 minutes. "Mr. Lu, what else would you like to know? If there are no further questions." Xue Qiqi maintained her gentle and patient demeanor, but the young man in front listened intently, while she had already spoken till her throat felt dry. What made her anxious was that there was still a watchful Mr. Wang nearby, seemingly not planning to give up. She feared that dragging it out would make the situation difficult to handle. "Please wait, turn to the page explaining member benefits." Lu Chen certainly took in every word of Mr. Wang's remarks. As a young man, if he silently swallowed this anger, wouldn't his system be in vain? Accumulated recharge of 50,000 is a gold card member, and an accumulated recharge of 100,000 is a jade card member. Therefore, the jade card should enjoy higher priority than the gold card, right? Lu Chen leaned back, relaxed his posture, and casually said, "All right, I'll recharge 300,000 first." His voice not only did. The diamond card is the highest membership level at Manzi Health, not only enjoying unknown exclusive service priority, but also providing on-site services with professional equipment. Lu Chen leaned back, relaxed his posture, and casually said, "All right, I'll recharge 300,000 first." His voice not only didn't lower, but was even slightly louder, as if fearing the people on the sofa wouldn't hear. As soon as these words were spoken, the store, which had been flowing with soft music and whispers, instantly fell into a silence where a pin drop could be heard. Xue Qiqi blinked her bright eyes, her face filled with shock and confusion, as if doubting her own ears. Sister Lu, who was walking over, also heard this, and was stunned, almost thinking she was hallucinating. This was not 30,000, but 300,000. With her years of experience, she had never encountered a customer willing to recharge such a large sum at once. The largest recharge record she remembered was less than 100,000, and that was by a woman being kept by someone else. She couldn't help but scrutinize the young man in front of her, secretly pondering, could it be that he was driven to madness by Mr. Wang's remarks? Wang Qingdong, who had been sitting comfortably on the sofa, immediately stood up upon hearing this shocking statement, looking at Lu Chen with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. If it were 50,000, he might have thought it possible. But 300,000. This was certainly not a small sum. One should know that nowadays an ordinary young office worker saving 5,000 to 6,000 a year was already considered difficult. Even for those from decent families, taking out 100,000 in cash at once would require some consideration. Even Wang Qingdong himself, as a director of a listed company with an annual salary of 800,000, would feel pain to take out such a sum at once, even if he technically. If this young man really had such strength, would he really throw such a large amount of money into this beauty salon, just because of a moment of anger? Had his brain been squeezed by the door? Lu Chen ignored the various gazes around him, and calmly pulled out an ordinary China merchant's bank debit card from his pants pocket. Due to not having the habit of carrying a card daily, he didn't use a card holder. The bank card was simply stuffed in his pocket. This casual action made everyone present stunned again. Wang Qingdong showed a look of anticipation, eager to see how Lu Chen would wrap this up. Would he back down awkwardly, or make an even more astonishing move? Swipe the card. Lu Chen pinched the bank card with 2 fingers and handed it to Xue Qiqi. It was only when the cold card touched her fingertips that Xue Qiqi finally came back. She received the card with doubt, and looked up at Lu Chen again. He appeared handsome and composed, showing no signs of trying to impress, or any expression of pain. This made Xue Qiqi unable to help but think that perhaps he wasn't just talking nonsense, and really had the strength to do so. She passed the card to Lu Yan, who was responsible for the Lu Yan did not take it immediately, but cautiously confirmed, "Mr. Lu, are you sure? Once the recharge is successful according to our store's regulations, the funds cannot be refunded." Her gaze held doubt and concern, fearing the guest would regret it later. Although such situations were rare, 300,000 was indeed a significant amount, and the young man's attire didn't seem like someone who could easily squander that much. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Swipe it. The system's capabilities were beyond doubt, that cashback card was effective immediately. This meant that at the moment he completed his purchase, the 300,000 would be credited in real time, completely unaffected by his subsequent gifting plans. Sister Lu took a deep breath, took the bank card, and walked to the POS machine. At this moment, all eyes were tightly locked on that small machine. Wang Qingdong even stretched his neck, eagerly wanting to witness the moment when this young man would embarrass himself. Please enter the password. Processing such a large membership amount was Lu Yan's first experience, and her voice trembled slightly. Lu Chen skillfully entered his password, and the POS machine began processing the transaction. Almost without interruption, a light beep sounded, and the machine promptly ejected the transaction receipt. The transaction was successful. A slight gasp filled the store. Wang Qingdong's expression instantly turned extremely unpleasant. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt blocked, unable to emit any sound. Could it be that someone really was willing to invest 300,000 at once just to get a membership card? Wang Qingdong had never seen such a thing in his life. He must have encountered a rich second generation. Nowadays, many rich second generations love to pretend to be ordinary people. Oh, it was impossible to tell any difference just from their clothes and appearance. This young man before him was clearly pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Thinking about how unfortunate he was to encounter a pretentious rich second generation, and that he had become the backdrop for his pretension, Wang Qingdong felt utterly unfortunate. Remembering his earlier words, Wang Qingdong felt a burning shame on his face, wishing he could disappear immediately. He hurriedly picked up his phone, pressing it to his ear as he quickly walked towards the store exit while raising his voice, saying, "Hello. What? You can't handle such a small matter. How do you do your job? Wait, I'll be right there to handle it." At the front desk, Lu Yan quickly completed all the procedures. She held up a silver-white membership card with both hands and solemnly presented it to Lu Chen. "Congratulations, Mr. Lu. You are the first Diamond Card member since the opening of Manzi Health." Many employees in the store discreetly glanced over. The Diamond Card of Manzi Health had always been merely a decoration. The threshold for a single recharge of 200,000 was too high, and since the opening no one had been able to meet the requirement. No one expected that today someone would actually obtain this legendary card. Beside them, Xue Qiqi stared blankly at this scene, her emotions in complete turmoil. She came from a small county and moved to Jiang City alone after graduating from college. After working for 2 years at Manzi, she had seen many wealthy ladies lavishly spending money, and she thought she was already accustomed to the extravagance of the rich. But this was the first time she encountered a male customer who recharged 300,000 at once. This amount of money was equivalent to her hard work for 3 whole years. Is this what rich people are like? Xue Qiqi was filled with emotion. The gap between people was truly outrageous. At the same time, she felt very happy. According to the store's 10% commission system, just from Lu Chen's recharge, Xue Qiqi would earn a bonus of 30,000. This way she could pay off the nearly 20,000 debt she owed on a loan for purchasing filming equipment all at once. Moreover, she would have extra money to buy more cosmetics for producing the next beauty tutorial video. Yes, in addition to working at Manzi Health, Xue Qiqi also managed her own beauty account in her spare time, sharing makeup techniques through short videos and live streams. Currently, she had accumulated over 10,000 followers on the Douyin platform. Becoming an influential beauty blogger, earning enough money, and ultimately owning her own little shop was her Seeing that Xue Qiqi was still standing beside the chair in a daze, Lu Yan gently urged, "Xiaoqi, what are you daydreaming about? Quickly attend to Mr. Lu." Oh, okay, right away." Xue Qiqi quickly snapped back to reality and walked briskly to Lu Chen's side. With her hands clasped in front of her and her posture slightly leaning, she recommended, "Mr. Lu, based on our earlier conversation, I understand that this is your first time focusing on skin management. I suggest you try a full set of beauty massage treatment first to personally experience our service quality." Lu Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, it was the first time Lu Chen had seriously considered skincare. In the past, he had only focused on working hard to make money to buy cosmetics for Gao Yinyan, but he had never prioritized his own image. It was only this morning that he noticed he had skin issues like dullness and enlarged pores. Following Xue Qiqi, they quickly entered a private treatment room. The room was softly lit with the faint scent of lavender mixed with gentle music, instantly dissipating much of his fatigue. The room was about 30 square meters, decorated warmly. In the center stood a professional massage bed with an independent shower room next to it, ensuring great privacy. Xue Qiqi gently closed the door, first bringing a cup of warm herbal tea, and then taking out a set of new disposable items. "Mr. Lu, you can take a bath to relax first. After you're done, our treatment session can officially begin." Lu Chen was not too polite, and quickly finished washing up, changing into the Xue Qiqi asked Lu Chen to half lie on the massage bed, and began preparing hot water. "Mr. Lu, we will start with a foot warming treatment. The water contains lavender, ginger, and sea salt, which can promote blood circulation and relieve fatigue." She tested the water temperature with her hand, confirming it was suitable before gently placing Lu Chen's feet into the water. At the same time, her slender fingers began to skillfully press on the acupoints. From this elevated angle, Lu Chun inadvertently caught a glimpse of the striking curve in front of Xue Qiqi. He then realized that this beautician was not only stunning in appearance, but also had a curvaceous figure. Previously, while attentively listening to her introduction, he had underestimated her. Feeling her soft hands pressing on his feet, Lu Chun relaxed completely, his mind drifting. Mr. Lu, please choose an essential oil scent. I recommend sweet orange. It's refreshing and not greasy. Just this one, Lu Chun casually replied. Next, Xue Qiqi guided Lu Chun to lie completely down. Then she dipped her fingers in the warm essential oil and began to glide over Lu Chun's shoulder and neck area, slowly massaging. Is this pressure okay? If you feel uncomfortable, please let me know at any time. The fresh scent of sweet orange faintly diffused in the air with her massage movements. Her technique was very professional, and Lu Chun felt every muscle in his body gradually relax under her perfectly timed pressing and kneading techniques. When her fingertips inadvertently brushed near his thigh, Lu Chun felt a sudden wave of unusual sensations arise. Mr. Lu, please turn over. We will now begin the Xue Qiqi said softly. Lu Chun awkwardly flipped over. Xue Qiqi's gaze quickly flickered, her cheeks instantly tinged with a faint blush as she hurriedly averted her eyes. After all, Xue Qiqi was a professional. She quickly forced herself to stabilize her emotions and return to her state. Mr. Lu, we have several options for our facial treatment package: the basic care for 299 yuan, the upgraded care for 499 yuan, the advanced comprehensive care for 999 yuan, and the luxurious exclusive package for 1,999 yuan. Which one would you like? They'll choose the most expensive one. Lu Chun did not hesitate too much. He had seen many professional project names included in the luxurious package while browsing earlier, but he was not familiar with them. Adhering to the principle that you get what you pay for, he made his choice directly. Before the formal treatment began, Xue Qiqi first performed a head relaxation massage for Lu Chun. In such close proximity, her warm breath lightly brushed against Lu Chun's cheek, carrying a faint fragrance that felt particularly ticklish. In the quiet and private space, the atmosphere was ambiguous and subtle. In this state, Lu Chun's body instinctively reacted uncontrollably. Clearly, Xue Qiqi also noticed this scene and chose to lower her head. However, it was evident that her breathing had quickened and her face had turned red. Xue Qiqi's mind was in a chaotic state with countless thoughts racing through. This treatment room was completely private, the door tightly locked, and not a sound could be heard from outside. There were only the two of them inside. He was the extravagant diamond card VIP client, the benefactor, who could change her situation. If the other party made an excessive request, now how should she respond? Refuse. What if she angered Mr. Lu? Not only would she lose the order, but she might also lose this job, and the hope she had finally glimpsed would be gone. But if she chose to comply, her inherent pride and bottom line absolutely did not allow her to do such an outrageous thing. Xue Qiqi's palms began to sweat slightly, and her movements became stiff and awkward. Lu Chun sensed Xue Qiqi's change at that moment, and couldn't help but show a look of embarrassment. This kind of thing he could not control. It seemed he had frightened her. Lu Chun was not at the point of being overly anxious. He could only awkwardly cough twice, and said, "You don't need to be nervous. Oh, just do the treatment normally." Okay, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I just zoned out for a moment. I'll continue right away. Xue Qiqi was startled, forcing herself to calm down. It seemed that the current Mr. Lu was not the same type of person as General Manager Wang. Lu Chun said, "By the way, do you offer hair cutting services here? I want to change my hairstyle." "Of course I do." Mentioning her area of expertise, Xue Qiqi flashed a sweet smile, a hint of pride in her expression. "My professional coursework also includes hair management. Don't worry, I'm a professional in this regard as well. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." "That's great. Take a look and tell me what hairstyle suits me." Since he was being served by the same professional, Lu Chun naturally agreed readily. Xue Qiqi then wiped down his body, helped him drape on a simple bathrobe, and guided him to sit in a comfortable leather barber chair. She picked up scissors and a comb, carefully appraising and gesturing before discussing some details with Lu Chun. The two settled on a rough plan together. "Mr. Lu, your facial features are quite well proportioned. You could try a layered textured cut that adds volume. This style suits your face shape well, and it will make you look particularly spirited with a sunny..." "Alright, I'll go with your suggestion." Lu Chun decided to trust Xue Qiqi's aesthetic sense. After all, given her profession and appearance, her taste couldn't be off. "Mr. Lu, your facial features are quite well proportioned. You could try a layered textured cut that adds volume. This style suits your face shape well, and it will make you look particularly spirited with a sunny, fresh vibe." Energetic. As for his face, freshly treated with a facial care regimen, though the full effects wouldn't show immediately, whether due to a psychological effect or not, Lu Chun felt his skin did seem fairer and smoother. Finally, after another shower and tidy up, the experience that had lasted roughly 3 hours came to an end. The total cost deducted from his card was approximately 3,200 yuan. "Mr. Lu, would you mind adding me on WeChat? If you ever need to come to the store in the future, you can book directly with me through there." Before parting after meticulously reminding him of daily skincare tips, Xue Qiqi took out her phone, wanting to exchange contacts with Lu Chen. After finishing her work for the day, Xue Qiqi returned to her residential complex. She rubbed her sore shoulders as she walked. From dealing with Manager Wang's harassment in the morning to providing 3 hours of care for Lu Chen, her whole body was weary. But though tired, she was genuinely in a good mood. Not only had she escaped the harassment of that greasy old man Wang Qingdong, but she had also unexpectedly gained such a big client as Lu. Even now she still felt a bit dazed. Passing by the fresh produce supermarket at the entrance of the complex, Xue Qiqi paused, then pushed the door open and went in. She had always craved the Southeast Asian durian sold there, but had never been willing to splurge. Today, without hesitation, she picked one up. At the checkout, hearing the price from the cashier, Xue Qiqi felt a pang of heartache. But thinking of the 30,000 yuan commission that would soon hit her account, her mood suddenly lifted. This bit of fruit money was nothing. Carrying the heavy durian, Xue Qiqi opened the door to her rental apartment. The room was pitch dark, a clear sign that her roommate hadn't returned yet. She changed her shoes, peeled off her stockings, and flopped down onto the sofa with a long sigh of relief. Unbidden, Lu Chen's image surfaced in her mind. His ordinary attire made him look no different from a typical office worker, yet he was so wealthy and had none of the pretentiousness of the rich. It was quite something. Xue Qiqi took out her phone and opened the WeChat contact she had just added. Lu Chen's profile picture was simple. She hesitated for a moment, didn't send a message, and just changed the note to Mr. Lu. Done with that, Xue Qiqi hummed a tune and headed to the kitchen. Not long after, a click sounded as the door lock turned. A tall, slender girl pushed the door open, her hair a mess and her face devoid of any smile. Su Man had just spent her first day as the manager of a milk tea shop, without even a moment to catch her breath. Having finally endured until the end of her shift, all she wanted now was to lie down on the sofa. At that moment, hearing Xue Qiqi humming, she was stunned. "Qiqi, why are you so happy today?" Humming a tune. She knew Xue Qiqi all too well. Usually when she came back from work, she was either too tired to talk or busy preparing for her evening live stream. Something good must have happened. Su Man changed her shoes, tossed her bag onto the sofa, and sidled over. She also spotted the large durian on the table. Su Man's eyes lit up instantly. "Qiqi, did you hit the jackpot?" Xue Qiqi was usually even more frugal than her. She wouldn't casually buy such an expensive fruit unless pigs could fly. Xue Qiqi didn't hold back and recounted the day's events at the shop in full detail. From Wang Qingdong's harassment, to Lu Chen entering the store, to Wang Qingdong mocking Lu Chen, and finally Lu Chen recharging 300,000 yuan in one go. "I can get a 30,000 yuan commission." There was a hint of pride in Xue Qiqi's tone. Su Man's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. "What? 300,000? She suddenly slapped Xue Qiqi's butt. "Qiqi, are you kidding me? Recharging 300,000 at once for a beauty card?" A 30,000 yuan commission was equivalent to nearly half a year of her salary. She felt a mix of envy and bitterness. Su Man gripped Xue Qiqi's hand tightly, her tone urgent. "Meeting such a generous client is incredibly lucky. Qiqi, you have to seize this golden opportunity. Remember our pact. In prosperity, do not forget each other." "What opportunity?" Xue Qiqi was a bit confused. "You silly. Today is the opportunity. That Mr. Lu, young and loaded and so polite to you. It's obvious he's interested in you." Xue Qiqi was taken aback, recalling the scene in the treatment room. She quickly waved her hands, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Don't talk nonsense. He's just my client. We're not from the same world at all. How could he possibly be interested in me? So what if he's a client? Clients are people too." Su Man grew anxious, her voice rising a notch. "A normal person wouldn't recharge 300,000 at once. Isn't that a signal?" Xue Qiqi frowned, feeling Su Man's words were off, but she didn't know what to say. Seeing her silence, Su Man continued, "Think about it. If you could win him over, would you ever have to worry about money? The filming equipment you want, the bags you like. Couldn't you buy them all easily? We wouldn't have to live in this rundown old neighborhood or stress over rent. We could live the good life." Su Man grew more excited as she spoke, as if she could already see them living in a luxury apartment and carrying designer handbags. Xue Qiqi said, Man, maybe Mr. Lu doesn't have that intention at all. You're overthinking it." Su Man refused to let it go. "Qiqi, you're just too naive and stubborn. Even if he doesn't have that intention, can't you be a bit more proactive?" "Be proactive?" "Yes, proactive. Like you said, Mr. Lu is decent looking and willing to spend money. If this rich second generation just lets a little bit slip your way, your situation would be far better than it is now." Seeing Xue Qiqi's conflicted expression, Su Man shook her head. Forget it. Su Man knew Xue Qiqi was still someone who hadn't been hardened by the harsh realities of life, still wanting to carve out her own path and build a career through her own live streaming. But the truth was, the live streaming industry was brutally competitive. Even with Xue Qiqi's looks and talent, without a powerful backer to boost her traffic, she could barely make any progress. Achieving her dream was nothing short of a pipe dream. At 26, 3 years older than Xue Qiqi, Su Man had long realized that for ordinary girls like them from small counties, with no family wealth, no connections, and no education. Their only real asset was their youth and looks. Ding daily task 1 exercise for 1 hour. Task reward designated equity, reward rare 1. Another chance to gain equity. Having just tasted the sweetness of it, Lu Chen now placed great importance on equity. This was tangible asset and status. Just then he received a message on WeChat from Chen Kaheo. Never scam bro, Chen, no work today, since it's Saturday, right? Get online, I'll carry you. Lu Chen glanced at the time, it was just past noon. Since this loyal friend was offering to play, he also wanted to test the effects of the hand speed boost card he got yesterday. After all, had only tried it in bed, not in a game yet. He walked to the study, sat in the gaming chair, and the moment he gripped the mouse, everything felt different. Lu Chen felt as if the nerve endings in his fingertips were directly soldered to the hardware. The moment a thought crossed his mind, the mouse was already in position, moving with pinpoint precision and buttery smoothness. This sense of absolute control sent a thrill through him. It seemed this hand speed was even more formidable in gaming than elsewhere. What role are we playing today? Still your main support. He'll play AD, let's duo bot. Vayne, Lu Chen replied calmly. There was a 2-second silence on the voice chat. Bro, maybe you should stick to support. Chen Kaheo said tactfully, ADCs require too much mechanical skill, and you haven't played in a while. What if the enemy targets you? In his memory, Lu Chen's ADC skills were Chen Kaheo said tactfully, ADCs require too much mechanical skill, and you haven't played in a while. What if the enemy targets you? In his memory, Lu Chen's tone this time was calm, carrying an unprecedented confidence. Chen Kaheo twitched his mouth, not believing it at all. When was Lu Chen ever not confident before a game? But he quickly thought, well, it's just a weekend casual game, losing is fine. What matters most is that his bro is happy. Consider it the price he paid for his words yesterday. He sighed and silently locked in Thresh. During the loading screen, Chen Kaheo was still nagging. If you can't win a trade, fall back under the tower. They'll ping if the jungler comes. Don't get... The game began. Lu Chen controlled Vayne out of the fountain, his entire demeanor instantly shifting. His fingers rested on the mouse, each micro-movement precise to the pixel. At the 3-minute mark, the enemy Kaisa stepped slightly too far forward while farming. Lu Chen seized the gap, used Q to tumble, and landed an auto-attack on her face. Then he backed off and attacked again. A perfect combo, hitting the 3-hit Silver Bolt's proc, unleashing true damage. Kaisa's health bar dropped by a third. Holy shit! Chen Kaheo couldn't help but exclaim. But he quickly suppressed his excitement. It was only 3 minutes and maybe it was luck. However, over the next 5 minutes, Lu Chen's plays completely silenced Chen Kaheo. The enemy jungler Jarvan 4 appeared in the bot lane Riverbrush, using his EQ combo to dash straight towards Lu Chen. Before Chen Kaheo's Thresh could even throw his hook, he saw Lu Chen's Vayne tumble sideways the moment the flag landed, perfectly dodging Jarvan's knockup. Then he kite auto-attack, tumbled again, and unleashed explosive damage, securing the kill on Jarvan. Damn, bro Chun, that positioning. Chen Kaheo, at 10 minutes the Rift Herald spawned. The enemy mid and jungle rotated, bot 4 players surrounding the tower for a dive. Fall back, fall back. Chen Kaheo pinged frantically. Lu Chen chose to stay, because he saw the enemy Kaisa positioned slightly too far forward and instinctively decided it was fightable. Vayne tumbled into stealth, disappearing into the tower's shadow right under the enemy's noses. They momentarily lost vision. The next second, Lu Chen appeared behind Kaisa. 1 shot, 2 shots, the Silver Bolt's proc exploded. Kaisa's health bar vanished. What the hell? The enemy support Nautilus panicked and threw his hook. Lu Chen sidestepped, almost simultaneously narrowly dodging the crowd control. The reflexes granted by the hand speed boost card were displayed brilliantly in this critical team fight. He continued to kite, tumble, dodge skill shots, and deal damage. A nearly dead Vayne, under the siege of 4 enemies, moved like a ghost dancing on the edge of a blade. As the last enemy fell, Vayne started recalling in place, her health bar barely above 100. The screen was flooded with pings. All enemy, AD Kaisa. All enemy jungle Jarvan 4, is this Vayne even human? All enemy support Nautilus, are you possessed by Uzi or something? All our jungle Lee Sin, don't disrespect Uzi, he couldn't pull that off. In the next 3 games, Lu Chen switched to 3 different ADC champions. Caitlyn, Jhin, and Aphelios. Each game was a dominant victory, and each game, he earned the MVP. When the final match ended with the enemy surrendering at 15 minutes, Chen Kaheo was completely convinced. Bro Chun. His voice trembled slightly. I admit, I was a bit loud earlier. I'm on my knees now. If you hadn't awakened a bit late, I seriously think you could go pro. Chen Kaheo said with some regret. As a veteran player, Chen Kaheo knew all too well the cruelty of esports. Esports is a young person's game. The older you get, the worse your mechanics, focus, and reactions become. For Lu Chen's skill level to suddenly skyrocket at 28 was unheard of. He felt sorry for Lu Chen. If he were 10 years younger, he'd definitely be a shoo-in for a youth academy. Go pro. A flicker of emotion stirred within Lu Chen, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Who doesn't dream of esports glory? But he was destined to become a tycoon. Gaming was only for leisure, not a career. He smiled and spoke into the mic. Who says I'm not good enough now? Don't worry, it'll definitely carry you to Challenger. But I have things to do today, so I'm done for now. He glanced at the bottom right of his screen. It was already past 2 p.m. Zhao Yajing and her sister were coming over for the Mid-Autumn Festival tonight, so he needed to prepare. No bro Chen. It's still early, you're in the zone. Carry me for 2 more games. Chen Kaheo wailed. A man must know moderation. Next time. Lu Chen refused decisively. Fine. Bro Chen, take care of yourself. Chen Kaheo said with a hint of sarcasm, as he hung up the voice call, and stood up. Ding, daily task 1, exercise for 1 hour completed. Lu Chen froze. What exercise did he just do? He just sat in a chair playing games for 2 hours. Does that even count? He realized the system was classifying esports under the exercise category. Makes sense, but it's abstract. Immediately after, the system continued. Reward distribution in progress. Designated equity exchange card rare 1. Designated equity incentive rare. Upon use, the host will receive 20 shares of RNG Esports Club. Shares will be cashed out upon reaching 100. Lu Chen stood frozen in place. RNG. That infamous club. As a decade-long League of Legends fan, his feelings towards this club were incredibly complex. The former Royal Club, their dominant performance in S8, the memories of countless people's youth, the thrilling moments of Zaya's heroic plays, and the MSI victory are still vivid in his mind. But in recent years, contract traps, debt disputes, unpaid wages. Their reputation had plummeted, turning them into a negative example that everyone condemned. Damn, I don't want to inherit its debt, Lu Chen thought worriedly, his brows furrowing involuntarily. But on second thought, the system probably wouldn't screw him over. Perhaps this seemingly hot potato held a hidden opportunity that others couldn't see. He would deal with it when the equity transfer happened. Lu Chen took a moment to rest and browsed through his phone, discovering several unread messages. Upon a brief glance, he realized that these were messages from colleagues in the production and design departments who had added him on WeChat the previous night. Most of the messages were just greetings and congratulations. There were about 20 messages, and Lu Chen found it somewhat difficult to respond to each one individually. Before leaving work yesterday, Lu Chen also added several people's WeChat, including Zhou Guoqing, Li Tsuingong, and Xin Yi, as well as the HR director. At that moment, he saw a message from the HR director. Good morning, President Lu. The position of general manager at Hylon Group is currently vacant. For the better development of the company, President Zhou believes that you are well acquainted with the company's situation and would like you to take on the role of general manager, overseeing the production and design departments. General manager. Lu Chen was aware of the importance of this position and naturally had no objections. This was in line with his expectations. As Lu Chen persisted in working every day, he wondered what else might be revealed to him besides equity. For instance, would there be anything to enhance his work skills? In any case, possessing this golden finger, Lu Chen had to learn to manage and master a company, and starting with the familiar Hylon Group was undoubtedly the best practice ground for him. Moreover, coincidentally, the design and production departments were the two he was most familiar with. It had to be said that Zhou Guoqing was very considerate of his feelings, not only not making things difficult for him, but also assigning him 2 decent departments. I have no objections. Please thank President Zhou for me. I will treat him and all of you executives to dinner another day, Lu Chen replied straightforwardly. Okay, President Lu, it's the least we could do. Your office has already been tidied up and you can move in directly on Monday when you start work. I won't disturb your rest any longer. After dealing with the HR director, Lu Chen continued to look at his messages and found that Su Yanxin had actively added him as a friend. Thinking of Su Yangxin's charming and amiable looks, Lu Chen quickly clicked to accept. Su Yanxin, President Lu, I am not feeling well on Monday morning. May I come in a bit later? Feeling wronged. JPG. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, wondering what Su Yanxin meant by that. Although he was now the general manager, Su Yanxin, being the team leader of the design department, should have asked Pei Qingxue for leave, not him. However, after just a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen realized. Su Yanxin was quite adept at reading people. How could she not know the rules? Her actions were certainly intentional. Her aim was to gauge Lu Chen's current attitude towards Pei Qingxue. It had to be said that this woman's mind was quite complex. Lu Chen replied, if you need to take leave, just inform Pei Qingxue. Soon Su Yanxin continued typing, President Lu, Director Pei has been working very hard lately, so she might not approve my leave. Hearing a hint of insincerity, Lu Chen said so. Su Yanxin replied, President Lu, could you please help me speak to Director Pei? Just say you requested the leave for me. Director Pei will certainly give you this courtesy. Lu Chen smiled, realizing this woman had indeed calculated well. She was not only testing him, but also trying to use him. Did she really think he was that easy to deceive? Nevertheless, Lu Chen saw through her intentions, but did not plan to refuse Su Yangxin's request. Allowing these two women to vie for favor would actually yield him considerable benefits. Alright, I'll speak to her. Pei Ruoxue was in her office, bent over revising the design drawings. She was still not satisfied with the shape of the women's coats that were most important for winter fashion. No matter how she revised it, she still felt it did not achieve the effect she desired. What's going on? Pei Ruoxue bit her lip, feeling somewhat frustrated. Could it be that I've been thinking too much lately? Pei Ruoxue reflected on herself. She believed this to be the cause. Too many significant events had occurred in her life recently, none of which were trivial, and each one alone was hard to bear. Especially the sudden transformation of Lu Chen into President Lu yesterday. This change was as shocking to her as hearing news of her father's bankruptcy. Vivid memories flooded her mind, recalling that day in the torrential rain when the Porsche slowly approached. The man who gave her hope and support in an incredibly desperate situation, allowing her to survive against the odds. With various emotions and images intertwining, Pei Ruoxue felt her mind growing increasingly chaotic, unable to clarify her thoughts. Faced with the current version of the design draft, she felt utterly uninspired. At that moment, a message popped up in her hands. Initially, she had no intention of responding, but upon seeing the sender, her heart skipped a beat, and her already chaotic feelings became even more flustered. She hurriedly opened the message. Lu Chen, I requested leave for Su Yanxin. She will come in a bit later on Monday morning. Seeing the content of Lu Chen's message, Pei Ruoxue felt an inexplicable panic rise in her heart. Why would Su Yanxin need Lu Chen to speak on her behalf for leave? Is it possible that Lu Chen proactively requested leave for Su Yanxin? Are they involved in some? Thinking of this possibility, Pei Qingsu's expression suddenly changed. She bit her lip, not expecting Su Yanxin to be so decisive and shameless, and that Lu Chen would agree. If that were the case, how would she cope in the future? As her heart was tangled with this news, filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Suddenly the next message popped up. Don't misunderstand, Su Yanxin is just worried that you want to prove her leave and asked me for help. Upon seeing this message, Pei Qingsu's taut heartstrings suddenly relaxed. So it wasn't as she had imagined. She realized belatedly that she had been so nervous that her palms were sweating. However, this was enough to indicate that Su Yanxin had already started taking action. As a woman, Pei Qingxue keenly sensed a hint of crisis. Furrowing her brows slightly, she replied, President Lu, the winter design task is time-sensitive, and the part Su Yanxin is responsible for is quite critical. If she takes leave, it might affect the progress. Lu Chen, as far as I know, the winter design task should be due at the end of the month, so there's no urgency for these 1 or 2 days. Rest well for higher efficiency. Pei Ruoxue looked at this reply and momentarily did not know how to respond. She pursed her lips and could only reply with one word. Okay, President Lu. Pei Ruoxue put down her phone, staring at the design draft in front of her, unsure of what she was thinking when her phone vibrated again. You're working overtime too, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'll make sure to rest well. Upon seeing this message, Pei Ruoxue felt her heart skip a beat. Is he showing concern for me? Around 4 p.m., Lu Chen drove to a large supermarket near his home. He casually applied for a membership card and then proceeded to shop. Lu Chen pushed his shopping cart straight to the home appliances section. Although Lakeview No. 1 had brand name appliances, small appliances were not included, so he chose a rice cooker that combined aesthetics and practicality along with a coffee machine. As he passed the kitchenware section, he also picked up 2 sets of cookware and some exquisite tableware along with a set of basic condiments like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. After all, he would be cooking for himself later, and these items were essential. It would be too awkward to remember them only at that moment. After finishing in the home appliances section, Lu Chen turned towards the fresh produce. Looking at the live seafood in the freezer, he contemplated treating himself well tonight. In the past, he wouldn't even buy ordinary crabs except during the festivities. Now it was different. He directly asked the salesperson to fetch a large king crab, and chose 6 plump hairy crabs. In addition, he bought some beer and red wine. Carrying 2 heavy shopping bags back to his new home, he organized the items he bought. Seeing that his home no longer looked so empty, Lu Chen felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. In the past, Lu Chen rarely celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival, mainly due to financial constraints and frequent overtime, which made it hard to feel the festive atmosphere, so he naturally didn't pay attention to such rituals. Now that he had money and more free time, he planned to enjoy it properly. Lastly, he thought it was time to let his parents enjoy some comfort as well. Previously, whenever he got his salary, he would spend all the money on Gao Yanyan, without sending a single cent back home. Now just thinking about it made him want to smack himself with a brick. Without hesitation, Lu Chen opened his mobile banking app and transferred 1,000 yuan to his father Lu Weiguo's account. To him, now this amount was nothing, but for his parents who had worked in the machinery factory all their lives, it was definitely a significant sum. Sure enough, just 2 minutes after the transfer notification beeped, Lu Chen's phone rang, and it was Lu Weiguo calling. Lu Weiguo had a bad temper. He had always been displeased with Lu Chen during his school years, and only after Lu Chen went to university did his attitude improve. Now seeing his son suddenly transfer him 1,000 yuan while he was working overtime at the factory, Lu Weiguo was astonished and immediately called back. Shenzi, tell me honestly what's going on with the money you transferred to me. Hearing the questioning tone in Lu Weiguo's voice, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh, though he wasn't surprised by his reaction. Lu Weiguo had always been honest and hardworking, never touching anything illegal or immoral. Seeing that his son suddenly transferred him 1,000 yuan, he must be thinking if Lu Chen had done something shady. After all, this was 1,000 yuan, not a small sum. It was Lu Weiguo's annual salary. Dad, don't get excited. I earned this money legitimately. I just switched jobs today and found a good company, got promoted, and received a raise. Now I'm the department manager and my salary has increased several times. This money is my recent bonus. Lu Chen knew that his parents Lu Weiguo and Li Xiuhua had often worked overtime since he could remember. They often didn't even have weekends off and still maintained that lifestyle. Now that Lu Chen had money, he naturally didn't want his parents to continue working so hard. However, he didn't reveal the full truth to Lu Weiguo, fearing it would be harder to explain. After all, the matter of acquiring company shares was quite extraordinary for parents who had lived in a small county all their lives. Instead of spending a lot of time explaining, he preferred to come up with a reason they could more easily accept. Department manager. Is that true? Lu Weiguo's tone softened, mixed with a hint of uncertain excitement. Of course it's true. I can't just show you the contract. In short, your son has made it now. You and mom can take this money and spend it freely. Buy whatever you want, don't hesitate to spend it. Lu Chen reassured him. Lu Weiguo became even more excited. I don't want this money. It wouldn't be of much use to us. Since it's your bonus, you should keep it for yourself. You and Yin Yin are preparing to get married, right? Housing, bride price, these all require money. You keep this 1,000 yuan, your mom, and I can still manage. We don't lack for this little spending money. Hearing his father's words, Lu Chen felt moved. The older generation always thought about making life better for their descendants, completely disregarding how much hardship they endured. At the same time, he cursed himself for being so foolish before to hand over the hard-earned money to Gao Yinyan. Just thinking about her now made Lu Chen feel, all right, Dad, let's not talk about this anymore. I've already broken up with Gao Yinyan. Broke up? Lu Weiguo's voice instantly rose, filled with disbelief. When did this happen? How come your mom and I didn't know? Didn't you say that girl was pretty good back then? Now that I have money, I'm not interested anymore, Lu Chen replied. Upon hearing his son say this, Lu Weiguo realized Lu Chen was making excuses. The real reason might be that Gao Yinyan was too materialistic and looked down on someone from an ordinary family like Lu Chen. Lu Weiguo actually felt that Gao Yinyan was not very reliable, but since Lu Chen liked her, he didn't say anything against it. Now that he thought about it, being disdainful of the poor and favoring the rich was indeed a blessing for Lu Chen to have broken up. It's for the best. A forcibly tied melon is not sweet. I'll have your mom find you a matchmaker back home. I recently heard about a girl who seems nice. She and you were high school classmates. Now that you're the department manager, let's arrange a meeting during the National Day holiday. When you Lu Weiguo immediately shifted the topic to Lu Chen's marriage. However, Lu Chen was not at all interested in such matters at the moment. Ahem, Dad, I have some things to take care of. Don't hesitate to spend the money I sent. He'll transfer some more in a few days. You don't need to worry about Zhuangshuan's living expenses. Leave that to me. If there's anything else, let's talk when I get back. Lu Chen hurriedly finished speaking and hung up the phone. If he continued to discuss with Lu Weiguo, it would probably lead to questions about when he would have children. Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to prepare for dinner. In the past, while living in a rental, he rarely ate out to save money, always buying groceries to cook himself, which gradually honed his cooking skills. Lu Chen walked over to open the door, where stood the Zhao sisters, Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao. Zhao Yajing was clearly well-dressed in a light lotus-colored knitted dress, paired with sheer nude stockings that accentuated her voluptuous curves. In contrast, Zhao Xiaoxiao was dressed in her usual sporty attire, wearing a cream-colored pleated mini-skirt that revealed her long-toned legs. Her upper body was clad in a white tank top and a denim jacket, projecting a youthful and vibrant style. Although she wore little makeup, it must be said that Zhao Xiaoxiao's natural beauty was striking enough to captivate without any need for embellishment. Come in quickly, why are you carrying so much? Lu Chen noticed the large bags of gifts the two had brought, and if one didn't know better, they might think it was a delivery from a group buy. Lu Chen hurriedly took the bags, feeling their weight. Zhao Yajing let out a slight breath, smiling gently. I thought since you just moved into your new home, you must be lacking quite a few essentials. I bought you a nice set of tableware along with some handy little items and a bottle of champagne. As the two entered, Zhao Yajing began to introduce the gifts she had prepared for Lu Chen. Clearly this was a thoughtful housewarming gift she had put a lot of effort into. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. It had to be said that women like Zhao Yajing, who knew how to care for life, were truly considerate. Sister Jing, you're too thoughtful. I was just wondering what to buy. Zhao Xiaoxiao nearby began to express her admiration. Oh my goodness, Lu Chen, your house is so spacious and beautiful. Especially your large living room. How does it feel bigger than our home? And your balcony view is fantastic. You can see the entire Golden Lake. You could easily do some workout routines here. It's simply amazing. To avoid shocking Zhao Xiaoxiao, Zhao Yajing refrained from mentioning the actual price of the house, let alone that it had been paid for in full. Zhao Yajing watched her sister's excited demeanor, noticing that there was no hint of the usual awkwardness associated with a first visit, and guessed that the relationship between the two had grown quite familiar. She had also heard from Zhao Xiaoxiao that Lu Chen had a gym membership at Giant Stone Fitness, and that they often worked out together after work, naturally developing a closer bond. Seeing their compatible ages, and having just deepened her friendship with Lu Chen yesterday, a slight feeling of jealousy arose in her heart. She quickly suppressed this strange feeling and was a bit startled. This is absurd. How could I be jealous of my own sister? I am already married. It is impossible for me to be with him. Xiao Xiao is definitely the better match for Lu Chun. Zhao Yajing organized the items, rolled up her sleeves, and said to Lu Chun, how is dinner preparation coming along? Let me help you. She then headed towards the kitchen with Lu Chun following her inside. The kitchen was open, spacious, and very clean, especially since it was the first day of cooking. Zhao Yajing saw the counter filled with fresh ingredients, particularly a large king crab in the steamer, and couldn't help but gasp slightly. This is quite extravagant. It's a celebration, and it's the first time we have guests over, so of course it should be a bit grander, Lu Chun said casually as he picked up a new apron to give to Zhao Yajing. Let me help you tie it on. She approached from behind Zhao Yajing. As Lu Chun tied the apron, they were very close, and he was captivated by the pleasant scent emanating from her body and her focused, gentle profile. Unable to resist, Lu Chun leaned in closer and took a deep breath near Zhao Yajing's fair neck. This sudden gesture nearly made Zhao Yajing's body go weak, sending a tingling sensation right to her soul. What are you doing? Xiao Xiao is still here. Zhao Yajing felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation from the action, especially since her sister was present, making it even more inappropriate to be too intimate with Lu Chun. What are you worried about? Don't worry, although this is an open kitchen, there's a small corner separating us from the living room, so it's not that easy to notice. Lu Chun explained. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Yajing, saying, besides, this is what makes it exciting. Taking advantage of the faint sounds from the TV in the living room, where Zhao Xiao was, he suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around Zhao Yajing's waist from behind. Zhao Yajing's body stiffened suddenly, her movements halted, and her heart raced. You? She could feel the warmth and strength emanating from Lu Chen's chest, causing her cheeks to flush. No, Xiao Xiao will see. Her voice was low, tinged with panic and shyness as she instinctively tried to break free. However, instead of loosening his grip, Lu Chun held her tighter, gently rubbing his chin against her hair, then turned his head to kiss her reddened earlobe. Zhao Yajing trembled all over her legs, feeling weak, almost unable to hold herself up. Soon after, she felt Lu Chen's hands wandering over her body, and she could only let out muffled sounds, not daring to make any noise. But the more she resisted, the more aggressive Lu Chen's movements became. Unable to resist, Zhao Yajing nervously glanced towards the living room, fearing that her sister might suddenly come in. At that moment, the lid of the pot steaming the crab on the stove rattled due to the steam, making a light clanging sound. Sister, what was that sound? Zhao Xiaoxiao's voice came from the living room. Like a startled rabbit, Zhao Yajing suddenly broke free from Lu Chen's embrace, hurriedly adjusting the pot lid, and forcefully maintaining her composure, she called out. It's nothing, the pot lid wasn't. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes flickering, and she didn't dare to look at Lu Chun. Watching her flustered appearance, Lu Chun found it amusing to tease a married woman, a smile creeping up the corner of his mouth, feeling a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. He then leisurely began to deal with other ingredients. After about an hour of working together, all the dishes were ready. The aroma wafting from the open kitchen had become rich enough to make Zhao Xiao in the living room restless. Oh my, are you running a Michelin restaurant in there? She bounced into the dining room, nearly drooling. The dining table was filled with various dishes, with the centerpiece being a large king crab steamed to a tempting orangeade, its legs meticulously cut open to reveal the succulent white meat inside. Beside it lay perfectly roasted lamb chops, their golden brown skin sizzling, the freshness of rosemary intertwined with the savory aroma of the lamb. This is way too extravagant. Zhao Xiao exaggeratedly took a deep breath. You came at just the right time, let's eat. Lu Chen, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be this good. Most of it was made by Yajing, Lu Chen replied. Hearing him refer to her sister in such a familiar way, Zhao Xiao pouted, feeling that it was quite endearing. Zhao Yajing called out, all right, let's eat. The three of them poured half a glass of wine, and Zhao Xiao exclaimed, come, let's toast to Boss Lu's housewarming. The three glasses clinked in the air, the cool wine sliding down their throats, and soon the dining table became lively. Zhao Yajing looked at Lu Chen with a hint of amusement, and said, Lu Chen, you have no idea how those colleagues swarmed around me, trying to cozy up after you left. I've never seen such eager and fawning faces, especially that woman. Zhao Yajing said with a sense of vindication. Lu Chen knew that during the time he was targeted by Cui Ji, hardly any colleagues came to talk to him. Because she had been close to him, she too had felt a sense of being ostracized. Even without witnessing the scene in the office after he left that day, Lu Chen could well imagine what it must have looked like. Most colleagues are quite pragmatic. Also, there's something I need to tell you. I had HR fire Gao Yinyan. You're not angry, are you? Zhao Yajing looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen had expected this. Why would I be angry? I should be thanking you. If I had been there, she would have made a scene. You've saved me from that trouble. Zhao Yajing smiled, knowing full well that Lu Chen wouldn't blame her. Lu Chen took a sip of his drink, gazing at her refined and intelligent face, and added, Sister Jing, would you like to take a step further? Zhao Yajing was taken aback. She set down her glass and looked at Lu Chen with a newfound seriousness. Mr. Lu, what do you mean? Lu Chen didn't intend to keep her in suspense. He said directly, The boss has entrusted me with the position of general manager overseeing both the production and design departments. Since Zhang Ji has left the production department, is in need of a manager. Hearing this, Zhao Yajing felt her heart pound. If the old Lu Chen had said this to her, she would have thought he was just joking. But now with his changed status, what he said was certainly not a mere joke. Are you being serious? Having worked at Hylon Apparel for nearly a decade, Zhao Yajing was intimately familiar with the operations of both the design and production departments. She certainly yearned for advancement. However, in the past, she wouldn't have even dared to dream of it because climbing the ladder relied less on ability and more on having the right connections with leadership. But now connections were the last thing Zhao Yajing lacked. Seeing her excitement, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course I'm serious. I'm not joking." Since he was going to manage two departments, Lu Chen naturally needed to place his own people within them to guard against any underhanded dealings. And Zhao Yajing was that person. Not only were her qualifications enough to command respect, but Lu Chen had also had in-depth exchanges with her and knew her capabilities well. Don't worry about this. He'll take care of it. Tomorrow he'll announce you as the interim manager. Starting tomorrow you'll take over Zhang Ji's responsibilities. Lu Chen said, taking a sip of his wine. Zhao Xiaoxiao upon hearing this looked at her sister with envy. "Sis, you've really hit the jackpot now. You've latched onto such a big shot and you're about to get a promotion and raise. When are you going to offer yourself to him?" Zhao Xiaoxiao upon hearing this looked at her sister with envy. "Sis, you've really hit the jackpot now. You've latched onto such a big shot and you're about to get a promotion and raise. When are you going to offer yourself to him?" Despite what had happened between them, Zhao Yajing remained clear-headed. She knew that Lu Chen would never marry her. There was simply no future for them. Therefore, she absolutely would not admit their relationship in front of her sister. Sometimes she felt troubled, unsure of what to do about her relationship with Lu Chen. If it meant completely cutting ties with Lu Chen, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Zhao Yajing hadn't yet found a solution that would satisfy both her heart and her reason. Zhao Xiaoxiao stopped her teasing and turned to Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, I never would have guessed. You actually bought up company shares behind our backs. You're really good at keeping secrets. Be honest, are you secretly a rich second?" Zhao Yajing also looked at him with great curiosity, awaiting his answer. Seeing the expectant looks on their faces, Lu Chen knew it was time to reveal the story he had concocted. He took a sip of his drink, his tone calm and deliberate, feigning a sense of reflection. "It's nothing complicated really. Just a bit of luck and a bit of nerve." Then he put down his glass and continued slowly. "About half a year ago there was that crypto trading craze, right? Blockchain and cryptocurrency, you might have heard of it. Even a certain country's president publicly launched his own virtual currency. So you invested in that virtual currency?" Zhao Yajing asked softly, her palms starting to sweat, knowing how risky those virtual currencies were. Lu Chen nodded. "I took all the savings ID accumulated over the years plus what I cashed out from credit cards and a few online lending platforms totaling over 1,000,000 yuan and put it all in." Zhao Xiaoxiao gasped. "Over 1,000,000? And you borrowed from online lenders? Lu Chen, you're insane." She couldn't even bear to imagine the consequences if he had lost it all. "Thinking about it now still gives me chills. I couldn't sleep at all during that time. There were several moments when I almost cut my losses and ran." Lu Chen made a point of showing a hint of lingering, and then, "Oi," Zhao Yajing pressed. "And then I just held on." Lu Chen spread his hands in a casual gesture. "I held for about 3 or 4 months, even added some leverage during that time. It just so happened to coincide with a massive bull run, and then I cashed out and got out in time." "Oh my god," Zhao Xiaoxiao murmured. "So, with that money you first bought company shares to become a shareholder, and then smoothly took over the general manager position." Zhao Yajing pieced together the logic, amazed that someone could simply buy company shares outright. He must have made a fortune. "Exactly. Hylon is a solid company, and I know it well. Buying its shares was the most sensible move. You also know that President Pei seems to have run into some trouble, so I just seized the opportunity." Lu Chen watched Zhao Yajing nod, repeatedly estimating that she was probably 70 or 80% convinced, especially with the evidence right in front of her. Zhao Yajing let out a long sigh, looking at Lu Chen with complex emotions. "Lu Chen, that was incredibly risky. Thank goodness you won the bet. You're not planning to continue doing that, are you?" "Of course not. Don't worry, Sister Jing. I've already washed my hands of it. That kind of thing can only be played at noon, because eventually it will be." In truth, Lu Chen had always been averse to cryptocurrency. Things with such high risk could easily ruin an ordinary person who got in too deep. Hearing this, Zhao Yajing felt relieved. Lu Chen clinked glasses with them, breathing an inward sigh of relief. He realized he had a real talent for spinning tales. He wondered if it was because the two women in front of him were too gullible, or if he was genuinely a good actor. In any case, this story, which a professional would find full of holes, had passed the test. Dinner continued with bottle after bottle of red wine, and the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed. By the end, Zhao Yajing's cheeks were flushed, her eyes shimmering with a captivating charm that added to her allure. However, Zhao Xiaoxiao had a low tolerance for alcohol, and soon became a bit tipsy, yet she still insisted on clinking glasses. Zhao Yajing said, "Xiaoxiao, you shouldn't drink anymore, you can't handle it." "Who says I can't?" Zhao Xiaoxiao, just like last time, insisted on holding her ground. Usually lively and buoyant, she became even more animated when drunk, her chatter increasing. But soon after her words dwindled, and she began to feel dazed, clearly completely intoxicated. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was getting late. He said, "Sister Jing, Xiao can't go back like this. Why don't we stay here tonight? I have plenty of unused rooms that are very clean." Zhao Yajing, feeling a bit dizzy herself, looked at her sister, who now resembled a lifeless body. Her mind clouded. She worried about what would happen if Xiao drank outside in the future, but thankfully they were still at Lu Chen's house. Xiao was taller than her, and Zhao Yajing couldn't move her alone, so she nodded. "Alright, I really appreciate it." Lu Chen revealed a triumphant smile, and together with Zhao Yajing helped the already dazed Zhao Xiao to her room. As soon as she touched the bed, Zhao Xiao fell asleep. Lu Chen and Zhao Yajing exchanged glances, the air thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhao Yajing tidied her hair and blushed, saying, "Then I'll go rest as well." "Okay," Lu Chen replied. Hearing his straightforward response, Zhao Yajing felt somewhat incredulous. Upon reflection, with Zhao Xiao present, it indeed wasn't convenient. "Good night," Lu Chen said as he bid farewell. Zhao Yajing couldn't shake off a feeling of disappointment. After closing the door, she took a shower, took off her outer clothing, and curled up in bed, her mind racing. She thought about sending Lu Chen a message. No, I absolutely cannot send it. Her feminine modesty prevented her from being the first to speak. Otherwise, wouldn't it make her seem too? Listening to Zhao Xiao's heavy breathing beside her, Zhao Yajing's thoughts wandered, and soon, under the influence of alcohol, she closed her eyes. In a daze, she felt a pair of hands exploring her body. Zhao Yajing quickly woke up, realizing it was Lu Chen, and she was instantly filled with a mix of joy. Her heart raced, realizing she wasn't alone, and she hurriedly pressed her hand against Lu Chen's chest, her voice trembling. "No, Xiao is lying next to me. She will see us. Can we go outside?" As she spoke, she glanced at Zhao Xiao, who was lying with her eyes closed on the pillow, her heart racing. "She is drunk and sleeping soundly. She definitely won't wake up." Lu Chen's voice was laced with temptation as he kissed her red lips. Initially, Zhao Yajing resisted, but soon, under Lu Chen's experienced teasing, she softened and responded. However, she bit her lip tightly throughout, daring not to make a sound, her body trembling slightly from tension and excitement. The forbidden feeling of being right next to Zhao Xiao made her feel unbearably ashamed. Yet it also brought an unprecedented thrill. Lu Chen watched her struggle to hold back, and then glanced at Zhao Xiao's smooth bare leg that was inadvertently exposed, which only heightened his excitement. Ding, today's task 1, spend 8,000 yuan. Task reward, special scene prop, rare 1. On the weekend, sunlight streamed through the thin veil curtains. When Lu Chen woke up, he checked the time. It was already 10 in the morning. If it weren't for the system notification, he might have wanted to sleep a bit longer. Seeing it was a rare prop, he recalled the Pandora magic card he gave to Pei Qingxue, and Lu Chen lost all desire to sleep. He noticed that Zhao Yajing had already prepared breakfast on the bar. Zhao Yajing looked radiant this morning, but recalling last night, her gaze became evasive, unable to look at Lu Chen. At that moment, Zhao Xiao rubbed her eyes and walked out. "Sister, you woke up so early." Zhao Yajing looked at Zhao Xiao, feeling a bit guilty as she said, "Yes, did you sleep well last night?" Zhao Xiao replied, "I slept quite well, but I feel like I had a dream, dreaming that I was on a boat swaying back and forth." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yajing's heart jumped slightly. Wasn't her sister's dream just about what happened between her and Lu Chen last night? Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she hurriedly looked down to drink some milk to cover her embarrassment. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. "By the way, Lu Chen, you still have things left at your rental place, right?" Zhao Yajing quickly changed the subject. "The weather is nice today, and let's help you move it over together." Yes, the more people the more strength." Zhao Xiao immediately echoed, feeling a bit shy after such a lavish meal last night. "That works." Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to consume. After finishing breakfast, the three of them headed to the community where Lu Chen previously lived. "The original place is a bit messy, I'll go tidy it up. You guys wait for me in the car." "Let's go up with you," Zhao Yajing said. "No need, there aren't many things, will be done in 10 minutes. Lu Chen opened the car door. As he walked towards the rental place, quickly a familiar figure suddenly darted out from around the corner. Lu Chen focused his gaze and was startled to find it was Gao Yanyan. In that instant, he felt as if he had encountered something unclean, frowning as a wave of intense discomfort surged within him. This woman really is like a ghost that won't disperse. How could she be waiting for him here? In the past, she never came to where he lived. Not only did she lose this job, but more importantly, she lost the opportunity to become a wealthy lady. She wanted to make amends, but discovered that she had ever since Zheng Ji was fired from the company, she too lost her job, and finally realized how serious her past mistakes were. Not only did she lose this job, but more importantly, she lost the opportunity to become a wealthy lady. She wanted to make amends, but discovered that she had long been blocked by Lu Chen on. In utter desperation, she finally thought of one place, the rental house, where Lu Chen lived. She rarely came here before, thinking it was shabby and small, but now it became her only chance. Fortunately, she still remembered the location of the rental house. So after being fired, she waited here and had been guarding downstairs for a whole night, just to wait for Lu Chen's appearance. Thank heavens she finally waited. Lu Chen. Gao Yanyan's voice trembled, her eyes urgently looking at him, as if she had grabbed a lifeline. I finally waited for you. Move aside. Lu Chen's tone was cold, devoid of any extraneous emotion. Gao Yanyan, however, blocked the doorway tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Lu Chen, I really know I was wrong. As she wiped her tears, she choked out. I was foolish back then, I was blind, I shouldn't have looked down on you, I shouldn't have followed that bald man Zhengji. Lu Chen, please give me another chance, okay? I will treat you well, I will cook for you, wash your clothes, and you won't have to do anything after work. I promise I will be good and live well with you in the future. Lu Chen looked at her tearful appearance and felt no sympathy. Instead, he was even more disgusted. He was almost laughing out of anger. This was simply too shameless. Wait a minute, wasn't all of this your own choice? When you publicly announced your relationship with Zheng Ji in front of the whole company, you didn't seem to consider this aspect, did you? Gao Yanyan's face turned pale and flushed as she was confronted, her lips trembling and unable to utter a word. She knew she was in the wrong, but at this moment her heart was unwilling to concede, unwilling to give up the power, status, and wealth that originally belonged to her. For these reasons, she could only lower herself and try to salvage the situation. After all, she had been with Lu Chen for 3 years, investing 3 years of her youth. Even a dog would have been trained well in 3 years. Now Lu Chen had become so resolute it must have been intentional on his part, a test directed at her. In the past, she often treated Lu Chen this way, pretending to be very angry and wanting to break up, but she never truly intended to split. It was merely a test for Lu Chen. Looking into Lu Chen's resolute eyes, Gao Yanyan squeezed out tears from the corners of her eyes. Lu Chen, I beg you, give me another chance. Looking into Lu Chen's resolute eyes, Gao Yanyan squeezed out tears from the corners of her eyes. Lu Chen, I beg you, give me another chance. I swear I will change my ways and never act willfully again. For the sake of our 3 years of feelings, let's get back together. 3 years of feelings. Lu Chen laughed. What feelings have we had in these 3 years? Turning around, Lu Chen realized that his efforts over the past 3 years had been entirely one-sided. He had completely taken on the role of a devoted admirer. Lu Chen's face was cold as he simply uttered a few words. Are you still a virgin? In an instant, Gao Yanyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. A mix of panic and regret washed over her. Seeing her reaction, Lu Chen continued to sneer. I guessed it. How do you think 3 years of feelings are worth anything? Suddenly, Gao Yanyan steeled her heart and fell to her knees with a loud thud. She cried out desperately. I know I am unworthy of you, but my chances are limited. If you mind, I can. No matter what, I am still unmarried, which is better than Zhao Yajing. That woman is divorced, older than me. I should be better than her in every way. I must say, Gao Yanyan's act of kneeling shocked Lu Chen. He was further stunned by her words. Gao Yanyan's actions quickly drew the attention of several neighbors in the community, many of whom stopped the point and whisper. What's going on here? The young man looks quite decent. Why would he make a girl kneel? An elderly woman asked with a frown. I heard this girl say the young man has hooked up with a rich woman, abandoning his girlfriend. Young man, I must tell you, a wife of humble origins should not be abandoned. This girl seems quite good. How can you abandon her just to cling to a rich woman? An elderly lady advised earnestly. This girl is also quite pitiful, but she's kneeling. How can the young man be so heartless? To cling to a rich woman, he disregards years of feelings. Tisk tisk, today's youth forget their old loves once they have money. The murmurs grew louder, and the neighbors, misled by Gao Yanyan's one-sided story, began to criticize Lu Chen. Many eyes turned to Lu Chen filled with condemnation, as if he were truly a man who abandoned his old love to attach himself to a wealthy woman. Lu Chen's expression darkened. He didn't expect Gao Yanyan to be so shameless, kneeling to get back together. Just then a clear female voice called out, Lu Chen, why are you taking so long to come down? Everyone turned to look and saw a young and beautiful girl quickly walking toward the hallway. Zhao Xiaoxiao had been bored waiting in the car, thinking Lu Chen would be down in 10 minutes, but nearly 20 minutes had passed with no sign of him, so she came to check. As she approached and saw so many people surrounding them with an older woman crying in front of Lu Chen, she immediately understood the situation. She hadn't planned to intervene, as it was Lu Chen's private matter. However, upon hearing the neighbors discussing terms like divorce and clinging to a rich woman, she quickly grasped the context. When it involved Lu Chen, she could remain uninvolved. But when it came to her sister, Zhao Xiaoxiao felt she must step in and say a few words. She quickly thought of a way to handle the situation. Zhao Xiaoxiao hurriedly squeezed and linking her arm with Lu Chen's, standing tall and asking the gathered neighbors loudly, I am Lu Chen's girlfriend, please everyone take a good look at me. Do I look like a divorced woman? The neighbors all turned to look at Zhao Xiaoxiao. She was dressed simply in a t-shirt and denim shorts, the tight fabric accentuating her well-proportioned figure, especially her long straight legs, which drew attention in the cramped stairwell. Her overall appearance was youthful and vibrant, with clear eyes radiating the vitality of a young girl, as she looked nothing like someone who had been married. Lu Chen was currently in a daze. He was shocked that Zhao Xiaoxiao had suddenly come forward, and even more shocked that she had directly linked arms with him, admitting to being his girlfriend. Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes widened with anger as she looked at Gao Yanyan. Clearly you cheated with your company leader, despised the poor, and took the initiative to break up with Lu Chen. Now that you see him thriving, you come back to cling to him and slander others. If it weren't for your blindness in abandoning Lu Chen, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet such an excellent boyfriend. And I have never been in a relationship before at Chen Go. Now look at yourself, in terms of appearance, temperament, figure, and age, how do you compare to me? Zhao Xiaoxiao's words were clear, forceful, and aggressive, placing her on the moral high ground. Whether from a factual standpoint or in terms of speech, she dominated the scene, instantly turning the tables. Gao Yanyan was left speechless, her face alternating between pale and red, crying even harder on the ground, yet unable to utter a word. At this moment the neighbors also realized they had been deceived, and their gazes toward Gao Yanyan turned scornful. So that's how it is, this girl is too ruthless. Despising the poor, and yet throwing the first stone, truly a refreshing experience. The young man did nothing wrong, as such a woman should indeed be avoided. Get up quickly, don't embarrass yourself here. With many voices joining in, Gao Yanyan could not bear the scornful gazes and accusations around her, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lu Chen watched her like this, feeling quite satisfied, surprised that Zhao Xiaoxiao could also be so eloquent. He felt no sympathy for Gao Yanyan and said coldly, Gao Yanyan, I warn you for the last time, leave here quickly, or I will call the police. The mention of the police made Gao Yanyan tremble all over. She knew that continuing to linger here would only bring more humiliation. She suddenly got up from the ground, wiped her tears, glared fiercely at Lu Chen and Zhao Xiaoxiao, then covered her face and ran downstairs crying. The hallway finally returned to calm. Once the surrounding neighbors had walked away, only Zhao Xiaoxiao and Lu Chen remained. Sensing the awkwardness, Zhao Xiaoxiao quickly released Lu Chen's arm and explained, Lu Chen, don't misunderstand, I was just so angry earlier. I didn't expect Gao Yanyan to be so shameless and slander my sister, so I acted that way just to provoke her. Lu Chen looked at her indignant expression and found it amusing. He certainly wouldn't take it seriously. But he had to admit her tactic was quite effective, instantly reversing the situation. However, had Zhao Xiaoxiao really never been in a relationship before? Within a few minutes the two walked out of the room with their storage boxes. Zhao Yajing was still waiting downstairs, and upon seeing them come down, she hurried over. All packed. Did anything happen? I thought I heard quite a commotion upstairs. Nothing happened, just encountered a crazy person, but they've already left. Zhao Xiaoxiao spoke first, not wanting her sister to know about Gao Yanyan's slander. Lu Chen nodded. It's nothing serious, to thank the two beautiful ladies for helping me move, let's go shopping. Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Shopping. Recently she had just received her salary, and was planning to go out and buy some things. Zhao Yajing quickly waved her hand, saying, no need to be so polite. We are colleagues, and moving is a small matter. Besides, we didn't help much. Lu Chen noticed Zhao Yajing's refusal, and was even more determined to buy her something. Sister Jing, please don't be polite with me. Moreover, you are about to be promoted to a manager, so of course, you should get some new outfits. Lu Chen smiled, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Half an hour later, Lu Chen's eye-catching Qian drove into Jiangcheng's most luxurious shopping center. Even on a weekend morning, the shopping mall was bustling with people. The pristine marble floor reflected the warm yellow light, with rows of luxurious brand windows on either side, and the air was filled with the scent of expensive perfumes. Lu Chen didn't hesitate, and led the two directly into the LV boutique. Although the sales staff noticed Lu Chen's casual attire, they quickly approached him respectfully, seeing the two beautiful women behind him. Hello, welcome. How may I assist you today? Lu Chen pointed at Zhao Yajing and said, please find the most suitable outfit for this lady and select her favorite bag. The staff's eyes instantly brightened. This tone indicated that the speaker was wealthy. Upon entering LV, Zhao Yajing was astonished, as she had not expected shopping to be so focused on luxury brands. This was her first time visiting an LV store in person. Zhao Yajing immediately refused, saying, Lu Chen, LV is too expensive. I can wear regular brands just. She was well aware of LV's price range. An outfit and a bag would cost at least 70 to 80,000, enough for half a year of her salary. How could she dare to accept that? Zhao Yajing roughly guessed Lu Chen's intention was to compensate her. However, she felt she was not at a loss in that matter. Perhaps she was even the one benefit. That experience of soaring to the clouds was something she would never have encountered without Lu Chen. Thus, she didn't need his compensation. Since we're here, you shouldn't refuse this. You will represent me in the production department, and I can't afford to lose face, Lu Chen said. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Zhao Yajing reluctantly agreed. The sales staff quickly led Zhao Yajing to the new arrivals section. Ma'am, these several pieces are our newly arrived high-end garments. This long-sleeved ribbed knit dress particularly matches your temperament and looks very elegant. If you wear it, you'll definitely look stunning and exude a strong presence. Zhao Yajing looked at it and felt satisfied. The sales staff led Zhao Yajing to try it on, and as soon as she stepped out in the gray dress, Lu Chen felt that the sales assistant was indeed professional. The slightly tight fabric perfectly accentuated Zhao Yajing's figure. How much is this? 45000 yuan, ma'am. Hearing this price, Zhao Yajing immediately found it hard to accept. Lu Chen directly told the sales assistant, "Please wrap it up for me." Then the sales assistant went to the bag section, where Zhao Yajing picked out a cream-soft twist handbag. "Alright, I also think this bag is nice. Please wrap it up too." "Sir, the total comes to 87100 yuan. Let's pay." Lu Chen did not hesitate. Ding, today's task 1. Spend 8000 yuan completed. Reward distribution in progress. Task reward, close relationship, consumption rebate rare. Close relationship consumption rebate rare contains 5 million special consumption funds. All spending must be related to Zhao Yajing. Valid for 24 hours, cannot be cashed out. If not consumed within the time limit, it will be voided. After compliant consumption, the host may receive a rebate on the highest value single item from all consumption projects with a certain probability of improving quality. Seeing this item, Lu Chen instantly became energized. 5 million. The system was indeed generous, seemingly tailored for him. However, this item had quite a few restrictions. Within 24 hours, how could he maximize the benefits? As Lu Chen pondered over the item, a man in his mid-20s stood not far away at the mall elevator looking this way. The man was dressed in a perfectly tailored Italian suit, wearing a Patek Philippe Starry Sky series, watch, his hair meticulously styled, and his demeanor radiated a mix of youthful arrogance and frivolity typical of a rich second generation. He was Jiang Hongyu, the second son of Jiangnan Embroidery Company. Jiangnan Embroidery, valued at hundreds of billions, was a leading enterprise in the industry, well known in Jiangxing and throughout the entire Su province. Naturally, as the second son of Jiangnan Embroidery, Jiang Hongyu was never short of beautiful women by his side. A stunning woman accompanied him, her red spaghetti strap dress accentuating her alluring curves, the hem barely reaching her thighs, her long fair legs swaying enticingly. If anyone watched short dramas, they would surely recognize her as the recently rising star Pan Qing. "Darling, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me for a bit, okay?" Pan Qing said. Jiang Hongyu touched Pan Qing's waist, his gaze filled with a hint of heat. "Go ahead." Pan Qing playfully glared at him, twisting her waist as she walked toward the restroom. Leaning against the railing, Jiang Hongyu casually scanned the surroundings, and suddenly his attention was drawn to the two people inside the LV store. Inside the store, a mature woman was wearing a high-end gray LV dress, the fitted fabric outlining her voluptuous curves, her gentle temperament perfectly complementing the luxury. Beside her, a younger girl displayed a different style, wearing a white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her long slender legs fair and glistening, her ponytail high, and her gaze pure and bright, youthful and beautiful, drawing the eyes. Moreover, as Jiang Hongyu scrutinized the faces of the two, he quickly discovered an astonishing fact: they were sisters. What a rare find, they are sisters. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Jiang Hongyu had never lacked beautiful women around him and had played with sister pairs before. However, he had never encountered such pristine and seemingly well-mannered women. Such a combination was indeed rare. Jiang Hongyu sighed inwardly, his gaze shifting around the mature woman's vicinity, quickly spotting the man accompanying her. To be able to shop at LV at such a young age, he must also be a rich second generation. However, it seems he is pursuing the older sister and has not captured both sisters. Jiang Hongyu observed the interactions among the three, his interest piqued. Since the mature sister was already taken, he felt he must win over the beautiful younger sister. Despite the fact that Pan Qing by his side was also stunning and attractive, Jiang Hongyu felt there was a gap between her and the younger sister before him. It was a difference. This indescribable feeling Jiang Hongyu summed up in 2 words: purity. Seeing that Pan Qing had not yet returned, he adjusted his suit and walked elegantly into the LV store. He walked straight to Zhao Xiaoxiao, ignoring Lu Chen and Zhao Yajing. Relying on his identity as the second son of Jiangnan Embroidery and his handsome appearance, he believed no young girl could resist his wealth and charm. Jiang Hongyu smiled and straightforwardly said, "Hello, miss. My name is Jiang Hongyu, currently serving as the vice president of Jiangnan Embroidery Group. May I add you on WeChat to get to know you better?" As a girl who is often approached, Zhao Xiaoxiao could guess the intentions of the young man in a suit striding towards her. However, Zhao Xiaoxiao was most annoyed by men who flaunted their status right away. The frivolous gaze in Jiang Hongyu's eyes, like that of a predator eyeing its prey, made her very uncomfortable. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoxiao had been working at school and had no idea what Jiangnan Embroidery really was. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes wary. "Nothing much, I just think you have a special aura and would like to add you on WeChat to get to know you better." She coldly declined. "Sorry, it's inconvenient." Jiang Hongyu hit a wall, but was not discouraged. He smiled and intended to showcase his prowess. "Don't get me wrong, I just feel a strong connection with you. Let my spending at LV today count as a gesture of friendship, how about that?" This statement carried a sense of throwing money around. But for Jiang Hongyu, this tactic rarely failed. Many girls firmly claimed they wouldn't add strangers on WeChat, but as soon as he said something like this, all girls would change their tune, saying they were just joking. However, this time Zhao Xiaoxiao merely frowned and replied decisively, "No need, thank you." Her attitude was resolute, showing no hesitation. The smile on Jiang Hongyu's face froze. The girls he pursued either approached him on their own or were half-heartedly receptive. This outright rejection was a first. Very well, you have some spirit. Zhang Hongyu quickly adjusted his mindset. Zhao Xiaoxiao's reaction not only did not deter him, but piqued his interest. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Chen stepped forward looking at Zhang Hongyu and saying flatly, "She is my sister, not convenient to add on WeChat." Sister? Zhang Hongyu scoffed, sizing up Lu Chen. Seeing he was dressed very ordinarily without any luxury items, his contempt deepened. "Who are you?" Lu Chen replied calmly. Zhang Hongyu quickly went through his mind regarding the top second-generation rich kids in Jiangxing, and indeed, he did not recognize. Convinced that Lu Chen was just an ordinary guy with a bit of money who had struck lucky with a beauty, he felt emboldened. "Lu Chen, never heard of you." Lu Chen remained calm. "It's fine that you don't know me now, you will in the future." Hearing this, Zhang Hongyu felt both amused and irritated, finding the statement utterly presumptuous, giving him the impression of a clown. Who was Zhang Hongyu? Was this man someone who could just know him? He suspected that Lu Chen was merely putting on a brave face in front of the girls. "Is that so? Then I look forward to it. But I really want to ask, do you know who I am?" Zhang Hongyu shook his suit and looked down at Lu Chen arrogantly. "Son of Jiangnan Embroidery, a top enterprise in Su Province, right?" Lu Chen stared at him and replied without thinking. Zhang Hongyu was surprised. "Looks like you know." At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor came from the direction of the restroom. The stunningly curvy Pan Qing walked out, and upon seeing Zhang Hongyu talking to the three in the LV store, her eyes instantly turned vigilant as she hurriedly approached and linked her arm with his. "Jiang Xiao, what are you doing? Who are these people?" The embarrassment on Zhang Hongyu's face fleetingly disappeared. Pan Qing was someone he had put effort into winning over, but she had a hot body and drew attention, and he did not want to ruin the relationship just yet. He quickly put on a gentle smile, pointing at the LV bag for an excuse. "Nothing much. I happened to run into this gentleman who was buying something nice for his girlfriend and wanted to ask about the style to buy a few pieces for." Upon hearing this, Pan Qing realized it was a gift for her instantly, turning her worry into joy. She sweetly leaned in and kissed Zhang Hongyu on the cheek. "Hongyu, you're so nice. Then I must choose carefully." She provocatively glanced at Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao, as if declaring her territory. Zhang Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took advantage of the moment to wrap his arm around Pan Qing's waist. "Choose whatever you want. I'm paying today." Pan Qing immediately pulled him towards the display rack, choosing while flaunting her curves, swaying her chest and hips, and occasionally casting provocative glances at Zhao. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao wore an expression of indignation, mixed with a bit of self-reproach, as if she realized she had provoked a big shot she couldn't handle. Jiangnan Embroidery, as Lu Chen mentioned, was a company worth billions. Moreover, the man before her, Zhang Hongyu, was one of the heirs of this enterprise. That kind of weight was not something someone like Lu Zijing could compare to. Zhao Yajing then pulled Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, let's go." She also did not want to stay here any longer. However, Lu Chen had no intention of leaving. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Xiaoxiao's angry demeanor and felt a stir in his heart. Zhao Xiaoxiao was Zhao Yajing's biological sister. Could she be considered related? Would the system recognize it? "Sister Jing, I was just busy buying you gifts and overlooked Xiaoxiao. She helped me a lot during my move today. How could I not buy her something?" Zhao Xiaoxiao was taken aback and quickly waved her hand. "No need, Lu Chen, it's too expensive." Although she envied the things her sister bought, Zhao Xiaoxiao was not the type to be materialistic. She had no deep obsession with luxury goods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have decisively rejected Zhang Hongyu's advances earlier. Zhao Yajing also advised, "Yes, Lu Chen, there's no need to get angry with him. This kind of rich second generation has this kind of temperament. The more you engage with him, the more pleased he becomes." After learning Zhang Hongyu's identity, Zhao Yajing clearly understood that this type of rich second generation was not someone they could provoke, so she did not want Lu Chen to clash with such a person. However, she did not know that Lu Chen's thoughts were different. He had no intention of leaving. This 500,000 RMB rebate from the intimate relationship consumption needed to be spent within 24 hours, or it would be wasted. He could not waste the system's good intentions. "Don't worry, Sister Jing, I know what I'm doing," Lu Chen said. Zhao Xiaoxiao wanted to decline further, but Lu Chen had already turned to another sales associate. "Get 2 sets of suitable outfits for this lady, make sure they are the latest styles, and pick 2 different styles of bags." Zhao Xiaoxiao still wanted to decline, but the sales associate had already brought the clothes over. Coupled with a young girl's natural fondness for beautiful clothes, she reluctantly entered the Zhang Hongyu, who was already frustrated from being rejected, felt his competitive spirit ignite upon seeing Lu Chen unwilling to back down. "One set isn't enough, buy another set." Pan Qing's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Zhang Hongyu's intentions. She loved luxury goods, but with her salary from shooting short dramas, she couldn't afford to splurge. Today, since Zhang Xiao was willing to spend money on her, facing a brand like LV made her feel ecstatic. She immediately lowered her voice, sweetly responding, "Okay, Hongyu, you're really good." She turned and dashed toward the Ready Tower section. "Young Master Jiang, does this velvet dress look good?" Pan Qing picked up a Wynard long dress and deliberately twirled in front of everyone. The hem of the dress fluttered, intentionally showcasing her voluptuous curves. Being perceptive, Pan Qing naturally knew what Jiang Hongyu was thinking. As his companion, all she could do was flaunt her strengths to save face for him. This top-tier young elite cared most about his pride. Not bad, it looks good. Jiang Hongyu's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the dress. All the customers present stared at Pan Qing, their eyes widening instantly. With such a figure, curves in all the right places and long legs, what man could resist? Jiang Hongyu noticed the envious looks from those around him, smirked, and turned his gaze to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at Pan Qing. As a short drama lead actress, her figure was certainly good, but the traces of cosmetic procedures on her face were still somewhat noticeable. Lu Chen stood in front of LV's Ready Tower section, his eyes inevitably landing on a white lace-trimmed dress. The dress hem reached just above the knees with a simple Peter Pan collar and delicate lace trimmings at the cuffs, both pure and subtly seductive. Xiao, try this one. With your fair skin and slender figure, you'll definitely look great in it, Lu Chen suggested, pointing at the dress. This dress suited his taste, and he thought Zhao Xiao would look wonderful in it. Zhao Xiao followed his gaze, her cheeks flushing instantly. She was used to wearing sportswear and casual clothes, she had never even dared to think about a lace dress like this, and instinctively wanted to wave her hand in refusal. But Zhao Xiao caught the expectant look in Lu Chen's eyes, and remembered Jiang Hongyu's provocative demeanor, stirring a competitive spark within her. Lu Chen treats my sister so well. Now he definitely wants to save face in front of Jiang Hongyu. I can't let him be outdone by this rich kid. Besides him just trying on clothes bits away to help Lu Chen. She bit her lip and finally nodded shyly. Then, we'll try it. Soon the fitting room door slowly opened. Zhao Xiao walked out with her head lowered. It was her first time wearing such a dress, and she nervously clutched the hem, her cheeks flushed. The white lace dress fit her like it was tailor-made. The Peter Pan collar was a modified deep neck, revealing her slender neck and fair collarbones with large areas of skin subtly exposed. The dress was very short, barely covering the tops of her thighs. Beneath the lace hem, Zhao Xiaoxiao's strikingly proportioned long legs were almost fully revealed. Thanks to regular exercise, Zhao Xiaoxiao's legs were perfectly toned, without a trace of excess flesh. From thigh to ankle, her skin was fair and delicate, glowing softly. Indeed, the dress design created a striking contrast, and it was this contrast that made Zhao Xiao appear both innocent and alluring. Unlike Pan Qing's deliberate flirtation, Zhao Xiaoxiao's sensuality was natural, carrying the shyness and innocence of a young girl, which more easily stirred a man's primal protective and possessive instincts. Jiang Hongyu's gaze was glued to Zhao Xiao, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. He had thought Pan Qing's fiery allure was the ultimate, but seeing Zhao Xiao now he understood what true elegance and sensuality meant. In comparison, Pan Qing's allure suddenly seemed vulgar. Sensing Jiang Hongyu's shift in attention, Pan Qing's face darkened, and a deep jealousy flashed in her. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Xiao with undisguised admiration, and immediately said, "So beautiful, well, take this one." Zhao Xiao felt even more shy under his gaze, lowering her head further, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Really? Does it look good?" Lu Chen nodded and turned to the sales assistant, saying, "Wrap this one up, and let's pick out some other items." Soon Lu Chen selected various handbags, perfumes, shoes, and jewelry for Zhao Xiao, totaling over 500,000 yuan. He paused, then turned his gaze to Zhao Yajing, and added, "Get the same set for this lady as well." "What?" Zhao Yajing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lu Chen, are you joking? You've already spent so much. Why would you buy me the same set?" Zhao Yajing had seen Lu Chen picking clothes for Zhao Xiao, and felt a slight pang of jealousy. But she quickly realized that Lu Chen wasn't interested in her sister, he simply didn't want to lose face in front of Jiang Hongyu. Zhao Xiao was just a tool to help him. Zhao Yajing had already decided that afterwards she would discuss with Zhao Xiao about selling these clothes on the second-hand market to recoup some money, and then return it to Lu Chen. After all, this whole ordeal was an unexpected trouble caused by Zhao Xiao. There was no need for Lu Chen to spend such money unnecessarily. So when she heard Lu Chen wanted to buy her a set too, she was shocked. What was he doing? She had calculated the value of the gifts for Zhao Xiao, which had already reached a staggering 500,000 yuan. This wasn't property, but consumable items to wear. An amount of 500,000 was enough to shock Zhao Yajing. Another set was beyond imagination. Jiang Hongyu and Pan Qing were also stunned. Pan Qing's jealousy was instantly replaced with delight. She wished Lu Chen would spend more, so Jiang Hongyu would be forced to buy her even more to save face. Jiang Hongyu's expression turned grim. He had thought Lu Chen would stop after spending 500,000, but now he was buying another set for Zhao Yajing, pushing the total toward 1 million. He quickly calculated 1 million was nothing for Jiang and embroidery, but spending that much on Pan Qing in a single day wasn't worth it. He was just playing with Pan Qing. Besides, he knew the principle of taking things step by step. There was no need to invest so much at once for the sake of pride. But seeing the shocked looks from customers and Pan Qing's expectant eyes, he was stuck. If he backed down, where would his pride be? How could he hold his head high in the circle of rich heirs in the future? Qing, pick a few more, take whatever you like, Jiang Hongyu said through gritted teeth, his heart bleeding. Sir, your total comes to 1.05 million yuan, including dresses, shawls, bags, jewelry, and all other items, the sales assistant said respectfully to Lu Chen. Card. Lu Chen pulled out his bank card without hesitation. Ding, detected spending related to Zhao Yajing, eligible for the intimate relationship cashback reward. Current cumulative qualifying spending 980 yuan, intimate relationship cashback balance 4.02 million yuan, highest single item value ostrich leather trench coat 880 yuan, remaining time 22 hours 58 minutes, cashback will be issued in a lump sum after purchase is complete. Seeing these prompts, Lu Chen knew this wasn't a loss. After paying, Lu Chen told the sales assistant, please deliver the items to Lakeside 1 address. Certainly, sir. Well, arrange it right away. Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at the mountain of shopping bags before them, still dazed, as if in a dream. Meanwhile, Jiang Hongyu also finished paying, watching a figure close to 1 million slip away. With a sullen face, he wrapped his arm around Pan Qing and cast a cold glance at Lu Chen filled with resentment and envy. Who exactly was he? He had heard the address Lu Chen gave. It was a top-tier luxury residence in Jiangqing. This meant Lu Chen wasn't just putting on airs, he actually had the means. In fact, he even began to entertain the idea of befriending him. Soon he saw Lu Chen hurry away toward a bustling area in the distance. Is that a car show? As Lu Chen stepped out of the LV store, his gaze was quickly drawn to a booth designed with a highly technological aesthetic. In the center of the booth, a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT63 4MATIC four-door coupe was displayed quietly. The matte black paint of the car shimmered with a deep and mysterious luster under the lights. The streamlined body lines were sharp and dynamic, and the low stance combined with the exaggerated air intake grille and the large silver trident emblem in the center exuded a strong sense of performance and luxury. This car is so cool. Zhao Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes widening with excitement. She had always liked sporty cars, and seeing the Mercedes GT instantly appealed to her. Zhao Yajing nodded in agreement. It really has a commanding presence, you can tell it's not cheap. Just as they were absorbed in admiration, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Mr. Lu, hello, are you here to look at cars too? Lu Chen turned his head and was surprised to see Xue Qiqi, who had given him a spa treatment at Manzi Health. Accompanying her was another woman who instantly captivated Lu Chen. Her legs were similar in length to Zhao Xiaoxiao's, but the shape was entirely different. The black stockings accentuated her calves, making them appear especially slender, while her thighs were full and round, forming a... Her legs were similar in length to Zhao Xiaoxiao's, but the shape was entirely different. The black stockings accentuated her calves, making them appear especially slender, while her thighs were full and round, forming a classic hourglass shape. Moving up, the most rounded part of her body was tightly wrapped in a black bodycon skirt, contrasting sharply with her slim waist, creating an extremely alluring... What surprised Lu Chen even more was her upper outfit, which was an exceedingly revealing low-cut fitted tank top with fabric that was pitifully minimal. The neckline was cut very low, exposing her exquisite collarbone and a large expanse of fair skin designed to be cropped, revealing her flat stomach. The back was almost completely hollowed out, held together by a thin strap. Unless one looked closely, it was nearly impossible to tell she was wearing anything. Lu Chen had no doubt that if someone tugged at that thin strap, this already minimal tank top would immediately slide down. He took a moment to glance at the woman again. Her appearance was above average, with a pair of half-frame gold glasses perched on her nose, and her gaze behind the lenses carried a hint of allure. Overall, she was slightly inferior to Zhao Xiaoxiao, but her daring outfit was undeniably eye-catching. This entire process took just 2 seconds, and as an experienced man, Lu Chen was completely oblivious to the gazes of others. When Su Man saw Lu Chen, her eyes noticeably beneath her half-frame glasses, her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she continuously assessed Lu Chen. She was genuinely surprised, having heard Qiqi mention Mr. Lu. She had been curious about his appearance. In her imagination, Lu Chen must have been a greasy middle-aged man like Song Ge. But seeing him now, she realized how wrong she was. Before her stood Lu Chen, over 1.8 meters tall, with handsome sun-kissed features. Beneath his ordinary casual, where the outline of his muscles was subtly visible, he could easily play the role of a male god in a short drama. To Su Man, he was a true Prince Charming. Mr. Lu, this is my roommate Su Man. Xue Qiqi, noticing Lu Chen, introduced Su Man out of courtesy. We both happen to have the day off today, and just came out for a stroll. Su Man immediately broke free from Xue Qiqi's hold, wanting to reach out to shake hands with Lu Chen. In fact, upon seeing the mature woman beside Lu Chen and the pure-looking one, both reminiscent of sister flowers, she had roughly figured out who Lu Chen was. This guy is quite the player. Since Lu Chen was a flirtatious, rich second generation, being proactive might just work out. It was better than missing the chance. Thus, she leaned slightly forward, the curve of her low-cut tank top becoming even more pronounced. Given the situation, Lu Chun had no choice but to shake her hand, secretly evaluating her. She wasn't exceedingly wealthy, but she was indeed generous. Lu Chun quickly turned away, distancing himself from Su Man. To be honest, Su Man's behavior was a bit too obvious. He had no doubt that if they were alone, she would have However, Lu Chun was not the type to welcome everyone. He would maintain his distance from unfamiliar women. Especially in front of Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao, he couldn't leave them with the impression of being a flirt. Ignoring her, he walked straight to the sales representative at the car show and asked plainly, "How much is this car?" The sales representative had been watching Lu Chun. Being surrounded by 4 beautiful women indicated that he had some strength. Their luxury cars typically catered to such clients. However, many wealthy individuals understood that money is meant to be seen by women, not spent by them. The male sales representative understood that Lu Chun might just be inquiring with a low probability of making a purchase. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, "Sir, this Mercedes-Benz AMG GT63 4MATIC has a starting price of 1.98 million yuan. Are there any available cars?" The sales representative's tone brightened slightly upon hearing this. "Our dealership just happens to have 3 cars in stock, 1 in moonlight gray, 1 in ocean night blue, and 1 in space silver. All paperwork has been completed. You can pick up the car today upon payment." "Sir, which one are you considering?" Lu Chun pondered for a moment. 1 car for 2 million, 2 cars for 4 million. Calculating, it would perfectly consume his intimacy maintenance fund in one go. Moreover, this was a car that Lu Chun liked. According to the spending rules of the intimacy maintenance fund, he could receive a cash back for an identical item. This meant Lu Chun could also receive a car with the same specifications. He turned back to Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao and casually asked, "Which color do you prefer?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao were both stunned, as if they hadn't understood. Zhao Yajing instinctively replied, "Lu Chun, what do you mean by that?" Looking at their bewildered expressions, Lu Chun explained in a calm tone, "I mean, the sales representative just mentioned that there are currently 3 cars in stock: moonlight gray, ocean night blue, and space silver. I wanted to know which colors you don't like, so I can ask the sales to bring over the other 2 cars. "The other 2 cars?" Zhao Yajing finally reacted, her eyes widening. "You can't be serious about buying us a car, right?" Zhao Xiaoxiao panicked as well. "Lu Chun, this car is too expensive. We really can't afford it." The 2 sisters thought simply Lu Chun had already spent too much money on them earlier, and now he wanted to buy them a car, a luxury vehicle worth millions. How could they remain calm? Deciding to stick to his own thoughts, Lu Chun directly told the sales representative, "I think among these 3 colors the least attractive one should be moonlight gray. Oh, it looks She was a person who was clear about love and hate. She understood that no one is kind for no reason. What did Lu Chun's actions truly imply? Lu Chun looked at the 2 of them, who were wide-eyed in shock, and knew it was impossible for them to speak up. Deciding to stick to his own thoughts, Lu Chun directly told the sales representative, "I think among these 3 colors the least attractive one should be moonlight gray. Oh, it looks So he'll take 1 in ocean night blue and 1 in space silver, full payment, and we can start the paperwork now." A crowd had gathered around the Mercedes GT booth, drawn in by the 2 women's presence, which had already attracted many male gazes. But as soon as Lu Chun spoke, it was like a thunderclap that erupted around the booth. "What the hell, did I just hear that right? Buying 2 cars in full? This is just insane. That's nearly 4 million. No matter how rich you are, you can't spend money like that. Hey man, do you mind if I join you?" "Get lost. You can't even compare to him. Just look at the 2 women beside him, one mature and sexy, the other youthful and beautiful. Each has its charm. No wonder he's willing to spend money. They do look quite alike. Could they be sisters? Oh man, they really are." People looked at Lu Chun with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Everyone lamented how well off this rich man was. Meanwhile, Xue Qiqi and Su Man were equally shocked, their smiles frozen in place as they exchanged bewildered glances. They knew Lu Chun had some strength, but they didn't realize it was to such an extent. Even buying a car to showcase strength could be done with just 1. But Lu Chun was buying 2 at once, which was not a simple matter. This was clearly meant as gifts for the 2 women. 4 million was spent within less than a minute. Even buying groceries doesn't happen that fast. Was there no need to bargain? The 2 women beside him were instantly thrown into chaos. Jiang Hongyu, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly changed his expression. Next to him, Pan Qing swallowed hard, eagerly looking at Jiang Hongyu. However, noticing that Jiang Hongyu's face was not looking good, she tactfully calmed her excited heart. At this moment, Jiang Hongyu looked extremely grim. It's not that he didn't have that much money, but whether he dared to spend it that way. He simply wasn't willing to spend 5 million a day for a woman. Even a young master like Wang wouldn't operate like that. He understood, well, that money is meant to be displayed in front of women, not to be spent on them. Thus, Jiang Hongyu was currently in a very awkward situation, especially since he saw Lu Chun completely ignoring him, as if purchasing these 2 cars was merely a regular operation, not an attempt to prove or compete. Jiang Hongyu felt a sense of shame wash over him. Could it be that he had encountered a truly top-tier rich second generation? Although he considered himself to be at the top level, he knew that at his level there were some family forces that were hidden and truly powerful. And Lu Chun at such a young age had never been heard of by Jiang Hongyu before, so he suspected Lu Chun was one of those people. At this moment Jiang Hongyu no longer wore the arrogant expression he had moments ago, instead his face was serious. As the second son of Jiangnan embroidery, Jiang Hongyu liked women, but he would never lose his rationality and become irrational for a woman. At his level, rationality occupied the vast majority of his thoughts. At this moment he had already developed the idea of making connections. What if? If he really made friends at this level, he would have more face in front of his friends, and a certain degree of elevation in his position within Jiangnan embroidery. In any case, having more friends opens more paths. He could not afford to have a falling out with such a person. Meanwhile, Su Man, who had been staring at Lu Chun, felt her legs tighten and her breathing quicken as she fixated on Lu Chen's back. This man was so handsome and so manly. A car worth nearly 2 million bought without hesitation, and even two at once. How rich must he be? She realized this was an opportunity, a chance to change her fate and leap across social classes. Thus Su Man desperately puffed out her chest and posed to make herself more noticeable. If it weren't for the many people around, she could have been bolder. Unfortunately, Lu Chun didn't even look at her. As the parties involved Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao were utterly stunned, frightened by his extravagant display. Zhao Yajing hurriedly approached Lu Chun, saying, "Lu Chun, what are you doing? I already have a car, I don't need such an expensive one, and I can't get used to it." Zhao Yajing had a small Dolphin electric car. It was compact and convenient for commuting. Moreover, it was inexpensive, so even minor scratches didn't bother her. Hearing Lu Chun wanting to buy a Mercedes GT, she was instantly dumbfounded, feeling that spending money on this was truly wasteful. Although Zhao Xiaoxiao really liked the design of the Mercedes GT, it was a car costing around 2 million. This was on a different level than the gift Lu Chun had just given. Thus Zhao Xiaoxiao hurriedly advised, "I don't need it either. I just got my driver's license. Driving such a performance car is too dangerous, it's really unnecessary." Lu Chun said in an undeniable tone. It settled then. "Sister Jing, you'll be the manager. It's perfect to use the sea night blue when going out for business. This color looks steady and imposing. Xiao Xiao, you should like the GT, as well. The space silver looks even more dazzling, and once you're familiar with driving it'll be convenient. They'll have the sales team expedite the paperwork. You can pick up the car today." The sales representative was already overjoyed, smiling to the point of distortion, and hurried over with the contract, saying, "Sir, please check this contract for any issues. Sign here to confirm, and he'll contact finance to prepare the invoice." Lu Chun glanced through it and didn't see any major issues, so he signed it. Watching Lu Chun sign the contract without hesitation, everyone around was in an uproar. This group of people had never seen anyone buy a car worth nearly 2 million as casually as buying cabbage, without even haggling or hesitating. Moreover, he bought two at once. Su Man, sounding eager, asked, "Chi-Chi, do you have Mr. Lu's contact information? Just give it to me." Shui Chi-Chi hesitated for a moment, but shook her head. "I'm not that familiar with him. It's just a regular client relationship, and I haven't had the chance to add him on." For some reason, Shui Chi-Chi, who typically didn't lie, chose to conceal this from her friend at that moment. Su Man's smile instantly faded, her eyes filled with disappointment, yet she remained undeterred, occasionally glancing at Lu Chun, hoping for a chance to speak. However, Lu Chun had no time to pay attention to Su Man. Meanwhile, Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao stood there watching Lu Chun communicate with the sales team, feeling as if their hearts were. Zhao Yajing no longer tried to stop Lu Chun, only thinking that she must repay him well in the future, whether in work or life. Zhao Xiaoxiao felt somewhat awkward. This gift was too heavy, and she was already considering finding an opportunity to return it after receiving it. Thus she was now immersed in thoughts about what to do, unable to smile. At this moment, a few female college students nearby were excitedly whispering to each other, and their voices happened to reach Zhao Xiaoxiao's ears. "Look at that girl, receiving such an expensive car, yet looking so troubled. If it were me, I'd be overjoyed. Maybe she feels the gift is too precious and burdensome. What kind of burden could this be? A man so handsome and generous is hard to find, even with a lantern. I would have jumped on him already." Another female college student, filled with envy and a hint of teasing in her tone, said, "With a man like this, I could wear endless luxury brands. I could buy LV and never wear the same thing twice." Zhao Xiaoxiao's face flushed, as just earlier at the LV store Lu Chun had specifically picked out clothes for her. This process seemed to reflect what they were saying. Could it be that this is really to thank me for helping him move? Or is this just an excuse? Her heart raced, and she dared not think any further. If what they said was true, what should she do? She had always regarded Lu Chun as her future brother-in-law, and had only felt goodwill towards him, never considering anything else. But now, with their words nudging her, the details she had previously overlooked suddenly took on significant meaning. Zhao Xiaoxiao couldn't help but recall that day when they went jogging in the canal park. Could the world really present such coincidences? On the other side, Jiang Hongyu had already composed himself, his face devoid of the earlier resentment and jealousy, his expression returning to calm, as if the confrontation in the LV store had never occurred. He released Pan Qing's hand, hesitated for a moment, and then walked towards Lu Chun with steady steps, completely shedding his previous frivolity and impatience. Pan Qing was left standing in place, her face filled with confusion. What does Jiang Xiao intend to do? Pan Qing's heart raced with anxiety and uncertainty, fearing an escalation between the two. She was especially worried that Jiang Hongyu might lose control and slap Lu Chen directly. After all, there had been instances where young Master Wang had done something similar, leading to a significant uproar and substantial compensation. Moreover, Lu Chen casually bought 2 luxury cars worth nearly 4 million each, clearly a mysterious big shot. If Jiang Hongyu acted impulsively, it could very well end. Seeing Jiang Hongyu approach, Zhao Yajing instantly tensed up, instinctively stepping forward to stand beside Lu Chen. Without much thought, she had already guessed that with Jiang Hongyu's identity as a rich second generation, he cared immensely about Face. Having lost Face in the LV store earlier, he was likely here to pick a fight. Be careful, Lu Chen, she whispered a warning. Zhao Xiaoxiao also dismissed her previous wild thoughts, her gaze warily fixed on Jiang Hongyu. Perhaps she didn't know others, but she had done extensive research on such top-tier rich second generations. Thus she could immediately identify. Perhaps she didn't know others, but she had done extensive research on such top-tier rich second generations. Thus she could immediately identify. Perhaps she didn't know others, but she had done extensive research on such top-tier rich second generations. Thus she could immediately identify his status from the crowd. Her expression involuntarily revealed her eager excitement. The second son of Jiangnan embroidery, Jiang Hongyu. Such a figure could easily make all her acquaintances willingly. Her expression involuntarily revealed her eager excitement. The second son of Jiangnan embroidery, Jiang Hongyu. Her expression involuntarily revealed her eager excitement. The second son of Jiangnan embroidery, Jiang Hongyu stopped 3 steps away from Lu Chen. His gaze swept over Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao beside Lu Chen before finally resting on Lu Chen, his lips curling into a smile that wasn't overly warm but sufficiently polite. Brother, let's add each other on WeChat. We can hang out together in the future. His words instantly silenced the entire venue. Pan Qing's mouth fell open, feeling as if her worldview. Jiang Hongyu actually took the initiative to show weakness, actively seeking to befriend a stranger. Yes, Jiang Hongyu wanting to befriend this person in her eyes was a sign of weakness. Otherwise, with his earlier arrogant demeanor, he would never lower himself to such a humble stance towards Lu Chen. Having known Jiang Hongyu for so long, when had she ever seen him treat anyone with such courtesy? In the past, he had always carried himself with an air of arrogance, unapproachable. Meanwhile, Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao were equally astonished, barely believing that they had expected words of threat, even physical confrontations, but never thought Jiang Hongyu would actively seek to add Lu Chen on WeChat. How could this wealthy second generation who had just acted so dominantly suddenly change his attitude? Could it really be because Lu Chen bought 2 luxury cars that made him wary? Su Man was even more stunned, unable to utter a word. Who was Jiang Hongyu? The second son of a 100 billion group. For Jiang Hongyu to treat Lu Chen this way, his identity must be extraordinary. Su Man's heart raced wildly, her gaze towards Lu Chen filled with admiration and desire. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had not glanced at her even once. Among the crowd, only Xue Qiqi looked utterly confused. She observed the shocked expressions on Zhao Xiaoxiao and Su Man's faces, then looked at Jiang Hongyu as he handed over his phone, unable to resist, asking quietly, who is this guy? Why do you all look like this? Is he really that impressive? She was just an ordinary teacher, completely unaware of why a stranger handing over his WeChat could astonish everyone so much. Su Man quickly spoke up, her voice laced with barely concealed excitement. Don't you know him? He is Jiang Hongyu, the second son of Jiangnan embroidery. Do you know Jiangnan embroidery? It's a top 100 enterprise in Su province valued at hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions. Hearing the key words, Xue Qiqi's eyes widened instantly, and she gasped in shock. Although she only had a vague understanding of Jiangnan embroidery, she knew what being valued in the hundreds of billions meant. That was a different tier from her. Xue Qiqi looked at Jiang Hongyu's back, her face filled with disbelief. Such an impressive person actually took the initiative to give Lu Chen his WeChat. He even wanted to make friends. What kind of background does Lu Chen really have? She finally understood why everyone was so shocked. Lu Chen stared at the QR code Jiang Hongyu had handed over, remaining silent for a few seconds. He had no particular fondness for Jiang Hongyu, but they hadn't had any conflict previously. Furthermore, the other party was the second son of Jiangnan embroidery, holding numerous resources. There might truly be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Moreover, adding a friend didn't pose any harm. Sure. Lu Chen nodded, took out his phone, scanned Jiang Hongyu's QR code, and added him as a friend. Seeing the friend request accepted, Jiang Hongyu's smile deepened. Brother, you are indeed straightforward. If you need anything in Jiangxing in the future, feel free to contact me. I will definitely help in any way I can. No need to be polite. Lu Chen replied coolly. Then I won't disturb you with your paperwork. When you have time, let me treat you to a meal. Jiang Hongyu was perceptive and did not linger. After speaking, he turned to leave. As he walked past Pan Qing, he regained his usual composure and patted her shoulder. Let's go. Pan Qing quickly followed, filled with questions, but daring not to ask more. At this moment, after Lu Chen completed the payment, the system's voice rang out promptly. Ding detected consumption related to Zhao Yajing qualifying for the Intimate Relationship Consumption Rebate Rules. Current accumulated compliant consumption amount 5 million yuan. Balance of Intimacy Consumption Rebate 0 yuan. The item has expired. The refunded item Mercedes-Benz AMG GT PHEV Flame Orange 2-door sports car. During the system interaction, it is expected to be completed within 3 days. Seeing this message, Lu Chen's eyes flickered. The refund was actually a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT 2-door sports car. The price of this car is estimated to be over 3 million. Quite a pleasant surprise. This car's design fits perfectly with his aesthetic, not to mention its powerful performance accelerating from 0 to 100 km in 2.8 seconds. What man wouldn't love it? I've struck gold. Lu Chen's lips curled up. With this car he could experience the thrill of a performance vehicle himself, alternating with a Porsche Cayenne to satisfy different situational needs. The sales representative quickly approached with the receipt, wearing a diligent smile. Mr. Lu, the paperwork has been confirmed. The vehicle will be arranged for delivery by a dedicated person. Please wait for the notification. Alright, for the subsequent handover matters, just communicate with the 2 beautiful ladies beside me. Lu Chen suppressed his inner excitement and nodded in response. The sales representative glanced quickly at the 2 beautiful ladies, feeling that both had their own unique charm, but were both top-tier beauties. For a moment he didn't know whether to envy the 2 beauties or Mr. However, he did not dare to look too long, quickly averting his gaze. Good, no problem. Please rest assured, Mr. Louis will ensure the car is delivered to the 2 ladies in perfect condition. After taking care of this matter, Lu Chen and the 2 sisters left the mall. Su Man watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, biting her lip, feeling a mix of unwillingness and helplessness. She knew that compared to Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao, she held no advantages in terms of appearance, temperament, or her relationship with Lu Chen. She fell far behind. I can only wait for another opportunity. Su Man bit her teeth tightly, her gaze still fixated on Lu Chen's back, refusing to give up. The host Lu Chen found himself alone in the empty house by evening. After shopping the sisters, Zhao Yajing planned to return home. Knowing it wasn't the right time, Lu Chen did not insist on keeping them. With time still on his side and no other arrangements, he decided to go for another skincare treatment at Manzi Health, still reminiscing about yesterday's service experience. In that comfortable and tranquil environment, paired with Xue Kiki's gentle techniques and sweet smile, Lu Chen felt utterly at ease. Moreover, his skin condition was still suboptimal. Despite the solid foundation, Lu Chen hoped to become even more handsome, aiming to at least reach the level of an ordinary star. Since Zheguang Mall was not far from his residence, Lu Chen decided not to drive this time, opting instead to ride the small electric scooter he had moved from his rental. As he approached a traffic light in front of the mall, the light was green, and Lu Chen passed normally. Suddenly, a black Mercedes turning from the vehicle lane failed to notice him. Lu Chen keenly sensed the incoming vehicle from the left, and quickly swerved right, narrowly avoiding a collision. Thanks to his years of experience riding electric bikes, he managed to stabilize his vehicle in time without falling onto the road, escaping the situation without injury. Even so, he still felt a lingering fear. Riding an electric scooter is really unsafe. I should drive whenever possible from now on. At the same time, Lu Chen stood up, feeling a surge of anger. He wanted to see which ill-mannered driver had done this. Didn't they know that turning vehicles should yield to those going straight? Lu Chen looked towards the driver's seat of the Mercedes, and upon seeing the plump figure there, he was taken aback. Wasn't this the so-called General Wang who had put on airs at Manzi Health yesterday and ended up being humiliated by Lu Chen? Wang Donglai, who was about to curse from inside the car, also recognized Lu Chen and was equally astonished. The memory of the previous incident made his face flush. In his original assumptions, the person who casually spent 300,000 at a beauty salon should be a wealthy second-generation rich kid driving a sports car with a beautiful woman in the passenger seat. However, the Lu Chen in front of him, who had almost been hit, was riding an old electric scooter and looked particularly scruffy. Wang Donglai was momentarily stunned. Could a rich second generation even ride a shabby scooter? After a moment of shock, Wang Donglai gradually came to a realization. Was this guy just pretending to be wealthy? Living a glamorous life on the surface, but actually just a struggling worker commuting on an electric bike. Perhaps he had spent 30,000 to show off, only to later hound the salon for a refund. No, a more plausible explanation emerged in Wang Donglai's mind. I've been deceived. This is likely a marketing tactic from the beauty salon. Wang Donglai had visited many high-end entertainment venues and was well aware of such marketing strategies. Many establishments would arrange for actors to make large purchases in front of potential customers to attract them. He slapped his thigh, finally understanding the key point. It must be so. Lu Chen was the actor. He had been fooled by this guy the other day and left in embarrassment. Now reflecting on it, sitting comfortably in the driver's seat of the Mercedes 735 Li Wang Donglai felt a sense of superiority, as if he had seen through everything. Noticing that people were starting to gather around, he opened the car door, ready to say a few words to save face. But as soon as he got out, Lu Chen shouted at him without holding back, "Can't you drive? Sell that junk car, you idiot." Without waiting for a retort, Lu Chen rode his electric scooter towards Jiuguang Mall. Damn it. Wang Donglai, unable to retaliate, immediately felt a surge of frustration in his chest and couldn't help but pound the steering wheel. You called it a junk car? What car are you driving? He then stepped on the gas and headed towards Jiuguang Mall, intending to confront Manzi Health directly. Meanwhile, inside Manzi Health at Jiuguang Mall, a woman dressed in a white suit and fitted skirt, wearing nude stockings and high heels, crossed her legs and spoke. In this sitting posture, her long legs appeared voluptuous and sexy. The woman looked to be around 35, with long wavy hair, exquisite makeup, and a cold, yet dignified aura. You performed very well the other day, she said. Shueqiqi bowed slightly in response, feeling quite pleased. She had signed a big deal recently, earning a 10% commission, which amounted to 30,000, significantly easing her financial pressure. As the boss, Shen Yujie was also in a good mood today, while conducting inspections at the store. Hearing this news, she felt both surprised and delighted. Her store focused on high-end care and spa treatments, and having done considerable promotion on Zaihongshu, it attracted many wealthy female clients. Thus, she had encountered quite a few affluent individuals. However, having someone recharge 300,000 in one go was a first for her. Hearing the detailed account of the previous day's events from the store manager Lu Yin, Shen Yujie speculated that this was likely a wealthy young master pretending to be modest. It could be said that if Shueqiqi had not patiently explained at that time, the client might have mistakenly thought the store was filled with snobs and missed out on this major customer. Thus, Shen Yujie couldn't help but admire Shueqiqi, who was both good-looking and performed well. It was rare in this industry to maintain a calm and patient attitude towards every customer. At the same time, Shen Yujie became curious about Lu Chen. Which rich young master was willing to spend so generously here? Shueqiqi informed her that Lu Chen had made an appointment for skincare that evening, prompting Shen Yujie to stay at the store, eager to meet this important customer. Even if he didn't spend any more, simply establishing a good relationship could potentially benefit Manzi Health's future development. Suddenly, the glass door was pushed open with a rapid sound. A loud and thick voice followed. You need to explain the marketing activity from the other day. Wang Donglai plopped down on the sofa, his booming voice echoing throughout Manzi Health. Shen Yujie couldn't help but frown. As a high-end care establishment, maintaining a tranquil and soothing atmosphere was a basic requirement, and such a harsh voice displeased her. Lu Yin was startled by the commotion, but quickly recognized the voice. She leaned in to whisper to Shen Yujie, "Boss, it's that General Wang." Upon hearing that name, Shen Yujie understood immediately and stood up. "Let's go out and take a look." The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor was crisp, and Shen Yujie soon spotted a middle-aged man with a slightly protruding belly lounging on the sofa. "Hello, General Wang. How may I assist you?" Without waiting for the boss to speak, Lu Yin jumped in. This sort of matter was better handled by her to avoid putting the boss in a direct confrontation. "Your marketing activity from the other day was terribly executed. Are you not going to explain?" Wang Donglai questioned right off the bat. "What marketing activity?" Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. As the manager, she hadn't heard of any recent marketing arrangements. Wang Donglai looked at her, still pretending to be confused, and sneered. "I know you want me to keep spending money, but 50,000 is already quite enough. Why resort to such tactics? Are you still going to keep pretending? This morning, I just happened to run into that actor you hired the other day while driving." "Actor?" Lu Yin pondered for a moment and quickly realized what Wang Donglai meant. Lu Chen had recharged 300,000 yesterday. Was he the actor? But she would never arrange such marketing. Could it be the boss? Lu Yin discreetly glanced towards Shen Yujie, wanting to gauge her reaction. However, she saw Shen Yujie squinting her eyes, her expression cold and frosty. Lu Yin suddenly understood that if the boss had indeed hired an actor, how could she not have informed Lu Yin about such an important matter beforehand? Moreover, during the morning report, Shen Yujie's reaction had not seemed like an act. Seeing that Shen Yujie had no intention of speaking, Lu Yin said, "General Wang, I don't understand what you're talking about. Our store has not conducted any marketing activities recently. The Mr. Lu from the other day wasn't an actor we hired." Wang Donglai, seeing she still wouldn't admit it, let out a cold snort. "Oh, you're going to keep denying it? I just happened to see him today. He was riding an electric bike and almost scraped my car. Do you really think a person on an electric bike can casually spend 300,000? Had it not been for my chance encounter today, I would have been completely deceived by you all." Just as everyone was processing this information, the wind chime at the door rang out with a crisp sound. Everyone turned to look as a familiar young figure walked in. As Lu Chen stepped into Manzi Health, a carefully blended fragrance greeted him, making him feel exceptionally relaxed. However, as soon as he looked up, he noticed a crowd gathered in the sofa area, and their gazes converged on him, causing him to pause slightly. When his eyes fell upon a middle-aged man in the sofa, who starkly contrasted the refined atmosphere around him, Lu Chen's brow furrowed immediately, and his distinct. At that moment, Wang Donglai was looking at him with a hint of mockery in his smile, his gaze seemingly already aware of the underlying truths. In an instant, Lu Chen understood what had happened. "Mr. Wang spoke up, saying, 'Oh, what a coincidence, this actor has come to the store again. Your promotional event has been going on for quite a while. Young man, did you come here on an electric bike today?' Lu Chun with his hands in his pockets replied nonchalantly yes. Hearing his candid admission, Xue Qiqi, standing beside him, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Qiqi, you think I'm right, don't you? Mr. Wang noticed Xue Qiqi laughing. Xue Qiqi quickly stopped her laughter and waved her hand saying, I didn't say anything, I know nothing. Seeing her flustered reaction, Mr. Wang became even more convinced of his speculation. They were definitely in cahoots. Xue Qiqi looked at Wang Donglai's arrogant demeanor, feeling a sense of disdain in her heart. If it hadn't been for the fact that she had coincidentally run into Lu Chun in the afternoon while shopping with her girlfriend and saw him buying 2 luxury cars in one go, she might have believed Wang Donglai's words. But now Xue Qiqi was quite certain that Lu Chun had said that on purpose just to put on a show later. Mr. Lu, what a bad reputation, she thought to herself. Store manager Lu Yin was also taken aback by this response, revealing an expression of surprise. This was completely different from what she had anticipated. She had originally thought that Lu Chun, who could casually spend 300,000, must be a wealthy second-generation heir. How could he be riding an electric bike? If he truly had such financial strength, why not buy himself a car? And why spend money on beauty treatments? Was he really a marketing staff member assigned by the boss? But that seemed too extravagant. Lu Yin couldn't help but turn her head again to observe the reaction of the owner Shen Yujia. Standing at the back of the crowd, Shen Yujia remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. As the store owner, Shen Yujia knew very well that Lu Chun was not the so-called actor who would invest 300,000 in such a trivial marketing ploy. Her store had always valued its reputation and would never stoop to such vulgar methods. She quietly sized up Lu Chun, unable to determine for the moment whether he was indeed a wealthy heir. Because Lu Chun was dressed far too ordinarily. The wealthy second-generation heirs she had seen were almost always clad in designer brands with outfits worth at least tens of thousands. However, it couldn't be ruled out that some wealthy heirs had special preferences for low-key styles. From her years of experience in observing people, Lu Chun at least seemed to have some confidence. She keenly sensed that when Wang Donglai threw out such a sharp question, Lu Chun showed no signs of panic or evasion. Instead, there was a vague hint of expectation, or even it could be said, excitement. Yes, excitement. Such an expression Shen Yujia had only seen on the faces of those second-generation heirs who were about to put on a show. I came here on an electric bike today. Oh, is there a problem? After admitting, Lu Chun looked at the crowd with an unusually calm demeanor. Here we go, it's about to start. Shen Yujia thought, already aware that Lu Chun was further suppressing his emotions to set a trap for Wang Donglai. Huh, what did I say? You all have been deceived. Even if you didn't know, go back and ask your boss if this is indeed a marketing scheme. Wang Donglai looked at the bewildered expressions of Xue Qiqi and Lu Yin, laughing uncontrollably. Shen Yujia sneered inwardly, having long disliked Wang Donglai's arrogance. At this moment, she lightly cleared her throat and finally spoke. Sir, although you are a gold member of this store, we do have rules. Please refrain from making loud noises. Who are you? Wang Donglai looked at Shen Yujia, who had suddenly spoken up. I am the owner here. You may have misunderstood our promotional activities. I must clarify that Mr. Lu is not a marketing staff member we hired. It was his first time here yesterday. So please do not slander this guest further. Lu Chen couldn't help but look at the speaking woman. He saw her wearing a white women's suit and a white bodycon skirt, her legs encased in delicate flesh-colored stockings, accentuating the smooth lines of her calves. She appeared to be in her 30s, with purple-tinted lipstick on her lips and a stunningly cold appearance. With 5-centimeter high heels, she stood about 1.7 meters tall, exuding the overall aura of a capable urban elite. If Zhao Yajing was the gentle and intellectual type of mature woman, then the woman before Lu Chun gave him the impression of a coldly professional urban beauty. Wang Donglai was momentarily stunned before quickly recovering. You are the owner, of course you wouldn't admit to such marketing tactics. Shen Yujia's face showed a hint of anger. She didn't expect him to be so stubborn. She had already politely explained, yet he seemed to be possessed, unwilling to let it go. She glanced at Lu Chun, who was quietly observing the situation, stealing her resolve, and said, since Mr. Wang is so distrustful of our store, then we do not welcome you. I will refund the balance in your account to your original account by tomorrow. Now please leave immediately. What did you say? Wang Donglai wore an incredulous expression. Xue Qiqi and Lu Yin were also stunned. They had not expected the owner to make such a decisive decision to directly expel Mr. Wang. Although both felt a sense of relief after all this, Mr. Wang had indeed been annoying for a long time, but he was after all a gold member client. Shen Yujia's voice turned colder. Mr. Wang, I do not wish to repeat myself. Alright, you want to play it this way. I'm going to complain about you. As far as I know, Mr. Wang, you have harassed our staff Xue Qiqi under the guise of SBA. She has preserved the relevant chat records, and we reserve the right to pursue legal responsibilities. Shen Yujia's tone was icy. Since the mask had been ripped off, she would no longer be polite. A black shop, truly a black shop. Wang Donglai's heart started to panic. As a senior executive of Jiangnan Embroidery, if he really got into legal trouble, it would be uncertain whether he could keep his position. Even if it ultimately did not constitute sexual harassment, such public opinion turmoil would be enough to give him a headache. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. I greatly admire your fair and decisive handling, boss Chen. It seems this is indeed a trustworthy store. I have now decided to recharge 580,000. On one hand, Lu Chen felt quite pleased with Chen Yujia's straightforward handling earlier, and on the other hand, he realized that the limited time consumption period was only left. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to use the system benefits, he didn't know when the next chance would come. But what he didn't expect was that once he said this, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Shueqiqi also doubted whether she had heard it wrong. He had just recharged 300,000 yesterday, and now he wanted to add 580,000. This was as casual as buying groceries. However, recalling the scene she had seen in the mall today where Mr. Lu seemed to casually purchase 2 cars worth 2 million each, she felt relieved. Indeed, for wealthy people, spending 500,000 might feel just like ordinary people spending 50. Hearing this, Lu Yin felt that her previous doubts were quite ridiculous, questioning Lu Chen's identity. Now that she thought about what Lu Chen had said earlier, it was clear that he had intentionally said that to confront Wang Donglai. How could someone so capable possibly just have an electric bike? Moreover, it wasn't unbelievable for wealthy individuals to ride electric bikes, as they are indeed much more convenient to park than cars. Fortunately, the boss was present today, otherwise if Lu Yin had handled it herself, who knows what kind of trouble would have ensued. Chen Yujia said, Mr. Lu, please do not make impulsive purchases. My earlier handling was part of my duty. Guests like Wang Donglai indeed bring disturbances to our store. However, Lu Chen took out his bank card directly, saying, no need to say more, I have already. If I don't spend this 580,000 today, I might not be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Just as Wang Donglai was about to angrily leave, he almost stumbled upon him. No matter Lu Chen's background, he had never seen anyone so pretentious. 580,000, even if he had some savings, he would never dare to spend like that. When Lu Chen mentioned recharging 580,000, Wang Donglai realized that he could no longer hold his head high here. He decided that after receiving the refund tomorrow, he would totally blacklist this store. After Wang Donglai left in disgrace, Chen Yujia said, Mr. Lu, were you joking just now? You have already recharged 300,000 in our store, which is sufficient for a long period of use. Chen Yujia thought that Lu Chen might just be trying to put on a show in front of Wang Donglai, so she still planned to refund this card. Lu Chen looked at this attractive, mature woman. Boss raised his eyebrows slightly and said, seriously, don't misunderstand, I never joke. I mean everything I say. As the POS machine emitted a successful payment notification, the entire Manzi Health plunged into silence. In just 2 days, 88,000 was spent. What kind of family background could afford this? Is this what they call a rich second generation? Not only were employees like Shueqiqi and Lu Yin shocked, but even Chen Yujia, who owned 5 chain stores, was greatly astonished. Chen Yujia knew some of the young generation from affluent families in Jiangqing. While they had money, most of it was provided by their parents, leading to stricter family teachings. Every expense required justification, and rarely did someone like Lu Chen spend freely. However, Chen Yujia understood her surprise stemmed from not having encountered higher social strata. In the eyes of those individuals, spending 88,000 might be no different than an ordinary person spending 8 yuan. Chen Yujia looked at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity. Who exactly was this rich second generation? In her view, Lu Chen was young and handsome, truly deserving of more. Mr. Lu, may I add you on WeChat? Chen Yujia quickly took out her phone. Lu Chen glanced at the cool and graceful, mature woman before him. Her attire perfectly showcased her age's charm, leaving no reason for refusal. After adding each other as friends, Chen Yujia said, Chi-Chi, we have exceeded the appointment time. Quickly take Mr. Lu inside. Remember, provide attentive service. Shueqiqi acknowledged. Even without her boss reminder, she would give her all to serve such an important guest as Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was preparing, Lu Jia leaned in to whisper a few words in Shueqiqi's ear. After hearing this, Shueqiqi's cheeks instantly flushed. Sister Lu, I'm still not very familiar. Familiarity isn't the point. You're beautiful. The key is to learn the 2 words: take initiative, understand. I'm just reminding you, of course it depends on your willingness. Lu Yin finished this sentence and turned to leave. Shueqiqi bit her lip. The emphasis on initiative from the store manager felt like a hint, causing a flurry of anxiety within her. Shueqiqi came from a modest background, and due to financial reasons, she did not attend high school, opting for a vocational college to work and earn money earlier. Yet she worked hard studying makeup and skincare diligently during school, self-learning hairdressing, and even obtaining a massage certification. After working besides her daytime job, she also ran her own business at night, registering a Douyin account to share makeup tutorials. However, being a beauty blogger isn't easy. A skill is just the foundation, and her shortcomings lay in initial investments and content planning. After a year, she hadn't earned much, but instead invested significantly in equipment and cosmetics. Because of this, she understood how hard it was to make money. Hearing the sound of water stopping in the room, Shueqiqi took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and walked in. In the softly lit and tranquil room, she handed Lu Chen a cup of brewed flower tea and presented him with the service menu. Mr. Lu, which services would you like to experience today? Shueqiqi maintained her sweet smile. Do you have any recommendations? Lu Chen had no specific thoughts. Hearing his question, Xue Qiqi hesitated for a moment, finally pursing her lips and softly suggesting, Mr. Lu, I highly recommend you try our signature service, the Thai luxurious therapy. Alright then, let's go with that. Lu Chen set the menu down. He had heard of Thai massage but had never experienced it himself, and he was curious to see what was special about the foreign massage techniques. Moreover, since Xue Qiqi recommended it, he trusted her judgment. Good. Upon hearing Lu Chen agree to this service, Xue Qiqi continued gently, Mr. Lu, this might be my first time performing this treatment, so if there are any areas where my technique is lacking, please feel free to let me know. She then removed her shoes, revealing her delicate legs wrapped in stockings, and gently knelt on the massage bed. Seeing Lu Chen's surprised expression, a hint of redness crossed Xue Qiqi's face, as if she too found this posture somewhat ungraceful. She explained, Mr. Lu, Thai massage requires the therapist to utilize their body weight and strength, employing unique techniques for pressing and stretching. She adjusted her kneeling position with a flushed face, saying, so I need to operate like this on the massage bed. During the process, my feet may exert pressure on your joints. You won't mind, right? You can rest assured my feet do not have an odor. Lu Chen finally snapped out of his momentary daze, realizing he had overthought it. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. So that's how it is understood. Just follow the procedure, I'm fine with it. Lu Chen lay down facing up, and Xue Qiqi moved closer, beginning her work according to the procedure. Soon Lu Chen experienced the differences in this technique compared to other massages. Thai massage was not just about kneading and striking the muscles, it felt more like a passive yoga session. For instance, Xue Qiqi would press her knee against his lower back, pulling his arms back with both hands. Or she would firmly step on the back of his thighs with her feet, coordinating hand movements to help stretch the leg. During the process, Xue Qiqi's body inevitably drew close to Lu Chen. He could even faintly feel her body heat transmitted through the thin stockings. But soon the soreness from joint stretching and muscle tugging dissipated any subtle atmosphere that might have been present. Lu Chen felt as if all his joints had been opened, wincing in pain, yet soon he experienced a sense of exhilaration after the blood circulation was improved. Thai massage indeed has its unique qualities. The next step is a unique segment of this luxurious Thai therapy. Mr. Lu, if you mind, I can wear gloves. Lu Chen was unsure what she meant and waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, no need for gloves. Under the soft warm light, he completely failed to notice Xue Qiqi's already flushed cheeks, mistakenly thinking she was just tired from the earlier operations. After all, Thai massage can also be physically demanding. Following that, Xue Qiqi began the massage for this unique segment. In an instant, Lu Chen's body stiffened, and he instinctively took a breath. He instantly understood the true meaning of this luxurious Thai therapy, and realized why Xue Qiqi had asked that way earlier. You should try to relax. This is a formal meridian soothing technique from traditional Thai methods. Xue Qiqi's voice trembled slightly with shyness. Her technique was still a bit clumsy, as she initially didn't even know the specific acupoints. Yet Lu Chen could not discern whether her technique was skilled anymore. The tranquil environment amplified every sensation and subtle sound. Xue Qiqi was extremely nervous, her heart racing. This was her first practical experience, and she feared making mistakes that would leave a bad impression on Lu Chen. Her cheeks, earlobes, and even neck flushed crimson, small beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She kept her head down the entire time, not daring to look at Lu Chen's expression, cautiously proceeding based on her memory and training. Mr. Lu, the Thai therapy portion has concluded. Xue Qiqi's voice remained somewhat soft. She almost immediately moved to the edge of the bed, turning her back to Lu Chen, hurriedly organizing her tools to calm her racing heart and the heat on her face. Please take a moment to rest. I will go prepare the products needed for the next treatment. With that, Xue Qiqi hurriedly left. Lu Chen did not stop her. The previous process was a tremendous ordeal for Xue Qiqi. For Lu Chen, it was also a test of endurance. Before him, Xue Qiqi was indeed very clean and sweet, causing Lu Chen to develop some unnecessary fondness. Yet he was also aware that this was a legitimate therapy place, and Xue Qiqi was solely focused on her work without any other thoughts. Thus, Lu Chen maintained his boundaries. Fortunately, the following were all normal care processes. An hour later, Lu Chen walked out of the room, feeling refreshed. At 9 in the morning, Lu Chen, clad in a sharply tailored Armani suit, stepped into the general manager's office on the top floor. This was his first day as the general manager of Hylon Apparel. The office was more spacious and brighter than he had imagined, nearly 50 square meters in size, even larger than the rented room he had previously lived in. At the center sat a solid wood desk and a genuine leather chair with a row of exquisitely decorated bookshelves behind. The lounge area boasted a sofa, a coffee table, and was even equipped with a small refrigerator and a coffee machine. This is the proper style for a leader. Lu Chen walked over, sat behind the desk, and marveled inwardly at the comfortable feel beneath him. His old workstation in the design department barely allowed him to turn around, but now he could even take a stroll within his office. Lu Chen finally experienced the treatment reserved for top executives. Just then, the sound of a system task echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Today's task 1 detected host's new identity. Maintain work for 4 hours. Task reward 2 equity in Jiangnan embroidery. Reaching 10 unlocks exchange standards. After a brief moment of hesitation, an irrepressible excitement flashed across Lu Chen's eyes. Not only had the duration for his main quest been halved, but the rewards had also changed. He had been uncertain whether the system would continue to reward him with shares after he successfully exchanged them, but now he finally knew the system not only continued to share rewards, but had even increased. Jiangnan Embroidery, a top 100 enterprise in Su Province with a market value in the tens of billions, was no small-time operation. It controlled the core textile production resources of the entire Yangtze River Delta, and in the high-end fabric sector, it held a near monopoly, supplying almost 12 of the world's premium fabrics. The technological barriers it had built in the fields of acetate silk and smart fabrics left competitors far behind. Furthermore, from the supply chain of high-end mulberry silk raw materials to the exclusive agency rights for imported luxury leather, Jiangnan Embroidery dominated nearly 20 of the core fabric channels for mid to high-end apparel in China. This reward from the system is a precise hit, Lu Chen remarked. His status had changed dramatically. Facing this share reward, he saw more than just personal gain. Although this 2 equity represented a net worth of over 100 million, a truly high-quality asset. More importantly, if he played his cards right, he could leverage Jiangnan Embroidery's resources to elevate the Hylon Apparel Group to new heights. In the future, raw material procurement costs could be reduced by at least 30% and delivery times could be shortened by a month. And once his equity reached a certain level, he might even be able to directly utilize Jiangnan Embroidery's production resources and technology, allowing Hylon Apparel to be the first to use their newly developed products. As Lu Chen was deliberating on how to seize these opportunities, a gentle knock sounded on the office door. "Come in." Lu Chen looked up, his gaze instantly drawn to the figure at the doorway. Standing at the door was Su Yanxin. Her appearance today was strikingly different from usual. First was her attire. Previously favoring a casual and serene style, she now wore a black professional suit, appearing exceptionally formal. She wore a white silk blouse, its collar slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones. Below, she wore a matching skirt that ended just at her knees, showcasing a pair of slender, beautiful legs clad in sheer ADD black stockings. The most eye-catching element was her black high heels with a 7-centimeter heel that made her already tall and graceful figure appear even more striking. Secondly, Su Yanxin, who usually wore light makeup, had surprisingly applied a full face of makeup today. Her chestnut ponytail was also carefully styled with slightly curled hair and red lips, adding a touch of mature charm to her already beautiful face. Lu Chen couldn't help but take a second look at Su Yanxin, but soon remembered the events of the day before yesterday, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. That day, Su Yanxin had sent a WeChat message saying she felt unwell and would ask for leave today. Why was she here on time and dressed so formally? "Leader Su, didn't you ask for leave?" Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, hands crossed on the desk, observing her with a calm gaze. Su Yanxin walked in on her high heels, her steps steady, devoid of her usual casualness. She smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, I felt much better this morning, and since the winter design tasks are urgent, I decided to come in." This answer brought clarity to Lu Chen. Just as he had guessed, Su Yanxin's request for him to help her ask Pei Qingxue for leave that day was nothing but a test. A test to gauge his stance towards Pei Qingxue. "As long as you're feeling better. What brings you to my office?" Lu Chen responded indifferently, his eyes candidly appraising her as he spoke. He had to admit Su Yanxin's outfit was quite striking. It was the complete professional elite look, adding a sense of distance, but also making her more alluring. Since she had dressed up like this, Lu Chen thought it would seem rather unappreciative of him not to take a few looks. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze linger on her, Su Yanxin felt no displeasure. Instead, she secretly gloated. She had prepared this man-catching outfit early in the morning, and it seemed to be working effectively, not betraying her efforts. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lu. I came today to report to you personally on the progress of our team's winter design tasks, and to seek your feedback and suggestions." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Chen looked at her noncommittally. Going over the director's head to report directly to the general manager was a major faux pas in any workplace. Su Yanxin surely knew this. However, considering this wasn't her first time, Lu Chen, fully aware, didn't question it, and gestured for her to continue. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't interrupt, Su Yanxin was secretly thrilled. She quickly took out her tablet, opened the design files, and began speaking methodically. "Mr. Lu, as you know, there are currently 2 teams in the design department working on the initial drafts for winter apparel. The core design from my team is complete, and I'd like you to help us with some fine-tuning and see if there's room for improvement." Lu Chen knew that the design department's convention was to have more than one team work on the next season's drafts, with the final decision on the best design made by a company vote. This time the task was assigned to Team A and Team B. Su Yanxin was the leader of Team A. For Team B, since the leader was on sick leave, Pei Qingxue was personally overseeing the work. The two were currently competitors. Lu Chen was well aware of this. He was the general manager, not a design master. Su Yanxin was certainly aware of his previous design capabilities. So her request for design advice was a pretext. Her real goal was to gain his support. Lu Chen patiently reviewed Su Yangxin's initial design draft without offering any comments. Mr. Lu, do you see any areas in this initial design that could be adjusted? Leader Su, I think it's better to discuss design matters with Director Pei. While I have some knowledge of it, I'm not as professional as you are, Lu Chen declined. Somewhat surprised, Su Yanqing continued. It's just that I feel Director Pei's design philosophy and mine don't align, and I'm worried she might not approve of my work. Hearing these underhanded remarks, Lu Chen looked at her expressionlessly. Is that so? Su Yanqing felt a bit flustered under his gaze. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of awkwardness. Having a former colleague she once treated as a subordinate suddenly leap to become the company's general manager left her feeling somewhat disoriented. When Lu Chen was just a minor employee, why hadn't she sensed this kind of imposing aura from him? Was he just that good at hiding it? Su Yanqing forced herself to remain calm, and said, Yes, Director Pei and I have always had differing design philosophies. She leans towards more avant-garde and niche styles while our team's approach is more aligned with mainstream market demands. I'm concerned that discussing it would waste time and affect our progress. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. After all her beating around the bush, she had finally gotten to the point. Looking at Su Yangxin's expectant eyes, Lu Chen said in a measured tone, But I believe Director Pei's professional competence is beyond question. Her design direction aligns well with this year's fashion trends and fits the company's brand positioning. Lu Chen had always held Pei Qingsu's abilities in high regard, so this wasn't a deliberate dig at Su Yanqing, but his honest opinion. Su Yanqing bit her lip. Why was Lu Chen so protective of Pei Qingxue? Could it be that she had truly won him over? At this thought, Su Yanqing panicked and grew restless. Su Yanqing has just turned 28 this year. Although she comes from a single-parent family, money is not a concern at home. Her mother, who is her only companion, is a board member of an elite school. However, Su Yangxin's life cannot be considered happy. Her mother has a strong desire for control, and she has been tightly managed since childhood, especially regarding her relationships with men. During her school days, many boys pursued Su Yanqing, but her mother strictly forbade her from interacting with any males. Even after starting her career, her mother repeatedly warned her to be cautious of men. Thus, over the years, Su Yanqing has never been in a relationship, focusing solely on her career. She climbed from a junior designer to the position of team leader, fully aware of the rules for survival in the workplace. In fact, one's capability is not as important as whether they are valued by their leaders. Lu Chen, young and talented, is handsome and now a shareholder and general manager of the company. At this thought, a rebellious emotion suddenly surged within her. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yanqing mustered her courage as if she had made a certain decision and stepped closer to Lu Chen in her high heels. The distance between them instantly narrowed to less than a meter. Lu Chen could clearly smell the fragrance emanating from her. It must be some kind of expensive perfume, not overpowering but fresh and elegant, reminiscent of a floral scent that evokes contemplation. Up close, Su Yangxin's skin is well maintained, her makeup exquisite, and her eyes, enhanced with false eyelashes, are fixed intently on Lu Chen. One must admit that such close contact is indeed quite impactful. She said nothing, yet it felt as if she had conveyed everything. Su Yanqing continued, Director Pei's talent is indeed beyond doubt, but with the recent changes among the company's shareholders, it is a critical time that requires stability. The design department is a core area where every move affects the overall situation. It needs someone who can align with your pace and wholeheartedly share your burdens, wouldn't you? Lu Chen chuckled. Su Team Leader, what you mean to say is that you are more qualified than Pei Qingxue for the position of design director, right? Exactly, Mr. Lu, what do you think? Su Yanqing responded, slightly flustered after having her purpose exposed, but quickly suppressed that emotion. Then tell me, why do you think you are qualified for this position? Lu Chen replied noncommittally. Su Yanqing paused, took a deep breath, and her gaze grew resolute. First of all, I have worked at Hylon Apparel for 3 years, and am well acquainted with the company's design style, client base, and production processes. Secondly, I have led my team to complete multiple successful designs with results that speak for themselves. Although Director Pei has an overseas background, her time with the company is shorter than mine, and her adaptability may not be as strong as mine. Moreover, I will absolutely obey your commands, Mr. Lu. I will be the first to complete any task you assign. Lu Chen observed her confidently speaking and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Su Yangxin's abilities are indeed commendable, and her emotional intelligence is also quite high. Otherwise, she would not have reached the position of design team leader. However, she overlooked an important issue. Lu Chen is not someone who needs others' support to stand firm. His confidence stems from his own strength and the backing of a powerful system. More importantly, to think that mere verbal promises could replace Pei Qingxue, that would be too naive. Su Team Leader, I completely agree with what you said. Your capabilities are certainly impressive. However, the first half of his sentence ignited hope in Su Yangxin's eyes, but hearing Lu Chen say however caused her mood to plummet, leaving her anxious. However, from my perspective, you and Pei Qingxue are not that different. Pei Qingxue may not necessarily disregard my words, as I have acquired her shares, which in a way also helps her family. Upon hearing this, Su Yangxin's expression froze, her confidence instantly fading away. She realized that Lu Chen's words seemed quite reasonable. She suddenly recalled the scene in the tea room where Pei Qingxue secretly passed a note to Lu Chen. Could it be that Pei Qingxue had already flirted with Lu Chen in some way? Is that why he protected her so fiercely? This thought triggered a surge of unwillingness and impatience within Su Yinxin, weakening her previous confidence. Lu Chen noticed her dejected expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Su team leader being the design director isn't just about talking, it requires action that demonstrates your strength and sincerity. As he finished speaking, Lu Chen stepped forward. Initially they were already quite close, and now they were almost within arm's reach. If Lu Chen leaned in slightly, it seemed he could almost touch her lips. Su Yinxin felt her heart racing, her mind momentarily blank. She had never been in a relationship, nor had any man dared to approach her so closely. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat and create some distance. But strangely enough, Su Yinxin did not back down, and instead she straightened her back, lifted her chin, and met Lu Chen's gaze, refusing to show weakness. Lu Chen found her stubborn expression amusing while he could see her inner turmoil. It only intensified his urge to tease her. He leaned slightly closer, almost touching Su Yangxin's ear, and whispered, "Su team leader, you are indeed more proactive than I expected, but to become the design director, this alone is not." Feeling Lu Chen's warm breath brush against her earlobe, Su Yinxin felt her legs weaken and her entire body lose strength, nearly unable to support herself. Su Yangxin's ears turned bright red, the heat spreading from her neck to her cheeks and collarbone. Even her breath quickened. Isn't it enough? She instantly understood Lu Chen's meaning. But did she really have to do this? At this point, Su Yinxin felt a surge of apprehension and hesitation. In the workplace, mere effort does not yield results. To climb higher, she learned high emotional intelligence, communication, upward management, and how to showcase her appearance advantages at the right age. These were all lessons taught by her mother. Throughout this process, she had encountered temptations and potential rules, yet she understood that once a woman takes that step, there is no turning back. Thus, she has maintained her integrity over the years, never crossing boundaries and always holding on to her final line. It could be said that Su Yinxin left a top jewelry and apparel design company in Modu to join Hylon Group precisely for this reason. She did not want to breach her bottom line. Yet now, faced with Lu Chen's insinuation, she hesitated. Because Lu Chen at such a young age possessed such wealth and status, it was unrealistic to claim it was all from his own efforts. There must be a powerful background supporting him, though following someone like him could undoubtedly save her from countless detours. Moreover, Lu Chen's appearance is indeed outstanding. Dressed in an Armani suit, he exudes an extraordinary aura with sharp features and deep-set eyes filled with confidence that commands everything, making him irresistible to any woman. If the partner were him, perhaps it wouldn't be unacceptable. Yet years of restraint and pride made it hard for her to take that step, leaving her feeling somewhat regretful. Besides, Su Yinxin was acutely aware that she knew too little about Lu Chen. His source of wealth, his true background, his character. These were all unknowns. If she gambled, incorrectly sacrificing her bottom line without achieving the desired results, wouldn't her persistence over the years become a joke? Lu Chen had no idea what Su Yinxin was thinking at that moment, but seeing her struggle and hesitation, he could make some guesses. "Su team leader, it's about time, you've finished your report, and you may leave now." Upon hearing this dismissal, Su Yinxin felt as if she had been "Su team leader, it's about time, you've finished your report, and you may leave now." Upon hearing this dismissal, Su Yinxin felt as if she had been granted amnesty. Yet at the same time, there was a hint of unwillingness and disappointment at not achieving her goal. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her chaotic breathing, and dared not look directly at Lu Chen. "I understand, Mr. Lu." After saying this, Su Yinxin seemed to lose her soul as she turned and walked out of the office in her high heels, her steps a bit unsteady. Watching her somewhat disheveled silhouette, Lu Chen smiled faintly. No one could manipulate him at this moment, especially not someone like Su Yinxin, who lacked any powerful background. Thus her actions were destined to fail. If Su Yinxin were truly willing to show sufficient sincerity, he would not mind giving her a chance. After all, in his eyes, someone like Su Yinxin is much easier to control than Pei Qing, but clearly she was not ready for that. Su Yinxin stepped out of the general manager's office and immediately leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily. After a long while, her fevered body finally began to calm down. How could this happen? Su Yinxin admitted that she had just overstepped. She had intended to leverage her own advantages to control the situation, but unexpectedly Lu Chen had outmaneuvered her. In her mind, Lu Chen's whispered words close to her ear replayed repeatedly, causing her heart to race once more. Forcing herself to stop thinking about these things, Su Yinxin tidied her slightly disheveled collar and skirt, adjusted her breathing, and headed toward the elevator. Just as she turned the corridor corner, her footsteps abruptly halted. Standing by the elevator was none other than Pei Qingxue. Pei Qingxue held a laptop in her arms, dressed in a simple white shirt and black wide-legged trousers, maintaining her usual cool and professional demeanor. An unmistakable aura of aloofness radiated from her, discouraging any closeness. The moment their eyes met, both were stunned. Pei Qingsu's delicate brows furrowed ever so slightly upon seeing Su Yanqing. Why is Su Yanqing here? On this floor, apart from the general manager's office, there were no other departments. Moreover, Su Yanqing's attire today clashed starkly with her usual style, bold and daring. Wearing a black professional skirt with ADD velvet black stockings fully made up, with exquisitely winged eyeliner and plump, alluring red lips, it was clear she had prepared meticulously. A vixen surely here to seduce General Manager Liu. Pei Qingxue snorted coldly in her heart, her eyes flashing with vigilance. She knew Su Yanqing's ambitions too well. They had always competed secretly, vying for resources and projects. Now that Lu Chen had become general manager with real power, she would naturally not miss this opportunity to cling to him. Su Yanqing was equally surprised to see Pei Qingxue appear. Pei Qingxue, holding her laptop, had evidently come to report to Lu Chen. It seemed her suspicions were correct. Their relationship was indeed unusual. That was why Lu Chen had just defended Pei Qingxue so fiercely. Su Yanqing felt a surge of jealousy. Good morning, Director Pei. So eager to report to General Manager Liu so early. Su Yanqing spoke first, deliberately emphasizing the word director. Pei Qingxue looked up at her, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Su Yanqing's flushed cheeks and the tips of her. Could it be? She had succeeded in seduction. Pei Qingxue's heart suddenly sank, a sharp sense of crisis flooding her mind. With her father having withdrawn from the company, her own footing was unstable, held only by professional competence. If Su Yanqing truly rose through such unsavory means, then she would lose all standing in the company. Team leader Su, didn't you say you were unwell and needed leave? How come you're better so quickly? Seems the illness wasn't serious and you still had time to dress up meticulously. Su Yanqing paused, then smiled. Thank you for your concern, Director. My health has mostly recovered, but for work I thought I'd come in early. Regarding this year's design drafts, I have already reported to General Manager Liu. Hearing this, Pei Qingxue's expression subtly shifted. She had also come today to discuss this matter. Her design this year was avant-garde and niche, but Pei Qingxue was confident in this draft and hoped to secure Lu Chen's support. Yet Su Yanqing had beaten her to the punch. Pei Qingxue was uncertain whether Lu Chen had already formed a firm opinion favoring Su Yanqing's design. This design's acceptance was also a critical performance evaluation. Pei Qingxue anticipated Su Yanqing's moves, but did not expect such swiftness and decisiveness. However, as a director, Pei Qingxue quickly composed herself. Her cool expression betrayed no panic. Instead, a faint smile curled her lips. Oh. Team leader Su seems quite proactive. But the design department has regulations that core design proposals must be reviewed and coordinated by the director before reporting to the general manager. You bypassed the process to approach General Manager Liu directly. Do you think my review is unprofessional, or that company rules can be arbitrarily broken? Su Yanqing's smile instantly stiffened. She was at fault, as this indeed violated protocol. Seeing Su Yanqing's flustered expression, Pei Qingxue smiled faintly. Team leader Su, don't tell me you think skipping procedures will give you an advantage. The quality of the design ultimately depends on strength, not on who reports first. After speaking, Pei Qingxue gave no chance for rebuttal and turned swiftly toward the general manager's office. The crisp sound of her high heels striking the floor echoed her posture upright, exuding an aura of control. Su Yanqing stood rooted, watching her retreating figure disappear behind the office door, her complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed. Damn it! Pei Qingxue's counterattack was so precise, striking at the core, leaving her defenseless. Yet the more she thought, the stronger her resentment grew. Why was Pei Qingxue so brazen? Was it not because she had already established a connection with Lu Chen, emboldening her? She was certain General Manager Liu would favor her, giving her the confidence to intimidate others. Without Lu Chen's backing, how could Pei Qingxue be so arrogant? Even someone as aloof and proud as Pei Qingxue was willing to humble herself to cling to Lu Chen in order to keep her position. So why couldn't she? She understood social skills better, knew how to flatter leaders more adeptly. In terms of ambition and tactics, she was not necessarily inferior to Pei Qingxue. Moreover, in terms of appearance, she was in no way less attractive than Pei Qingxue. Knock, knock, knock. Before Lu Chen could settle down, there was another knock at the door. Could it be that Su Yanqing had come to her senses? Soon Pei Qingxue pushed open the office door and appeared before Lu Chen. Seeing her there, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Once Pei Qingxue entered, the fierce aura she had exhibited in front of Su Yanqing instantly dissipated, transforming her back into an icy beauty, aloof and unapproachable. She presented her notebook to Lu Chen and said, Mr. Liu, I am here to report to you about this winter's design matters. Sure, Lu Chen replied. Pei Qingxue sat down, opened the design documents, and began to detail her proposal. Mr. Liu, this is the core design of the winter collection. I have incorporated many contemporary elements targeting the youth market. She elaborated passionately on her design concept, color schemes, and fabric choices, a proposal she had refined through countless late nights, with every detail infused with her dedication. Thus, she held a strong confidence in her work. After Pei Qingxue finished her presentation, she looked at Lu Chen with eager anticipation, hoping to see a look of surprise or other signs of appreciation. However, the office fell into a brief silence. Lu Chen merely stared at the design sketches on the screen, neither nodding nor shaking his head, his face betraying no emotion. Pei Qingxue's heart sank suddenly. What kind of reaction was that from Lu Chen? Silence. Silence often signifies the most direct form of disapproval. He must have been influenced by Su Yanqing first. Yet she was mistaken. At that moment Lu Chen was not influenced, but genuinely unsure how to evaluate. It must be said that Pei Qingxue's design indeed had creativity. Her aesthetic sense was on point, and the trendy elements were abundant, keeping pace with the times. In contrast, Su Yanqing's design leaned more towards the conventional, ordinary, yet slightly innovative. In reality, launching new products is a gamble. Even the most accurate forecasting experts cannot fully grasp the next quarter's trending elements. Many wildly popular styles have proven to be largely the result of chance and coincidence. Lu Chen felt he was not an expert in this field, thus his approach to these designs was to refrain from expressing his opinions and to operate according to the existing rules. Mr. Lu, my design is based on research, and the acceptance of such personalized designs among young high-end clientele is on the rise. Let's not discuss the design for now. Suddenly Lu Chen raised his hand to interrupt her, abruptly changing the subject. Isn't your hotel stay about to expire? Pei Qingxue was taken aback, not expecting him to bring this up suddenly. Remembering that day scene, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Yes, tomorrow. Aren't you planning to extend your stay? Lu Chen inquired. Since the first time he had used the Pandora magic card to pay for Pei Qingxue's accommodation, the system had not received any further. This meant that since he had given her the card, she had not used it at all. Compared to the design proposal, Lu Chen was more concerned about this. Pei Qingxue's cool eyes revealed a hint of embarrassment. She shook her head, saying, I will consider it. In truth, Pei Qingxue was also conflicted, unsure whether to use the card or not. It was given to her by Lu Chen, and she didn't want to become too deeply tied to him. Lu Chen glanced at her expression, understanding her thoughts, and immediately said, don't go back to the place you rented, it's too dangerous. Those debt collectors won't give up easily, they might even be lying in wait. If you choose to extend your stay, opt for the most luxurious room type, don't lower your standards. Don't deprive yourself of money is not an issue. The balance on that card is enough for you to stay in the hotel for a year. Lu Chen's voice carried an air of undeniable authority. He was well aware of the rules of the Pandora magic card. The more Pei Qingxue spent, the more cashback he received, and naturally, he hoped she would stay better and spend more. Do not skimp on expenses. Pei Qingxue's eyes widened in astonishment. That card could afford a year's stay in the highest room type at the W Hotel. How much money was on it? Over $1 million. With this in mind, Pei Qingxue became even more cautious, refusing. Mr. Lu, the price for a high-end room is too expensive. I can't afford it. Did I ever say you had to pay me back? No, I will definitely pay this back. Pei Qingxue's tone was resolute. Lu Chen's gaze was sharp as he looked at her. Are you sure? Are you certain you can pay it back? With your current salary as design director, do you really think you can pay it off in 6 months? But are you so sure you can still stay in this company? Can you retain your position as design director? The moment these words were spoken, Pei Qingxue's face paled significantly. Her expression. Pei Qingxue had thought that all of Lu Chen's previous kindness and gestures toward her indicated that he liked her. But why was Lu Chen now saying such blunt and heart-wrenching? What did he really mean? Was he truly influenced by Su Yanqing and planning to replace her? Just because Su Yanqing's proposal was more market-oriented, just because she knew how to cater to trends? A strong sense of crisis surged within her. After her father withdrew from the company, her position there was fundamentally unstable, relying solely on her professional abilities to hold on. If she lost this position, she genuinely didn't know what she would do. Regardless of what Mr. Lu plans to do, I will pay this money back. Pei Qingxue took a deep breath, retrieved the black bank card from her bag, placed it on the desk, her voice trembling slightly. This card, I will return it to you. She had made up her mind. If she was truly dismissed, it wouldn't be a big deal. If her colleagues mocked her, she would simply black out all of them and sever all ties. Then she would find a small company. Even if the salary was lower, she would work diligently, gradually save money to repay her debts, and from then on no longer owe anything to Lu Chen, thus escaping this suffocation. Lu Chen looked at the bank card on the desk, then raised his head to scrutinize Pei Qingxue, revealing a slight smirk. He slowly said, Director Pei, I admire your courage. You probably have never experienced the life of an ordinary person, have you? Have you ever squeezed into a crowded bus during rush hour in the summer? Have you ever ridden an electric bike in the freezing winter of -5 or 6 degrees? Can you endure being bullied and insulted by superiors, unable to voice your anger? Can you live in a shared apartment where you have to queue for the bathroom every morning? Your colleagues and classmates used to know you as the young lady of the Pei family, driving a Porsche and wearing designer brand. Now watching you fall from grace, squeezing into the subway, living in a rental house, what do you think they will think of you? If you believe you can endure it, then you can leave right now. Lu Chen looked at her with a calm expression. Lu Chen's words pierced like sharp needles, striking at Pei Qingxue's soft underbelly. Her body stiffened, suddenly feeling a chill wash over her. The scene described by Lu Chun flashed through her mind like a rapid sequence of movie frames, attempting to immerse herself in that atmosphere, every image sending shivers down her spine. The sense of falling from the clouds into a muddy pit was unbearable for Pei Qingxue just to think about. But if she chose to stay, it would mean being firmly controlled by Lu Chun from that moment on, accruing more and more favors from him, and who could predict what outrageous demands he might make in the future. Her innate pride would never allow her to lower herself to attach herself so humbly to another. Pei Qingxue's complexion gradually turned pale, her delicate brows knitted tightly, filled with inner. With her head lowered, she was caught in fierce struggle, feeling trapped. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, leaving only her heavy breaths. After a long pause, Pei Qingxue still did not move. Lu Chen looked at her slightly reddened eyes, knowing that despite her intense internal struggle, she had ultimately chosen to compromise. Having lived a life of luxury, how could someone as proud as Pei Qingxue let go of everything she currently possessed and start over? After a moment, Pei Qingxue suddenly raised her head, her voice tinged with a hint of choking and questioning. Lu Chen, what exactly is your background? If you like me, you could pursue me straightforwardly. Why go around in circles? Is it truly amusing to control me in this manner? Pei Qingxue thought she had guessed Lu Chen's purpose in doing this. He merely wanted her to yield. But she was utterly fed up with this suffocating tug-of-war. If he genuinely cared for her, why not pursue her openly rather than repeatedly trampling her remaining pride in this manner? Before absolute power, Pei Qingxue felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. Her heart brimmed with unwillingness. Even if Lu Chen came from a wealthy background, wielding riches beyond others' reach, could he truly dictate the lives and destinies of others? At that moment, she felt like a marionette, every movement firmly controlled by him. Pei Qingxue also despised her own weakness, unable to disregard everything and break free from her restraints. But upon hearing Pei Qingxue's tone of questioning, Lu Chen was taken aback. He never expected her to suddenly say such things. He simply wanted her to continue using the card for purchases to trigger a system rebate. How did it suddenly twist into him liking and pursuing her? This woman's thought process was indeed peculiar. He looked at Pei Qingxue's reddened eyes and couldn't help but ask, if I said I like you now, would you be willing to accept it? Pei Qingxue's heart raced instantly, her cheeks flushed. Pei Qingxue hesitated. Would she? Lu Chen was young and accomplished, handsome, capable, and even lent her a hand during her most desperate times. Undoubtedly, there were aspects of him that attracted her. Yet his approach was suffocating. That controlling demeanor, that seemingly kind, yet calculative help made her feel deeply uncomfortable. This was not the kind of love she desired. The love she envisioned was not like this. Lu Chen didn't want to waste too much time. At this stage, Lu Chen was in the prime of his career, reaping rewards, and had no time for sentimental entanglements with Pei Qingxue. He decided to be straightforward. Actually, I was just joking, and don't take it seriously. Lu Chen smiled at Pei Qingxue and continued, the reason I gave you this card is quite simple. I want to support you. What did you say? Pei Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning, taking a step back, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock, as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. She even doubted whether she had misheard. Support. Lu Chen actually wanted to support her. Pei Qingxue's cheeks instantly turned pale, then flushed red, her chest heaving violently, clearly very furious. What did you say? Pei Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning, taking a step back, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock, as if hearing the biggest joke in. Lu Chen, you are simply shameless. She gritted her teeth, cursing each word, her eyes filled with disgust and anger. Tears finally fell uncontrollably, sliding down her cheeks. Pei Qingxue suddenly turned, grabbing her bag from the sofa and her laptop from the table, stumbling towards the door, desperate to escape the suffocating place. Wait. Lu Chen's voice called out behind her, calm and unperturbed. Pei Qingxue initially intended to ignore him, but after a moment's thought she paused. When you leave, it's best to take that card with you. Lu Chen's voice came. The house at W Hotel is about to expire. You need. I don't want it. Her voice was calm. Even if I sleep on the streets, I won't take your things. After saying that, she tried to continue opening the door. Are you sure? Lu Chen's voice held a hint of amusement. You can return it, but you need to make up the money inside, right? Just leaving it here, what does that count as? Is it avoiding responsibility? Pei Qingxue's shoulders trembled slightly. She loathed Lu Chen's relentless pressure and resented his manipulative tactics, but his words hit the soft spot of reality. She couldn't just walk away from this debt. That was not her style. After a long silence, Pei Qingxue slowly turned around, tears still on her face, but her gaze became exceptionally firm. She approached the desk, picked up the bank card, gripping it tightly in her palm, the card's coldness waking her chaotic emotions. I will settle all expenses and return the card to you. Pei Qingxue's voice was hoarse, yet resolute, declaring, from now on we owe each other nothing. Lu Chen looked at her reddened eyes and stubborn expression, saying nothing, just nodding slightly. Pei Qingxue did not linger, turning quickly towards the door, fumbling to open it. I will revise the winter design plan to align with market demands. If Mr. Lu feels I am unsuitable for this position, you can directly fire me without resorting to such humiliating methods. After saying that, she yanked the door open forcefully, walking out swiftly, the door slamming shut with a loud bang, shaking the walls as if in tremors. The office instantly returned to silence. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, looking at the closed door, the playful expression on his face gradually fading, replaced by a hint of complexity. He had not anticipated Pei Qingsu's reaction to be so intense. What was wrong with supporting her? He provided resources if she continued to consume, a mutually beneficial arrangement. On this matter, Lu Chun would not compromise. What was most important for Pei Qingxue now was to recognize the current situation and understand her position. On this matter, Lu Chun would not compromise. What was most important for Pei? As the cold system notification echoed in his mind, Lu Chun was staring at the reports on his computer screen. After becoming the general manager, Lu Chun spent the entire morning trying to adapt to the new work rhythm. Unknowingly, 4 hours had already passed. The shares of Jiangnan Embroidery increased by another 2. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. After all, having control over the core textile resources of the Yangtze River Delta provides him with a trump card, whether he continues to delve into the clothing industry or expands into other fields. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and was about to continue handling work when the system notification chimed again. Task reward: a set of 11 winter fashion design drafts, including complete design concepts, craft details, and fabric selections. Lu Chun was taken aback. An art-related book, and he had to read it for an hour. This was the first time he encountered such a task. The system's tasks had become increasingly diverse. However, upon seeing the reward, he instantly became interested. Winter fashion design drafts were exactly what he needed right now. He just wondered what the standard of an A-level design draft was. But considering it was produced by the system, it must be of high quality, certainly not inferior to the works of Su Yinxin and Pei Qingxue. Perfect, that saves me from having to trouble them again, Lu Chun thought to himself. He closed the work files on his computer and got up to walk to the break area of the office. He casually pulled out a book titled History of Fashion Art in the World, its cover elegantly designed, detailing the evolution of fashion from classical to modern times along with the influence of various art movements on fashion design. This one will do, he said as he sat on the sofa, opened the book, and began to read attentively. At first he felt a bit restless, but Lu Chun was also a design major, and he had never had much time to learn such knowledge before. Now that he had the time, he could savor it thoroughly. As he turned the pages, the evolution of fashion art, the collision of design concepts, and the analysis of classic works gradually captured his attention. Time passed unnoticed as the pages turned, leaving only the sound of flipping pages in the office. Although the system notification sounded, Lu Chun did not stop reading. Meanwhile, Pei Qingxue tried her best to control her expression and hurried back to her office. Once the door was closed, she could no longer suppress the emotions she had been holding in and leaned over her desk, her shoulders trembling slightly. The phrase sugar daddy felt like a forbidden word, and just thinking about it made her feel incredibly ashamed. However, this moment of breakdown lasted only a short while, and Pei Qingxue quickly forced herself to calm down. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Startled, she raised her head, quickly wiped away the traces of tears with a tissue, looked at her reflection in the mirror, and touched up her makeup. She absolutely could not let anyone see her current state. After ensuring her makeup showed no flaws, she said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the sales department manager Li Du walked in. He was dressed in a neatly pressed gray suit, his hair impeccably styled, his face adorned with a gentle smile, holding a document in his hand. "Qingxue, sorry to bother you." Li Du approached the desk and placed the document on the table, saying, "This is the market trend forecast report for the winter collection. You can use this to develop your design plan for this year's." "Thank you," Pei Qingxue replied as she took the report, showing a surprised smile. She had to admit that this forecast report Li Du brought was crucial and had greatly helped her. At this moment, Li Du's gaze fell on her exquisite face, thinking that Pei Qingxue was simply too beautiful. Every smile and frown struck his aesthetic sensibilities. However, he also noticed that Pei Qingxue's eyes seemed a bit red, which seemed off. Immediately, Li Du asked with concern, "Qingxue, what happened to your eyes? Are you too tired lately?" Pei Qingxue's heart tightened, and she quickly avoided his gaze, afraid he would see that she had just been crying. "It's nothing, maybe I didn't sleep well last night, and feel a bit stressed." "Didn't sleep well?" Upon hearing this explanation, Li Du instantly understood. Indeed, last Friday the new shareholders arrived, causing significant personnel changes, and Pei Qingxue was at the center of this storm. How could she sleep well? Pei Qingxue must be thinking about her future situation, which is why she couldn't sleep all night. Looking at the hint of vulnerability in her typically cold demeanor made Li Du feel a strong urge to protect her. Pei Qingxue must be thinking about her future situation, which is why she couldn't sleep all night. Looking at the hint of vulnerability in her typically cold demeanor made, however, Pei Qingxue had always kept her distance from him. In fact, she was cold towards everyone. During that time, Li Du persisted in his pursuit, sending her 99 roses daily, and inviting her to dinner, hoping to move her with his actions. However, after a month of this, Pei Qingxue maintained her indifferent attitude. Gradually, as a dignified person, Li Du also gave up on this notion and did not choose to cling to her. However, upon learning that President Pei was bankrupt, Li Du felt that his opportunity had come again. Li Du said, "Is it because you're worried too much about the company? Don't worry, Qingxue, there's no one who can compete with you for the position of design director." Pei Qingxue paused, looking at Li Du with confusion. Seeing her reaction, Li Du felt a surge of joy and quickly said, "I've already spoken to my dad about this. He'll communicate with the new shareholders and will definitely help you secure your position. You've held the position of design director for so many years, and your professional ability and achievements are evident. There's no one more suitable than you." Although Pei Qingxue knew what Li Du was thinking, hearing this still brought her a sense of comfort. Her emotions complex. She did not expect Li Du would take the initiative to help her. "Thank you, Materially." Hearing her tone soften, Li Du's smile grew wider, knowing he had guessed right. He quickly took out a bank card from his pocket. "Qingxue, I know you've encountered difficulties recently, and I've heard about the issues with the Pei family. This card has 1 million yuan. You can use it first, and you don't have to pay me back." Pei Qingxue's gaze fell on the bank card, her pupils contracting sharply. 1 million. No need to pay back. What does this mean? This familiar phrase instantly reminded her of the card Lu Chen had given her. So everyone is the same. Saying nice things about not having to pay back. Do they really mean it? In fact, the so-called help is just a charitable act with ulterior motives. They all think that because she has fallen on hard times, they can use money to manipulate her and trample on her dignity. "I don't need it." Pei Qingxue forcefully pushed the bank card back, her tone icy. "Manager Li, our relationship hasn't reached this level yet. Please take back your card." Li Du's smile instantly froze on his face. He hadn't expected her to react so strongly. He quickly explained, "Qingxue, don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. I know you are short on money right now. This money could help you in your urgent situation." Pei Qingxue raised her head, her eyes sharp as she looked at him. "Purely helping me? Or do you think that because my Pei family is bankrupt, I need to rely on the charity of others to get by? You think that giving me this 1 million will make me grateful to you?" Her voice was not loud, but it carried a strong, penetrating power. Faced with Pei Qingxue's questioning, Li Du felt embarrassment and panic rising in his heart, his face alternating between red and white. "Qingxue, I really didn't mean it. My matters will be resolved by myself. No need for Manager Li to worry." Pei Qingxue's tone was firm, pointing to the door. "If Manager Li has nothing else..." Li Du looked at her resolute attitude, knowing it was futile to stay. He could only pick up the bank card, his face showing disappointment and awkwardness. "Then, I won't disturb you anymore. If you need anything, feel free." After speaking, he glanced at Pei Qingxue with reluctance, turning to leave the office. Pei Qingxue looked at the tightly closed door, her tense body instantly slumping down, weakly leaning against the chair. Why does everyone think that because she is in trouble, she must accept the charity of others? She took out the black bank card from her pocket, her fingertips rubbing against the card's surface, feeling extreme. She could refuse Li Du's money without hesitation, but she didn't know how to deal with Lu Chen's card. Owing this money meant being forever tied to him. But paying it back now, she couldn't produce that much cash. What should I do? Suddenly Pei Qingxue's phone rang. Seeing that the caller was her mother, Pei Qingxue felt an ominous premonition and quickly grabbed the phone, pressing the answer button. "Mom, what's wrong?" On the other end, her mother Zhou Wan's voice was somewhat panicked. "Qingxue, hurry over. Your dad. He is in the hospital." "What?" Pei Qingxue suddenly stood up from the chair, her face turning pale, her voice trembling. "How could my dad be in the hospital? Is it serious?" "Which hospital?" Zhou Wan spoke urgently. "At the First People's Hospital of the City Emergency Building, 3rd floor. Your dad suddenly collapsed at home. I was scared and quickly called 120. Please come and take a look." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Pei Qingxue hung up the phone, her mind blank. Although her father Pei Zhen was bankrupt, he had always been relatively healthy. How could he suddenly collapse and be hospitalized? Pei Qingxue took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and immediately dialed the hotel manager's phone. "Hello, Miss Pei." The butler's respectful voice came through the phone. Pei Qingxue's voice trembled. "Please send a car to pick me up downstairs at Hai Lan Apparel. Go to the First People's Hospital of the city. The faster the better." "Understood, Miss Pei. The car will be downstairs in 10 minutes. Please wait." 10 minutes later, Pei Qingxue rushed downstairs, and a sleek black Mercedes-Benz was already waiting at the roadside. In recent days, Pei Qingxue had been busy with work trying to keep her director position, and thus had not seen Pei Zhen. Seeing him in this state caused her to break down in tears immediately. The man lying on the hospital bed had much grayer hair, his cheeks sunken, and his figure had become much thinner, no longer possessing his previous stature and vigor. In recent days, Pei Qingxue had been busy with work trying to keep her director position, and thus had not seen Pei Zhen. Seeing him in this state caused her to break down in tears immediately. Zhou Wan sat by the bed hugging Pei Qingxue. "Qingxue, you finally came. Your dad is just too strong-headed. He's been economizing lately, even skimping on good meals. I advised him, but he wouldn't listen." Just then the doctor walked in holding a medical record. "You are the patient's daughter, right?" the doctor asked. Pei Qingxue quickly nodded, wiping her tears. "Doctor, how is my dad?" The patient has a chronic condition. He previously had a gastric ulcer, and due to recent stress and malnutrition, the ulcer worsened, causing gastrointestinal bleeding, which is why he collapsed. The doctor said sternly, fortunately he was sent to the hospital in time. There is no life-threatening danger, but he needs to be hospitalized for observation for a while and properly recuperate. Pei Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally settling down. As long as her father was fine. Doctor, what should we pay attention to for the follow-up treatment? We will follow your advice. Zhou Wan quickly asked. First, please settle the emergency fees, medical fees, and hospitalization fees. It's about 400 yuan. The doctor said, after the fees are settled, the nurse will arrange the follow-up care. 40,000. Zhou Wan's face instantly turned awkward, somewhat embarrassed to speak. Doctor, can we owe you first? I don't have that much money on me right now. Zhou Wan knew well that their savings had long been used to repay debts, and they simply couldn't come up with 400 yuan. The doctor frowned, but did not make it difficult for them. Our hospital has regulations. Hospitalization requires prepayment of fees. Please think of a way as soon as possible. Here the beds are quite tight if. Zhou Wan's gaze fell on Pei Qingxue, carrying a hint of expectation and guilt. Qingxue, do you have any money? Pei Qingxue's body stiffened. 40,000. The money she had was not even 10,000. What to do? She instinctively thought of the black bank card in her bag. Should I use it? Just thinking of Lu Chen's words, I want to support you, made Pei Qingxue feel extremely humiliated. She didn't want to owe Lu Chen anything anymore, nor did she want to. But looking at her emaciated father on the hospital bed and her mother's eyes filled with guilt and expectation, how could she bear to watch her father be unable to receive treatment due to lack of money? On one side was dignity, on the other was her father's health. Pei Qingxue bit her lip, tightly caught in deep conflict. She hated her own powerlessness, hated that she couldn't even take out her father's medical expenses, and hated that it seemed she could only rely on that man who had humiliated her. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere in the ward became increasingly oppressive. Zhou Wan looked at her conflicted expression, feeling even worse. Qingxue, if there isn't any ill, think of another way. I'll go borrow from relatives. No need. Pei Qingxue suddenly raised her head, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. I have money. She took out the black bank card, tightly clutching it in her palm. In her heart she kept telling herself, this is the last time, just this once. After using this money, she would definitely pay it back as soon as possible, never using this card again, and never having any entanglement with Lu Chen. Pei Qingxue said hoarsely, Doctor, I will go pay the fees. Qingxue. Zhou Wan looked at the card in her hand, her eyes filled with confusion, but she didn't ask more. Pei Qingxue did not explain, turning to walk towards the ward door. In the hospital room, Zhou Wan sat by the bedside watching the gradually fading figure of Pei Qingxue, her eyes reddening. She had long known that in order to pay off family debts, Pei Qingxue had given all her savings from the past few years to Pei Zhen, and even secretly sold her Porsches. Pei Qingxue had run out of money long ago, and now that she could still come up with 400 yuan, Zhou Wan had already guessed that Pei Qingxue might have sold the jewelry and bags she treasured. She was well aware of how proud her beloved daughter was. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vibration sound came from the bedside table. Zhou Wan instinctively tensed up and turned her head to see that it was Pei Qingxue's phone ringing on the cabinet. The screen lit up, displaying an unfamiliar number without a Zhou Wan did not answer. That was Qingxue's phone, and she felt it inappropriate to answer someone else's call. After the first ring, it automatically hung up. However, less than half a minute later, the phone rang again, as if it were a death knell. Zhou Wan frowned, feeling inexplicably uneasy. 2 consecutive calls. Could it be an emergency? Could it be Qingxue's colleague or someone from the hospital? Zhou Wan hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer the call. Hello, who is this? A calm and powerful male voice came from the other end, respectful, even tinged with a hint of flattery. Hello, may I ask if this is Miss Pei Qingxue? I am Chen Chang, the manager of the Jiangxing branch of China Merchants Bank. Manager? Zhou Wan was taken aback. Before their family went bankrupt, they had indeed met several bank managers, but weren't they all high and mighty? Why are these scammers using such titles now? Unaware of anything amiss, Chen Chang continued gently. Miss Pei, first of all, thank you for choosing our China Merchants Bank and depositing funds with us. Your deposit has reached the highest level of our private banking services, making you a supreme black gold card client. So, I am calling to inform you and to invite you to our headquarters in Jiangxing at your convenience for exclusive VIP services, including a private wealth advisor and customized financial plans. Chen Chang rambled on about the exclusive services for VIP clients, but Zhou Wan couldn't listen any longer halfway through. The highest level of private banking. Supreme black gold card. Their family couldn't even afford the 400 yuan in medical fees. How could Qingxue have money to deposit in the bank, let alone become a VIP? Isn't this a scam call? Zhou Wan sneered. Alright, a bank manager. Why don't you say you're Qin Shi Huang? Stop lying, our family is broke, we have nothing, we can't deposit money in the bank, stop pretending to be a manager, or I'll report you for fraud. Chen Chang on the other end was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a reaction. He quickly explained, Madam, please don't misunderstand, I am not a scammer. I am indeed Chun Chong, the manager of the Jiangxing branch. You can check on the bank's official website. May I ask if you are Miss Pei Qingxue herself? Zhou Wan impatiently replied. I am not her, I am her mother. Do I not know if she has money? Let me tell you, don't call again, our family is broke and won't believe your nonsense. If you call again, I will report you. Having said that, Zhou Wan intended to hang up. No ma'am, please listen to me, I truly am not a scammer. Chen Chong on the other end protested, full of grievance. I know you might not believe me, but everything I said is true. Miss Pei Qingxue deposited 50 million yuan into our bank through a cross-border account 3 days ago. Due to the complicated processes involved in cross-border transactions, the funds were only officially received this morning, which is why I am contacting you today. The record of this fund's arrival is clear in our bank system. There is absolutely no mistake. 50 million. Zhou Wan was so angry she almost laughed. This scammer really dared to say anything. If he had said 500 or 500, she might have actually believed him. 50 million. That's a sum that even if the current Pei family sold, everything wouldn't be enough. Moreover, this 50 million is cash. Even the Pei family of the past would never have been able to produce such liquidity. Zhou Wan continued to sneer. I say, aren't you a bit unprofessional for a scammer? 50 million. Why not say 500 million? If our family had 50 million, would we be worrying about 400 in medical fees? Would we still be in such a normal hospital room? I could barely believe 5 million, but 50 million. Are you kidding me? On the hospital bed, Pei Jun had woken up at some point and was weakly opening his eyes. Whose phone? Zhou Wan directly put the call on speaker and unabashedly said, it's a scam claiming Qingxue had deposited 50 million at China Merchants Bank. Oh, and it's manager Chen Chong himself who called. Today's scammers have scripts more absurd than movies. They should at least make it somewhat believable. Chen Chong on the phone continued to explain, Madam, I truly am not a scammer. I did not dial the wrong number. The account information matches Miss Pei Qingxue's identity information completely. There is no mistake. Hearing this voice, Pei Zhan's originally murky eyes suddenly became clear. Chen Chong. Jiangxing branch, Chen Chong. I have dined with him before. This voice sounds somewhat familiar. Zhou Wan was stunned. It's not strange for such a person to exist. The names of these bank managers can be found online, but why does the voice sound the same? Could it not be a scam? However, Zhou Wan, who had always been cautious, did not easily believe it. Because current scam techniques are constantly evolving and AI can also simulate voices, it's hard to guarantee this isn't a new type of scam. Fine, since you say you are the manager and sound so convincing, then transfer 3 million to this account of mine. This account belongs to my husband, and if the money really arrives, I will believe you. After Zhou Wan said that she provided Pei Zhan's bank card number. It was a card used before the Pei family ran into trouble, and now there was probably only a little over 10 yuan left in it. This is not in compliance, ma'am. I need confirmation from Miss Pei Qingxue herself. Manager Chen was clearly confused by this request. Zhou Wan had already guessed this result and coldly said, I am her mother. It does what I say, not represent her. If you can't transfer the money, then shut up. Otherwise, I will report you immediately. Having said that, Zhou Wan hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to react. Zhou Wan could identify such scam calls, but she was worried that Pei Qingxue, being young, might be deceived, so she immediately blacklisted this phone number. Chen Chong, holding the hung-up phone, tried to call back, but it showed he was blacklisted, leaving him with an extremely awkward expression. How could a manager of the Jiangxing branch be treated as a 50 million? Chen Chong sat in his office, staring at the long string of numbers on the computer screen, his heart racing. When he learned this news this morning, he was immediately stunned. This was real cash. In today's economic environment, this amount was like a timely help for the branch's deposit in. She asked me to transfer 3 million to this card number. Chen Chong stared at the card number. He casually noted down, falling into deep thought. As a manager, he had certain privileges to operate some special processes. He quickly entered the internal network and input the card number provided by Zhou Wan. The computer soon displayed that the cardholder was Pei Zhan. No problem. He had certainly heard that the Pei family had encountered problems recently. But he did not expect that her daughter's account had somehow received a deposit of 50 million. Moreover, it was from the well-known investment institution, Origin Capital, which made Chen Chong take it seriously and start to suspect what kind of connection the Pei family had with Origin Capital. No matter what, I must maintain this client well. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chong made up his mind. Meanwhile, Zhou Wan handed an apple to Pei Zhan. Seeing Pei Zhan occasionally staring at his phone, she immediately said, Old Pei, stop staring at the phone. It's been 20 minutes. If the money could really arrive, the text message would have come by now. Is it possible that there is a system delay? Or perhaps as soon as the money arrived, it was intercepted and directly transferred to the court's account? Old Pei, are you going crazy over money? You would actually believe such an obvious scam? Zhou Wan sighed helplessly. In the hospital room, when Pei Qingxue pushed the door open, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. Zhou Wan was peeling an apple with her head bowed, while Pei Zhan leaned against the hospital bed, his eyes slightly closed, lost in thought, or perhaps taking a short nap. Mom, I've already paid the expenses, so you don't need to worry, Pei Qingxue said softly, hoping to ease their minds. Zhou Wan paused her movements, lifted her head, and scrutinized her daughter with a After a moment of hesitation, she decided to ask, Qingxue, where did you get this money? I recall that you transferred us some money last week. You mentioned that you sold your gold jewelry. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingxue felt a jolt, thinking her mother might have discovered something. Indeed, after selling her gold jewelry last week, she had intended to help her father pay off debts, and had not saved any money. In reality, she was now broke. The medical fees she paid were naturally drawn from the card that Lu Chen had given her. For a moment, Pei Qingxue thought her mother knew something, but then she realized that this matter was very secretive, and her mother surely did not know. I sold a handbag yesterday. Pei Qingxue casually fabricated an excuse. Zhou Wan appeared somewhat melancholy, unable to bear the thought. At their age, to rely on Pei Qingxue selling handbags to cover medical expenses was truly embarrassing for both of them. However, given the current situation, there were no other options. If this was the case, then the rumor of a 50 million deposit must be nonsense. Zhou Wan pondered for a moment and reminded Qingxue, have you received any strange phone calls, such as from loan companies, investment firms, or anyone claiming to be a bank president? Pei Qingxue furrowed her brow in confusion and shook her head. No, what's wrong, Mom? Nothing. Nothing at all. Zhou Wan forced a dry laugh, then became serious again. I just want to remind you that given our family's current situation, there are definitely people watching us from the outside. If you receive any calls saying they can help you with loans, or that you've won a lottery, don't believe them. Those scammers excel at taking advantage of vulnerable situations. You have little social experience, don't let them trick you. I understand, Mom. I'll be cautious. Pei Qingxue acknowledged, not taking it to heart. She was well aware that such scam calls didn't require her mother's reminders. After giving Zhou Wan and Pei Zhen a few more instructions, Pei Qingxue left them behind, weighed down by her thoughts, and returned to the W Hotel. Just as she intended to rest, her phone screen lit up with a group chat message notification. Pei Qingxue was somewhat surprised. This was a group that had been inactive for a long time, labeled for friends studying in the UK. This group was created during her time studying in the UK, consisting of just 4 people, herself and 3 of her classmates from back then. Lu Shanshan, everyone. Hey, have you heard? The National Designer Competition will be held in Modu next month. Since we're all in the design field, you all will participate, right? Since we've graduated, it's been hard for us to meet. Let's take this opportunity to get together. Zhang Ranwan, it's been a while, we really should meet up. Zhao's, I sure set a time that works for you all. I'm free anytime, and I'll book a restaurant. I'll take care of all your arrangements in Modu. Zhang Ran, wow, what a generous boss. Lu Shanshan, Zai, you're amazing. Lu Shanshan, Pei Qingxue, come on, and say hi. It's been ages since we last met, I miss you. Looking at the messages scrolling by in the group, Pei Qingxue felt a wave of complex emotions. Seeing Lu Shanshan's last message tagging her, she felt a slight wave of nausea. Everyone thought she was inseparable from Lu Shanshan during their study abroad. But only Pei Qingxue knew that their relationship had long been a mere facade. Back when they were studying in the UK initially, they really were close friends. Lu Shanshan came from an ordinary middle-class family and had an outgoing personality. At first, they quickly became inseparable friends in a foreign land. Until Zhao Zai appeared. Zhao Zai was average-looking, but he was generous with his spending, organizing and footing the bill for every student gathering in the UK, which naturally won him many admirers. More critically, Zhao Zai's background was quite extraordinary. He was the future heir of the Zhao Group in Modu, a genuine high-class, second-generation rich kid. Upon learning of his identity, Lu Shanshan immediately began pursuing him. To climb this social ladder, she went to great lengths to create opportunities for encounters and to find out his preferences. However, Zhao Zai remained indifferent towards her and often sought out Pei Qingxue to discuss design works instead. Not only that, but he would occasionally bring Pei Qingxue coffee, save her a spot, and even ask her out on dates. Pei Qingxue was aware that Lu Shanshan liked Zhao Zai, and since she had no feelings for him, she deliberately kept her distance from him. Moreover, every time Zhao Zai asked her out, she would clarify things to Lu Shanshan to distance herself from him. However, Lu Shanshan saw this not as honesty, but as a blatant display of. From then on, their sisterly bond began to deteriorate. Pei Qingxue, proud as she was, felt no need to expose the hypocrisy of their friendship and was too indifferent to argue with her. The two of them managed to coexist peacefully during their study abroad period. After graduation, they returned to their respective countries, and their contact gradually faded, making the group merely a formality. However, now that Lu Shanshan suddenly organized a gathering in the group and specifically tagged her, Pei Qingxue could easily guess her intentions. A few months ago, she saw Lu Shanshan post on social media indicating that she had been promoted to a mid-level manager at her design company. She must have heard about the equity changes at Jiangxing Hailan Apparel Group. Even if she might not know the details, she would definitely speculate about Pei Qingxue's current situation. By taking the initiative to organize this gathering, she likely wanted to show off her success in the industry, while also trying to gauge Pei Qingxue's current condition. Pei Qingxue laughed self-deprecatingly. She had lost everything now. Her Porsche was sold, her designer bags were pawned, her gold jewelry was exchanged for cash, and the clothes she wore were last year's outdated styles. Even her father's medical fees had to be covered by swiping Lu Chen's bank card. Pei Qingxue was no longer the young lady of the Pei family, surrounded by luxury. Now dressed plainly, if she went, Lu Shanshan's level of attention towards her would surely allow her to guess the changes in her family circumstances. Pei Qingxue could already imagine the embarrassment of Lu Shanshan upon discovering the truth, mocking and ridiculing her awkward situation. Just thinking about it made her feel utterly ashamed. Pei Qingxue felt she absolutely could not attend, quickly typed, "Sorry, I'm too busy with work next month, so I won't be going." However, just as she was about to send it, her finger hovered over the send button, unable to press it down. After hesitating for a while, she deleted it all. If she rejected them so bluntly, what would Lu Shanshan think? What would Zhang Ran and Zhao Zai think? She chose not to reply to the message for now. Just pretend she hadn't seen it. After finishing his workout, Lu Chen lay directly in the massive massage bathtub. As the warm water flowed over him, he felt the fatigue and soreness in his body begin to fade. After soaking for a while, he suddenly recalled the ultimate comfort of the massage he experienced last time at Manzi Health, reminiscing about Xue Qiqi's agile and powerful massage techniques. The diamond card has the privilege of home service, but I haven't used it yet, so I don't know what the difference is at home. Lu Chen took out his phone, opened WeChat, clicked on the profile of Manzi Health Xue Qiqi, and typed out a message to send. Meanwhile, Xue Qiqi's beauty livestream was coming to an end. Ladies, the key to a fox-style smoky makeup is this eyeliner, which should be adjusted according to the shape of your eyes. Today, I will edit a video of the entire makeup process so that those who don't understand can watch the detailed introduction in my video. Thank you for the canned yellow peaches sent by Little Red Riding Hood is the Big Bad Wolf. A gift from the ID Little Red Riding Hood is the Big Bad Wolf flashed across the livestream screen. Xue Qiqi was a bit surprised upon seeing it, as she typically had only a few hundred viewers during her, let alone gifts, there were barely any likes. Yet this canned yellow peach gift, though small in monetary value, represented the audience's recognition of her. Xue Qiqi felt a surge of encouragement, appearing quite excited. Little Red Riding Hood is the Big Bad Wolf. The streamer's makeup skills are pretty good. Seeing the message from this ID, Xue Qiqi quickly smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Little Red Riding Hood is the Big Bad Wolf, but your face and figure are even better. I sent you a private message." Xue Qiqi felt an uneasy premonition and quickly opened the private message. Little Red Riding Hood is the Big Bad Wolf, how much for a night? Upon reading this message, Xue Qiqi's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, a glimmer of unabashed disgust flashing across her face. Although she had encountered such private messages many times during her previous live streams, each time, it left her feeling as if she had swallowed a fly. Coming from an ordinary background, she still hoped to earn money through her own efforts, and did not want to take shortcuts. She knew that if she gave up her dignity and principles, she could undoubtedly earn a lot of money, but that was not what she desired. Facing such disgusting private messages, Xue Qiqi reported and blocked the user all at once. After doing this, her mood improved a little. As she prepared to remove her makeup, she heard the notification sound from WeChat. Lazily picking it up, she suddenly saw Lu Chen's chat box pop up, instantly dispelling her fatigue as she began to read it carefully. "Lu Chen, are you asleep? Can you provide home service now? I can reimburse the taxi fare." Home service. Upon seeing this request, Xue Qiqi felt a moment of tension, her mind influenced by the previous private message, leading her to think in a different direction. However, Xue Qiqi quickly adjusted her mindset, as Lu Chen had left a deep impression on her during their previous 2 service sessions. Lu Chen was always very polite and measured, without any inappropriate behavior, which made Xue Qiqi have a good impression of him. Moreover, home service was a privilege for diamond card users, and she had received a substantial commission because of the card he applied for. Therefore, without overthinking, Xue Qiqi quickly typed a response on the screen. "Good evening, Mr. Lu. Yes, I haven't slept yet. I can come over right now." Lu Chen, location tracking Xue Qiqi, didn't look closely and directly replied with a cute emoji. She then began to quickly pack her professional therapy sheets, various expensive essential oils, aromatherapy lamps, massage tools, etc., into a large professional carrying case. "Qiqi, it's so late. Are you going to work?" Su Man, dressed in pajamas, walked over upon hearing the commotion and looked at the busy Xue Qiqi with surprise. "Mr. Lu wants me to provide home service, so I'm preparing my tools now," Xue Qiqi casually replied. Su Man's eyes lit up. "Are you saying that Mr. Lu wants you to provide home service?" Upon hearing these keywords, Su Man instantly felt awake. She quickly said, "Qiqi, what time is it? Be careful, Mr. Lu might eat you up." Xue Qiqi hesitated for a moment, but then shook her head and said, Man, Mr. Lu is not that kind of person. Haha, you can't judge a person by their appearance. But who says this isn't a good thing? If you want me back tonight, let me know in advance, Su Man said with a meaningful smile. Ignoring Su Man's teasing, Xue Qiqi continued to pack. Just before leaving, she rushed to the mirror and looked at her meticulously made-up face from the live stream, feeling troubled. The winged eyeliner and false eyelashes made her eyes appear especially seductive. Is this makeup too inappropriate? Today she had done a fox-style smoky makeup, which emphasized allure. Shueqiqi hesitated about whether to remove her makeup first, as going to a customer's home at such a late hour with this seductive look felt too out of place. If I take off my makeup, it would be too late. In the end, Shueqiqi decided against removing her makeup, believing that as long as she explained it to Mr. Lu, he would definitely understand. About 20 minutes later, Shueqiqi stood before the towering gate of Lakeside No. 1, unable to help but hold her breath. It was only when she arrived that she realized where she had come. Beneath the massive European-style porch, even at night, security guards in crisp uniforms stood solemnly. The environment inside was serene, tranquil under the twilight. Is this where Mr. Lu lives? In such a prime location, in such a community, a house here must cost at least 10 million, right? Shueqiqi's eyes were filled with shock and envy. This was a completely different world from the old community she rented. Indeed, only those living here could recharge such a large sum of money all at once. She took a deep breath of the cool night air, trying to calm herself down as she walked towards the brightly lit guard booth. At that moment, Zhao Chong, who was preparing to clock out, was completing his final round of inspection and giving instructions to the security personnel. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door. Looking up, his eyes were instantly drawn to a young woman standing outside the booth, her graceful figure clad in a well-tailored beige professional suit that accentuated her full bosom. What particularly captivated Zhao Chong was her exquisitely made-up face. Zhao Chong didn't know what makeup it was, but he felt that her beautiful eyes were extremely alluring, with the tips of her lashes slightly lifted, exuding an indescribable charm. Zhao Chong quietly swallowed, stopping the security guard who was about to step forward, seizing his notebook and personally stepping forward to inquire, "What can I do for you?" "Hello, I am a visitor invited to provide home service." Shueqiqi maintained a professional smile and replied politely. "Home service?" Zhao Chong raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As the property manager of Lakeside No. 1, he had seen too many different types of home service personnel. The beauty before him, with her alluring makeup and arriving at such a late hour, was most likely sent by an upscale club to provide special services. His gaze lingered for a moment on her beautiful face and her ample bosom, and he inadvertently swallowed hard. Damn, these rich people really live well. Zhao Chong said seriously, "Outside personnel need to register. Room 1802, Building 6, a phone number is." Zhao Chong slowly recorded the information. When he wrote down room 1802, Building 6, his pupils suddenly constricted and he froze in place. Zhao Chong was all too familiar with this room number. It was none other than Mr. Lu's home, the very place that had caused him to lose face and nearly lose his job. A wave of extremely complex emotions surged up Zhao Chong's mind. He vividly remembered that day. His ex-wife Zhao Yajing, who had always been cold towards him, had behaved like a submissive cat in front of Lu Chun, allowing Lu Chun to wrap his arms around her full waist without any sign of disgust, instead appearing affectionate. And today Zhao Chong saw this graceful, exquisite young beauty standing before him, coming to provide home service for Lu Chun. One Zhao Yajing was not enough. Now there was another stunning beauty. Thinking of some unmentionable images, Zhao Chong felt a surge of jealousy that nearly drove. This feeling was more painful than if he had been killed. The life of the rich is something a person like me can't even dream of, Zhao Chong muttered bitterly to himself. In over a decade, he barely managed to scrape together the title of acting manager, with a monthly salary barely exceeding 10,000, unable to afford even a bathroom in this luxury. Why is there such a huge gap between people? The more he thought about it, the more imbalance he felt, as if a fire was blocking his chest, making him uncomfortable. But as soon as this thought arose, he suppressed it forcefully. He hadn't forgotten how he had bowed and scraped before Lu Chen that day. Lu Chen was not someone he could provoke. Zhao Chong forced a smile that was more painful than crying, and said, "So you're Mr. Lu's guest? Do I apologize for the oversight." He quickly completed the registration and immediately allowed Shueqiqi to enter. Standing in front of the heavy entrance door of room 1802, Shueqiqi took a deep breath, adjusted her professional skirt, and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Footsteps were heard from inside, and soon the door was pulled open. Lu Chen appeared wearing a loose nightgown. When his gaze fell on Shueqiqi, his pupils slightly constricted, drawn in by her alluring appearance. He knew Shueqiqi was skilled at dressing up, but he hadn't expected her to wear such an enchanting makeup today. The smoky eye makeup accentuated her large eyes, with the outer corners slightly raised, exuding a touch of lazy allure. Her high nose and lips coated in a berry red gloss made her appear both innocent and desirable. Feeling Lu Chen's suddenly heated gaze, Shueqiqi's heart leapt to her throat, and her cheeks flushed instantly. "Mr. Lu wouldn't think I'm trying to seduce him on purpose, would he?" Shueqiqi couldn't help but entertain this strange thought. She quickly explained, "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I intended to practice this makeup, but when I received your message I hurried over, without having time to remove it, so as not to." Shueqiqi did not mention that she was also live streaming on Douyin. After all, the reputation of streamers these days wasn't very good, and she worried that revealing her identity as a streamer might leave a bad impression on Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly snapped back to reality, smiling, "It's fine. It seems you practiced well. This makeup looks great. Please come in." Seeing that Lu Chen did not display any strange behavior and still spoke in a gentle tone, Xue Qiqi's anxiety gradually dissipated and a shy smile appeared on her face. Come in. Lu Chen stepped aside to let her in and casually shut the door. Once inside, Xue Qiqi was once again taken aback. The living room was astonishingly spacious and the furniture exuded taste clearly worth a fortune. What captured her attention the most was the enormous floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the Jin Lake nightscape, with the landmark building of Jiangxing the Big Pants standing out prominently. Xue Qiqi could hardly imagine how wonderful it would be to have such a floor-to-ceiling window, as she could sit there all day. Retracting her gaze, Xue Qiqi forced herself to focus. Mr. Lu, may I ask where we will be conducting the session? Let's go to the bedroom. Okay. Upon entering the enormous bedroom, which was about 80 square meters, she placed the professional suitcase she brought in the corner, turned around, and looked at Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, what type of massage treatment would you like? Lu Chen casually lay down on the edge of the bed and said, I've been working out lately, mainly strength training, and my whole body is sore, especially my waist and shoulders. You decide how to arrange it. Xue Qiqi nodded and opened her suitcase, which was neatly organized with various essential oils, aroma lamps, and massage tools. She selected a rosemary essential oil that could promote blood circulation and relieve muscle soreness. Upon opening the cap, a refreshing aroma wafted into the air. She adjusted the lighting in the master bedroom, dimming it, and then took out the aroma lamp, switching it on as the fragrance slowly spread with the light. The entire living room instantly transformed into a warm and enchanting atmosphere. Mr. Lu, please change into these disposable shorts and lie face down on the bed. Xue Qiqi's face turned slightly red as she handed over a clean pair of shorts, then politely turned away to begin her preparations. All right. The entire living room instantly transformed into a warm and enchanting atmosphere. Mr. Lu, please change into these disposable shorts, and Xue Qiqi turned around and immediately encountered Lu Chen's exposed upper body, the defined muscles of his chest appearing even more prominent and fit than when. Although his physique had yet to reach the level of Peng Yuyan, it was already taking shape. Clearly Lu Chen's claims about working out were not false. He was genuinely serious about his fitness, otherwise how could he have changed so significantly in such a short time? Looking at Lu Chen's clean-cut, sun-kissed features, Xue Qiqi couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. A man like Lu Chen, who was wealthy and disciplined, truly fit her ideal partner. However, she quickly suppressed such thoughts in her mind. I'm just an ordinary beauty therapist. How could someone like Mr. Lu possibly be interested in me? Taking a deep breath, Xue Qiqi worked hard to eliminate distracting thoughts. I've already received enough from Mr. Lu. I shouldn't harbor any thoughts of taking advantage. She gently warmed the essential oil in her hands and began to focus, slowly kneading down from Lu Chen's shoulders. Mr. Lu, your trapezius and erector spiny muscles are particularly tense. As Xue Qiqi pressed down with her elbow on the acupoints, she explained softly. That's why I was thinking of finding you, Qiqi. May I call you that? Lu Chen lay with his eyes closed, his voice laced with a hint of laziness. Hearing Lu Chen call her, that made her heart skip a beat, feeling somewhat nervous. She felt that today Mr. Lu was acting a bit frivolously. Not only did he have that aggressive gaze earlier, but now his affectionate manner of address added to her unease. Of course. Xue Qiqi quietly replied with her head down, then focused even more intently on her actions. She knelt on the bed, adjusting her posture. However, as she leaned forward, the silky sheets caused her knees clad in stockings to lose all friction, and she suddenly lost her balance. Oh! Xue Qiqi gasped in shock as her body uncontrollably lurched forward. In that instant, her upper body nearly completely pressed against Lu Chen's bed. In the already sultry atmosphere, Lu Chen was quite restless, especially thinking of that night, when he was here for the first time, making it even more difficult for him to restrain himself. When he felt two warm elastic mounds crash against his back, a surge of desire ignited within him. In a swift motion, he flipped over, pinning Xue Qiqi beneath him. Looking at her face, which was both terrified and stunningly beautiful, he kissed her fiercely. No. Mr. Lu, please don't do this. Xue Qiqi was completely panicked, beginning to struggle violently, filled with fear. She never expected the usually polite Lu Chen would suddenly turn into this. Her hands beat against Lu Chen furiously. Feeling the strong resistance from beneath him, Lu Chen's consciousness instantly cleared up. Damn it, what am I doing? Lu Chen was startled by his own behavior, questioning how he had become like this. Why was he unable to control his desires? Lu Chen abruptly released her, taking a half step back. Seeing Xue Qiqi's eyes reddening, her makeup now smeared by tears, looking disheveled and aggrieved, he felt a pang of regret. I'm sorry, Qiqi, I lost my composure just now. Xue Qiqi tightly clutched her clothes at her chest. One button had already come undone, and if another one fell off, she wouldn't be able to fasten it. She looked utterly shaken, unable to comprehend how Lu Chen, who had been so well-mannered before, could suddenly change like this. You. Xue Qiqi's voice trembled as she wanted to scold him, but felt inexplicably intimidated. The man before her owned a mansion and lavishly spent money. He was not someone she could provoke. She suddenly stood up, stumbling to the corner, haphazardly stuffing her tools into the suitcase. Mr. Lu, I'll leave now. After saying that, Xue Qiqi ran toward the door without looking back. In the elevator, she stared at the cold wall, her heart racing, unable to calm down after such an incident. Once she exited the community and got into a taxi home, she finally regained her senses. She immediately thought of the commission from Mr. Lu's card, realizing she probably wouldn't be. That was equivalent to her entire year's salary. After all, it was her first time providing home service, and she had messed it up. Although it wasn't entirely her fault, she had indeed fled before complete. Mr. Lu had connections with the boss. As long as he said a few negative words about her, Xue Qiqi worried she might not be able to stay at Manzi Health anymore. Xue Qiqi rolled down the car window, feeling the evening breeze brush against her face as she let out a long sigh. Lu Chen isn't bad-looking, he's wealthy, and he's young. If I hadn't resisted just now, would it have been natural for me to become his girlfriend in the end? Oh, what am I thinking? Xue Qiqi felt her mind becoming increasingly chaotic. On the other side, Lu Chen walked onto the vast balcony, the heat in his heart gradually dissipating as he let out a heavy sigh, feeling somewhat complicated. Indeed, having money can make one feel elevated. Sudden wealth can change one's mindset. At that moment, Lu Chen probably did not even realize that Xue Qiqi would resist. Looking back, now he truly lost his rationality. Damn, why am I acting like Huang Mao? Lu Chen muttered softly. He was contemplating whether to send a message to Xue Qiqi to apologize, as this incident was indeed his. At that moment, his phone vibrated first. Lu Chen glanced at it. It was not Xue Qiqi, but Shen Yujie, the owner of Manzi Health. He was somewhat surprised, but still opened the chat. Shen Yujie, Mr. Lu, how did you find your first experience with our door-to-door service? Kiki's technique should not have disappointed you, right? Smiling JPG. Lu Chen stared at the screen, hesitating for a moment before replying. It was okay, she was quite professional. Shen Yujie keenly sensed the attitude reflected in Lu Chen's words. It seemed she was not very satisfied. She furrowed her brows slightly, quickly running through the possible scenarios in her mind. Although Xue Qiqi was young, her technique was professional and her service attitude had always been good. She was a gold medalist in the store, and Lu Chen had previously been very satisfied with her. But why did Lu Chen reveal such an attitude after the door-to-door service? Could it be? With this thought, Shen Yujie's lips curled slightly, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. Shen Yujie, Mr. Lu, it seems you are dissatisfied with something. Please feel free to let us know. Our service is all about ensuring customer satisfaction. After all, Qiqi is young, and it was her first time on a door-to-door service, so she might have been a bit nervous and not quite grasped the nuances. How about this? I will arrange for a senior employee to come to you again, ensuring your satisfaction. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and felt that this was also good, as he indeed needed a professional massage to relieve his muscle soreness. So he replied, all right then, I will trouble Boss Shen. Please send me your address. I will arrange for someone to come over right now. Location. Shen Yujie quickly clicked on the address and couldn't help but smile. Received. I'll arrange for someone to provide the service immediately. Lu Chen put down his phone, preparing to play a game. Just as he was matching, he heard a knock on the door. Moi. Lu Chen wondered who was knocking at this time. But soon he walked over to open the door and was stunned to see Shen Yujie standing before him. She was wearing a fitted shirt and a black pencil skirt made of elastic material, perfectly outlining her curvaceous and mature figure. If there were a difference between Shen Yujie and Zhao Yajing, it was that she had a few more hints of the strong and competent demeanor of a business elite, her posture and smile revealing confidence. The two had completely different styles. Lu Chen opened the door, his face filled with astonishment. Boss Shen, why are you here? Did you come in person? Shen Yujie slightly raised her red lips, forming a charming smile as she playfully said, why, Mr. Lu, is that expression of yours not welcoming? The two had completely different styles. Seeing Lu Chen's astonishment, Shen Yujie tucked her hair behind her ear and spoke calmly. It's almost 9 o'clock and the senior employees have mostly gone home. As the boss, I certainly cannot neglect you, our major client, so I came personally. Moreover, I actually live in this community as well, it's just a few steps away. I see. Hearing her explanation, Lu Chen suddenly understood. Finding out that Shen Yujie was actually his neighbor felt quite coincidental. He remarked that Jiangsheng was indeed a small place. But he was not surprised that Shen Yujie could live here. After all, being able to run such a large-scale store in Jiguang shopping mall indicated that she must have substantial means. He was just curious, as a successful woman, wouldn't her family have any objections to her coming over at this hour? Lu Chen stepped aside to let her in, and Shen Yujie walked gracefully into the room, her silk pencil skirt swaying slightly with her steps. She glanced around the living room at the various furnishings, her gaze landing on the floor-to-ceiling balcony, facing the night view of Jin Lake, and she chuckled. Your place is even more luxurious than I imagined. It truly deserves to be the king of buildings here. Lu Chen chuckled as well. Boss Shen runs the top beauty institution in Jiangxing, so buying a place like this must be easy for you. There's no need to flatter me. Lu Chen did not regard Shen Yujie as an ordinary person without any background. Just looking at her demeanor, it was clear that an ordinary nouveau riche could not possess such poise. Shen Yujie smiled slightly at Lu Chen and then her expression naturally revealed a hint of loneliness and helplessness. It's a pity that even though I've bought such a large house, living alone is still too moy. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately caught onto the key information. However, he could not discern the purpose behind Shen Yujia's words. Lu Chen poured a glass of water for Shen Yujia and said, "Boss Shen, your standards are just too high, but it's understandable. A woman as exceptional as you must choose carefully when it comes to marriage." Lu Chen thought Shen Yujia was still an unmarried woman of a certain age. In today's society, there were many who did not want to marry, and Shen Yujia was one of them, which was not surprising. Being able to manage such a large store along with having chain stores in other locations and affording a house here, her net worth must exceed 10 million. Moreover, Shen Yujia herself had quite impressive qualities. She was extremely beautiful and exuded the charm of a mature professional elite, so she would surely not be interested in just any man. Thus, as time passed, she gradually grew older. Just as Lu Chen was speculating, the next moment Shen Yujia's response left him astounded. Shen Yujia smiled and said, "That's right, marriage does require careful selection. I, on the other hand, married too early." Lu Chen almost choked on his water. "What?" Looking at his reaction, Shen Yujia laughed, then somewhat self-deprecatingly said, "I got married, but it's almost like not being married at all." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Chen was very confused. "Does that mean he is looking for women outside?" "No, he is looking for men outside." "What a—" Lu Chen turned to look at her with shock in his eyes. He never expected such a twist. He had previously been puzzled, wondering why these men would neglect their wives who were so full of femininity to seek out other women. Now, hearing Shen Yujia's explanation, he instantly understood. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. You mean your husband is gay?" Shen Yujia leaned against the armrest of the sofa, crossing her legs, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, showcasing smooth and alluring lines. She lifted her cup, took a sip, her expression calm, revealing no trace of sadness. "That's right, I only learned it after we got married." "Then why don't you get divorced?" Lu Chen was also intrigued by her words. "Divorce? Why not?" "Because my family disapproves." "This?" Shen Yujia's tone suddenly turned a bit colder. "My father has never cared about my feelings for the sake of the Shen. I mentioned divorce and he directly froze my assets for 6 months, cutting off all my sources of funding." She raised her eyes to Lu Chen, her red lips slightly curling. "During that time I suffered greatly, and eventually I compromised. Fortunately, although he was looking for men outside, he did not interfere with me. He even took the initiative to suggest that I find a man outside as long as we don't publicly cause a scene about this." Lu Chen gasped, shocked. "Is this how the upper class plays around?" Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Shen Yujia continued to explain with a bitter smile. "In fact, he knows that if his homosexuality is exposed, it would be bad for his entire family. Keeping me around is merely to shield him." "That's true," Lu Chen nodded in agreement. "Such a large family would definitely care about their reputation. At least Shen Yujia's husband seems to have a bit of humanity. He spends most of his time in Modu while I'm in Jiangqing, and we barely see each other a few times a year. Moreover, he never touches me. Tell me, how is this different from living as a widow?" Listening to her recount, Lu Chen understood Shen Yujia's predicament. It seemed her family background was not simple. However, the family power behind her homosexual husband seemed even more complicated. Shen Yujia's plight seemed to belong to ancient times, yet such situations also existed in modern times. Suddenly, Shen Yujia extended her delicate arms and rested them on Lu Chen's shoulder. The distance between them shrank close enough for Lu Chen to catch the rich scent of her perfume and the warmth of her breath. "Mr. Lu, please don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I don't need your sympathy. Besides, do you think I am pitiful?" Lu Chen quickly waved his hand and said earnestly, "Boss Shen, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. Moreover, Boss Shen, you are so successful in business that others envy you. Don't call me Boss Shen, that title feels too distant. Just call me Yujia." "Oh, Yujia." At this point, Lu Chen had guessed what she was likely aiming for. Upon hearing this, Shen Yujia revealed a charming smile, her jade-like fingers resting on Lu Chen's chin. Lu Chen's breath quickened and his throat bobbed. "Lu Chen, do you think a person like me isn't pitiful enough? You don't even want to pity me?" Shen Yujia displayed an expression of grievance and vulnerability. Looking at her like this, Lu Chen's anger ignited, once more stirred by Shui Qiqi. He stared intently at Shen Yujia and said, "Yujia, it's better not to play with fire. Don't forget, I am not like your worthless husband. I am a normal man." Shen Yujia gazed at him with flirtatious eyes, her fingertips slowly sliding down, drawing circles on his chest, continuing to tease. "So what? You said it yourself." Lu Chen's eyes blazed with fire, unable to hold back any longer. "Sister Lu, it's all my fault. This is my first time providing service, and it seems I've messed up making Mr." Just as Lu Yin was about to sleep, she saw the voice message from Shui Qiqi, which even carried a hint of crying, but she wasn't surprised. Nonetheless, she comforted. "It's okay, don't push yourself too hard. Moreover, the boss already knows about this matter and has handled it." Upon hearing that the boss already knew, Shui Qiqi felt even worse. Her face was filled with anxiety and worry as she quickly typed back, "The boss already knows." Then Lu Yin understood that Shui Qiqi was very worried, so she quickly reassured her, "Boss Shun is very nice." She didn't say much. She just told you to rest well and not to think too much. As for Mr. Lu, she said she had arranged for someone else to provide the service. Lu Yan felt that her boss truly cared about the personal emotions and wishes of her employees, at least not forcing them to do things they didn't want to do. However, upon hearing this, Xue Qiqi suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost some opportunity, beginning to feel anxious. Oh, then Sister Lu, do you know who was assigned? I don't know. The boss directly assigned someone without telling me. Anyway, the boss has already arranged it, so don't worry. Lu Yan continued, you shouldn't feel burdened by this. We will explain to Mr. Lu that you won't be providing service in the future, and I'm sure Mr. Lu will understand. Xue Qiqi exclaimed upon hearing this arrangement. They were actually not going to let her serve Mr. Lu anymore. Have I really completely angered Mr. Lu? After a long silence, as if sensing some other thoughts in Xue Qiqi's tone, Lu Yan kindly reminded her, if you regret it, you can find a reason to invite Mr. Lu out for a meal and apologize. That might help ease the relationship. Lu Yan said no more, unable to express it too bluntly. She saw Xue Qiqi as a still inexperienced young girl who had entered the big dive vat of society. She hoped she could maintain her. However, if there were certain opportunities, Lu Yan would also inform her, urging her to strive for them, lest she miss out and regret later. Xue Qiqi sent a sticker ending the conversation. She lay in bed pondering for a long time, and ultimately felt that today's incident couldn't be blamed on Lu Chen. The reason for today's unexpected event was still due to her own actions. After all, it was her fault for not controlling her strength while massaging, causing her to fall onto Mr. Lu's back. This action might have led to his misunderstanding. After tossing and turning for a long time, Xue Qiqi decided to leave a message for Lu Chen on WeChat to apologize. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. Today I was unprofessional. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to dinner. After waiting for 5 minutes, Lu Chen had not replied. She couldn't help but start to think, wildly glancing at her phone screen from time to time. Half an hour later, Xue Qiqi still saw no reply. Eventually, feeling somewhat drowsy, she fell asleep amidst her anxiety. During this time, Lu Chen certainly had no time to check his phone. It wasn't until around 1 or 2 in the morning that Lu Chen finally finished his work. The amount of exercise felt even more exaggerated than running for 3 hours. I must say, women like Shen Yujie at this age are truly formidable, while Lu Chen nearly couldn't hold on. At last, Lu Chen sent off Shen Yujie, then collapsed onto the big bed, falling asleep shortly after. He had no time to check his phone. The next morning, Lu Chen rose early. Glancing at his phone, he found a slew of unread messages. After replying for quite a while, he finally came across an apology from Xue Qiqi. He never imagined that before he could even apologize, Xue Qiqi would be the first to offer an apology. What was this world coming to? Was it all because he was wealthy now? Alright. Ultimately, Lu Chen thought it over, said nothing more, and agreed to Xue Qiqi's dinner invitation. After all, what happened yesterday was ultimately his own fault. Now that the lady had taken the initiative to treat him to a meal, Lu Chen felt he had to accept planning to explain himself properly over dinner to avoid any damage to his reputation. Lu Chen was a man of honor. Yesterday's actions were merely a momentary lapse. Arriving at the company, he had just settled into his seat when he heard the system refresh notification sound. Today's task 1, work continuously for 4 hours. Task reward, Workplace Ability Assessment Card Common X1. Workplace Ability Assessment Card. Just by the name, he could guess its general purpose. Workplace Ability Assessment Card Common. Using this card allows you to comprehensively understand a person's ability level, strengths, and developmental direction. Hearing the specific explanation of the card's function, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. This was a treasure. As expected, anything produced by the system was top-notch. Although it wasn't a direct reward related to money, it enabled Lu Chen to discern talent effectively, which was sometimes more valuable than direct monetary rewards. Lu Chen planned to use it this time on Zhao Yajing, wanting to see where her abilities truly lay. After all, so far Zhao Yajing was the closest thing he had to a confidant. Just as Lu Chen was about to unlock his phone to send Zhao Yajing a message, a series of bank credit notifications popped up on the screen. He tapped on them, and his pupils instantly dilated. 304 million. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, staring at the string of zeros, repeatedly confirming the amount was correct. His fingers holding the mouse trembled slightly, and his breathing became heavy. Suddenly receiving 304 million yuan, what was going on? A somewhat bewildered Lu Chen quickly racked his brain for the source of the funds. He hadn't used any cashback operations recently. Eventually, he checked the system interface and discovered it was a cashback from the Pandora Magic Card. This meant that Pei Qingxue had spent 304 million yuan in the past 24 hours, though otherwise the card wouldn't have triggered a notification. Lu Chen leaned back in his leather chair, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Had Pei Qingxue finally come around? She had been stubbornly refusing to use the card before, but now suddenly spending this much. Had she had a change of heart? It's good that she's come around. Regardless, this wave of cashback was a huge win for him. Lu Chen's cash flow had always been tight. His fixed assets were constantly increasing, but his liquid cash came only through cashbacks, which made each consumption task a bit painful. This windfall instantly made Lu Chen wealthy. In high spirits, he took a sip of the coffee on his desk and dialed Pei Qingsu's number to check on the situation. Meanwhile, in the design department director's office, Pei Qingxue was revising a design draft. However, her phone on the desk vibrated repeatedly. This disrupted Pei Qingsu's already unsettled thoughts. She picked up her phone and saw it was the UK study abroad foursome group chat again. Lu Shanshan's message popped up again. Qingxue, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you've really made it big and look down on us old classmates now. After all, you're the director of Hylon Apparel now, while Zhang Ran and I are just small designers. We're really not on the same level anymore. Covering mouth laughing emoji. Zhang Ran, Shanshan, don't say that. Maybe Qingxue is just busy. Lu Shanshan, so busy. She can't even find a moment to reply to a message. Zhao Zai said after a long pause. Qingxue probably hasn't seen the message yet. But I've already booked a Michelin 3-star restaurant. It requires a month's advance reservation. Zhang Ran, shocked emoji, we're in for a treat this time. I've never eaten at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Lu Shanshan, thanks Zai for spending so much on us again. Pei Qingxue, Zai has shown such sincerity. You can't just stay silent now, can you? Seeing Lu Shanshan her repeatedly, Pei Qingxue felt a wave of nausea, even though she hadn't had breakfast. So fake, so fake. How had she never realized Lu Shanshan was this kind of person back then? And to think they used to be best friends. Was she that eager to see her embarrassed? Pei Qingxue bit her red lip, caught in a dilemma. If she didn't respond, Lu Shanshan would likely say even harsher things. Pei Qingxue took a deep breath and typed quickly on the screen. The company has been too busy lately. The design department is rushing the winter collection plan. Whether I can go depends on the company's arrangements. I need to report to my superiors. The moment she sent the message, Lu Shanshan's reply came almost instantly. Huh, you need to report to your superiors. Another message followed. Qingxue, that's a pretty lame excuse. I heard that Uncle Pei is one of the 3 major shareholders in your company. If you the young miss want to come out for a gathering, isn't it just a simple matter of informing your own company? Doesn't Uncle Pei's word count for anything anymore? Pei Qingxue stared at the screen, her face stiffening. Lu Shanshan really did want to see her make a fool of herself. But how should she reply now? In reality, the most pressing issue before her was whether she could even go to Modu to participate in this competition. Previously, as the design director, she naturally wouldn't need to worry about others' opinions. But now it was uncertain whether she could even keep her current position, let alone represent the company at the competition. Just then the landline on her desk rang. It was from the general manager's office. Speak of the devil. Pei Qingxue took a deep breath, thought for a long time, and decided to stop overthinking and directly ask Lu Chen for clarification. She straightened her blouse, checked her makeup, and did her best to look more energetic. Pei Qingxue pushed open the door to the general manager's office and saw Lu Chen leaning back in his chair, basking in the sunlight, wearing a harmless smile and looking to be in a great mood. Mr. Lu, you called for me. Pei Qingxue maintained her usual aloof demeanor, her tone cold. Lu Chen looked up at her, his gaze lingering on her face for a couple of seconds, the smile deepening. There's a national designer competition in Modu coming up. I assume you've heard about it. Pei Qingxue was slightly taken aback. I've heard of it. I plan to send you to represent Hylon Apparel. If you can secure a placing, it would be excellent publicity for both the company and yourself. What do you say? Are you willing? Pei Qingxue was stunned, her pupils dilating instantly. This was too much of a coincidence. If she weren't certain that the small group chat had no outsiders, she might have suspected Lu Chen was monitoring her phone. Why else would Lu Chen always seem to provide exactly what she needed most at her moment of need? Regardless, his proposal hit precisely on her current pain point, filling her with unexpected joy. Mr. Lu, under what title do you intend for me to participate? Pei Qingxue asked. As the design director, of course. Unless you want to go as the general manager. Lu Chen joked. Hearing this teasing remark, Pei Qingxue felt the gloom that had been hanging over her for the past few days instantly dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of relief. As long as she retained her identity as design director, the trip to Modu wouldn't be too awkward, at least. Pei Qingxue said seriously, thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Lu. If you're still willing to let me compete fairly in the future, I promise I will bring benefits to the company. For this design competition, I happen to have a draft I've been polishing for a long time. It's definitely competitive and won't disappoint the company or you. I certainly believe in your talent. Lu Chen nodded, then said earnestly, and about yesterday, I went too far with my words. There were some things I shouldn't have said. This unexpected apology left Pei Qingxue stunned. She hadn't anticipated Lu Chen apologizing on his own initiative. Her pent-up frustration suddenly lifted and her cold expression softened. Mr. Lu, you're still young. Let's just pretend yesterday never happened. As she spoke, Pei Qingxue took out the card again and said, Mr. Lu, this card has indeed helped me a lot, but I can't keep using your money. Last night, I used the card to pay 400 in medical fees, plus the previous room charges. He'll remember all of it. Once I earn enough, I'll pay you back every cent. Pei Qingxue looked sincere and serious, wanting to draw a clear line at this moment. Lu Chun watched her calculating the debt with such earnestness and gave an ambiguous smile, forcing zero. Are you sure you only owe me that little? Pei Qingxue suddenly looked up, confusion written all over her face. What does Mr. Lu mean? Besides what I've mentioned, I have never touched any funds in this card. Pei Qingxue carefully recalled her experiences over the past few days. She swore that apart from those two instances, she had not taken out this card at all. Is that so? Lu Chen did not answer directly, only smiling mysteriously. Why is there a transfer record of 3 million yesterday when I checked your card? 3 million. Hearing this figure, Pei Qingxue was instantly stunned, filled with disbelief. She shook her head violently, her tone urgent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have never initiated this transfer. It must be a mistake. Mr. Lu, please don't joke about this. How could she possibly transfer 3 million? At present, she was even struggling with paying 4,000 in medical fees. How could she use such a large sum of money? Pei Qingxue began to suspect whether Lu Chun was deliberately framing her, trying to control. Lu Chen observed her shocked expression, which did not seem like an act. That was strange, because the system's prompts could not be wrong. Lu Chen shrugged, his demeanor calm. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? The bank's transaction alerts cannot be fabricated. Director Pei, did you perhaps not bind the card number to your mobile phone? If you are sure you did not initiate it, I suggest you quickly check if someone familiar has accessed your belongings. Pei Qingxue walked out of the office with a grim expression. 3 million. How could that be possible? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, suddenly recalling her mother's reminder from yesterday. A bad premonition surged in her heart. She hurried back to her office, shut the door behind her, and dialed Zhou Wan's number. Mom, tell me the truth, did you move my things yesterday? As soon as the call connected, Pei Qingxue asked urgently. In the hospital room, Zhou Wan and Pei Zhen were sitting by the bed talking. Hearing their daughter's anxious inquiry, the two instantly became tense. Qingxue, what's wrong? What happened? Yesterday someone claiming to be the bank manager called you, but you weren't here, so I answered. Zhou Wan quickly replied, sounding guilty. What did you say on the phone? Did you authorize a transfer of 3 million? Pei Qingxue's voice trembled. Zhou Wan and Pei Zhen exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. After a long pause, Zhou Wan stammered, yes. Yes. The manager said you had deposited 50 million, and we thought it was a scam call, so we let him transfer 3 million to your father's account, and provided the card number. But isn't this a scam? Zhou Wan felt her mind was racing. Pei Qingxue felt a buzzing in her head, and her vision blurred. It turned out to be true. Her mother had secretly accessed the funds in this card, and the amount was substantial, a full 3 million. So, does that mean there really are 50 million in the card? Did the person who called really identify himself as the bank manager, and was not deceiving us? Qingxue, what on earth is going on? How could you have so much money? Pei Zhen's slightly excited voice came through the phone. Pei Qingxue took a deep breath, prepared to reveal the truth. That card was given to me by Lu Chun. Lu Chun. Pei Zhen was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. You mean Mr. Lu, right? The price he offered when acquiring shares was quite fair. Mentioning Lu Chun, Pei Zhen no longer doubted the authenticity of this card. Lu Chun was backed by Origin Capital, a figure with an unfathomable background. Let alone 50 million, even 100 million would be trivial for someone like him. But why would Lu Chen give Pei Qingxue a card with 50 million in it? What is this? Could it be that his daughter has some relationship with Mr. Lu? Does Mr. Lu have feelings for his daughter? Otherwise, why would anyone give Pei Qingxue 50 million out of the blue? It must be said this is indeed a grand gesture. Although Pei Zhen had never met Lu Chun, he had heard that he was very young, not yet 30 this year. Acquiring shares in Hylon Group was probably arranged by his family for him to gain experience. Not to mention appearance, just his qualifications and background were a perfect match for her daughter, and for the current Pei Qingxue, it was almost a matter of her climbing up the social. Moreover, he had heard that before revealing his identity, Mr. Lu was exactly Pei Qingxue's subordinate. Now he serves as the general manager and is Pei Qingxue's. It must be said the two indeed share a certain fate. If this matter is settled, it would undoubtedly be a significant benefit and support for Pei Qingxue. Otherwise, the current Pei Qingxue feels like a rootless floating weed likely to fall into a deep abyss at any moment. In fact, Pei Zhen also had his own thoughts. He felt that he could leverage Lu Chen's background to make a comeback. Thinking of this, Pei Zhen suddenly became excited. Zhou Wan looked at Pei Zhen's expression, understanding what he was thinking, and asked, Qingxue, what do you think Mr. Lu means by giving you this card? Do you mean? Pei Qingxue guessed what her mother was about to say, quickly interrupting, Mom, what are you thinking? I have nothing to do with Lu Chun. This card was given to me unilaterally by him, but I have no intention of using it. I will return this money to him. The 3 million you transferred yesterday, please transfer it back quickly. Oh, I don't want to owe anyone anything. Pei Zhen shook his head. Qingxue, it might be very difficult to transfer that 3 million back, because my card has long been placed under court control and has been frozen for debt repayment. What? Upon hearing this news, Pei Qingxue's legs went weak again. So does that mean that 3 million is simply not retrievable? This means that Pei Qingxue has to repay Lu Chun over 3 million. Given her current salary, it would likely take a lifetime to repay. Pei Qingxue felt a wave of dizziness. Pei Zhen tentatively asked, "Qingxue, tell me the truth, does Mr. Lu have feelings for you? Is there really no other relationship between you?" Pei Qingxue was instantly frozen in place. She never expected her father would say such a thing. "Dad, what do you mean? I actually want to say you and Mr. Lu seem quite well matched. If he really has feelings for you, I think." Before Pei Zhen could finish, he was interrupted by Zhou Wan retorted, "Old Pei, what do you mean by that? Are you pushing our daughter into the fire? Even if Mr. Lu has money and power, he must be quite old, right? Our daughter is so young and beautiful. How can we let her be with a middle-aged man? Does that make sense? It's just 3 million, right? If it comes to that, we'll sell everything we have, go without eating or drinking for the rest of our lives, and we will certainly pay the money back. We cannot let our daughter suffer such humiliation." Pei Zhen was taken aback and quickly explained, "Don't be anxious. I've inquired. Mr. Lu is now barely 30 years old, about the same age as Qingxue, so he's not a middle-aged man at all. Moreover, he is still unmarried." Pei Zhen thought for a moment, "Oh, perhaps Mr. Lu was not to Pei Qingxue's taste," and added, "At this age, even if he looks ordinary, he shouldn't be too on it. And with Lu Chen's background and strength, he is simply a perfect match for Qingxue. Of course, this also depends on Qingxue's own thoughts. I'm just suggesting." Zhou Wan was stunned. Not yet 30. She had originally thought Lu Chen was the type of middle-aged boss with a big belly, but did not expect him to be so young. Her tone softened instantly, even carrying a hint of agreement. "Not yet 30. That's quite young. And with such great ability, he is indeed a good match." "Mom, Dad, can you stop overthinking?" Pei Qingxue felt her scalp tingle, interrupting their conversation. Her parents' words jabbed at her heart like needles, making her feel absurd. In their eyes, was she merely a tool for marriage? Just because the other party is wealthy and powerful, they could ignore everything else, and even actively matchmake. A deep sense of helplessness surged in her heart. "Qingxue, we are not trying to force you." Pei Zhen's tone softened. "We understand your predicament. The Pei family has collapsed and can't help you with anything." "Yes, Qingxue." Zhou Wan also persuaded, "Mom isn't being materialistic. Oh, I just hope you can have a good life. As a girl, it's too hard to struggle alone outside. If Mr. Lu is a reliable person and you can truly be with him, you won't have to suffer anymore." Pei Qingxue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her voice was weary. "I will find a way to repay that 3 million. You don't need to worry about it." After hanging up, the office fell into silence. She felt like a clown. She didn't want to owe Lu Chen any money, yet it seemed to be increasing. She didn't want too much entanglement with him, yet her parents pushed her closer to him. After hanging up her parents' call, Pei Qingxue sat in her office for a full half hour. Her fingertips traced the black bank card over and over, its icy touch gradually clearing the fog in her mind. Running away wouldn't solve anything. 3 million had already been spent, and she had to confess to Lu Chen. Taking a deep breath, she rose and walked toward the general manager's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Pei Qingxue pushed open the door and found Lu Chen reviewing documents. Steeling herself, she spoke, her voice dry and strained. "Mr. Lu, yesterday, I did indeed make a transfer of 3 million. Lu Chen looked up curious. "Did you figure it out? Who was behind it?" "It was my mother," Pei Qingxue said, biting her lip, her tone resolute. She thought it was a scam call, and in a moment of confusion had the bank make the transfer. "I will repay this money no matter how long it takes." Lu Chen immediately understood. He hadn't expected such a ridiculous misunderstanding. Yet looking at the stubborn Pei Qingxue, he chuckled. 3 million. At your current salary, how long do you plan to take to pay it back?" "A lifetime." Pei Qingxue's face stiffened, her expression grim. The words stung, but she couldn't refute them. Indeed, at this rate, she might have to repay it for many years. "I can offer you a deal." Just as Pei Qingxue felt her prospects darken, Lu Chen's voice cut through the silence. Pei Qingxue's head shot up, her gaze wary. "What deal?" A sense of dread coiled in her chest. Lu Chen rose, closing the distance between them. His expression was grave and earnest, and his very first words left Pei Qingxue frozen in shock. "Actually, Qingxue, I've liked you for a long time. Ever since you first joined, I thought you were beautiful, captivating, and full of grace. Getting close to you, acquiring the shares, becoming the general manager. All of it was deliberate." Pei Qingxue felt her heart race, her breath quicken, and a deep blush spread across her cheeks. Was this a confession? Pei Qingxue's mind went blank, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Lu Chen watched her blushing face, savoring the sight for a moment. Then with calm composure he said, "Be my woman. You won't have to repay this money, and this card is yours to use. Whatever you desire I can provide." Somehow a wave of disappointment washed over Pei Qingxue. She couldn't understand it. Lu Chen had other ways to pursue her, so why did he have to bind feelings to money? Did he really think she was so materialistic? Pei Qingxue snapped back to reality and said firmly, "Mr. Lu, please stop joking. I have no such intentions right now. Moreover, love is something sacred. I don't want it to be tainted by money." Lu Chen smiled and countered, "So you refuse to accept me?" Pei Qingxue frowned. "Mr. Lu, it's not that. It's just that I have no plans for a relationship at the moment, and what you just said felt too much like a transaction." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. I said from the start this is a transaction. I'm sorry, but I have a certain purity when it comes to this. I don't accept such transactions. Pei Qingxue refused outright. After her rejection, she braced herself for his anger, perhaps a furious outburst or even immediate dismissal. But Lu Chen simply hummed softly. What I proposed earlier was indeed inappropriate. However, I have another entirely legitimate transaction. I can even sign a contract with you. Absolutely fair and lawful. Would you consider it? Pei Qingxue was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to persist after her refusal. Mr. Lu, what is this legitimate transaction you speak of? After a moment's hesitation, she finally asked. Lu Chen said slowly, since you find the idea of being my woman too abrupt, and feel you don't know me well enough, why not start with a oneiri girlfriend? Oneiri girlfriend. Pei Qingxue was stunned. The term rang a faint bell. Lu Chen pulled out his phone and opened an app. He handed the phone to Pei Qingxue. Take a look at this. She took it with confusion, and the screen displayed a storefront, its cover filled with photos of girls in JK uniforms looking sweet and innocent. A flicker of indignation rose in her. Why was he showing her this? Mr. Lu, what do you mean? Are you aware of the oneiri girlfriend or oneiri boyfriend services that are popular these days? It's a novel service. Many men who can't find girlfriends can use it to experience the feeling of being in a relationship. He swiped the screen, pointing at the service description. Look, this is a legitimate platform. The most popular girl here charges 5,000 yuan for an 8-hour simulated dating experience. You can also check the terms of service here. Pei Qingxue looked down at the screen. The terms were detailed. Chatting, shopping, watching movies, even specific dress code requests with a clear prohibition on any inappropriate physical contact. Before she could react, Lu Chen continued, 5,000 yuan is too low. I plan to offer you 100 times that. Your 8 hours are worth 5,000 yuan. Is that enough? Pei Qingxue stared at him, utterly astounded. 5,000. She could barely earn that much in a year, and all she had to do was spend time with Lu Chen like an ordinary couple to get 5,000. Pei Qingxue's mind buzzed. This meant that with just one day, she could clear a sixth of her 3 million debt. If she did it for 6 consecutive days, she could completely shake off this crushing burden. Seeing her waver, Lu Chen pressed on. And I promise to respect your wishes all the way. No touching, no forcing you to do anything inappropriate. It'll be just like hanging out with a friend. Pei Qingxue fell silent. The offer was too tempting. So tempting that she had almost no reason to refuse. She knew that even her parents would support her in doing this. And after all, it was just a transaction, had promised not to cross any lines. If it was truly like spending time with a friend, maybe it wasn't so unacceptable. But Pei Qingxue had her pride. She was a Ritterni master's graduate from a prestigious overseas university, the design director of Hylon Apparel, not a paid companion earning money by playing a girlfriend. All those years abroad, pulling all-nighters over design drafts, polishing every detail, fighting tooth and nail to win projects. Wasn't it all to stand on her own knowledge? If she compromised now for 5,000, wouldn't all those principles and that pride become a joke? In her bones, she felt this kind of arrangement was beneath her. And would Lu Chen really stay so well-behaved? Could this be an elaborate trap head set waiting for her to walk right into it? You don't have to answer me now. Take a day to think about it. Lu Chen noticed her inner conflict and softened his tone. Keep the card. Use it for the hotel and daily expenses. Consider it a token of my sincerity in advance. Su Team Leader. Are you listening? Is there any problem with this design? Oh, no problem. This design aligns perfectly with this year's popular elements. Really? After dealing with her colleagues, Su Yinxin irritably ran her fingers through her hair, strands falling messily over her fair neck. She wanted to shake off those strange thoughts in her mind and focus more on her work. However, the more she tried, the more the images in her mind refused to stop. The words that Lu Chen had said to her in the general manager's office yesterday kept replaying in her head. Should she compromise or continue to hold on? All day long she remained in this restless state of mind. Just as she was struggling, a slight commotion came from the office door. Su Yinxin instinctively looked up, her gaze immediately drawn to the figure at the door. It was Zhao Yajing. Today she wore a cream-colored LV knitted dress tailored to fit her figure, accentuating her voluptuous. Around her neck hung a luxurious necklace of the same brand, and she carried a brand new soft twist handbag with a pair of white LV loafers on her feet. From head to toe, she was dressed in the season's latest LV collection, exuding opulence at first glance. Coupled with Zhao Yajing's curvaceous figure and remarkable looks, she emanated an air of grandeur. Su Yangxin's breath suddenly caught in her throat. The last time Zhao Yajing had carried that Hermes bag, it had already shocked her. But today this outfit alone probably cost over 300,000. With Zhao Yajing's salary, even if she saved up for 3 years without eating or drinking, it might not be enough. So it was evident who had bought her this outfit. Sister Jing, you look amazing today. This LV outfit suits your aura perfectly. Li Meng was the first to react, her eyes sparkling as she approached. Lu Xiaoyan echoed. Yes, Sister Jing, your taste is incredible. I saw that dress at the boutique last time. It costs over 40,000. I just couldn't bring myself to buy it. Colleagues gathered around, each praising her in turn. Su Yinshin felt a surge of discomfort. It used to be her enjoying such attention. In terms of education, she graduated from a prestigious school. In terms of ability, she held the position of design team leader. In terms of appearance, she was young and beautiful. But now Zhao Yajing had become the object of admiration for everyone in the design department. However, she also knew that what her colleagues were really praising was not Zhao Yajing herself, nor the luxury items she wore, but rather the person behind those purchases. Su Yinshin scoffed, inwardly finding it too superficial. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder about the relationship between Lu Chen and Zhao Yajing. If there was no special connection, why would he spend so much money on her? In light of this, Su Yinshin felt even more compelled to distance herself from someone like Lu Chen. Just then the HR supervisor Manager Ma walked in with quick steps, wearing a beaming smile. "Is Sister Jing here?" Zhao Yajing stepped out from the crowd. "Manager Ma, do you need something?" Manager Ma quickly approached with a flattering smile. "Congratulations, Sister Jing. After discussions with the management, you have been appointed as the acting manager of the production department, replacing Zheng Ji. You can start the handover today." As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent. Then a wave of chatter erupted. "Production department manager?" Li Meng's eyes widened. "Sister Jing, you've just been promoted 2 levels. Lu Xiaoyan looked on with envy. "That's amazing. From now on we can't call you Sister Jing anymore, we must call you Manager Zhao." Mai couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Jing's promotion and raise. She's simply a winner in life." Although she had anticipated this appointment, Zhao Yajing couldn't help but show a smug smile when Manager Ma announced it publicly. She felt like giving Manager Ma a big thumbs up. This person was so perceptive. "Thank you, everyone. I will need the design department's support in the future. Although I am moving to the production department, I will still need to come to you for help." Su Yinshin watched Manager Ma's eager demeanor and saw Zhao Yajing being surrounded like a star, being asked questions left and right. Her feelings were complex and hard to describe. She never expected that Lu Chun valued Zhao Yajing so much, promoting her directly to department manager. The position of production department manager was not just a level higher than that of design team leader, the salary was several times greater. Su Yinshin had to admit that her emotions were indeed tinged with jealousy. For the rest of the day, she remained restless. Finally, when work was over, Su Yinshin just wanted to leave quickly and find a moment of peace for herself. She hurried to the company entrance and saw her Tesla parked by the roadside, feeling a slight sense of balance return. This was a car she had bought through her own efforts. Su Yinshin was entirely capable of relying on herself. Just as she was about to open the car door, Zhao Yajing walked out of the building. Su Yinshin casually greeted, "Sister Jing, off work?" "MHM." Zhao Yajing nodded with a smile. Su Yangxin's gaze fell on her, her tone carrying a hint of superiority. "Sister Jing, hasn't your dolphin been repaired yet? Are you going to let me give you a ride today?" "No need to repair it." Zhao Yajing shook her head. "I sold it directly." "Sold it?" Zhao Yajing nodded. "I got a new car." From casually recharging a Techno-0 to later lavishly buying cars for her friends, this kind of extravagant spending was not something a well. Su Yangxin's eyes widened in an instant, her pupils constricting. A Mercedes GT. As someone who had bought a car before, Su Yinshin was somewhat knowledgeable about the current market. This car cost nearly 2 million upon purchase. She instinctively swallowed, her voice trembling slightly. This is your car?" Zhao Yajing smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and nodded. "MHM." Su Yinshin felt her head buzzing, her mind momentarily blank, utterly shocked. A 2 million car bought just like that? Lu Chen's financial strength far exceeded her imagination. Yes, Su Yinshin didn't believe this car was bought by Zhao Yajing herself. It had to be related to Lu Chen. Yet even so, casually gifting a car worth 2 million made her reevaluate Lu Chen's capabilities. Just then the sound of an engine roared. Soon a silver vehicle with a time-space color appeared, with sleek and powerful lines mirroring Zhao Yajing's Mercedes GT, only differing in color. Su Yinshin was taken aback by the sight of this car. Was the Mercedes GT becoming common? Why was another one appearing? Quickly the car window rolled down, revealing a face strikingly similar to Zhao Yajing's, but even more youthful and radiant. "Sister, why did you get off work so late? Let's hurry." Realizing this, Su Yinshin pointed at Zhao Xiaoxiao's car, her voice trembling. This was also bought by President Lu." Zhao Yajing nodded, calmly admitting, "Yes, we bought them together for convenience when Xiao Xiao and I go out." 2 cars. There were actually 2. "Sister Jing, what exactly is your relationship with President Lu?" Su Yinshin couldn't help but ask, her tone complex. Zhao Yajing's lips curled into a meaningful smile as she gently replied, "Nothing special, we're just ordinary colleagues." Ordinary colleagues. Su Yinshin looked at the 2 Mercedes GTs worth nearly 4 million, feeling a mix of emotions. If she had agreed to Lu Chen yesterday, would this car and this position have been hers? She began to doubt whether her rejection yesterday was right. Lu Chen was young, wealthy, and resourceful. Even if it was just a transaction, it didn't seem like a loss. At the very least, she could have secured the position and the money. Moreover, looking back now, it didn't seem too late. Zhao Yajing was divorced, and even if Lu Chun liked her he probably wouldn't. She was young, unmarried, well-educated, and capable. There was no reason she couldn't have a chance. As Lu Chun stepped out of the company building, the system notification chimed on time. 1 million virtual coins. He was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he received such a reward, and curiosity was instantly piqued. Having spent 880 yuan on clothing before, Lu Chun was quite familiar with it, and it posed no challenge. The only difficulty might be in making a selection. Just as he was pondering where to shop, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Xue Qiqi. Mr. Lu, I'm already waiting for you at the restaurant entrance. He almost forgot about the dinner with Xue Qiqi tonight. 10 minutes had already passed since their agreed time. I'm on my way. After replying, he flagged down a taxi. Considering he would be drinking later, he opted not to take his Porsche, which also saved him the trouble of finding a parking spot. The taxi stopped in front of the building, and Lu Chun looked up at the sign that read Jinhu Craft Banquet, which exuded understated luxury. Seeing this restaurant, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. After all, he had only visited this place once before and spent hundreds of thousands knowing that this establishment was not a frequented spot for ordinary wage earners. Choosing this place for dinner tonight only showed that Xue Qiqi was quite sincere. As soon as Lu Chun got out of the car, he spotted Xue Qiqi waiting at the entrance. Dressed in stark contrast to her professional attire at work, she wore a light blue floral dress tonight, the hem reaching her knees, revealing her slender fair legs, and black leather boots. With a touch of delicate makeup on her face and her eyes slightly upturned, she looked more gentle and lively than at work, catching Lu Chun's attention. Mr. Lu, you've arrived. Seeing Lu Chun, Xue Qiqi's tone still carried a hint of shyness. Thinking of yesterday's events, she felt a bit regretful, wondering if she had been too willful. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Lu Chun felt a bit apologetic for being so late. Usually when dining with Gao Yinyan, he would arrive early. Now making a girl wait outside in the cold air made him subconsciously feel guilty. It's okay, I just arrived not long ago, and besides it's my treat tonight, so waiting outside is expected. Xue Qiqi quickly waved her hand, responding with surprise. Hearing this, Lu Chun felt an odd sense of reversal. However, he soon adapted and quickly adjusted his mood as he walked. As soon as he stepped inside, Lu Chun could feel numerous gazes converging on him. To be precise, they were all directed at Xue Qiqi. Clearly, it was Xue Qiqi's first time in such an upscale restaurant. Being openly scrutinized by others made her fair cheeks blush slightly. As soon as she sat down, she noticed a man at the table across from her, dressed in a floral shirt and wearing a gold chain, frequently glancing her way with an unsettling stare. Suppressing her discomfort, Xue Qiqi handed over the menu. Mr. Lu, I booked a set meal priced at 1500 yuan per person. If there's anything you want to add, we can do so. Lu Chen glanced at the menu. The 1500 yuan set meal was quite generous, and he had no complaints. However, how could a Western meal be complete without red wine? Can you drink? Would you like to have some red wine? After a moment of hesitation, Xue Qiqi nodded obediently. All right, I'll follow your lead, Mr. Lu. Seeing Xue Qiqi agree, Lu Chun snapped his fingers to call over a waiter. Sir, what can I do for you? Please bring us a bottle of red wine. The waiter immediately listed several wine options. Sir, we have a 580 yuan Bordeaux from France and 1280 yuan Australian Penfolds Bin 389 and a 4980 yuan Burgundy Grand Cru. Which one would you like? Hearing these prices, Xue Qiqi's face stiffened. She had thought that red wine would surely be cheaper than baijiu, at most a few hundred yuan, but who would have thought that the red wine here was even more expensive than the most expensive Maodai? Ultimately, Xue Qiqi was just an ordinary girl who had never been to such an occasion before. She paid little attention to alcoholic beverages in her daily life and naturally didn't know that in upscale restaurants beverages could be quite a significant expense. Lu Chen noticed the tension on Xue Qiqi's face and quickly understood why. Even though he wasn't short on money, it was Xue Qiqi who was treating today, and he didn't want to overstep or make her. Thus Lu Chen said, is there something a bit cheaper? Something more affordable? The waiter paused for a moment before replying, yes, sir, we have a Zhang Yu Xia by Na priced at 499 yuan, which is a highly cost-effective basic option in the restaurant. Let's go with that. Lu Chen said without hesitation. Xue Qiqi felt warmth in her heart, instantly realizing that Lu Chun was considering her feelings. Yet feeling touched, she also felt a bit anxious, wondering if this price range of wine was something Lu Chun had never had before. Would it not match his status? Mr. Lu, should we switch to something more expensive? Wouldn't 499 yuan wine be too? No need. You don't understand, there's not much difference in taste between expensive wine and these few hundred yuan wines. Lu Chen interrupted her, his tone calm. Just then a chuckle came from the table next to them. It was the man in the floral shirt and gold chain who put down his wine glass and remarked in a voice loud enough for both tables to hear, is there still someone who treats a beautiful girl to a meal with wine under 400 yuan? This is truly eye-opening. If you can't afford it, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush. His friends burst into laughter, their gazes laced with mockery. Everyone assumed Lu Chun was the kind of person who was too proud to suffer in silence, who had to take a girl to a fancy restaurant to show off. But as soon as they saw the prices, he backed down, trying to save face. Shue Kiki's face instantly turned red. She felt both angry and embarrassed. These people had no idea of the truth, and surely thought Lu Chun was too stingy to spend on her meal. In reality, Lu Chun didn't want her to feel pressured, and was trying to save her money. He glanced at the man with a cold expression, but chose not to engage. There was no need to ruin the dining atmosphere over unrelated people. Ignore them. Lu Chun poured a glass of red wine and handed it to her. As she accepted the glass, Shue Kiki's grievances gradually dissipated under Lu Chun's reassurance. The two resumed their conversation, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Mr. Lu, thank you for accepting my invitation. About yesterday's incident, it was actually my fault. Firstly, I shouldn't have come to work with that kind of makeup. Secondly, I shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake while working. It's all my fault. You don't need to feel guilty, Mr. Lu. Lu Chun was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shue Qiqi to apologize from this angle, which caught him off guard. However, somewhat self-aware, Lu Chun immediately waved his hand. Let's not bring up yesterday again, and please don't keep calling me Mr. Lu. It makes us sound a bit distant. As soon as this was mentioned, Shue Qiqi's face turned slightly bashful, but in the end she spoke honestly. Chen Guo, actually, besides being a healthy employee at Manzi, I also opened a beauty. As soon as this was mentioned, Shue Qiqi's face turned slightly bashful, but in the end she spoke honestly. Chen Guo, actually, besides being a healthy employee at Manzi, I also opened a beauty account on Douyin. Chen Guo, the affordable cosmetics I share on Douyin are all under 100 yuan, along with clothing tips within 200 yuan. Shue Qiqi said, pointing to her dress. Like this dress I'm wearing today, it's just 239 yuan. Many fans say they can save money by following my tips. Lu Chen carefully examined the dress. The cut was nice, the color fresh, and it didn't give off a cheap vibe, perfectly suited to her temperament. He could sense that Shue Qiqi had put a lot of thought into selecting clothes that suited her. It looks great. You wouldn't guess it's just over 200. Really? Flattered by Lu Chen's compliment, Shue Qiqi's eyes sparkled with interest. The eyeshadow palette I use for eye makeup is only 39.9 yuan, and the eyeliner is 19.8 yuan. Unlike those big influencers who only promote expensive brands worth hundreds. As a beauty influencer, my main focus is on cost effectiveness, and I want to share practical tips with everyone. She paused for a moment, a bit shyly, adding, actually, just before I came over yesterday, I had just finished a live stream and didn't have time to remove my makeup, so I rushed here. I'm really sorry if I caused you any trouble, Chen Guo. Oh, it's fine, but that makeup looks pretty good. Does it have a specific name? Mentioning this, Shue Qiqi felt a bit embarrassed to speak, saying that makeup style is called a fox-style smoky eye. Hearing this name, Lu Chun understood it indeed matched the description of the makeup style. What's your account name? I'll follow you later. Shue Qiqi shared her account name, and just as she was about to say something else, Lu Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar number, but it was labeled Ben's Jiangxing Service Center. After a brief thought, Lu Chen immediately understood what it was about, smiling apologetically at Shue Qiqi. I'll take this call. With that, he stood up and walked toward the restaurant exit. Just as he walked away, a man in a floral shirt approached with a drink in hand, casually leaning toward Shue Qiqi. Hey beautiful, how about sharing a drink with me? Seeing the man approach right after Lu Chen left, Shue Qiqi couldn't help but feel a bit scared. She silently frowned and shook her head. The man in the floral shirt was persistent, shaking his wrist adorned with a gold watch, boasting, I'm in the building materials business, driving a Porsche Cayenne that costs. Being with me you can eat and drink whatever you want. It's way better than that guy who just took a cab. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. Oh, I'll look out for you from now. Shue Qiqi tightened her brows, abruptly standing up and stepping back half a pace, her tone icy. Please leave. I'm not interested in you. Not giving me face, huh? The man in the floral shirt's expression darkened. Beautiful, don't be foolish. You can't even afford a bottle of wine. What future do you have with a man like that? What my friend is like is not for you to comment on, and besides, you're not necessarily better than him. Shue Qiqi stared at him, her gaze resolute. The man in the floral shirt scoffed, ready to retaliate. Just then Lu Chun walked back in after hanging up. Upon seeing the middle-aged man in the floral shirt standing in front of Shue Qiqi, Lu Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. Get lost. Who the hell do you think you are to tell me to get lost? The man in the floral shirt, feeling humiliated after failing to flirt and getting scolded by Lu Chun, felt a rush of anger. With alcohol fueling his bravado, he slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Lu Chen's nose and shouting, do you know what car I drive? A Porsche. Do you believe I can make you unable to show your face in Jiangxing? Lu Chen sneered. Oh, so what? You're just a guy who drives a Porsche? So what? Is driving a luxury car that impressive? At that moment, the argument quickly drew everyone's attention. The waiter immediately informed the manager. Upon hearing this, the manager felt a sense of crisis. As a high-end restaurant, the last thing they wanted was a dispute causing negative news that would affect the dining experience of other guests. Before long, the manager hurried over, saying, gentlemen, may I ask what's going on? Seeing this, the man in the floral shirt sneered and boasted, manager, this kid is causing trouble in your restaurant. Hurry up and kick him out. The manager glanced back and saw that the person involved was Lu Chun. He immediately bowed and greeted Mr. Lu. Why didn't you say hello when you arrived? Hearing this title and attitude, the man in the floral shirt was taken aback. Shue Qiqi was also puzzled. Immediately after the manager's expression changed, turning to scold the man in the floral shirt. This Mr. Liu is our store's Black Diamond member with a single purchase exceeding 300. You need to apologize to Mr. Liu immediately, or I'll have to call security. Black Diamond member. Single purchase of 300,000. The man in the floral shirt's arrogance instantly froze, his pupils constricting as he looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. He never expected that this man who arrived by taxi and drank over 400 yuan of red wine was actually a Black Diamond member with a 300,000 consumption. Shueqiqi was also taken aback. She only knew Lu Chen was wealthy, but didn't realize he had such a high-level membership at this upscale restaurant. You are joking. The man in the floral shirt said nervously. Whether it's nonsense or not, you'll know when you check the consumption records. The manager's face turned cold. Now, please leave immediately. We do not welcome customers like you. The man in the floral shirt looked around at the mocking gazes of those nearby, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. He glared at Lu Chen before hurriedly fleeing the scene. Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance during your meal, the manager said respectfully. It's fine. Lu Chen waved his hand. We just finished eating and are about to leave. The manager continued to bow as an expression of our apology, Mr. Liu. I will waive your bill for this meal. The two were personally escorted by the manager downstairs, and just as they arrived they heard the roar of an engine. A tow truck slowly drove up carrying a flame-orange Mercedes-Benz GT sports car in the back with sleek lines and a dazzling color that shimmered under the street lights. Surrounding people marveled, wondering which rich guy had ordered this luxury car. Not far away in the parking lot, the man in the floral shirt was standing with a few friends smoking. Upon seeing the sports car on the tow truck, he immediately whistled. Damn, a Mercedes-Benz GT, worth over 2 million. This model is so cool. Once I earn some more money, I'll definitely get one. His friends all agreed, their eyes filled with envy. They stared intently at the direction of the tow truck, eager to find out who owned the luxury car. The tow truck drove in one direction and finally stopped steadily at the road. Before the man in the floral shirt could react in surprise, he saw the next moment the door of the Mercedes-Benz van following the tow truck opened and a staff member wearing a Mercedes logo quickly stepped out. They held documents and the car keys, respectfully walking up to Lu Chen. Is it Mr. Liu? The Mercedes-Benz GT you ordered has arrived. Please check and sign. The entire area fell silent in an instant. The smile on the man in the floral shirt froze, the cigarette in his mouth dropping to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he rubbed his eyes hard, confirming he wasn't mistaken. The staff was indeed talking to Lu Chen. Shueqiqi was also shocked, covering her mouth in astonishment. That day she had seen Lu Chen buy 2 Mercedes-Benz GT 4-door sports cars for Zhao Yajing without blinking, and now, just a few days later, Mr. Liu had ordered another flashy Mercedes-Benz GT sports car. Seeing the 2-door shape of the sports car, she knew its price was definitely not cheap, starting at least at 3 million. The manager nearby was also left speechless. He knew Lu Chen was wealthy, but never expected him to be rich to this extent, casually spending over 3 million on a performance car, his capabilities beyond measure. Lu Chen took the documents, quickly skimmed through them, signed his name, and took the car keys, directly deliver it to the underground garage of Hubin. No. Just contact the property management for the handover. Understood, Mr. Liu, we will arrange it immediately. The staff replied respectfully, turning to arrange the tow truck's transfer. By the way, I paid in full for this car, right? Lu Chen asked uncertainly. Mr. Liu, yes, this model of Mercedes-Benz was fully paid for at 301 million, and all payments have been complete. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap exploding among the crowd. Everyone present was once again left stunned, their scalps tingling. The store manager standing nearby was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. He hadn't expected that by merely coming out to see Lu Chen off he would witness such a dramatic scene. After a brief moment of shock, the respect and awe on his face deepened. At this moment, he felt a rush of relief. He was glad he had decisively stepped in earlier to stop the conflict between Lu Chen and those few people, giving Lu Chen the face he deserved. Looking back, this decision seemed incredibly wise. Lu Chen's strength was far deeper than he had imagined. Among everyone present, the calmest one must be Shueqiqi. Although she hadn't expected Lu Chen to buy another sports car, she had long since equated Lu Chen with a wealthy second generation. From casually recharging a T0 to later lavishly buying cars for her friends, this kind of extravagant spending was not something a wealthy second generation. It is important to note that sports cars are not like real estate, which appreciates. They are purely consumer products. If one is not truly wealthy, it is impossible to pay in full for 3 cars worth millions at once. Suddenly, an uncontrollable thought popped into her mind. If I hadn't pushed him away last night, would I also have a luxury car like that? That car costs 2 million. The moment this thought appeared, Shueqiqi was startled, quickly severing it in her mind. No, I am not that kind of person. I want to earn money through my own efforts. But, if I rely on my own efforts, will I have another chance in this lifetime? No, that's not acceptable. Lu Chen calmly took the car key, pocketing it, and said, please arrange for the transfer as soon as possible. Let's not waste time. Alright, Mr. Liu, we will handle it immediately. The staff at the 4S store responded eagerly, not daring to delay. Lu Chun turned to Xue Qiqi and said, "It's getting late, I'll take you home." Chen Gu. Ai. Xue Qiqi's throat tightened. She was now confused, wanting to say something, but found herself unable to find the right words. Not far away in the parking lot, the man in a floral shirt and his group of friends were frozen in shock, completely dumbfounded. Watching the fiery orange Mercedes GT being towed away and seeing Lu Chun and Xue Qiqi board the business vehicle arranged by the 4S store, left there. A $3 million car paid in full. Is it really that extravagant? What level of tycoon is this? They engaged in the building materials business and worked for 3 years without expenses, yet they couldn't earn this amount. Recalling how he had proudly boasted about driving a Porsche earlier, the man in the floral shirt felt his face flush with embarrassment. It was important to note that although he drove a Porsche, it was purchased with a loan, and he still had 2 years left to pay it off. Until the car disappeared into the night, the man in the floral shirt suddenly jolted awake, realizing that his shirt had long been soaked with cold sweat. He interacted with people from all walks of life and knew well what kind of power and background someone would have to casually pull out that much cash to buy a sports car. That was a level he couldn't even reach on tiptoe. He felt a wave of fear wash over him, his legs beginning to tremble. That person is truly wealthy. One friend swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The man in the floral shirt turned pale, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a bitter smile. Fortunately, we didn't push things too far today. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we would die. He felt immensely relieved that he hadn't lost his head earlier and made any more extreme moves. Otherwise, it would not only be a question of surviving in Jiangxing, but also whether he could leave in one piece. In the business vehicle, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Xue Qiqi turned her head to look out at the rapidly passing night scenery, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Beyond shock and envy, there seemed to be a flutter of excitement that quickened her heartbeat. Although this man was wealthy, he was very low-key, and interacting with Lu Chun didn't carry the uncomfortable feeling of facing a spoiled rich kid. Moreover, just now at the dinner, Lu Chun had been attentive to her feelings, showing no signs of male chauvinism. This made Xue Qiqi feel that Lu Chun was like a reliable older brother, bringing her immense peace of mind. "Where is your home? I'll take you back." Lu Chun broke the silence. Xue Qiqi hesitated for a moment, recalling Su Man and the store manager's previous reminders to be proactive. However, when it came to the moment, Xue Qiqi felt as if something was stuck in her throat, making it hard for her to speak. "I live at XXX. In the end, Xue Qiqi didn't say much more, only providing her address. Upon hearing the address, Lu Chun didn't hesitate and instructed the driver to head there first. Looking at the time, it was now less than 4 hours until dawn. Suddenly, Lu Chun remembered that the system's task of spending 8800 on clothing had yet to be completed. "Driver, wait a moment, please change the destination." Lu Chun suddenly called out. Upon hearing this, Xue Qiqi was suddenly startled, her heart racing. Could it be that Chen Gu wanted the driver to take them to his home? Her cheeks instantly turned crimson. She wasn't prepared for further contact with Lu Chun yet. But how could she refuse? Should she just outright decline? Would that be too disrespectful to Lu Chun? But if she didn't refuse directly and went to his home instead, what if something happened? How would she cope? Xue Qiqi was caught in a battle of thoughts. "Mr. Lu, where are you going?" "To the nearest Longhu Mall." Lu Chun was unaware that Xue Qiqi next to him had already imagined a dramatic scenario. Seeing her face slightly flushed, he thought it was because she had just drunk some alcohol. So he casually explained, "Looking at the time, it's less than 3 hours until dawn, and I still have something to finish. Do you mind if I stop by Longhu Mall first?" "Well, that's fine. I don't have anything else to do." The business vehicle quickly arrived at the entrance of Longhu Mall. It was already past 9 in the evening, and there were hardly any people around. "Accompany me to a place." Lu Chun walked straight into the first floor of the mall. Xue Qiqi closely followed, filled with curiosity. Just then, at the entrance of a nearby milk tea shop, a graceful figure in a milk tea shop uniform was tidying up, preparing to leave work. In a sudden glance, she spotted a familiar figure. "Oh, isn't that Qiqi?" She immediately noticed the tall figure in front of Xue Qiqi, dressed in a sharp suit, his profile exuding an air of calm authority. It was the man who had made a deep impression on her these past few days, Lu Chun. Su Man's eyes widened in disbelief, as she never expected to see Lu Chun and Xue Qiqi here. Lu Chun brought Qiqi to Longhu Mall. Surely they weren't just here for milk tea. Following their gaze, Su Man quickly realized that Lu Chun and Xue Qiqi were heading straight for a luxury goods store on the first floor. Hermes. As soon as Su Man saw them stopping at the Hermes store, her breath caught in her throat. It seems that Xue Qiqi has captured Mr. Lu, otherwise how would they come to such a place? This Mr. Lu is truly generous. He actually went to Hermes. Su Man hurriedly quickened her pace, heading towards the Hermes store. On the other side, Xue Qiqi stared at Lu Chun, who had stopped in front of a luxurious and elegant shop, momentarily stunned. Looking at the carriage-like logo and the letters Hermes at the entrance, Xue Qiqi felt a heavy burden in her steps, a sense of inferiority rising within her, making her hesitant to enter. Hermes. What did Brother Chen bring her here for? Although she had never bought anything from Hermes, she was well aware of the brand. This was a pinnacle of luxury where even a single bag could cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. It was entirely out of reach for someone like her. Chen turned to her and said calmly, "What are you dawdling for? Let's go in and take a look." "Oh, okay." Chi quickly masked her flustered feelings and followed. She held on to some unrealistic assumptions in her heart, but soon rationality snuffed them out. There was no way she and Chen had any relationship. How could Chen possibly be buying her a bag? So it must be that Chen wanted to buy something and had just brought her along for the shopping trip. The young female clerk in the store noticed Chen and Chi entering and quickly approached them with enthusiasm upon seeing their attire and appearance. With a standard smile on her face and a respectful tone, she said, "Sir, Miss, hello. How may I assist you?" Chen pointed to a bag on the shelf and spoke to Chi in a flat tone, "Take a look and pick one that you like." At these words, Chi was completely taken aback. A Hermes bag costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Even if she stopped eating and drinking and worked hard for several years, she could never afford one. How could she accept such an expensive gift for no reason? Moreover, she hadn't done anything at all. So her first instinct was to refuse. "Brother Chen, no. I can't accept it. The bags here are too expensive. I really don't need." Chen had anticipated her reaction. Looking at her with a serious expression devoid of any hint of a joke, he said, "I'm not buying it for you. I'm asking you to help me." Chi froze, her eyes filled with confusion. "Help you? Help with what?" "I have a task that requires me to spend 88,000 on clothing today. If I don't use this money today, it will disappear. I'm not familiar with luxury goods, so I'm asking you to help me pick one to meet that amount." Chen spoke earnestly. But upon hearing this, Chi's confusion deepened. She thought to herself, how could that be reasonable? How could money just disappear if it wasn't spent? This was clearly an excuse. Chen wanted to buy her a bag, but was afraid she would refuse, so he concocted this reason. However, this excuse was a bit too far-fetched. The nearby sales clerk couldn't help but laugh at such a flimsy excuse, but after laughing, a wave of bitterness rose within her. Why hadn't she encountered such a good man? Chi shook her head, her tone resolute. "Brother Chen, I can't help with this. This bag is too valuable. You should choose for yourself." At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. "Chi, what are you doing here?" Chi and Chen turned to see Su Man walking in quick. Having overheard their conversation, Su Man instantly understood everything. So it turned out that Mr. Lu wanted to buy Chi a Hermes bag, but was afraid she would refuse, so he deliberately came up with a clumsy excuse. He really went through a lot of trouble. It seemed that Mr. Lu was genuinely interested in Chi, otherwise he wouldn't go through such lengths to please her and be willing to buy her such an expensive bag. Su Man felt envious. She never expected such a premium second-generation rich kid to cross paths with Chi. "Man, what are you doing here?" Seeing Su Man appear, Chi was surprised. She felt uncertain about how to explain her presence with Chen in the Hermes store. Su Man quickly walked over to the two of them and said, "Chi, don't you remember? I work at the milk tea shop in this mall. I just got off work and saw you, so I came over." Turning to Chen with a beaming smile, she said, "Mr. Lu, hello. It's nice to see you again." "Hello." Chen nodded at the suddenly appearing Su Man, his tone calm. Su Man's gaze fell upon the array of luxury bags on the shelf, then back to the conflicted Chi. She took her hand and said, "Chi, what's wrong? If Mr. Lu wants you to pick, just pick one. There must be a reason for Mr. Lu's requests. Consider it helping him out. But these bags are too expensive. I usually don't pay much attention to them." Chi frowned. Su Man interrupted, "What's too expensive?" "Mr. Lu said that if he doesn't spend this money, it will disappear. If that's the case, how distressed would Mr. Lu be? Just treat it as helping Mr. Lu. Don't make it difficult for him," Su Man said, winking at her. After all, if this bag was bought, she could borrow it for a couple of days. This might be the closest she would ever get to Hermes, as she couldn't miss this chance. Chi looked at Su Man, then at Chen, feeling slightly swayed. Seizing the moment, Su Man pulled her to a display shelf, pointing at a simple, yet understatedly luxurious white bag, saying enthusiastically, "Chi, look, this matches your dress. The style and color are quite fitting." Chi looked over and had to admit Su Man was right. This bag was very simple, with no unnecessary decorations, and suited her temperament perfectly. The female clerk quickly approached with a bright smile, introducing, "Madam, you have great taste. This bag is a classic and bestseller from Hermes, priced at 45999 yuan. It's perfect for young and beautiful girls. 45999 yuan. Upon hearing this price, Chi gasped in shock. Maybe I should choose a cheaper one or look at something else. She found it hard to accept such an expensive price. Chen, however, curled his lip at the price and told the clerk, "This price is indeed a bit low. It's too cheap. Help me pick one that costs at least 8800. It can only be more, not less." The clerk's eyes immediately lit up at his words, as selling a bag would earn her a commission. 8800 now, that was a significant bonus. The clerk quickly went off to find something, and shortly returned with a brown handbag. This bag is a limited edition, made from top-grade cowhide and handcrafted. It's priced at 89999, perfectly fitting your budget. More importantly, this bag suits this lady extremely well, having it would completely elevate her aura. The clerk demonstrated how the bag looked on Shueqiqi. Shueqiqi looked at her reflection in the mirror. With this bag, her aura instantly transformed. Deep down, she liked it. But thinking about how she had done nothing to deserve receiving a bag from brother Chen, she felt uneasy. If he liked her, why not just say it? Receiving a bag so suddenly, she felt somewhat out of place. If he were to make some unreasonable demands in the future, would she agree or not? Seeing the expression on Shueqiqi's face, Lu Chun could tell that she was extremely fond of it. Wrap it up then. Lu Chun had no intention of wasting any more time. It was just 88,000 yuan, which was nothing compared to the rewards from the system. Su Man linked arms with Shueqiqi and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Qiqi, don't make things difficult for Mr. Lu. He is so sincere. If you refuse, he will definitely be unhappy. Moreover, this bag is particularly suitable for you." Seeing the sincere expression in Lu Chen's eyes, Shueqiqi's defenses finally crumbled at that moment. If she refused again, it would be rather impolite. Well, okay then. Thank you, brother Chen. Shueqiqi bit her lip. Seeing her agree, Su Man breathed a sigh of relief. The nearby shop assistant was overjoyed, smiling brightly, while secretly envying Shueqiqi for having such a generous boyfriend. It was not just a bargain, it had to be 88,000 yuan. This was simply the style of a domineering CEO. She secretly observed Shueqiqi and Su Man, thinking to herself that although they were decent looking with just a bit of makeup and photo editing, she wouldn't fall short compared to these two. When would such good fortune come her way? Although the young shop assistant felt jealous, she knew she and Lu Chun were from entirely different worlds. No matter how envious, she felt there was no opportunity. She could only suppress her other thoughts and enthusiastically assist them with the paperwork. As the three walked out of the store, Su Man glanced at the Mercedes-Benz business van parked not far away, turned to Lu Chun and smiled politely. "Brother Chen, Qiqi and I live together. It's quite late, can I hitch a ride with you?" "Of course you can." Lu Chen smiled and nodded, his demeanor very easygoing. When Shueqiqi heard Su Man also call him brother Chen, an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. This title was originally hers, and she had obtained Lu Chen's consent. Yet she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Perhaps for Su Man it was just a common form of address. Once they got into the business, then Su Man eagerly started a conversation. "Brother Chen, you are so handsome. Your skin is exceptionally well maintained. You look like you're just in your early 20s. Lu Chen chuckled. "I'm already 28 this year." "Wow, just 28, and you are already so wealthy. You are simply a winner in life." "Indeed, those internet novel characters who are rich are just like you," Su Man said with envy. At the same time, she felt a pang of regret for not dressing up properly. She had hastily met Lu Chen after work. Otherwise, she would have made an effort to leave a deeper impression on him. "It's all right," Lu Chen responded nonchalantly to Su Man's flattery, not particularly proud. Who would have thought that just a month ago Lu Chen was a down-and-out office worker who was despised by girls for being unable to afford a bride price, wearing a green hat. All of this was thanks to the power of the system. Lu Chen had no inflated ego. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed uninterested in discussing this further, the perceptive Su Man immediately switched to another topic. "Brother Chen, you have no idea how outstanding Qiqi is. She takes her job seriously and often works late to master her skills, which is why she became the golden brand of the store shortly after. Not only that, but she also practices her makeup skills after work and even streams to earn some money." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. "Yes, I also find Qiqi to be a diligent worker. She's a great girl. And she has maintained her integrity, as she has never been in a relationship and never goes to bars or bad places." Hearing this, Shueqiqi's face flushed red, and she hurriedly said, Man, why are you saying all this?" She felt embarrassed and anxious. Su Man immediately grasped Shueqiqi's shoulder and smiled. "Qiqi, I'm just letting Brother Chen know about you from an observer's perspective. Brother Chen, this is all true because I also never go to those places. After work, Qiqi and I either binge-watch dramas or go shopping." Su Man understood what wealthy people care about. Cleanliness. Regardless, she needed to share this information. This could be the key to influencing Shueqiqi's score in the future. Of course, while introducing Shueqiqi, she also clarified her own situation. Lu Chun smiled, thinking of Gao Yanyan. If Gao Yanyan's looks scored 60 points, then Shueqiqi's appearance was at least around 82 points, while Su Man was around 80 points. In any case, both surpassed Gao Yanyan. Lu Chun had heard that the prettier a girl is, the more she maintains her integrity, and it seemed to hold true. Naturally, Lu Chen's fondness for Shueqiqi increased a bit more. "Nowadays there aren't many girls like you." Upon hearing this, Su Man became more enthusiastic and continued, "Brother Chen, you have no idea, Qiqi is also incredibly kind. Last time we encountered an injured stray cat on the road, she didn't hesitate to take it to the vet and paid for its treatment herself. And Kiki's cooking is especially delicious. On weekends we buy groceries and cook together. The dishes she makes are simply amazing." Shueqiqi's face turned completely red as she said, Man, if you keep saying this, I'm really going to get angry. It's not as exaggerated as you say." Lu Chen smiled at Shueqiqi and said, "It sounds impressive. I truly want to try Kiki's cooking if I get the chance." Shueqiqi's heart raced as she quietly said, "If Brother Chen doesn't mind, you can give it a try next time." The vehicle soon approached the entrance of the neighborhood. Shueqiqi was sitting in the main seat of the second row, needing to get out first. After seeing Shueqiqi get out, Lu Chen also intended to exit, but at that moment Su Man in the third row suddenly grabbed his arm. Lu Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. Su Man gazed at Lu Chen with anticipation and then lowered her voice. "Brother Chen, can we add each other on WeChat?" Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Throughout the journey, Su Man hadn't suggested adding her WeChat. Why did she choose this moment? Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Without saying much, he took out his phone and added her on WeChat. Seeing Lu Chen scan the code, Su Man got out of the car with a satisfied expression. "Man, why are you so slow?" Shueqiqi, who had been waiting outside the car, curiously asked. One must admit that Su Man had picked the perfect timing and angle. Standing outside the car, Shueqiqi couldn't see what had happened inside. "It's nothing, I just dropped something and looked for it for a bit." Su Man had already thought of this excuse. Hearing this reason, Shueqiqi didn't ask further. After all, it had only taken less than half a minute, so nothing significant could have happened. Su Man looked at the distant Mercedes-Benz business van, thinking that next time, even when at work, she should bring a special outfit. Otherwise, if she encountered a situation like today, her attire felt too ordinary, putting her at a disadvantage. It wasn't that she wanted to compete with her friend for a man, she simply believed that one should always present their best side. The next day, Lu Chen arrived at the company. He finally had the time to open the task reward he received yesterday. Virtual currency common worth 1 million can be used for consumption in the virtual world, cannot be cashed out. Lu Chen wanted to transfer it directly to his electronic wallet, but soon realized it was not possible. Perhaps in the system, this behavior of transferring to an electronic wallet was considered the same as cashing out. After fiddling for a while, he finally figured it out. Similar to live streaming rewards and charging, such actions are the application scope of virtual currency, as what is purchased is not. Isn't this just encouraging myself to be the top donor? Lu Chen directly opened Douyin and began browsing for worthy recipients to reward. However, after about 10 minutes, Lu Chen had scrolled through dozens of live streams without finding a single host worthy of his reward. Lu Chen couldn't help but lament that the quality of these internet celebrities was getting lower and lower, with less and less clothing and more heavy makeup. Yet they all engaged in borderline content discussing topics that were utterly uninteresting and failed to pique Lu Chen's interest. Just as Lu Chen was about to give up and thought it might be better to reward Shueqiqi's live stream, suddenly, with a swipe of his finger, a live stream caught his attention. The screen displayed a live stream room decorated in an ancient style, with exquisite peonies embroidered on the screen, and behind it hung well-tailored hanfu on a clothing rack. This live stream room, named Yihan Sushio Fong, was obviously a shop specializing in hanfu. The entire decoration exuded an elegant charm. What made it hard for Lu Chen to swipe away was, of course, the female host in front of the camera. She was wearing a moon-white crossover hanfu, with intricate lotus patterns embroidered on the skirt. Her long dark hair was loosely tied up with a jade hairpin, and she wore light makeup, yet her gentle eyebrows and eyes exuded an elegant demeanor, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. Finally, I see something different. Lu Chen felt a bright light before him, and his polluted eyes were cleansed. Compared to those heavily made-up borderline hosts, this cultured woman with a national style was truly a feast for the eyes. The female host, Xiaohan, was softly introducing the hanfu she was wearing. This moon-white crossover hanfu is made from a specially supplied mulberry silk fabric from Jiangnan embroidery, which has excellent breathability. The lotus pattern on the skirt is a classic virtual and real needle embroidery technique from Sushio, with fine stitches that are nearly invisible. Just the embroidery of this pattern requires considerable time and effort. Lu Chen leaned back in his office chair, watching intently. The host's introduction was devoid of any exaggerated hype. Instead, it felt like an introduction to a piece of art infused with a scholarly and artistic air that captivated Lu. Without much hesitation, he directly opened the recharge interface and charged 3.0 virtual currency. Immediately after, he spent all of it in one go. When the first carnival notification appeared, the shop host Jiang Yihan, who was focused on her introduction, was clearly taken aback, but quickly reacted and expressed her gratitude. However, before she could finish speaking, the dazzling light of the second carnival appeared again. Soon one carnival effect after another flooded the entire live stream. Jiang Yihan was stunned. In her half-year of live streaming, she had received rewards before, but such a dense wave of carnivals still shocked her. When it reached 20, Jiang Yihan finally reacted and hurriedly said, "No more gifts, brother Chen. We do not advocate rewards in our live stream. Buying a couple of hanfu to support our shop is sufficient." Jiang Yihan had never intended to rely on rewards to make money during the live stream. Rather, she aimed to attract traffic to sell products. Each carnival was worth 300 yuan, so 20 of them amounted to 600 yuan. She would rather have the brother named Chen buy the cheapest hanfu than accept such a large sum in rewards. Jiang Yihan had never intended to rely on rewards to make money during the live stream. Rather, she aimed to attract traffic to sell products. Each carnival was worth The special effects completely obscured the barrage of comments. By the end, Jiang Yihan could not even tell how many carnivals she had received. She only felt her eyes were dazzled. Meanwhile, the popularity of Jiang Yihan's live stream was rising, attracting numerous viewers. The originally over 1,000 viewers quickly surpassed 1 million in a short time. Among them, many viewers came just to watch the excitement, but it must be said that this wave of popularity also dramatically increased her live stream's follower count, with many asking about the prices of the Hanfu and the barrage. Jiang Yihan felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Without having time to thank Brother Chen, she focused intently on continuing the live stream. An hour later, the live stream ended. Jiang Yihan let out a long sigh of relief. In just a short time, she sold 100 pieces of Hanfu, almost equivalent to her sales for the entire previous month, which left her. In the end, the follower count of her shop skyrocketed from over 4,000 to 5,000. Jiang Yihan knew that this achievement was definitely closely related to the design and quality of her Hanfu, but it was undeniable that it was also related to this sudden wave of popularity. After all, a good wine fears a deep alley. At this moment, Jiang Yihan remembered to check the background and discovered that the mysterious brother, Chen, had sent a whopping 100 carnivals, worth 3,000. Seeing this number, even she who was somewhat prepared psychologically was taken aback. This was 3,000. It was her pocket money for the previous month. Yes, Jiang Yihan, just like her name, was the owner of Yihan Su Xiaofang, and she was the only daughter of Jiang Huachu from Jiangnan Embroidery. Jiang Yihan opened this Hanfu shop to prove herself. Therefore, from start to finish, she had never used a penny from her family to promote it. She planned to rely entirely on her own efforts to grow this shop. However, upon seeing these more than 100 carnivals, Jiang Yihan couldn't help but start to doubt, could it be arranged by her father? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yihan decided to send a private message to the brother named Chen. Brother Chen, thank you for sending me 100 carnivals. However, our shop cannot accept so many gifts for free. We have decided to send you 10 sets of high-end Hanfu. Please provide your measurements and address, and I will send them to high-end Hanfu. Chen then noticed the prices of the Hanfu in the female host shop. Each high-end Hanfu was priced over 1,000 yuan. It was the first time he realized that Hanfu could be so expensive, so he directly shared his address. I live in Jiangqing XXX, but I can't provide my measurements for now. On the other side, Jiang Yihan looked at the address and thought it was quite a coincidence that it was also in Jiangqing. So Jiang Yihan said, Brother Chen, coincidentally our shop is also in Jiangqing. Our shop is located at XX. If it is convenient for you, you can take the time to come by, and we will personally take your measurements. Chen thought for a moment, feeling that these 10 sets of Hanfu were quite sincere, so he agreed. Of course, he couldn't wear them all himself, but there was still Zhao Yajing and Zhao Xiaoxiao. At that time, he would call both of them to try on a set of Hanfu. Chen thought about that scene and felt thrilled. After watching the live stream, Chen began to work seriously. Not long after, the office door was gently pushed open. Chen looked up and was surprised to see Su Yanqing. This time, Su Yanqing was not dressed flamboyantly as she had been before, but rather in a very ordinary professional outfit, with only light makeup on her face. She was naturally not lacking in beauty, and with the light makeup she appeared even more approachable and sweet. However, Chen was uncertain about the purpose of Su Yanqing's visit this time. Could it be that she has figured something out? But seeing her current attire, Chen felt it was unlikely. Please come in, Team Leader Su, what brings you here this time? Chen asked, looking up. Mr. Liu, I've revised the winter design draft, and would like you to take another look. Su Yanqing tightly clutched a thin laptop, trying to appear calm, while her heart was already in turmoil. After all, this was her first time doing something like this, and she was unsure how it would turn out. Yes, what happened yesterday felt like a thorn constantly pricking at Su Yanqing, preventing her from sleeping well all night. Ultimately, she still felt it was a gamble. Chen raised an eyebrow. He had just seen the first draft 2 days ago, and now she had revised it. She couldn't truly believe the issue was with the draft, could she? Thinking this, Chen still patiently urged Su Yanqing to open the laptop and show him. However, upon seeing the design draft, Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. Team Leader Su, I don't see any difference between this design draft and the last one. Just a few days ago, Chen was sure he hadn't made a mistake. This design draft was identical to the one he had seen the other day. Su Yanqing bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before saying, Mr. Liu, there is actually another design draft that I need to show you. Another one? Chen asked, puzzled. Recently, the company had not released any new design tasks, so where could there be a new design draft? As Chen was confused, Su Yanqing took a deep breath and stepped closer. The distance between them was very close. Smelling Chen's heavy breathing, Su Yanqing felt she could not miss this opportunity. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Chen's hand. In the next moment, she took Chen's hand and slowly slid it beneath the hem of her shirt. You. Chen's eyes widened in shock. He was completely stunned, not expecting that the Su Yanqing from the other day, who was so reserved, would turn so proactive and unexpectedly in just a day or two. However, having seen such scenes frequently lately, Chen quickly adjusted. He watched Su Yanqing's expression while feeling the slick warmth of her touch on his fingertips. However, you know that lingerie is still focused on practicality, The protective effect must be good, otherwise no matter how beautiful it is its use. This is a piece of lingerie I designed. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Su Yangxin's voice was barely above a whisper. The design is quite large. Quite bold. However, you know that lingerie is still focused on practicality. The protective effect must be good, otherwise no matter how beautiful it is, it's useless. I need to check the protective effect, Lu Chen said seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Yanxin, whose face was already hot enough to fry an egg, felt even more embarrassed. Now that it had come to this, she could not back down. She could only bite her lip and say, Mr. Lu, you can check. Am I the first to check this type of design draft? You know deceiving me will not end well. I am, Su Yanxin hurriedly replied. Alright, then you open it yourself, and let me check. About 5 minutes later, Su Yanxin asked tremulously, Mr. Lu, have you finished checking? Experiencing such a thing, Su Yanxin felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, but the key was that it was still her who had initiated this. Those 5 minutes felt longer than 5 years to her. Seeing Su Yanxin with red-rimmed eyes as if she were about to cry at any moment, Lu Chen finally withdrew his hand. He sniffed his fingertips, which still retained a unique milky fragrance. Seeing this action made Su Yanxin feel even more embarrassed. She wanted to just walk away, but after persisting until now, she ultimately did not want to give up halfway. She couldn't turn back. Lu Chen said, quite good, the fit and support are acceptable, and the soft material inside is well protected. Su Yanxin hurriedly added, then do you think my winter fashion design draft can pass? I have to shake my head. Your winter design draft has not changed at all from the last one. Even as the general manager, I cannot give you any favors. I doubt you would want your work adopted in such a way. Su Yanxin looked at Lu Chen in shock, the glow on her face dimming instantly. She hadn't expected to go this far, yet Lu Chen remained so unyielding. If she had known it would end up like this, wouldn't her bold actions just now have been in vain? Su Yanxin felt like a joke. Looking at the dejected, even somewhat desperate Su Yanxin, Lu Chen said lightly, however, Team Leader Su, although your winter design draft isn't good, it doesn't mean you cannot take first place this time. Lu Chen opened his computer. I have a winter design draft here, take a look. Su Yanxin was taken aback and hurriedly leaned in to observe. Upon seeing the design draft, her beautiful eyes lit up. The winter series on the draft perfectly combines Su embroidery techniques with modern tailoring, featuring high-end colors and perfect details, seamlessly integrating modern popular elements with intangible cultural heritage. Whether in design concept, craftsmanship details, or market adaptability, it far surpassed Su Yanxin's work. Even Pei King's work could not compare. This is your design. Su Yanxin looked at Lu Chen with some doubt. She was clear about Lu Chen's design abilities. Could it be that he had been hiding his talents? Yes, of course, it's my design. Don't worry, this is completely my personal intellectual property. What do you think of this work? Lu Chen answered nonchalantly. Since it was produced by the system, Lu Chen certainly did not think it would let him down. There should be no legal risk. Thus, Lu Chen's statement that this design work wholly belonged to him was not incorrect. Su Yanxin carefully examined the design details and said, Mr. Lu, your design work is indeed outstanding. It could definitely participate in next month's designer competition in Modu. Complimented by the beautiful designer, Lu Chen felt somewhat proud, but he still waved his hand. There's no need to participate in the competition. This set of designs is still not presentable. However, it should be no problem for you to win this winter fashion design. Saying this, Lu Chen handed a USB drive to Su Yanxin. Su Yanxin tightened her grip on the USB drive, still somewhat incredulous that Lu Chen had just handed this design draft to her. She was all too aware of its exceptional qualities. Thank you. As soon as Su Yanxin expressed her gratitude, she suddenly regretted it, recalling that her acquisition of this design draft was not out of Lu Chen's goodwill. She had put in a lot of effort too. Looking at Su Yanxin, Lu Chen suddenly recalled the ability assessment card he had just acquired on Monday. Without hesitation, he directly used this card on Su Yanxin before him. The reason for using this card was certainly because Lu Chen had just received another identical assessment card when he started work today. The second card could be left for Zhao Yajing. Facing Su Yanxin, who was about to become an insider, Lu Chen needed to understand her capabilities. Gazing at the light blue system screen, Lu Chen quickly discerned the complete data listed above. Name, Su Yanxin, age, 28, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, measurements, 8.86290, professional skill, fashion, design, A, communication ability, A, management ability, S, innovation ability, B, potential value, A, intimacy, 0. Lu Chen's eyes swept over the measurement data, and he raised an eyebrow, silently praising. No wonder the tactile sensation he felt earlier was so full and smooth. The measurement data was indeed truthful. Staring at the intimacy value on the screen, Lu Chen was still a bit surprised. For such a beautiful woman like Su Yanxin to have an intimacy value of 0 so far meant that she had always adhered to her duties and had not done anything out of line until now. Thinking of what Su Yanxin had just said, he finally believed that she had not deceived him. What surprised him the most was naturally the management ability marked as S level. Although he did not know the system's evaluation criteria, since it was marked S, it indicated that she must have extraordinary capabilities. So Su Yanxin's true strength lies in management. Designing would surely be underutilizing her talents. Lu Chun closed the system panel quite satisfied with Su Yangxin's abilities, and level management capability would definitely be of great use in the future. Just at that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately after Pei Qingsu's cold voice came through. Mr. Lu, I would like to confirm the details regarding the Magic City Design Competition and the Winter Design Draft with you once more. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The one most anxious was naturally Su Yinxin, who stood beside him, her face suddenly turning pale. She had not left yet, and Pei Qingxue had already arrived. This woman was indeed keeping a close eye on Lu Chun. In the past, Su Yinxin would not have feared Pei Qingxue seeing her with Lu Chun, and even would have teased her. But what was her current situation? Just moments ago, as Lu Chun had been pulling her clothes were disheveled, and the design piece underneath was now hanging loosely on her. If Pei Qingxue saw her like this, she would never be able to hold her head high in front of Pei Qingxue again. Su Yinxin hurriedly fumbled to button up, but the more anxious she became, the more mistakes she made. Due to the size issues, she failed to button up several times. Don't panic. Lu Chun grabbed Su Yangxin's arm, and before she could react, shoved her under his desk. Su Yinxin dared not resist, and could only let him do as he pleased. Come in. Lu Chun straightened his body, his tone returning to calm. The space under the desk was not small, but Su Yinxin had to curl up her body. Her cheeks were uncontrollably pressed closely against Lu Chen's lower body. The posture was extremely awkward. At the same time, Su Yinxin felt very scared, not daring to move around, fearing that Pei Qingxue would notice something. Pei Qingxue soon pushed the door open, holding a laptop, dressed in a simple white shirt and wide-legged pants, giving off a vibe of a high-cold female director. However, the moment her cold gaze landed on Lu Chun, it became somewhat evasive. Mr. Lu, this is my revised winter design draft. Based on the suggestions you gave last time, I've readjusted the market adaptability in fabrics. Lu Chun raised his hand to stop her from approaching to showcase the draft. Let's set aside the design draft for now, though I want to ask you, how have you considered the deal I mentioned last time? Pei Qingxue paused her steps. I still need a bit more time. But there isn't much time for you to consider. It's just a transaction, straightforward and beneficial for both of us, yet you're still hesitating. Do you look down on me? I didn't mean that, Pei Qingxue hurriedly replied. I just think we should resolve the main issue first. After all, the finalization meeting for the winter design draft is tomorrow. Is that so? If you don't agree to this deal, I don't think your draft needs further modifications. Lu Chen said calmly. Hearing the underlying message in Lu Chen's words, Pei Qingxue felt somewhat frustrated. Mr. Lu, are you being a bit too emotional? Such matters can certainly be discussed later, as the general manager isn't the most important thing, the development of the company. Lu Chen's expression darkened. Director Pei, what I am doing is also for the company's development. You wouldn't think that your draft is the best in the entire company, would you? After all, in my opinion, your work is not much different from those of the other team leaders. Does your work really surpass Su Yangxin's? To be fair, such designs are quite subjective. Lu Chen felt that both drafts were equally matched and did not evoke a sense of brilliance. This. Pei Qingxue suddenly panicked. Meanwhile, Su Yinxin, hiding under the desk, could not help but reveal a smug smile. She now felt that Lu Chen's words sounded so pleasant to her ears. Yet she was puzzled about what the transaction between Lu Chun and Pei Qingxue really was. At this moment, Pei Qingxue spoke up. Mr. Lu, do I just need to agree to the deal with you for you to think my work can stand out? Exactly, Lu Chen smiled. At this point, Su Yangxin's heart tightened. Lu Chun had just agreed to her earlier, yet now he seemed to have forgotten it. Was it just because Pei Qingxue agreed to the deal with Lu Chun? Clearly she had contributed a lot as well. This must mean that the transaction couldn't be a proper one. For some reason, a sense of crisis surged in her heart. Given Pei Qingxue's background, looks, and temperament, if she truly gave in, what place would there be for her? In other words, if even someone like Pei Qingxue could consider such a deal, why couldn't she? With this thought, Su Yinxin gritted her teeth, her gaze growing resolute. She absolutely could not lose. Lu Chun was waiting for Pei Qingxue's response, when suddenly he felt a gentle tug on his trouser leg. Immediately after, a sensation spread upwards. Lu Chun glanced down under the desk, where Su Yinxin was looking up at him, her eyes carrying a hint of defiance and stubbornness. In the next moment, Lu Chen's body stiffened. Mr. Lu, I still need to think it over. Pei Qingxue spoke with difficulty. All right, then take your time to consider, but you must also be clear, not everyone is qualified to make this kind of deal with me. Moreover, the time left for you is limited. Then what about this finalization meeting? I'm quite optimistic about Su Yangxin's work, Lu Chen stated plainly. Pei Qingxue's expression suddenly revealed disappointment and bitterness. Mr. Lu, you hold her in such high regard, yet you haven't seen my revised work. Whether it's favorable or not, we'll find out tomorrow. Lu Chun comfortably leaned back in his chair. Tomorrow's finalization meeting will let the work speak for itself. Whose proposal is more suitable for the company? Pei Qingxue stepped out of the office, her already frost-like face now even more icy. Lu Chen's tone made her feel quite uncomfortable, leaving her in a gloomy mood. What troubled her even more was his unabashed favoritism towards Su Yinxin. Damn Su Yinxin, what methods did she employ to win over Lu Chen so completely? Could it be that Lu Chen also made such a request to Su Yinxin and she agreed without hesitation? Scumbag. The thought of this possibility made Pei Qingxue feel even more contempt for Lu Chen. Fortunately, though she was short on money, she managed to hold back and did not agree. As she was walking, a figure suddenly blocked her way at the corner of the corridor. Qingxue. Li Du approached quickly, a look of apology on his face as he cautiously said, Qingxue, I was too abrupt last time, please don't take it to heart. Li Du had been scolded by Pei Qingxue for his actions when he delivered the bank card yesterday, and he had reflected deeply on it after returning home. He felt that her scolding was justified, so he came specifically to apologize today. Pei Qingxue looked up her tone, flat. Manager, Li, let's not bring up that matter anymore, but it's all in the past. She really didn't have the energy to dwell on it, her mind filled with thoughts of the design draft. Li Du naturally noticed her poor mood and quickly changed the subject, trying to flatter her. Qingxue, I reviewed the winter design draft you submitted. There's really nothing that needs changing. It's simply stunning, perfectly aligned with this market research. Is that so? Pei Qingxue was not very confident. Li Du said, of course. I even showed it to my dad. He also said this design draft is quite impressive, fully in line with current trends, and sales are likely to increase by 5. Really? Pei Qingxue's tense expression relaxed slightly. If it was as Li Du said, she naturally wouldn't believe it. But if it was what Li Du's father Li Tsuingong said, it was a different matter. Li Tsuingong was the second shareholder of the company, known for his discerning eye and strict standards. Gaining his approval certainly indicated that Pei Qingxue's design had its merits. However, Pei Qingxue still couldn't feel happy. It seems that President Lu isn't very satisfied. He seems to favor Su Yangxin's draft more. Su Yinxin. Li Du chuckled dismissively. Her design level has always been mediocre, stable, but conventional. How could she compare to you? Just from an educational standpoint, Qingxue, you are a master's graduate from an overseas prestigious university, while Su Yinxin only has a bachelor's degree. How could she compare? Li Du belittled Su Yinxin, then lowered his voice. Although President Lu oversees this area, the opinions of the marketing department and the shareholders are also very important. The final decision cannot be. Tomorrow I'll get my dad involved too. Don't worry, it will definitely be fair and just. Hearing Li Du say this, Pei Qingxue's mood gradually lifted. What she truly feared was not that Su Yangxin's work would surpass her own, but that Lu Chen would bypass normal procedures and operate in the dark. Pei Qingxue was quite confident in her work. She believed that as long as it was fair and just, her carefully prepared design draft could not lose to anyone. Thank you, Pei Qingxue said to Li Du, her attitude sincere. Upon hearing those 3 words, Li Du smiled, even more eagerly, feeling as if he had eaten honey. What are you being polite with me for, hee? Meanwhile, in the general manager's office, Su Yinxin emerged from under Lu Chen's desk, her chestnut curls a bit disheveled, with a few strands sticking to her fair oval face. Her lips were slightly swollen, her eyes glistening, and her cheeks still held the remnants of a blush, her breathing a bit rapid. This disheveled appearance added a touch of the boldness and indulgence from moments ago had left her heart still racing. Su Yinxin silently tidied her clothes, not daring to meet Lu Chen's gaze, feeling utterly embarrassed. Fortunately, Lu Chen recognized this and pretended that nothing had happened regarding the earlier events. Take another look at this draft, submit any necessary changes as soon as possible. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, watching her in this state, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You don't have much time, so hurry up. Su Yinxin clenched the USB drive in her hand, as if it were a lifeline. She quickly nodded, her voice slightly hoarse. Thank you, President Lu. I will handle it as soon as possible. As she spoke, she lowered her head to tidy her shirt collar and skirt hem, ensuring her clothes were neat before turning to leave in a hurry. Wait a moment. Lu Chen suddenly called out to her. Su Yinxin halted, turning back with a puzzled look. President Lu, is there anything else? Lu Chen pulled a piece of tissue from the desk and approached Su Yinxin, speaking gently. Yinxin, pay attention to this. As he spoke, he reached out to wipe the corner of Su Yangxin's mouth. She froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, her cheeks flushing bright red. In a flurry, she snatched the tissue from Lu Chen's hand, vigorously wiping her mouth. She felt both shy and awkward, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. She had gotten so caught up that she left such a mark. If she walked out like this, wouldn't she be utterly disgraced? She took out a mirror to check her makeup, and after confirming there was no issue, she hurriedly fled the office. Lu Chen enjoyed watching her flustered and shy demeanor, leaning back in his chair, feeling exceptionally pleased. The previous cramped setting coupled with Pei Qingxue's presence made it thrilling. Lu Chen felt he had outdone himself. Su Yinxin likely hadn't realized the severity of the situation at first, but halfway through it was beyond her control. Despite her awkward movements, the sense of satisfaction filled him with pride. After all, Su Yinxin was a female colleague he had admired for a long time. Her tousled chestnut curls and delicate oval face exuded a relaxed, artistic vibe. Moreover, she was adept and composed at work, treating people kindly, which made Lu Chen, a newcomer, feel like spring had arrived, fostering a good impression. However, at that time, Lu Chen always felt that during their interactions her bright smile carried a hint of distance, as if they belonged to different worlds. This sense of distance was not caused by her, but rather stemmed from Lu Chen's own feelings of inferiority. After all back, then he was constantly worried about the bride price for marrying Gao Yanyin and dared not even entertain thoughts of girls like Su Yanqing. They were truly from different worlds. However now, Lu Chen increasingly felt that his brother Zhongzi was quite impressive. Leaning back in his chair he thought, I remember Su Yangxin's family background is quite good. Reaching this point is truly unexpected. The next morning in a conference room of High-Lawn Fashion, the core design team, key members of the marketing department, and leaders from various levels of the production department were all present, filling both sides of the long conference table. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy and oppressive. This was not just a quarterly finalization meeting, it was crucial for the company's quarterly clothing sales. Additionally, the meeting was hosted by Lu Chen, who had just become the general manager. After all, no one knew what style this newly appointed general manager would adopt. At this moment, Lu Chen sat at the head of the table dressed in a crisp Armani suit, attempting to maintain his composure while flipping through the materials. He could feel everyone's gaze, which to varying degrees was fixed upon him. These gazes held curiosity and skepticism. Who would believe that an intern who had been doing odd jobs in the design department just a month and a half ago would suddenly leap to become the general manager of the company? Such a drastic shift in identity was something that not only his colleagues could not fully adapt to, but even Lu Chen himself had not completely adjusted to it. For Lu Chen, hosting this meeting was also a first. Previously, he was the type of employee who followed orders from his superiors, but now he had to sit at the head of the table and preside over this finalization meeting concerning the direction of the company's winter new products. He needed to evaluate everyone's designs, while also maintaining the atmosphere, ensuring that those colleagues with more experience and capability than him would respect his authority. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Just then a familiar system notification sound suddenly echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding, detected that the host is facing an identity adaptation test, triggering today's work task. Ding, today's task 1. Successfully host the winter fashion finalization meeting and gain recognition from the majority of key personnel present. Task reward 10 equity in High-Lawn Fashion. Reaching 51 can meet the exchange standard. Lu Chen's heart jolted and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. It turns out I can also be rewarded with shares of High-Lawn Fashion. As long as I successfully host this finalization meeting, I will be rewarded with 10 of the shares. Such an opportunity is rare. The exchange threshold has reached 51. If I really succeed, I will become the absolute major shareholder, possessing the power to make decisions in the company. Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, a rich scent of perfume wafted by him. General Lu. Turning around, Lu Chen saw Zhao Yajing smiling at him, placing a cup of coffee on his desk, and sitting in the vacant seat beside him. Thank you, Sister Jing. The moment Lu Chen saw Zhao Yajing, he felt his previously tense nerves instantly relax. Now with 21 of the shares, I am firmly seated as the third largest shareholder. I do not need to explain my words or actions to the employees below me. I need not be nervous, I just have to act according to my usual style. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He adjusted his tie, cleared his throat, and looked at the personnel gradually arriving. It seems that everyone is almost here, let's begin. Then Lu Chen calmly stated, prepare the selected design drafts. According to the previously agreed upon rules, each designer will personally present their draft explaining the design concept, fabric choices, and market positioning. After their presentations, the core team and marketing department will provide feedback, and finally, everyone will vote to determine the final winter design plan in conjunction with my opinion. Upon hearing this, the assistant immediately shared the prepared PPT on the conference room's 100-inch screen. Soon the first designer took the stage, somewhat awkwardly explaining her design ideas, inspirations, and potential market expectations. Afterward, Lu Chen had everyone vote and ultimately reviewed her strengths and weaknesses. Next, the second designer took the stage. Throughout the entire process, he maintained the rhythm perfectly, neither hurried nor slow, displaying neither the inexperienced nervousness of a new general manager nor a deliberately aloof demeanor. After the third designer finished, Lu Chen raised his hand to signal the assistant, his tone calm and steady. Next, Pei Qingxue took a deep breath, adjusted her white shirt, and walked forward confidently in her high heels. When she looked up, her gaze unintentionally met Lu Chen's, and she quickly looked away. Hello, leaders and colleagues, I am Pei Qingxue. On the big screen, her design draft slowly unfolded, featuring a minimalist and elegant cut, with soft Morandi colors, giving an overall impression of understated luxury. This winter design draft focuses on a workplace light luxury style, targeting professional women, aged 2,535. The fabric is a combination of wool and mulberry silk, offering warmth and quality. Her voice was clear, her pace moderate, and her thoughts logical. From the design concept to fabric selection, and then to market positioning and audience analysis, each point was explained thoroughly, causing her colleagues below to nod in agreement. Moreover, she exuded great confidence. Thank you, everyone. That concludes my presentation. At the end, Pei Qingxue couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen. Pei Qingxue felt that her presentation had gone well. She wanted to see if Lu Chen would be moved by her design and recognize her abilities. However, to her disappointment, Lu Chen remained calm, his gaze fixed on the screen, his fingers lightly tapping the table, revealing no signs of emotion. His expression showed neither approval nor disapproval, as if he were simply listening to an ordinary presentation. Pei Qingsu's heart quietly sank. Was her design draft not good enough? Or did Lu Chen believe that no matter how well she performed, she could never compare to Su Yanxin? What charm did Su Yanxin possess that made Lu Chen favor her so? A series of questions surged in her heart, accompanied by frustration. Just as she finished her explanation and was about to bow, Li Du was the first to applaud, and soon there was a wave of enthusiastic applause from the audience. This was not solely due to Li Du. Pei Qingxue was inherently beautiful, and her design was indeed stunning, with impeccable tailoring, color matching, and market positioning, far surpassing the previous three designers. Amidst the applause, whispers filled the air, full of admiration. No wonder she graduated from a prestigious overseas school. Her design foundation is undeniably different. This draft is far superior to the earlier ones. Indeed, it's both simple and high-end. Professional women will definitely love it, and the sales will surely be promising. Director Pei truly did not disappoint. This design exudes quality at a glance, and if mass-produced it will undoubtedly be a hit. Listening to the praises around her, Pei Qingxue slightly bent forward to express her gratitude, her earlier disappointment gradually dissipating, replaced by a bit more confidence. Soon the voting results were tallied, and the staff projected the results on the big screen. As expected, Pei Qingsu's votes far surpassed those of the previous three designers, leading by a wide margin. Upon seeing this result, a rare smile of relief appeared on Pei Qingsu's cold face, and the disappointment in her heart vanished. Perhaps it wasn't that her design was inadequate, but rather that Lu Chen was unwilling to acknowledge her. However, the eyes of the masses are sharp. She raised her eyes again to look at Lu Chen, who showed no signs of emotion. Pei Qingxue knew that the finalization meeting used a voting format to decide which design to adopt. As the general manager, Lu Chen had 3 votes. I don't see the need to continue. Qingsu's proposal is obvious. It will definitely become a top seller. Li Du from the marketing department leaned slightly forward, wearing a flattering smile, his gaze instinctively darting towards Pei Qingxue. However, Pei Qingxue seemed to have heard nothing, her cold eyes looking elsewhere, remaining silent. Hearing this, Lu Chen calmly remarked, "Manager Li is quite impatient. We still have one colleague who hasn't presented yet. Are you so eager? Could it be that you've predetermined the outcome and are afraid she might overshadow Director Pei?" As soon as this was said, the meeting room fell silent. Although Lu Chen's words were delivered as a joke, his calm tone carried an undeniable aura. All eyes shifted between Lu Chen and Li Du, no one daring to speak. Li Du's smile froze. Being teased by such a young man made it hard for him to save face. However, Lu Chen was the general manager, and Li Du did not dare to refute him. With a forced smile, Li Du quickly added, "Manager Lu is just joking, but it's all in good fun. We must still compete fairly." At this moment, Su Yanxin was ready to take the stage. Unlike her usual simple attire today, she had dressed up meticulously. Wearing a fitted ash-gray suit skirt, it accentuated her slender, yet upright figure with a small pearl brooch at the collar, understated, yet exquisite. Her chestnut curls were loosely tied up, with stray hairs framing her face, enhancing her delicate features. A light makeup look accentuated her bright eyes, adding a touch of professional. "My goodness, team leader Su looks stunning today. Yeah, I never noticed how good she looks. This outfit is just as impressive as Director Pei's." Whispers of admiration arose, but no one dared to speak loudly. Su Yanxin confidently stepped onto the stage, feeling no anxiety. Last night, she had stayed up late revising the proposal Lu Chen had given her, embedding every detail into her mind. It was precisely because of this that she knew how stunning this design was. She had complete confidence. Su Yanxin opened her notebook and began her presentation. Unlike Pei Qingsu's luxurious workplace style, her design this time focused on warm winter commuting. The soft hues of cream caramel and light gray provided a gentle, healing vibe, while the fluffy cashmere fabric ensured warmth and a slimming effect. The most eye-catching feature was the hidden pattern of Su embroidery at the cuffs and hem, small, yet exquisite, subtle, yet memorable. Hello leaders and colleagues, I am Su Yanxin. This design targets professional women aged 2,535, balancing warmth and aesthetics. The Su embroidery pattern has been specifically adjusted to incorporate intangible cultural heritage elements, aligning with the aesthetic preferences of today's young professionals. The fabric is high-count, fluffy cashmere, lightweight and not bulky, with a cost-effectiveness higher than pure luxury materials. It appeals to a broader audience while retaining quality suitable for daily commutes and casual gatherings. At this point, Pei Qingxue furrowed her brows slightly. With her keen design intuition, she sensed the high quality of this proposal surpassing Su Yanxin's previous designs. Moreover, she noticed that this proposal was completely different from the first version Su Yanxin had submitted. Not only was the content different, but even the design style was radically dissimilar. This indicated that she had changed her design. It's not that changing designs was prohibited, but the amount of work involved was simply too great. The time gap between Su Yanxin's first design draft and this version was less than a week. If she had to start from scratch, how could she possibly produce such a high-quality and distinctly different design in just 7 days? While Pei Qingxue was filled with confusion, Su Yanxin continued to present with ease. The time gap between Su Yangxin's first design draft and this version was less than a week. If she had to start from scratch, how could she possibly produce such a high-quality and distinctly different? 10 minutes later, the presentation concluded. In the meeting room, silence lingered for a full 3 seconds. Then an uncontrollable wave of admiration erupted. This design is truly stunning. It stands out just as much as Director Pei's. The hidden Su embroidery pattern is fantastic, understated, yet high-end, and has more character than purely luxurious styles. I didn't expect Team Leader Su to be so capable. This proposal is no less impressive than Director Pei's. The key is that the price is well controlled. With the current economic downturn, overly expensive options might not be favored. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Su Yanxin. Meanwhile, Pei Qingxue's expression grew even colder. Although she couldn't understand why, she had to admit that Su Yangxin's design was excellent, with thoughtful details, clear positioning, and even slightly more novelty than her own. Yet even so, she was not necessarily going to lose. She had absolute confidence in her design. Li Du's expression was rather grim. He had just confidently claimed that Pei Qingxue would win, and now with Su Yangxin's design presented, it undoubtedly slapped him in the face. He opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Indeed, Su Yangxin's design had no flaws to speak of. At that moment, the door of the meeting room was gently pushed open, and a steady footstep was heard. Everyone turned to the sound, and saw the second shareholder, Li Tsuingong, dressed in a dark suit, hands clasped behind his back, walking in slowly. I apologize, everyone, who I happened to be passing by and heard you were having a final draft meeting, so I came to listen for a bit. Li Tsuingong spoke politely, his gaze sweeping across the room, his expression neutral, yet exuding authority. Li Du's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up to greet him. Dad, what brings you? Please take a seat. Li Tsuingong waved his hand and said sternly, while working there should be no father-son distinction, you must address me by my title. Yes, Vice President. Li Du immediately responded seriously. Hearing their banter, Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself how pretentious they were. It sounded nice, like he was just passing by, but was it really that coincidental? Perhaps he had deliberately come to stir things up. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This was his meeting, and if he had to make concessions just because Li Tsuingong was present, it would be too ridiculous. Then he could forget about any stock rewards. With this thought, Lu Chen made up his mind. At this moment, Li Du said, Vice President, please take a look at our final design, and help us ensure everything is in order, and give your opinion. I will certainly take a look, but don't worry, I will only offer suggestions, and ultimately, it will still be based on your votes. I cannot interfere with the voting. After saying this, he found an empty seat, and sat down, his gaze seemingly casually scanning the design draft on the big screen. As he looked, Li Tsuingong was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected that a mere design team leader's work would be on par with that of the supervisor. The quality of these two designs was equally matched, and choosing either was justifiable. Given this, Li Tsuingong naturally had his own inclinations. Li Du supported Pei Qingxue, while Lu Chen favored Su Yanxin. There was no need for much thought. He would definitely stand with Pei Qingxue. This was not just about the final draft, it was also a battle for company influence. According to conventions, he wouldn't normally attend such final draft meetings. He wanted to give Lu Chen, the newly appointed general manager, a chance to shine. But who would have thought that just a few days ago Lu Chen had pushed someone forward to take over as the acting manager of the production department without even giving him a heads up? Such behavior was rather dismissive of his position as the second shareholder, given that he felt there was no need to extend any courtesy. He wanted Lu Chen to understand that in this company Li Tsuingong was the vice president. After Li Tsuingong sat down, Li Du immediately seized the opportunity. Everyone, I still stand by my opinion. I have greater confidence in Pei Qingxue. Li Du spoke with certainty. Qingxue graduated from a prestigious university, has been deeply involved in the design industry for many years, possesses cutting-edge vision, and her aesthetic is impeccable. Her designs have always been a benchmark for our company. In terms of professionalism and foresight in design, Qingxue undoubtedly excels. Although Li Du's words seemed filled with reasoning, they were essentially just correct. However, upon hearing this, many around began to agree. Su Yanxin stood aside, her expression slightly tense. She was also very confident in this design draft, but she understood what Li Kenggang's arrival signified. Thus, she felt a bit disappointed, but did not blame Lu Chen. Li Tsuingong was the second largest shareholder and had far more influence in the company than Lu Chen. If he insisted on determining that it had to be Pei Qingxue, Lu Chen would have no way to counter it. Su Yanxin simply stated that luck was not on their side this time. Lu Chen had long anticipated that Li Du would pull this stunt. He knew that if he remained silent, everyone might hesitate due to Li Kenggang's presence, making it impossible to ensure a fair vote. In that case, not only would Su Yanxin be wronged, but his share rewards would also be jeopardized. Lu Chen stopped tapping his fingers on the table and calmly said, Manager Li, we can't say it like that. Today we are holding a final draft meeting, and the core focus should be on the design itself. We must not let other factors influence us. We need to concentrate on the design draft itself. We must have a fair vote today,